Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by SherryBro on Wattpad. Now let's start. Izuku Midoriya was born in a world where quirks were the norm, and those without them faced societal rejection. His parents, 𝗧𝗓𝗄 and 𝗧𝗵𝗃, were both quirkless and struggled to provide for him in a society that viewed them as inferior. Growing up, Izuku endured relentless bullying and discrimination from his peers, who saw him as weak and useless. His parents worked multiple jobs to support him, but they couldn't offer him the same opportunities as those with quirks. When Izuku was just 6 years old, his parents were involved in a tragic car accident that left them critically injured. Alone and without support, Izuku was placed in an orphanage, where he was constantly reminded of his quirkless status. He was assigned menial tasks and treated poorly by both the staff and the other children. Now, at 14 years old, Izuku stood on the roof of a building, feeling abandoned after his hero, 𝗬𝗏, told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Those words crushed his hopes and dreams in an instant. Izuku felt a bitter thought cross his mind. What was the meaning of living if nothing he accomplished ever met the expectations of those around him? He questioned the purpose of trying when he was constantly treated as worthless. But despite the harsh reality, a spark of determination ignited within him. He wiped his eyes and took a deep breath, vowing to prove everyone wrong. He would become a hero, no matter the cost. As he walked home, his thoughts swirled with self-doubt and despair. He didn't notice when 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗏, his childhood friend-turned-bully, approached him from behind. Katsuki's voice, laced with scorn, snapped Izuku out of his daze. He turned to face Katsuki, trying to mask his inner turmoil. Katsuki had heard what 𝗬𝗏 told Izuku and mocked him, questioning how he could think he could be a hero without a quirk. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides, knowing Katsuki relished in his pain, but it still hurt to hear those words. He muttered that he just wanted to try, looking down as Katsuki stepped closer, his expression fierce. Katsuki continued to belittle Izuku, insisting he was useless without a quirk. Izuku's eyes filled with tears, but he blinked them back, refusing to let Katsuki see him break. He asserted that even without a quirk, he could still help people and make a difference, his voice trembling but resolute. Katsuki laughed harshly, dismissing Izuku's words. He taunted him, saying he would always be nothing. In response, Izuku snapped back, declaring that he understood true struggle and that he would become a hero without bullying others or relying on brute strength. He believed a real hero needed compassion and determination, qualities Katsuki could never understand. Katsuki's fury erupted, and he unleashed a powerful explosion. The force overwhelmed Izuku, hitting him square in the chest and sending him backward. Pain surged through him as he crumpled to the ground, gasping for air. Katsuki stood over him, shocked and horrified at what he had done. As Izuku's vision blurred and consciousness slipped away, he locked eyes with Katsuki. With his last bit of strength, he whispered that he wished he had a chance. Suddenly, a blue box appeared before him, announcing that he had completed a secret quest. Confused but compelled, he accepted the offer presented to him, and everything went dark. A week later, Izuku awoke, gasping for breath and looking around. Sunlight streamed into the hospital room, and he realized where he was. A nurse and doctor rushed in, and Izuku sheepishly greeted them. Dr. Saito introduced himself and explained that it was a miracle he was alive after the incident. Izuku was stunned to learn he had been asleep for a week. His mind raced back to the moment Katsuki attacked him, and he struggled to comprehend how he had survived. Dr. Saito sat down and reassured him that while he had sustained serious injuries, he was healing well, though he would bear a significant scar. Then, Dr. Saito asked if Izuku had ever had a quirk before. Caught off guard, Izuku shook his head, admitting he was born quirkless. Saito observed Izuku with a hint of sadness in his tone, noting that it appeared the young boy's quirk had finally manifested. He explained that it must be an extremely powerful enhancer and healing type, allowing Izuku to recover quickly. This revelation shocked Izuku, who had tears in his eyes. 𝗧𝗏 continued, sharing recent research findings that late bloomers and those who developed quirks after a traumatic event were often significantly stronger than those who manifested their abilities at a young age. He expressed confidence that Izuku's quirk would grow even more powerful in the coming years. Izuku, filled with hope, wondered if he could truly become a hero. The doctor smiled kindly and nodded, affirming his belief in Izuku's potential. Overwhelmed with joy, Izuku burst into tears, finally feeling that his dream was within reach. 𝗧𝗏 then asked what Izuku would name his quirk now that it was registered. Wiping his tears, Izuku requested some time to think, still processing everything. After the doctor and nurse left, Izuku whispered a quiet thank you and lowered his head. Once alone, he noticed a familiar blue message appear before him. Curiosity piqued, he realized he had unread mail. He muttered to himself, pondering the nature of his quirk. Removing his shirt, he revealed a large X-shaped scar alongside his old ones, sighing as he rubbed his eyes. Peeking between his fingers at the box above, he reached up, only to find his hand pass through the screen. Realizing it wasn't a touch screen, he wondered how to open it. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he commanded the mailbox to open. The screen quickly changed, welcoming him and presenting a daily quest titled, Preparing to Become Strong. Alarm notifications followed, detailing that the system would assist his growth, but failing to obey the orders could result in penalties. He accepted the starter reward, and a flash of blue light filled the room. When the light faded, he marveled at the appealing sword that had appeared in his hand. In awe, he inspected the sword, which revealed itself to be the Sword of Omen, a legendary blade of immense power. The description detailed its creation in the heart of a dying star and its connection to the wielder's heart. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief upon learning that its ultimate potential would only be unlocked at level determined. He checked the daily quest details, which outlined various physical challenges he needed to complete. With a resolute expression, he understood that if he wanted to become a hero, he had to push himself. He placed the sword in his inventory and dropped to the ground, beginning his push-ups. As he counted, his arms shook, but he persevered, reaching 100 after what felt like an eternity. Breathing, he collapsed on the grass, then prepared for his curl-ups, pushing through the burn in his core while reminding himself of his reasons for training. After completing the curl-ups, he rolled onto his back, taking a moment to catch his breath before standing up to tackle his squats. Each movement became a mantra, blocking out the pain until he finished. Finally, he set out for his running challenge, starting with a slow jog that gradually picked up pace. Despite the burning in his lungs and the fatigue in his legs, he pressed on, counting down the kilometers until he completed the 10-kilometer run. Exhausted but triumphant, he collapsed onto the grass, a smile spreading across his face as he realized he had accomplished his goal. With determination swelling in his heart, he vowed to continue this training every day, no matter the challenges ahead. Staggering back to his hospital room, he felt every muscle protesting, but the sense of achievement outweighed his fatigue. He lay down on the cool sheets of his bed, sighing in relief. Just then, Dr. 𝗧𝗏 entered the room, clipboard in hand. Noticing Izuku's exhausted state, he raised an eyebrow, a mix of concern and curiosity evident in his tone as he remarked on Izuku's return from his training. Izuku understood the importance of taking care of himself, but he felt a deep determination to grow stronger. He managed a tired yet resolute smile as he spoke to Dr. 𝗧𝗏, expressing his commitment to improvement. He had finally decided on a name for his quirk, and as he took a deep breath, he shared it with the doctor. "Ready Player One," he declared, his eyes shining with enthusiasm despite his exhaustion. Dr. 𝗧𝗏 regarded him thoughtfully, intrigued by the choice. Izuku explained that he viewed his journey as a game, where each day presented new challenges and quests that brought him closer to his dream of becoming a hero. Dr. 𝗧𝗏 nodded, acknowledging the fitting nature of the name given Izuku's hard work. Izuku felt a surge of excitement, affirming that every task he completed was like leveling up, making him stronger bit by bit. The doctor placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder, reminding him to take care of himself, as even the best players needed rest. Izuku promised to rest when necessary, chuckling softly as his eyelids grew heavy. As Dr. Saito left the room, Izuku allowed himself to relax, staring at the ceiling with a small smile. He whispered the name of his quirk to himself, feeling a sense of purpose as he drifted into a well-deserved sleep, dreaming of the hero he aspired to be. A few days later, two nurses chatted near a window during their break. One nurse mentioned the boy who had recently developed a quirk, noting that he had been running every day since his recovery. The other nurse confirmed that light exercise was acceptable. Izuku paused, supporting himself on his knees and breathing, a slight smirk on his face despite his exhaustion. He realized that no one else could see the messages or alarms related to his quirk, which he found reassuring. He pondered what would happen if he failed to complete his daily quests, shrugging off the thought. As he checked his daily quest, he saw that he had completed everything. He was presented with options for rewards and chose to accept the status recovery. Golden lights enveloped him, restoring his energy and allowing him to breathe normally again. He chuckled to himself, feeling as if he had discovered a cheat in a game. As he sat on a bench, he extended his hand, and a box appeared, granting him the ability to boost his character's stats. He marveled at how his life felt like a video game, spending all his points on strength. Dressed in the rewards he had received, Izuku approached the receptionist, asking if he could leave for the day. He fabricated a reason about needing to see a friend to collect homework, and she allowed him to go. He hurried to a nearby subway station and pulled a golden key from his inventory, eager to see what it could do. The key was meant to unlock an instant dungeon, and he felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. As he held the key, he resolved to stop running away from challenges and to embrace his training. The key lit up, and a doorway formed at the bottom of the stairs. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the entrance, entering the instant dungeon. The sound of cracking echoed behind him as the blue doorway transformed into a wall. A message appeared, informing him that he could not leave until he defeated the boss or used a return crystal. His heart raced, but he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. A howl echoed from the depths of the passageway, and Izuku focused, walking forward with clenched fists. The flickering lights and shattered pavement created a tense atmosphere. He reassured himself that he had faced worse challenges before. As he explored, he noticed grass growing through the cracks. Approaching a corner, he saw that all the store gates were locked. Suddenly, a hissing growl came from the left, and he spotted a red-furred beast leaping toward him. Izuku instinctively jumped back, narrowly avoiding the creature's attack. As he assessed the situation, he recognized the beast as a wolf with a metal lower jaw. He realized that this was why it was called Steel Fang. Though he had never fought before, he felt a surge of determination to stand his ground. As the wolf lunged again, Izuku dodged to the side, preparing himself for the battle ahead. He jumped backward, cartwheeled away, flipped, and landed on his head with his back against the metal wall. Izuku felt as if the world was upside down and tilted his head slightly. He pushed himself off the floor and effortlessly performed a perfect handstand. His body felt lighter than before. Pushing off the ground with his hands, he stood up and faced the beast, which was preparing for another attack. He pulled his fist back, recalling how he had nearly lost his life a few days ago. He was determined not to die now, not until he achieved his goals. With a fierce resolve, he smashed his fist into the wolf's metal jaw. The wolf's jaw slammed shut, and its body was thrown backward against the metal gates, crashing through them. He stumbled back slightly, raising his hand to see a soft green glow surrounding it, a small smirk forming on his face. Just as he expected, if he improved his stats, he would become powerful too. He would finally be able to attend 𝗧𝗵𝗲 after 10 long years of being quirkless. A growl snapped him out of his thoughts, forcing him to look down as the wolf emerged from the damaged shopfront. It was still stronger than he was, and he felt a surge of anger as the wolf charged toward him. Izuku rushed forward, meeting the wolf and throwing as many punches as he could without getting caught in its teeth. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, he leaped back, thinking about how he didn't have a weapon. His thoughts were interrupted when he had to jump away, narrowly avoiding a claw swipe that left a mark on his thigh. The beast crashed into the metal gate, creating a hole. He shouted for his inventory as a blue screen appeared next to him, just as the wolf clawed its way out of the metal hole. Scanning the weapons page, he noticed two sword icons. His hand rapidly reached into the screen, grabbing the handle of the second sword and pulling it out. This was his second reward from the other day. If he couldn't wield the sword of Omen yet, he would use an ordinary one. A simple blade appeared in his hand. Steel blade item rank, common type, sword attack. Izuku didn't have time to check his stats when the wolf attacked him again. He swung forward, using the beast's momentum to chop it in half. Its body landed behind him, splattering against the walls. An alarm sounded, announcing that he had defeated the 𝗕𝗏𝗯𝗹𝗶cie and leveled up. He exhaled, holding the sword in front of him as an unknown sound drew his attention down the hallway, where two more beasts appeared, their red eyes scanning the darkness. He challenged them, ready for a fight, and pulled the blade up, only to find the sharp end stuck in the floor. He hadn't swung that hard, had he? Grabbing the sword with both hands, he pulled just as the steel fangs closed in on him. As the wolves jumped at him, he shouted in frustration, ripping the sword free and slicing through the air in a matter of seconds. The first beast was cut on the side, while the second one clamped down on the blade with its sharp teeth. Izuku swallowed hard as the creature locked eyes with him. He quickly brought his knee up, hitting the creature's chest and sending it into the air. He removed the blade from the wolf's mouth and cut it in half. The first wolf stared at its fallen partner before focusing on Izuku, who stood tall. He remarked that the monsters were weaklings, confident that even Katsuki could handle them. The beast lowered itself and disappeared into the shadows, leaving only its glowing red eyes behind. Izuku pulled up his stat sheet, noticing that each stat level had increased by 1 and that he had unlocked the skills faction. Status name: Izuku Midoriya level 2 alias, none HP, 200/205 MP, 175 strength, 20 vitality, 11 agility, 11 intelligence, 11 sense, 11 skills passive, muscularity, 1 active, sprint, 1 fatigue, 3 remaining points. 1 He realized he had already allocated all his points to strength. Despite that, every time he leveled up, each stat increased by 1. Clearing the daily quest granted him 3 stat points, and leveling up added 1 more, totaling 5 points. Taking a deep breath, he tried to keep the information organized in his mind since he didn't have his notebook with him. Monster hunting and leveling were more effective ways to obtain stat points. He wondered how much stronger he became with each stat point. Were his stats balanced? He looked down at the 2 bodies of the monsters that had attacked him. Approaching them, he carefully touched one of the jaws and pulled out a tooth, revealing information about it. Raiken's Fang item rank, none type, jump description, a large and sharp fang of a Raiken. Note: you can keep it in your inventory or sell it in the store. He noted that there was even a store here. As he spoke, the store screen appeared next to him while he knelt over the dead creature. He pressed the buy button, but the system notified him that he was not of high enough level to make a purchase. New players couldn't use this function, so he pressed the sell button and confirmed. 20 gold. He wasn't sure how much it was worth since it wasn't cash. This was a dungeon. He sighed before standing up, realizing he couldn't leave until he defeated the boss. He always had the return crystal, but he doubted he could use it if he activated it. Despite the complexity of the situation, a smirk spread across his face. This was his quirk, and he felt a surge of determination as he looked at the blade with BLD running down it. He could do this. A low growl echoed from the end of the hallway leading to the station's deeper levels. Izuku turned to see a lone wolf with crimson eyes glaring at him, followed by multiple crimson eyes appearing behind it, all moving toward him. He tightened his grip on the blade and stared at each of them, reminding himself that there was nothing to fear. He had already faced death before. With a burst of energy, he lunged forward at the same time as the wolves charged. Izuku attacked fiercely, mixing green and blue energy with each strike, slicing through one wolf after another. When a wolf appeared behind him, biting his jacket, he swiftly slashed backward, eliminating the threat. He declared that he would not die that easily and glared at the remaining wolves, challenging them to fight harder or risk his disappointment. His eyes glowed blue as he prepared to attack with determination. The world around him was a battlefield. He took down 3 wolves before confronting more. With everything on the line, he thought about the harsh reality that the weak had no right to life as he dispatched another beast. A wolf lunged at his arm, but he swiftly countered, cutting it down. He was resolute that only the strongest would survive. With a powerful strike, he brought his weapon down on another wolf, feeling the weight of his mission. If he were to fall today, he would never become a hero or save anyone. He moved toward the monsters, pulling his blade from the fallen beast. No longer would he keep his head down like a weakling. He swung his sword in front of him, gripping the handle tightly with both hands. If he could grow stronger, he would follow the rules to achieve that goal. With a fierce yell, he dashed forward, ready to engage. Moments later, the hallway was filled with the remnants of the beasts he had defeated. As he advanced, he felt the remnants of battle on his skin. He stepped into a wide space where the gates loomed ahead. Turning his head, he saw a wall of darkness with crimson eyes staring back at him, waiting for a chance to strike. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. He unlocked a new skill, Kyoken, a powerful technique that temporarily doubled his abilities. It was a risky move, consuming stamina and mana, but it could give him the edge he needed. He examined his inventory, noting the wolf fangs, worn daggers, traveler's clothes, and the hearthstone, a crystal that could transport him back. He contemplated retreat but dismissed the thought. There was no guarantee he would find another opportunity to grow stronger. The random box had given him a chance, and he was determined not to let it slip away. He continued to navigate through the fallen beasts, scanning the area with newfound clarity. For the first time, he could explore his quirk without fear. The blue glow of his eyes illuminated the darkness as he pressed on. He noticed the names of the monsters changing color, indicating their strength. Each level he gained made the battles slightly easier. He dispatched a massive baboon and a black panther, noting the significance of their names. The color change indicated their strength: white for weak, orange for strong, and red for formidable foes. He felt a shiver at the thought of facing something truly powerful. The once orange wolves had turned white, a sign of his growing strength, yet he remained cautious about what lay ahead. As he approached a foggy stairway overgrown with grass, he sensed the power of the creature lurking below. His level had stagnated, and he knew he had to be careful. He accepted that if he continued to fight recklessly, his sword would eventually fail him. With determination, he descended into the darkness, the silence amplifying his thoughts. The staircases felt longer than usual, and when he reached the bottom, he was taken aback by the flooded area and rampant vegetation. Suddenly, he sensed a presence to his left and drew his blade just in time to block a sudden attack. The force of the blow sent him crashing against a pillar, which cracked under the impact. He coughed, struggling to regain his breath, and noticed the damage above him. As he prepared for another strike, he realized his sword had broken. He stood up, disbelief etched on his face as he faced a massive snake, its name appearing above its head, 𝗵𝗃, the sapphire serpent. The enormous serpent loomed over him, its scales glinting ominously. He gripped the broken sword like a dagger, knowing that a direct attack would be futile against its hardened exterior. As the snake lunged, he dodged to the side, but his attempts to strike were met with failure. He needed a swift and powerful attack to penetrate its defenses. The serpent's bright red eyes and gleaming teeth were a reminder of the danger he faced. As the creature moved, he braced himself, preparing for the next move in this deadly dance. He pressed his forearm against the edge for stability. Izuku thought about the danger he faced, feeling the weight of the moment. He gritted his teeth, determined to stop the ongoing attack, but the snake swept its tail upward, shifting his block. The snake moved with the speed of a viper, ramming its body into him, causing him pain. Eventually, it paused, and he landed on his hands and knees, groaning. He reflected on his strength, feeling frustrated. He had thought he had become a little stronger, but he still felt lacking. How much stronger did he need to be to escape from his past as the weakest? He gripped his sword tightly just as the snake's mouth and head were inches away. His blade collided with the snake's metal fang, breaking both and sending sparks flying. The snake continued its assault until its tail struck Izuku in the back, sending him face first into the concrete wall, causing cracks to spread throughout the surface. Izuku stumbled, his vision blurred. The impact echoed through the structure, and his body screamed in agony, but he could not afford to rest. He forced himself up from his knees, his trembling fingers bracing against the broken wall. As he stood, memories flooded his thoughts, each one a scar on his soul. He remembered the accident that had taken his parents when he was 6, leaving him alone in a world that seemed determined to break him. He recalled the taunts and insults from his fellow students who mocked him for being quirkless and different. Their words echoed in his mind, telling him he would never be a hero, that he was just a useless Deku. He gripped his fist, knuckles white with exertion. His thoughts turned to All Might, the symbol of peace, who had once told him to give up on his dream of becoming a hero. Those words hurt more than any injury, feeling like a betrayal from the person he admired most. Then there was Bakugo, his childhood friend and tormentor, who had always been stronger and had made sure Izuku knew it. He remembered the times Bakugo had nearly hurt him, aggressively using his explosive quirk. Izuku thought about how pure strength could overwhelm any opponent, how fear could make someone falter. He had been ignored because he was weak. He didn't realize that his eyes had turned ice blue instead of their usual bright green, and a faint red aura surrounded him. He sprinted forward, and the snake followed with its mouth open and fangs ready. Izuku dodged and slashed at the snake's abdomen, tearing through its scales. The snake struck past him, and he jumped as its head reached him. He dodged left again, but this time the snake turned its head and snapped at his hand, forcing him to drop his sword. He growled fiercely, declaring that he was not afraid. The red aura around him grew larger as a menu appeared, indicating a skill activation. He wrapped his arms around the snake's neck, just behind its head. His muscles strained as he squeezed, feeling the scales give way beneath his fingers. The sound of cracking scales echoed in his ears as he tightened his grip. The snake attempted to throw him off, rising into the air, but he held on. It slammed him against the ceiling, causing him to bleed, yet he refused to let go. He was determined to defeat it. As he crushed the snake's neck, it began to bleed. Alarms rang in his mind, indicating that he had leveled up. Izuku stood over the fallen serpent, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. Despite the pain and fatigue, he laughed, filled with pride and victory. He had demonstrated his strength, not just to the world, but also to himself. In a distant, shadowy place, a raven-haired figure stood beside a window, gazing out at the night landscape. The room was dimly lit, and shadows danced around him, drawn to his presence. A shadowy figure appeared behind him, kneeling respectfully. This figure was one of his most loyal and powerful shadows. The raven-haired man inquired about Izuku's progress, his voice soft yet commanding. The shadow lifted his head slightly, their eyes meeting. The raven-haired man's lips curled into a smirk, a rare expression that hinted at his satisfaction. He murmured that Izuku was making good progress. As he walked away from the window, he contemplated the next steps in his complex plans. They would meet soon. The shadow soldier vanished into the darkness, leaving the raven-haired man alone with his thoughts. He had been watching Izuku for some time, impressed by the young hero's potential and the challenges he had faced. Their paths were destined to cross, and he was curious to see how Izuku would handle the trials ahead. A sense of purpose filled the space around him. The world was vast, and the forces at play were more powerful than anyone could comprehend. Yet, certain threads in this grand tapestry were meant to intertwine. When they did, the consequences would be felt far and wide. His smile widened into a grin, determination fueled by the hope of what lay ahead. He thought of Izuku Midoriya and anticipated what he would accomplish next. Izuku was still in his hospital room, performing sit-ups to pass the time. His hair fell over his eyes as he rested his hands behind his head. After defeating the boss, he had received a new dagger and raised his stats. He reflected on his status, realizing how far he had come. The once frail-looking boy now resembled a work of art, each muscle defined and sculpted. Sweat rolled down his abdomen as he stood up, shifting the slide-out bed beneath the main hospital bed before beginning his push-ups. A growing puddle of sweat formed beneath him. The baby fat that had once puffed up his cheeks was gone, as were the weak noodle arms that Katsuki had mocked. Today was the day he would be discharged from the hospital. As he did his push-ups, he reflected on his past. He had once been known as the quirkless boy, the weakling who idolized heroes despite lacking any special abilities. But today, everything was different. Today, he was no longer quirkless. After completing his daily quest and changing his clothes, Izuku headed to the doctor's room. Shortly after, he received a slip from the doctor to excuse his absence from classes. Leaving the hospital, he made his way back to a small, modest apartment on the outskirts of the city, a place he had called home for years. This apartment, inherited from his late father, had been his sanctuary after enduring a series of hardships. His parents had tragically passed away when he was just 6, leaving him to navigate life alone. The orphanage, which should have been a refuge, had turned him away when it became evident he had no quirk. Life had been a constant struggle ever since. Unlocking the door, Izuku stepped inside. The apartment was tidy, a testament to his diligence and independence. He had learned to take care of himself out of necessity, which had shaped him into the resilient person he was today. He placed the doctor's slip on the small table in the living room and sighed. The room was filled with memories, both bitter and sweet. Pictures of his parents adorned a shelf, serving as a constant reminder of what he had lost and what he continued to fight for. Izuku made his way to the kitchen, his mind swirling with thoughts of the past and the future. As he prepared a simple meal, he reflected on his journey. Being quirkless had made him a target for bullies and an object of pity, but it had also fueled his determination. With the meal ready, he sat down at the small dining table eating, slowly and savoring both the food and the moment. For the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of peace. He was no longer the quirkless boy who had been abandoned and overlooked. He was Izuku Midoriya, the owner of a new quirk, and his journey was just beginning. After finishing his meal, Izuku cleaned up and headed to his bedroom. He lay down on his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind wandering to his parents and whether they would be proud of him. He hoped they could see him now and knew that despite everything, he had not given up. Sleep came slowly but peacefully. Izuku dreamed of a future where he stood among the greatest heroes, not just as an observer but as one of them. The path ahead was uncertain and filled with challenges, but for the first time in his life, he felt ready to face them head-on. The next day, Izuku yawned, his fluffy green hair a mess as he packed his bags for school, even though he didn't want to attend. He completed his daily quest, then cleaned up by taking a shower and cooking breakfast. He started working out towards his goals and developed a healthier diet. After finishing, he prepared for school. The corridors of 𝗓𝗪 Middle School buzzed with whispers and sidelong glances as Izuku quickly made his way to his classroom. He had noticed a shift in how others perceived him after the incident that changed his life. Now, holding the slip, he pushed open the classroom door. As he entered, everyone turned to look at him, but his expression remained cold and firm. His once plain appearance had transformed. His eyes were sharper, his body language more confident, and his demeanor colder. Whispers spread throughout the room, filled with surprise and curiosity. As Izuku walked slowly to the front, he handed the slip to the teacher without speaking. The teacher, taken aback by Izuku's changed appearance, asked what the slip was for. Izuku replied that it was the excuse the quirk specialist had given him for being late, his tone cold enough to make everyone flinch. Questions erupted from his classmates, eager to know about his new quirk. The teacher raised his hands, trying to quiet the students, and suggested they let Izuku explain. Turning to him, he expressed curiosity about the quirk since Izuku had previously been quirkless. Izuku, with a cold gaze sweeping across the room, stated that he wouldn't reveal the name of his quirk but assured them it was strong. He warned that if anyone tried to hinder his path to becoming a hero, they would regret it. A shocked silence followed his words. For years, Izuku had been the target of bullying, the quirkless boy they all looked down on. Now, he stood before them, not as a victim but as someone to be reckoned with. Some classmates shifted uncomfortably, feeling a chill at the intensity of his words. A few boys who had been quick to ask questions fell silent, sensing the change in his demeanor. Meanwhile, some girls couldn't help but blush at his newfound confidence and attractiveness. Regaining his composure, the teacher thanked Izuku and instructed the class to return to their work. Izuku took his seat, ignoring the comments and stares. As he sat down, his classmates continued to whisper among themselves, sneaking glances in his direction. Some expressed disbelief at how different he had become, while others admired his new, confident appearance. Among the reactions, Bakugo sat at his desk, a storm of emotions brewing inside him. He tightened his hands, his jaw set with a mix of rage, relief, and shock. Anger surged within him at the thought that Izuku had somehow gained a powerful quirk and dared to stand tall. Relief washed over him, knowing that despite everything, Izuku had survived the deadly blast from a few days earlier. He was shocked by Izuku's transformation, which was a far cry from the shy, quirkless Deku he had always known. Unable to contain his thoughts any longer, Bakugo leaned forward, his voice low but intense, questioning Izuku's newfound confidence. Izuku met his gaze with cold determination, stating that he was not there to prove anything to Bakugo. He had always aimed to be a hero, and now he had the power to make it happen. Bakugo gritted his teeth, his hands tightening even further as he processed the change in his former rival. His mind was in confusion, so he did not answer immediately. Meanwhile, conversations swirled around them. Some students admired Izuku's courage, while others exchanged uneasy glances, unsure how to react to the unexpected shift in dynamics within the classroom. A girl with wide eyes remarked on how serious he seemed, and her friend responded, slightly blushing, that they had never seen him like this before. A boy across the room leaned over to his friend, his voice barely audible, questioning whether Izuku's quirk was truly that powerful since he hadn't revealed what it was. Another boy muttered that he didn't care what it was. He just knew he didn't want to be on Izuku's bad side anymore. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. The teacher began the lecture, but the atmosphere remained tense. A few hours later, the bell for break rang, and students began to leave the classroom. Izuku moved slowly, his face set in an expression of cold determination. He was uninterested in trivial discussions or questions about his quirk. He had more important matters to consider. Katsuki, however, had different plans. He observed Izuku from the corner of his eye, his emotions simmering with anger. Unable to hold back any longer, he followed Izuku into the corridor, his steps heavy with intent. He called out to Izuku, his voice sharp and aggressive, breaking through the noise of students in the hallway. Izuku stopped but did not turn around immediately. When he finally did, his green eyes were cold, devoid of the warmth they once held. He asked what Katsuki wanted, his voice icy. Katsuki closed the distance between them in a few quick steps, grabbing Izuku's collar and pulling him close without warning. He demanded to know what Izuku's quirk was, questioning how he could show up with such a powerful ability and act superior. Izuku's expression remained neutral. In one swift motion, he grabbed Katsuki by the throat and pushed him against the wall, causing several students to gasp. The steely look in Izuku's eyes deepened as he leaned in, tightening his grip. He asked Katsuki why he cared about his quirk, pointing out that it must bother him that the useless Deku he once tried to defeat was now standing before him, stronger than ever. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he struggled against Izuku's grip, which was unyielding. He managed to choke out a strained insult, but Izuku's grip only tightened further, his face a mask of cold fury. Izuku reminded Katsuki that he was the one who had tried to harm him and then ran away, questioning why he should reveal anything now when Katsuki had never cared about him before. The hallway fell silent, students frozen in place as they witnessed the confrontation. The intensity of Izuku's words and actions left them speechless, wondering if he was speaking the truth. Katsuki's mind raced, emotions swirling within him. The rage and frustration he felt were countered by an unexpected sense of regret. Despite his bravado, he couldn't deny Izuku's comments. He had treated him with disdain for years, never acknowledging his worth. Faced with this new, powerful Izuku, he was unsure how to respond. Finally, Izuku released Katsuki, allowing him to breathe and slide down the. He stepped back, his expression darkening even more as he warned Katsuki to stay out of his way. He was no longer the same person Katsuki used to know. He had changed and would not let anyone hinder his path to becoming a hero. Katsuki coughed, rubbing his throat as he glared at Izuku. The hallway buzzed with whispers as students processed what they had just witnessed. Some were in awe of Izuku's strength, while others felt a newfound respect for him. Izuku calmly returned to his usual spot, eating and ignoring the murmurs around him. At lunchtime, a group of girls approached his desk, their giggles and curious looks indicating their interest in his transformation. One of the girls asked what it was like to suddenly have a quirk. Izuku looked up from his notebook, his expression still guarded, and simply replied that it was different. The girl pressed on, asking if he could show them what it did, but he shook his head, explaining that it was complicated. Another girl chimed in, saying he looked cool now, like a real hero. Izuku thanked her dryly before returning to his notes. The last bell rang, signaling the end of another school day. Students began to gather their belongings, chatting excitedly about their weekend plans. Izuku packed his bag quietly, his thoughts already focused on exploring another dungeon. The hallway buzzed with the usual post-class activity as students flowed out of classrooms, eager to start their holiday. As the classroom emptied, a girl with blue hair approached Izuku. Her name was Akari, and she had been his first crush in elementary school. However, she had turned into one of his bullies in middle school, joining others in mocking and belittling him. She called out to him in a surprisingly sweet voice, asking if they could talk for a minute. Izuku looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly as he recognized her. He asked what she wanted, his tone bitter. Akari shifted nervously, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. She apologized for how she had treated him before and asked if he would like to go out with her that weekend, suggesting they could start over. Izuku's expression remained cold, his eyes hardening as he looked at her. He told her to get lost. Akari's face flushed with anger and embarrassment as she retorted that he thought he was so great now just because he had a quirk, but he was still just a useless Deku. The word struck a nerve, and Izuku's eyes flashed with anger. He took a step closer to her, his presence suddenly intimidating, and asked what she had said in a low, menacing tone. Akari shivered in fear, her bravado crumbling under his intense gaze, stuttering that she hadn't said anything. Izuku's lips curled into a slight, humorless smile as he told her that he thought as much. He turned and walked away, leaving Akari there, frightened. The few remaining students in the classroom stood in shocked silence, some fainting from his imposing presence. After leaving school, Izuku returned to his apartment, cleaned it, and cooked dinner. He finished his schoolwork and went to bed. As he was about to sleep, he remembered something and leaned back while rubbing his eyes. He accessed his inventory, revealing his swords and goods, and noticed another random box waiting to be opened. A black box with a golden string wrapped around its center sat on Izuku's lap. He picked it up and opened it, golden lights engulfing his hand, revealing a steel key. This was the dungeon key, an uncommon item that allowed him to create a dungeon in a specific location. Despite the excitement, an uneasy feeling settled in his stomach as he planned his solo expedition. The stakes were high, and the unknown loomed large in his mind, but determination fueled him. He calculated the journey, muttering to himself about the travel time. He decided to take a bus, allowing him to reach the dungeon in 3 hours and return home afterward. The next morning, Izuku completed his daily quest, hoping to avoid any penalties. Once finished, he dressed in cargo briefs, a t-shirt, and his favorite green jacket. He made his way to the bus station, collected his ticket, and waited for the bus to arrive. While scrolling through the news feed, he pondered the monsters he might face in the new dungeon and questioned why it was so far from home. After 3 hours of traveling through the countryside, he checked his phone and noted the time. Feeling optimistic, he looked around and spotted an abandoned factory, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. He jumped the gate, landing smoothly on the other side, unaware that he was being followed. Finding the entrance to the tall, incomplete building, he pulled out his key and opened the gate, causing a large blue portal to spark to life. Just as he was about to enter, someone grabbed him. Izuku broke free and jumped into the portal, with the figure following closely behind. They both fell through the portal into a dark cave, where Izuku caught a glimpse of the men who had pursued him. A fire lit up the cavern, revealing the 6 men who had been chasing him, all grinning as they realized they were now underground. Izuku glanced back at the portal, still open, and thought about the situation. The leader of the group grinned and claimed the area as their territory, explaining that they had already chased off the workers. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the cave, suggesting that something was approaching. Izuku urged the group to work together to escape, or they would all face danger. The men finally took notice of their surroundings, realizing they were in a network of caves. They turned to see the portal still glowing in the dark. One of the men questioned Izuku about his quirk, while their leader pulled him to his feet. Izuku explained that they could use their quirks freely to escape. He encouraged them to work together, suggesting that they could win and leave. The fire user wasted no time, unleashing flames that shot upward, while the others used their quirks to fend off the approaching insect monsters. Izuku watched in awe as the group worked in unison, effectively eliminating the threats. He felt a flicker of hope amid the chaos, but when a bug monster crawled closer, he kicked it away, leaving only its legs behind. The leader created a shield to draw the insects toward him, showcasing their impressive teamwork. After a fierce battle, they managed to defeat all the bugs, breathing but grinning at their success. Izuku observed the grotesque remains of the creatures, noting their unsettling features. One of the men expressed enjoyment in being able to use their powers without being labeled as villains, while the leader remarked on the thrill of the experience. Izuku reminded them that their mission was not yet complete, explaining that he needed to defeat the boss monster before they could leave. He pointed back at the open portal, offering them the option to escape if they wished. Curiosity piqued, they followed him deeper into the caves, where they discovered thick webs creating an entrance. Some of the insects they had encountered earlier were wrapped tightly in the threads. Izuku suggested they proceed quietly, as they might be nearing the boss room. After a few more minutes of walking, they stumbled upon a room filled with glittering treasure. Izuku blinked in surprise, noting that the station dungeon had nothing like this. One of the men exclaimed in awe, kneeling to pick up a handful of gold coins, while another marveled at a chest overflowing with jewels. The leader estimated the treasure's worth, turning to Izuku for his opinion. Izuku admitted it was his first time seeing such riches and speculated that this must be the real treasure of the dungeon. The leader smiled, suggesting they split it evenly, but reminded the group that they needed to deal with the boss first. Where is it? Izuku realized that once the boss was defeated, they had a limited time before the dungeon closed. He looked upwards, frowning as he spotted the boss. Pointing up, he directed everyone's attention to the 8 eyes staring down at them. Izuku muttered to himself about his dislike for spiders as a giant spider lay in wait, surrounded by webs. Kenji was about to scream, but Ryo, the fire user, quickly covered his mouth, noting that it seemed to be asleep. Akihiko stepped back, relieved, and suggested it was the best chance to move the treasure. Izuku shrugged, unsure of their plans, but he had an idea. Akihiko remarked that their friend could create any tool he wanted but had run off after seeing the spider, which he found understandable given its creepy nature. He reassured the group that they would retrieve him and instructed them to wait and ensure the boss didn't wake up. Although Akihiko's overly cheerful demeanor made Izuku uneasy, he nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the treasure emitted some light, so as Ryo joined the group, Izuku wasn't left in darkness. He closed his eyes and listened intently. Akihiko instructed Ryo to block the entrance to the boss room, his voice carrying enough for Izuku to hear. Izuku thought about their greed as an explosion caused the entrance to cave in. He felt a surge of power in the room as he looked up, seeing the spider begin to stir. Staring at the creature, he observed as it landed on the floor and opened its mouth to roar, revealing its terrifying form, Arachner the Devourer. Izuku noted that he didn't know spiders could roar, and with a quiet determination he prepared for the fight. Taking a deep breath, he activated the skill Kaioken, feeling a rush of power coursing through him. His muscles bulged, and his senses sharpened, making the world seem to slow as his stats doubled, enhancing his strength, speed, agility, and endurance. Sensing the change in its opponent, the spider lunged at Izuku, its massive fangs dripping with venom. With blinding speed, Izuku dodged to the side, feeling the air rush past him as the spider missed. He countered with a swift strike using 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗔𝗓𝗃, aiming for one of the spider's legs. The blade cut deep, and the spider screeched in pain, its limb twitching as the effects of the venom took hold. Izuku taunted the spider, feeling a surge of confidence despite the adrenaline coursing through him. The spider reared back, its eyes glowing with malice as it spun webs furiously, trying to ensnare him. But Izuku was faster, activating sprint before deactivating Kaioken for safety. His movements became a blur as he darted around the room, slashing at the spider's legs whenever he saw an opening. He muttered to the oversized creature, challenging it to show its true strength. The spider lashed out again, using its remaining legs to swipe at him. Izuku dodged and weaved, his agility allowing him to evade the deadly strikes. With each dodge, he retaliated with precise cuts, weakening the spider further. Just when he thought he had the upper hand, the spider unexpectedly reared up and spat a glob of venom directly at him. Caught off guard, Izuku barely managed to shield his face with his arm, feeling the venom burn through his sleeve and sear his skin. Ignoring the pain, he channeled all his strength into one final, powerful strike, activating Kaioken once more. He leaped into the air, the dagger gleaming in the dim light. With a mighty swing, he drove the dagger deep into the spider's head, piercing through its exoskeleton. The spider let out a final, ear-piercing screech before collapsing, its legs twitching in its last moments. Izuku landed beside it, breathing heavily, his body aching from the strain of Kaioken and the venom's burn, but he sensed something was off. A sudden chill ran down his spine as he realized the fight wasn't over. The spider's body convulsed violently, and it emitted a gurgling screech as dark energy enveloped it. Its wounds began to close, and its eyes glowed even brighter. Izuku couldn't believe it. The creature had a second form. The spider, now larger and more menacing, shed its damaged exoskeleton, revealing a new, darker shell underneath. It reared up, its legs cracking the ground beneath it, and let out an earth-shaking roar. The treasure around the room pulsed with a sinister light in response to the spider's transformation. Gripping 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗔𝗓𝗃 tighter, Izuku steeled himself for the renewed battle. The spider lunged forward with blinding speed, its massive fangs aimed directly at him. He dodged to the side, but the creature anticipated his move, slashing at him with one of its front legs. Izuku barely managed to block the attack with his dagger, the force sending him skidding backward. Determined not to let it gain the upper hand, he activated sprint to close the distance, darting around the spider and slashing at its legs, hoping to weaken its mobility. The blade's effects were working, paralyzing the spider's limbs and causing it to bleed, but its newfound resilience made it a tough opponent. As Izuku continued to slash at the spider's legs, he noticed dark veins pulsing with energy across its body, converging at a central point on its back. Realizing that must be its weak spot, he formulated a plan. He needed to create an opening to strike that weak point by disabling more of the spider's legs. Focusing on his attacks, he used Kaioken to double his strength and speed once more, feeling the immense power surge through him. Each strike of 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗔𝗓𝗃 was precise and powerful, severing one of the spider's legs. The spider screeched in pain, losing balance as it struggled to compensate for its missing limb. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku leaped onto the spider's back, aiming for the pulsating weak spot. But the spider wasn't done yet. It thrashed wildly, trying to throw Izuku off. One of its legs managed to catch him, sending him flying into the cave wall. Izuku groaned, feeling the impact reverberate through his body. He struggled to his feet, blood trickling down his forehead. He thought about finishing the fight, his vision blurry but his determination unwavering. The spider, sensing its prey was weakened, lunged again. But this time, Izuku was ready. As the spider closed in, he activated Kaioken to its maximum, pushing his body to the limit. The world slowed down around him, his senses heightened to the extreme. He dodged the spider's attack with lightning speed, maneuvering under its body and driving Rasaka's fang deep into its underbelly. The blade pierced through the thick exoskeleton, and the spider let out a deafening scream. Izuku twisted the dagger, causing the venom to spread rapidly through the creature's body, amplifying the bleeding effect. The spider staggered, its movements becoming sluggish. Izuku pulled the dagger out and, with a burst of energy, leaped onto its back once more. He drove 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗃 into the weak spot with all his might, feeling the blade sink deep into the pulsing vein. The spider convulsed violently, its death throes shaking the entire cave. Dark ichor spewed from its wounds, and its eyes dimmed. Izuku stood on the spider's back, breathing heavily, his body trembling from the exertion. He felt the effects of Kaioken wear off, muscles screaming in protest. Just as he thought the fight was over, the spider let out a guttural roar, its body surging with dark energy one last time. He realized the spider still had some fight left and knew he needed something more powerful to finish it off for good. Fortunately, the system was always on his side. He unlocked a new skill, Kamehameha. The Kamehameha was an energy attack that channeled the user's mana into a concentrated beam of immense power. Known for its destructive force and versatility, it was one of the most iconic and formidable skills in existence. Developed by a great martial artist, it represented mastery of one's energy and showed the wielder's will and strength. Izuku whispered the name of the skill to himself, feeling a surge of power gathering between his palms. He took a deep breath, focusing all his remaining energy on the technique. As the spider lunged at him with newfound fury, he brought his hands together at his side, feeling the energy ball grow larger and stronger. The spider was almost upon him, but he stayed strong, waiting for the right moment. As it prepared to attack, he threw his palms forward, unleashing all of his energy in a blue blinding beam of pure power. The Kamehameha wave shot forth, illuminating the entire cave with its brilliant blue light. The energy beam collided with the spider, engulfing it in an explosion of raw power. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the cave, causing rocks and debris to rain down from the ceiling. The spider let out a final ear-piercing scream as the Kamehameha wave tore through its body, disintegrating it from the inside out. The dark force that had once powered the beast vanished, leaving only the lifeless remains of a terrifying enemy. When the light finally faded, Izuku stood in the aftermath, breathing heavily. His body ached, and he felt the toll of using such a powerful technique for the first time. But he knew it was worth it. The spider was defeated, and the dungeon's threat was finally neutralized. He breathed out calmly while walking away from the fallen boss, accepting status recovery from the daily quest. He leveled up multiple times, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He reflected on the situation, wondering what might have happened if he had taken the daily request reward. Curiosity led him back to the beast, and he carefully examined the area beneath the boss's head, discovering a unique kind of crystal. He thought about how he could sell these, noting they were one of a kind. As he rubbed his cheek, he accidentally smeared more BLD on himself. Leaning against the chest, he suddenly heard an explosion from outside the entrance. He realized he had forgotten about the group that had been after him. Checking his stats, he prepared for what was to come. The 8 men he had encountered earlier walked into the cave, their eyes widening at the sight of the defeated boss and the boy they had tried to kill. One of them spoke up first, expressing disbelief that he was still alive. They exchanged shocked remarks, questioning how he had managed to defeat the boss alone. One of them smirked, acknowledging that he had underestimated Izuku. Another asked what they should do next, and their leader responded with a sinister grin, indicating they would kill him. Izuku lowered his head slightly, contemplating the situation. He kept his expression neutral as he realized they were all contract killers. The group grinned at his question, each preparing their weapons. The leader had a shield at the ready. Izuku thought about how unfortunate it was to waste such a quirk on someone like him when a notification suddenly appeared. An emergency quest had been issued, instructing him to eliminate nearby entities that intended to harm him. If he failed to complete the quest, a penalty would be imposed. He read the details multiple times, his eyes widening in disbelief. What was happening? A sense of dread filled him as he realized the gravity of the situation. Before he could process his thoughts, an attack from a flame quirk user struck him squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the opposite side of the boss room. Akihiko suggested they collect the treasure and leave quickly, fearing they might become trapped. Izuku lay among the broken rocks, his green eyes vacant as he grappled with his thoughts. Why had he forgotten the harsh realities of this world? It prioritized survival above all else. His hand clenched around the damaged rocks, recalling the years of torment he had endured. Each day, he had walked into school bearing the marks of his struggles, with no one to help him. He slowly sat up, realizing he had mistaken the dungeons for a safe haven. The quest before him was clear. He had to eliminate the enemies. No longer feeling dread, he understood that his quirk was compelling him to fight. If he didn't act, he would be the one to perish. Blood trickled down his forehead, and he crushed the rock in his hand, acknowledging the grim reality he faced. His quirk was not going to make him strong, but he was determined to confront the enemies ahead. Hiroshi expressed surprise that Izuku was still alive, while Akihiko and Kenji commented on the situation, unaware of the darkness that was beginning to envelop Izuku. Izuku advanced toward the 6 men, his demeanor cold and resolute. One of the enemies, smirking, approached him, attempting to belittle him. Izuku calmly clarified that he was not the one in trouble. As he stated that there were only 6 of them, his right hand glowed with a blue light, signaling the power he was about to unleash. In a swift motion, he struck, and the first enemy fell, leaving the others in shock. Counting off his victories, he noted that 1 enemy had been eliminated. The remaining gang members were in disarray, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Izuku gripped his dagger tightly, blood still dripping from his chin as he acknowledged the weight of his actions. He had taken a life, but he understood that in this world, he had no choice but to fight for his survival. His sheltered life had been shattered, and he was no longer the weakling others could trample upon. His eyes burned with determination as he faced the enemies, ready to confront whatever came next. Akihiko warned his companions not to let their guard down, sensing the danger that Izuku posed. As Ryo prepared to attack, Izuku vanished in a blur, evading the oncoming blast. He swiftly countered, leaving Ryo in shock as he felt multiple cuts across his body before darkness enveloped him. The remaining enemies watched in horror as their friend fell. 2 opponents lunged at Izuku, but he skillfully avoided one while delivering a decisive blow to the other. The second attacker attempted to strike from the side, but Izuku turned the attack against him, incapacitating him swiftly. The remaining enemies were paralyzed by fear and confusion as Izuku moved with lethal efficiency, dispatching them one by one. Akihiko, witnessing the swift downfall of his companions, realized the extent of Izuku's hidden skills. Izuku approached, ready to confront the last standing enemy, his determination unwavering. Akihiko had not anticipated the defeat of all his friends. He glared intensely at the green-haired man, a red aura enveloping him as his shield turned crimson. He was filled with rage and a longing for revenge, charging forward with the intent to strike Izuku, only to find himself halted by a hand raised before his face. Izuku acknowledged Akihiko's fierceness and strength in a cold tone, but there was something crucial he needed to reveal. With a swift motion, he grabbed Akihiko's face and slammed his head backward against the ground, sending a shockwave through the area. Izuku was always leveling up. Akihiko looked up into icy blue eyes, recalling the appealing green eyes from their first meeting. A sense of horror washed over him as he began to cough. Confused, he lay on the ground, questioning what had just occurred. Had Izuku truly slammed him to the floor? He gazed up at the shadows obscuring Izuku's face, with only the cold blue glow of his eyes visible. Izuku's dagger rested at his side, poised for the final blow. Before taking action, Izuku demanded to know who had ordered Akihiko to kill him. Akihiko, now desperate, pleaded for his life, offering money and gold as a bribe. Izuku, unimpressed, questioned why Akihiko would seek mercy after attempting to kill him multiple times. Blood trickled down Akihiko's forehead, and he screamed in desperation, believing he would escape the consequences of his actions. Izuku's expression hardened as he assured Akihiko that no one would know what had transpired. In a swift, decisive movement, the dungeon fell silent. Izuku calmly wiped his knife clean and returned it to his inventory, reflecting on the state of his clothes, which were now stained and damaged. He realized he would need to buy new attire. After collecting some gold, Izuku stepped over the fallen bodies and made his way out of the crumbling dungeon. He noted the tremors around him, signaling that the dungeon was closing. As he reached the portal, it shut behind him, and a notification appeared before his eyes. The quest reward options flashed, and without hesitation, Izuku selected Accept. He was presented with additional rewards, including a new skill called Bloodlust, which would instill fear in his targets. As the skill integrated with his system, Izuku felt a surge of power. Exiting the structure, his footsteps echoed in the quiet evening air, a stark contrast to the dungeon's oppressive atmosphere. He took a deep breath, feeling the cool breeze fill his lungs, and thought about returning home. On the bus ride, the streets were unusually quiet. He reflected on the day's events, the battles fought, and the lives lost, feeling a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. A group of teenagers noticed his disheveled appearance, their expressions a blend of curiosity and concern. One girl, with pink skin, approached him, asking if he needed help. Izuku responded tersely, dismissing the conversation, and the group exchanged worried glances but chose not to press further. Upon reaching home, Izuku discarded his ruined jacket and headed straight to the bathroom. Under the hot shower, he let the water wash away the remnants of battle, watching as the red-tinged waters swirled down the drain. After drying off and changing into fresh clothes, he collapsed onto his bed, contemplating his new skill, Bloodlust. He sensed a dark energy simmering within him, recognizing its potential for future confrontations. As he closed his eyes, a small smile crept onto his face, acknowledging that he was one step closer to his goal. In the quiet of his room, he drifted into sleep, the world outside remaining oblivious to the events that had unfolded. It had been 4 months since Izuku had acquired his quirk, Ready Player One. The memories of the dungeon incident and the mercenaries haunted him, along with the mystery of their leader. He had completed several dungeons and raised his level 2 at school. His classmates noticed the change in him and kept their distance. He had surpassed Katsuki in class, achieving top grades, which annoyed Bakugo. Despite the tension, Bakugo and the others avoided direct confrontation, wary of the newfound aura of power surrounding Izuku. The teachers observed the shift in dynamics but chose not to intervene, hoping the situation would resolve itself. Sitting in class, Izuku felt the weight of his classmates' stares, their curiosity and fear palpable. He had become an enigma, his sudden rise in academic performance and physical ability a mystery. When the bell rang, signaling the end of the PRD, he overheard whispers about his achievements, noting how he had excelled without even using his quirk. As the class headed to the gym for the day's fitness test, Izuku sensed the familiar tension in the air. Bakugo was already there, glaring at him with intensity. The gym teacher's voice boomed, announcing that they would be testing their physical abilities, with no quirks allowed except in one-on-one scenarios. Izuku wanted to demonstrate his raw strength and endurance. The test began, and each student took their turn. Izuku moved through each station with ease, showcasing his training and self-control at every step. He sprinted in record time, excelled at push-ups, and shattered the long jump record. Bakugo watched, his frustration mounting with each of Izuku's achievements. By the time they reached the final test, his patience was wearing thin. The final test was a one-on-one combat drill. The students gathered around the mat, their excitement palpable. This was the moment they had been anticipating. The gym teacher called out the names, announcing that Midoriya and Bakugo were up next. Bakugo sneered, his hands crackling with explosive energy, declaring that he would force Izuku to reveal his quirk and prove he was the top dog. Izuku remained silent, his expression unreadable. His emerald eyes narrowed slightly as he gestured for Bakugo to bring it on, which only fueled Bakugo's anger. As the students gathered to witness the combat, tension filled the air. Izuku and Bakugo faced each other, the rest of the class eagerly watching. The instructor raised his hand and reminded them of the rules. No lethal force. The match began, and Bakugo wasted no time, launching himself at Izuku with explosive speed. He declared he would crush Izuku, his hands sparking with energy as he charged forward. Izuku, however, remained calm. As Bakugo approached, he sidestepped effortlessly, his movements precise. Bakugo's punch missed narrowly, and Izuku countered with a swift punch to Bakugo's stomach. The impact sent Bakugo crashing into the wall, creating a loud thud that echoed in the gym. The wall cracked, forming a spiderweb pattern, and Bakugo sank to the floor, gasping for breath in disbelief. The room fell silent, the only sound being Bakugo's laboured breathing. Izuku stood in the center, his posture relaxed yet his gaze unwavering. He remarked that he had shown Bakugo his quirk, which was hard work, something Bakugo should consider trying. Bakugo struggled to rise, his legs trembling. He vowed that this wasn't over and that he would uncover Izuku's secret. Izuku turned away, uninterested in further confrontation, stating that no amount of rage would change the fact that he had won fairly. Bakugo lay on the mat, breathless and bewildered. He had always considered himself the strongest. How could Izuku, whom he deemed a quirkless loser, have defeated him so easily? Izuku walked off the mat, leaving Bakugo to grapple with his thoughts. The gym teacher approached Izuku, complimenting his impressive improvement, to which Izuku responded with a nod, showing little emotion. Bakugo finally managed to stand, his eyes burning with a mix of anger and humiliation. He swore that he would find out what Izuku was hiding and prove he was still the best. Izuku glanced back, his expression unreadable, wishing Bakugo good luck with his quest before departing. Later, while on his daily run through the woods, Izuku sensed someone watching him. He was alone in the middle of the forest, and the presence felt strong. He maintained his pace, thinking about the 6 months until you. As he reached the center of a field, he slowed down, stretching while keeping an eye on the treeline. Feeling the presence still lingering, he decided it was a good spot to test the waters. He pulled out a wooden key and opened a large portal, wondering if his follower would take the bait. He stepped inside, disappearing from sight. The assassin, having observed from his perch, approached the portal, a faint smile crossing his face. He pondered whether Izuku was a warper and waited for a moment before his curiosity compelled him to step through the gate into a dark cave. He realized why the sense had vanished at the factory site. Following the cave, he arrived at an open area filled with the remains of goblins. The sight fascinated him. Lowering himself, he examined the dead goblins and noticed a light further down the cave. Staying invisible, he moved cautiously until he spotted Izuku waiting for him. Izuku questioned why he was being followed, his gaze fixed on the assassin. The assassin, intrigued, moved slightly, and Izuku's green eyes tracked his every motion. Izuku acknowledged that he knew he had been followed for weeks and demanded to know why. He noted that the assassin was not invisible but rather seemed to erase his presence. The assassin, now visible, introduced himself with a calm tone, spinning a knife in his hands. He revealed that he had tracked Izuku from the factory and asked where they were. Izuku assessed the situation, recognizing the assassin's attire as that of a former apprentice of 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and knew he had to be cautious. Izuku explained that they were in a creation of his quirk, a goblin dungeon, typically easy to navigate but dangerous if surrounded. He pointed to the mangled bodies as evidence. The assassin revealed he had been hired to find someone Izuku might have killed, but reassured him that he was not a hero, just a paid assassin. He inquired about the incident. Izuku admitted it was in self-defense, explaining that the goblins had attempted to kill him multiple times. The assassin found this fascinating but then revealed that he had been contracted to kill Izuku by the same person. He pulled out a second knife, expressing regret that their paths had crossed under such circumstances. As both men prepared for a confrontation, they raised their blades, ready to fight. Izuku noted the saying that curiosity killed the cat, to which the assassin replied that satisfaction brought it back. The assassin lunged forward, throwing one of his blades at Izuku, who dodged and countered with a strike of his own, blocking the attack and throwing the assassin across the cave. The assassin acknowledged Izuku's speed, intrigued by his lack of interest in the fight. "What kind of strength are you hiding?" Izuku moved forward, moving the blade toward Maki, but halted as Maki began to split into two figures. The one in front of Izuku vanished. Maki acknowledged Izuku's speed, noting how fast he was. Izuku, feeling the pressure, glared to the side before launching another attack. The blades clashed loudly, metal striking metal. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 posed a question about Izuku's hidden strength, recalling a previous encounter where he had seen Izuku's power. He taunted Izuku, suggesting that he could easily intimidate his opponents if he unleashed his true abilities. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 then prepared to dual-wield his knives, offering to teach Izuku a lesson he had learned through experience. Izuku, focused on the fight, questioned 𝗵𝗃𝗲's motives, wondering why he was trying to kill him. He observed 𝗵𝗃𝗲's psychotic grin and felt a chill run down his spine. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 responded with a teasing remark, explaining that he was not doing this for fun but was motivated by the brother of a person Izuku had defeated in a previous dungeon. The tension in the dungeon grew as both men prepared to strike. The assassin moved first, faster than before, but Izuku countered 𝗵𝗃𝗲's dagger with his own. They exchanged fierce glares as their daggers sparked against each other. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 remarked on the futility of Izuku's situation, claiming it was pitiful that he would die alongside the goblins. Izuku retorted, suggesting that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was equally pitiful for his actions. They both kicked off from each other, escalating their attacks as the fight intensified. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 expressed surprise at meeting someone of his caliber, laughing maniacally, while Izuku noted their similar speed and resolved to end the fight quickly. As they maneuvered through the cave, Izuku lost his footing slightly, and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 seized the opportunity to strike. Izuku felt the impact of 𝗵𝗃𝗲's attacks but managed to protect his vital areas. He slid backward, breathing, while 𝗵𝗃𝗲 commented on his durability, surprised that Izuku was still standing. Izuku, feeling the weight of the situation, requested that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 lower his killing intent, his focus shifting to the ground. A quest notification appeared in Izuku's mind, urging him to eliminate the threat nearby. He realized his quirk was sensitive to killing intent, and as he lifted his head, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 noticed a darker blue glow in Izuku's eyes, indicating a surge of power. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, eager to demonstrate his abilities, activated his quirk and seemed to vanish. Izuku quickly readied himself, listening intently as he raised his blade to defend against the incoming attack. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was impressed that Izuku had blocked his strike despite using his quirk, praising his heightened senses. He explained that his quirk allowed him to erase his presence entirely, making him undetectable. However, he took advantage of the moment to strike, injuring Izuku's ankle and forcing him to kneel. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 taunted Izuku about the limitations of his frail body and questioned how long it would take for his wounds to heal. In response, Izuku interrupted, stating that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 talked too much. He activated a recovery skill, his body glowing with green and golden light as his wounds healed, leaving only torn clothing. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was taken aback, astonished by Izuku's rapid recovery and questioning the nature of his quirk. Izuku, feeling the pressure of the fight, realized he needed a strategy to counter 𝗵𝗃𝗲's abilities. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, sensing Izuku's determination, prepared to unleash his full power. He sprinted forward, each step faster than the last, launching a series of attacks. Izuku deflected the blades, but 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was relentless, closing in for the final blow. Izuku, with his head down and green hair obscuring his vision, prepared to respond. As they charged at each other, Izuku activated a skill that enhanced his strength, causing his aura to glow bright red. The cave pulsed with energy, and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 felt a shift in the atmosphere, his confidence wavering as fear crept in. Izuku's speed surged, transforming him into a blur as he struck with precision and intensity. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 struggled to keep up, each clash of their weapons sending shockwaves through the cave. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 realized he had been poisoned by Izuku's dagger, feeling the effects take hold as he attempted to move but found himself immobilized. Izuku, breathing from exertion, noted 𝗵𝗃𝗲's predicament and prepared for the next move. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, despite his stealth, found it increasingly difficult to evade Izuku's relentless attacks, which continued to push him to his limits. He vanished again, but Izuku anticipated his next move and intercepted him mid-attack with a powerful blow. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 gasped, the wind knocked out of him as he crashed against the cave wall. Desperation flickered in 𝗵𝗃𝗲's eyes as he struggled to recover, his body battered and bruised. He accused Izuku of being a monster, blood trickling from his mouth, but then he declared that he would show Izuku something. Summoning the last of his strength, he lunged at Izuku, daggers aimed for a decisive strike. Izuku met 𝗵𝗃𝗲's gaze, his eyes burning an icy blue as shadows enveloped his form. The skill known as Bloodlust activated, freezing Maki in place. He looked down to find himself surrounded by a vast expanse of darkness. Confused, he looked back up, only to be confronted by a monstrous figure with white eyes. The shadows closed in around him, intent on suffocating him, while two blue eyes pierced into his own. A chilling sensation overwhelmed him as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He glanced down to see a blue blade piercing through his skin. Stammering, Maki questioned how this was happening, blood spilling from his mouth as he stared at Izuku, who was now cloaked in shadows. The blue in Izuku's eyes deepened as the shadows dissipated, leaving only the two of them. Maki slumped against the wall, the dagger embedded in his chest. He accepted his fate, acknowledging that he would die because he had lost. Blood flowed from his wound and mouth. Izuku stood over him, contemplating his final question about who was behind this. Maki's eyes sparkled with a strange amusement as he spoke of a message that must be delivered, even if it came through the edge of a blade. He hinted that for one who seeks the light, the truth is hidden in plain sight. As he uttered his last words, he coughed up. Izuku's mind raced, trying to decipher the riddle. The truth hidden in plain sight. What could that mean? He reflected on his recent encounters, piecing together the puzzle until it struck him. The principal of his school. It made sense. He recalled the principal's cold eyes behind a warm smile and how he often turned a blind eye to the bullying Izuku endured. Now, with his quirk, it seemed the principal viewed him as a threat, perhaps fearing exposure of past neglect. Maki's eyes flashed with a mix of surprise and approval as he acknowledged Izuku's cleverness. However, he warned that knowing the truth would not save him. Izuku's jaw tightened in determination. They would see about that. Maki laughed weakly, a hint of resignation in his voice, warning Izuku that he had no idea what he was getting into but that he would grow stronger. Izuku inquired how strong he could become. Maki replied that his shadow was connected to darkness, and he would become as strong as the depth of his shadow in the dark. An alarm sounded, indicating that Izuku had completed an emergency quest. Ignoring the warnings for the moment, he knew he had to eliminate the boss to close the portal. He ripped the blade from Maki's chest and headed toward the cave on the left. At the end, he found wooden doors leading to the boss room. After defeating the boss, Izuku stepped out of the portal just as it solidified and disintegrated. He sat down in the grass where he had begun the dungeon, lying back as the menu appeared. An alarm signaled that he had leveled up, and another indicated that he had reached the required level. He pondered the notion of a class evolution quest that had just arrived, considering whether to accept or refuse it. A class evolution. He wondered, recalling his status sheet. His status read, Name, Izuku Midoriya, Level, 40, Class, None, Alias, None, HP, 7500/7500, MP, 650/650, Strength, 95, Vitality, 60, Agility, 95, Intelligence, 53, Sense. His skills included Muscularity, Bloodlust, Sprint, and others, with one remaining point to allocate. He resolved to deal with the principal later, reminding himself that tomorrow was the weekend and he needed to prepare for the S-rank dungeon. He examined the key in his hand, which would grant him access to the demon castle. The next day, Izuku followed his daily routine and arrived at the location. He scrutinized the key before looking up at the abandoned tower. His black breathes and jacket may have made him appear like a delinquent, but he shrugged it off. No one was around the tower or inside it, which he considered a relief. He reached forward, pulled out his key, and opened the gate. A large red portal sparked to life, illuminating the tower's entrance with a crimson glow. As the portal opened, Izuku stepped through, summoning his dagger, uncertain of what awaited him on the other side. Inside, he found himself in the midst of a ruined cityscape, with burning buildings and rivers of molten lava creating a terrifying atmosphere. Smoke and ash filled the air, casting an eerie pall over the scene. Taking a deep breath, he gripped Venonazura's fang tightly, ready for the dangerous journey ahead. His keen senses detected several creatures lurking in the shadows of the city ruins. He whispered to himself, smirking slightly as he prepared for the battle ahead. The air was thick with heat and the smell of sulfur. As he advanced cautiously, his senses heightened. His sensing skill revealed multiple dangerous presences hiding in the shadows. It wasn't long before the first wave of minions attacked. From the flaming debris emerged a pack of hellhounds, their eyes glowing red and their bodies engulfed in flames. They snarled and lunged at him with ferocity. Izuku activated Sprint, his speed increasing significantly, allowing him to evade the hellhounds' assaults. With swift and precise movements, he struck with his dagger, each slash inflicting paralysis and bleeding effects. The hellhounds howled in agony, collapsing as their lifeblood drained away. One hellhound attempted to catch him off guard, clawing at his leg with its fiery claws. But Izuku reacted quickly, delivering a powerful slice that dispatched the creature. An alarm sounded, confirming that he had slain multiple hellhounds. As the last hellhound fell, he paused to catch his breath and assess the loot. He discovered several minor health potions and a piece of enchanted armor that provided some fire resistance. After selling the items from his inventory, he earned 10,000 gold coins from the loot of the hellhounds. As he scanned the flaming landscape ahead, he thought it was only the beginning. Izuku moved through the city, encountering more terrifying enemies. His next obstacle came in the form of demonic archers positioned on shattered buildings. Their arrows, filled with hellfire, rained down on him as he crossed the dangerous streets. Activating bloodlust, he generated fear in the archers, causing several of them to freeze in panic and drastically reducing their stats. He used Sprint to close the gap between them, leaping from rubble to rubble. One by one, he took them down, his dagger sparkling in the light of the fire. After defeating the archers, he obtained numerous enchanted arrows from their bodies, along with a special potion that temporarily increased his mana regeneration. He sold the items except the potion from his inventory, earning an additional 5,000 gold coins. Suddenly, an infernal golem rose from the lava, causing the ground to shake further into the city. This massive beast, formed of molten rock and lava, towered over Izuku, its eyes blazing with dangerous intelligence as it approached. He whispered to himself that this one would be tough. Igniting Kaioken, he felt a surge of power that doubled his strength, speed, and agility. The pressure was immense, but he knew he had to face it. The golem swung a massive fist at Izuku, but he dodged with increased speed. He aimed for the golem's joints, his blade barely piercing the creature's stone shell. The bleed effect proved ineffective against the stone and fire beast, but the paralyze effect limited its movement. Seeing an opening, he released a Kamehameha, sending a beam of powerful energy into the golem's chest. The impact left a crater in its torso, and the beast let out a roar before falling back. The golem retaliated with a swing of its arm, knocking Izuku into a burning structure. Gritting his teeth, he stood up, feeling the toll of Kaioken on his body. He knew he couldn't maintain this for long. With a final burst of speed, he charged toward the golem, aiming for the weak point in its chest. He drove his dagger deep into the crater, channeling a portion of his mana into the strike. The golem let out a deafening roar before disintegrating into a pile of rubble and molten rock. He received a notification of his victory and found a large mana potion and a rare enchanted amulet among the golem's remnants, which enhanced his overall attack power. He kept the potion in his inventory and sold everything else for 5,000 gold coins, pleased with the haul. After drinking the potion, his health and mana were restored. Moving deeper into the city, Izuku encountered a group of Inferno Knights. These armored warriors, their bodies covered in dark steel and flames, presented an overwhelming challenge. Each wielded a massive blade, shimmering with the heat of their infernal power. He mumbled to himself about the additional company and activated both Sprint and Bloodlust. A wave of fear swept through the Inferno Knights, creating hesitation and confusion. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed in with his dagger. His strikes were swift and accurate, targeting the joints and gaps in the knight's armor. The paralyzing effect impeded their movements, and the bleeding effect caused additional damage. Despite their intimidating appearance, they fell one by one to his relentless assault. After defeating them, he recovered several armor components and sold the items from his inventory for 8,000 gold coins. Izuku's journey across the devastated city had been challenging, but he sensed that the worst was yet to come. As he approached the city center, the air grew cooler, a strange chill piercing through the heat of the fires. This was the lair of the S-rank beast, the guardian of the city. The dragon lay coiled, its scales glowing ominously. As Izuku approached, the creature's eyes opened, and a low growl emanated from its throat. The name 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃, the infernal, appeared in BLD red, fitting for such a fearsome creature. The dragon's bright red eyes locked onto Izuku's burning blue gaze as they faced off. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward with sprint, dramatically increasing his speed as he closed the distance between them. He reached the dragon in an instant and struck at its tough scales with 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗃, but the blade failed to leave a mark. The dragon swiped at him with a massive claw, and Izuku leaped back just in time, feeling the rush of air from the powerful strike. Determined to be faster, he activated Kaioken, feeling energy flood his body. His muscles bulged, his senses sharpened, and his power doubled. The strain on his body was immense, but the boost was worth it. With renewed strength, he dashed forward again, aiming for the dragon's underbelly. His blade cut cleanly, but 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃's skin was as tough as titanium. The venom and bleeding effects of 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗃 did not work as expected. The dragon was incredibly durable. Letting out a roar, 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃 unleashed a torrent of flames. Izuku rolled to the side, narrowly escaping the burning flames that singed his clothes, but he pressed on. Gathering more mana, he launched a Kamehameha, a dazzling ray of energy aimed squarely at the dragon's chest. The impact was significant, knocking the dragon back a few steps, but it recovered quickly. The dragon's scales shimmered with the heat of the blast, yet it remained unharmed. Realizing his current strategy was ineffective, he searched for a weakness. 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃 lunged forward, opening its jaws wide. Izuku dodged, but the dragon's tail swung around, striking him in the side and sending him crashing into a building wall. Pain coursed through his body, but he forced himself to stand. He reminded himself that he couldn't give up now. He had to keep fighting. Reactivating sprint, he used his speed to stay one step ahead of the dragon's strikes. He slashed at the dragon's joints, underbelly, and wings, but its skin remained impervious. The enormous beast seemed unfazed by his dagger's paralysis and bleeding effects. 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃 roared again, and the temperature in the chamber rose drastically. The dragon's mouth blazed an orange crimson, ready to unleash another torrent of flames that would engulf the cavern. Izuku dashed out of the way, feeling the heat singe his clothes and scorch his skin. He narrowly avoided the worst of it, but the sheer power of the attack left him momentarily stunned. He thought about how 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃's fire was more powerful than anything he had ever encountered. He knew he had to be smarter and use every skill at his disposal. He activated Bloodlust, but 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃 dismissed the fear it instilled. Unfazed, Izuku charged in, aiming for the dragon's eyes. He dodged 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃's massive claw and rushed up, stabbing at the creature's face. His blade struck the dragon's eye, drawing BLD and eliciting a howl of pain and fury from 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃. The dragon raged wildly, throwing Izuku around and slamming him into the ground. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stand despite the pain coursing through his body. 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃 charged at him, and Izuku rolled out of the way just in time. He thought about how he couldn't keep this up much longer while checking his status. He needed to finish this quickly. HP 2000/8000 MP 200/700 fatigue 60. He activated Kaioken again, pushing his body to its highest level. The pressure was enormous, yet the surge of power gave him the strength he needed. He rushed forward, dodging 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃's strikes at lightning speed. He aimed for the dragon's legs, trying to cripple the beast, but 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃's skin was too tough. The dragon roared and unleashed another torrent of flames, forcing Izuku to retreat. He used sprint to maintain his distance and avoid the dragon's relentless attacks. 𝗲𝗃𝗄𝗃 struck the ground with such force that it turned into molten lava, sending debris flying toward Izuku, who couldn't evade it completely. The debris struck him, sending him crashing across the chamber. He collided with the wall, and a wave of pain surged through his right arm. Looking down, he was horrified to see that his limb was gone. He screamed, holding the spot where his arm had been, feeling dizzy as blood flowed from the wound. HP, 680/8000 HP, 475/8000. He gritted his teeth as his HP continued to decrease. HP, 308/8000 Alarm. As your health is below 30%, skill, Perseverance will activate. Damage taken will be reduced by 50%. Izuku's eyes followed the message as he read it. His jacket was bloodied, but he attempted to remain calm. He thought that even in dire circumstances, it would do everything in its power to keep him alive. It would be problematic for him to die. He activated status recovery. A warm, healing energy rushed through him, and he watched in awe as his arm began to restore. The pain subsided, and fatigue transformed into determination. He taunted the dragon, ready for the next round. 𝗲𝗂𝗏 roared, its eyes burning with rage. The dragon leaped at him, but Izuku was prepared. He activated Kaioken again, feeling the rush of strength. He dodged the dragon's claws and stabbed at its eyes, temporarily blinding it. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he gathered some mana and unleashed a massive Kamehameha, aiming straight at the dragon's chest. The beam of energy surged forward and impacted 𝗲𝗂𝗏 with incredible force. The impact cracked the dragon's scales, and 𝗲𝗂𝗏 let out a thunderous roar of pain. Izuku refused to give up, pouring all his effort into the onslaught. Finally, with one last furious push, the beam pierced the dragon's defenses. The massive beast crashed backward, its chest burning from the strike. 𝗲𝗂𝗏's eyes burned with stubborn rage. Though its skin was scratched and burned, it appeared more furious than weakened. Izuku realized he needed a different strategy. Brute force alone would not be enough to defeat such a powerful creature. 𝗲𝗂𝗏 roared again, unleashing another torrent of fire. Izuku sprinted to the side, narrowly escaping the inferno. He activated Kaioken once more, feeling the pressure on his body but knowing he needed more power. He ran forward, striking at the dragon's legs and underbelly, but his blade barely scratched its tough scales. He thought about finding a weak spot, scanning the dragon's body for any signs of vulnerability. Then he noticed it, a small, lightly glowing area on 𝗲𝗂𝗏's chest, where his previous attack had cracked the scales. That was it. He needed to hit that spot with everything he had. 𝗲𝗂𝗏 lunged at him, jaws snapping. Izuku dodged and rushed around the dragon, positioning himself for a direct attack at its weakest point. The dragon's tail spun around, and he barely managed to jump over it before rolling to his feet and accelerating forward. With an eruption of energy, he activated Kaioken to its full potential. The strain was painful, but he ignored it. He had to finish this now. Gathering all of his remaining mana, he charged a Kamehameha. He released the beam of energy directly at the glowing spot on 𝗲𝗂𝗏's chest. The beam struck accurately, hitting the weak area with incredible force. 𝗲𝗂𝗏 roared in pain as the impact destroyed the damaged scales. The dragon stumbled backward, its steps slowing. Izuku didn't relent. He sprinted forward, closing the gap and slicing the exposed flesh with 𝗵𝗔𝗧𝗔 𝗔𝗔. The dagger's venom took hold, and the dragon's movements slowed even further. Blood flowed from the wound, but 𝗲𝗂𝗏 was far from defeated. The dragon roared again, fire blazing at the corners of its mouth. It was preparing for another devastating strike, and Izuku knew he needed to act quickly. He activated Sprint again and charged forward, dodging the dragon's strikes with quick movements. He approached the dragon's chest and inserted 𝗵𝗔𝗧𝗔 𝗵𝗃 into the open wound. 𝗲𝗂𝗏 roared in pain as the blade sank deep. Izuku twisted the dagger, feeling the venom enter the dragon's flesh. The beast's motions became slower, and its roars more pitiful. But 𝗲𝗂𝗏 wasn't finished yet. With one last desperate attempt, the dragon tried to unleash a massive burst of fire. However, Izuku was faster. He channeled all of his remaining strength and mana into one final Kamehameha. The energy beam shot from his palms at point-blank range, striking the dragon's wound with devastating force. The combined power of the attack and the venom from the dagger penetrated 𝗲𝗂𝗏's defenses. The dragon let out one last, miserable roar before collapsing to the ground, its body motionless. Izuku fell to his knees, exhausted and in pain, but victorious. He had done it. He had defeated 𝗲𝗏𝗃, the infernal. Alarm. You have slain 𝗲𝗏𝗃, the infernal. You leveled up. 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 Izuku, sweating and kneeling, stared at the fallen dragon. A small smile appeared on his face as he stood up, his whole body shuddering. That had been very close. 𝗲𝗏𝗃 was more powerful than him in every way. A blue screen popped up, announcing a new skill unlocked, Blast Burn. Blast Burn was a destructive fire-based attack that focused the user's mana into a massive explosion of inferno. By striking the earth with enormous power, the user caused a gigantic blast that incinerated everything in the nearby area. The damage output was extremely high, capable of eliminating enemies within the blast radius, with a large area of effect that continued to burn. The mana consumption for this skill was significant. Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he realized the magnitude of his newfound ability. He checked his total gold and was thrilled to see it had doubled instantly. The system alerted him that he had completed the necessary quests to unlock classes, and he noted the time it took to clear the dungeon. Finally, after drinking some potions, Izuku was informed that he could choose a class based on the points he had obtained. He contemplated his options, considering his proficiency with a dagger. He thought that he might end up as a warrior due to his strength or an assassin because of his agility. With his powerful vitality stats, he even considered the possibility of becoming a tank. He was determined to grow stronger. As the system analyzed him, it began to create an artwork of his actions and potential. The messages revealed his prowess as a brave warrior who had faced formidable challenges. Izuku's eyes widened as he read about the two classes available to him. The descriptions painted a vivid picture of a ninja and a devil hunter, each with unique skills and attributes. The system continued to reveal his potential, and Izuku was engulfed in a bright blue light. He felt a tremendous rush of power coursing through him, as if every cell in his body was being infused with incredible energy. When the light faded, he looked down and gasped at his transformed appearance. His once green hair had turned a stunning snow white, and his left eye now glowed crystal blue, while his right eye remained its former green color. Izuku took a moment to process his transformation. He felt stronger, more powerful, and more in control of his skills than ever before. The combination of his ninja and devil hunter abilities had unlocked a new level of potential within him. He eagerly checked his class and new skills. His class was now ninja/devil hunter, with various bonuses that enhanced his abilities. The ninja skills included improved stealth, sharpened senses, advanced dagger arts, wall and tree climbing, and water walking. The devil hunter skills granted him increased resistance to damage, enhanced strength, faster regeneration, and mastery over swords and firearms. One of his active skills was the 𝗕𝗏𝗄 Sharingan, which improved his perception and allowed him to copy basic movements and techniques. He also gained the ability to perform powerful elemental techniques using mana, such as fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning styles. Although he felt a slight disappointment about some skills being locked, his excitement was palpable. He began bouncing on the ball of his feet, overwhelmed with delight as he felt the power flowing through him. Just as he was about to test his skills, a familiar screen popped up, indicating he had a chance to obtain an alias and 2 exclusive skills based on his achievements. As shadows loomed behind him, he turned to face the massive wall of shadows surrounding him. Instead of attacking, they paused, and he found peace in their presence. The system revealed that he had obtained the alias, Shadow Monarch, and as shadows poured into his skin, he felt lighter and more powerful than ever. Izuku's interest peaked as he examined the skill descriptions. The first skill, Shadow Extraction, allowed him to create shadow soldiers from lifeless bodies by drawing on their mana. However, the chance of failure increased with the target's strength and the time since their passing. The second skill, Save Shadow, enabled him to absorb these shadow soldiers for later use. He felt a chill run down his spine as he realized the implications of these powers. This felt like necromancy, a dark art he had heard stories about, where mages could resurrect the dead and control their spirits. It was a power that came with a heavy burden, often leading to madness and corruption. He hesitated, questioning whether he truly wanted this power. The system interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to accept or refuse the skills. The ability to command the dead was undeniably powerful and could turn the tide of any battle, but moral dilemmas weighed heavily on him. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he made his decision. He accepted the responsibility, believing that if this power could help him protect the weak, it was worth the risk. As he looked around, he noticed a shadow emerging from the dragon's body. The system confirmed that shadow extraction could be used on this target. He recognized that a necromancer was a commander-type role. After pondering a command phrase for shadow extraction, he settled on "arise." With determination, he knelt beside 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏's head, placing a hand on its cold scales. He expressed his respect for the dragon, acknowledging its strength and resilience. He promised that its power would be used to protect those in need. After a moment of silence, he activated shadow extraction, commanding 𝗲𝗏𝗏 to arise. A dark energy enveloped the dragon's body, swirling through its scales and bones. The chamber grew colder as shadows danced across the walls. Izuku watched in awe as 𝗲𝗏𝗏's vibrant red scales transformed into a shadowy black, absorbing the light and gaining a mysterious aura. Its massive wings shifted to a deep blue, radiating a menacing energy that illuminated the cave. The dragon's eyes, once filled with fiery intensity, now glowed with an otherworldly azure, piercing the darkness. The newly formed shadow dragon stood before Izuku, exuding strength and intrigue. He decided to name the dragon 𝗘𝗁, and watched as 𝗘𝗁 acknowledged his name with a low growl and a bow of its head. Izuku felt a connection with 𝗘𝗁 and gently touched its scales, expressing his hopes for their partnership. Suddenly, he remembered the sword he had stored in his inventory. He retrieved the Sword of Omen, a legendary weapon of immense power, crafted at the heart of a dying star and infused with magic. The sword had multiple forms, each retaining its mystical properties. As he marveled at the sword, he began to practice with it, executing a powerful overhead strike that cleaved through stone. He transitioned smoothly into a horizontal slash, maintaining balance and control. He followed with a series of diagonal strikes, each one purposeful and precise. With a thought, he transformed the sword into its katana form, executing swift arcs with deadly precision. His movements became more complex, incorporating spins and jumps, showcasing his growing mastery. He spun on his heel, delivering a powerful strike that sent a gust of wind through the air, cutting through the molten debris. Determined to explore the sword's capabilities further, he prepared to change its form again, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. He began with basic slashes and moves, the blade moving in swift, controlled arcs. His form was perfect, each strike executed with precision. As he continued, his movements became more complex, incorporating spins, flips, and acrobatic maneuvers. He shifted his weight effortlessly, maintaining perfect balance. In one fluid motion, Izuku flipped backward, the dagger glinting in the fire as he brought it down in a powerful, controlled strike. He wanted to test more, but the menu screen appeared, indicating the completion of the dungeon and the impending collapse. Izuku expressed his eagerness to his companion, indicating they had much to accomplish. He stored the blade in his inventory and climbed onto Kai's back, feeling the strength and power of the shadow dragon beneath him. 𝗘𝗁 rose from the earth with a strong flap of his gigantic wings, gliding effortlessly into the air. Izuku gripped tightly, excitement and joy flooding over him as they soared. As they exited the dungeon, they emerged into the cool night air. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silver glow across the landscape. The stars twinkled above, their light reflecting in the calm waters of the lakes and rivers below. The world appeared serene under the cover of night. From their vantage point high in the sky, the world below looked peaceful and appealing, a tapestry of forests, fields, mountains, and cities. Izuku took in the beauty, feeling re-energized and motivated. He marveled at the experience, acknowledging the battles, hardships, and decisions he had faced. Though his quest was not complete, he felt more prepared than ever to confront whatever lay ahead, especially with a certain pig needing to talk. The next day, The sun shone brightly as Izuku went through his daily routine and made his way to school. He reflected on how he should have tried this years ago as he stepped into the school, heading straight for the office. Many students stared at him and whispered, but he was accustomed to the attention since his transformation. His heightened senses picked up their comments. As he approached the principal's office, he knew he had to handle the situation carefully. He couldn't let anger cloud his judgment. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. A gruff voice invited him in. Upon entering, he saw the principal seated behind his desk, appearing surprised at his presence. The principal asked how he could help, his forced smile contrasting with his usual demeanor. Izuku noticed the change, realizing the man was already on alert. He calmly requested to take the final exam early, believing it would benefit both of them if he graduated sooner. The principal, trying to recall his name, asked who he was. Izuku introduced himself, and the principal's jaw dropped in disbelief. He struggled to reconcile the boy he once knew with the young man before him. Noticing Izuku's distinct features, the principal questioned why he wanted to take the test early. Izuku explained that he wanted to move forward and believed it would be easier for the principal if he wasn't around. The principal narrowed his eyes, asking why he should grant this request. Izuku pointed out that Katsuki was also taking the exam early, questioning why he couldn't do the same. The principal's attitude shifted from doubt to annoyance, asserting that Bakugo was different due to his powerful quirk. Izuku countered, stating that he also possessed a strong quirk and deserved the same opportunity, challenging the principal's favoritism. The principal, taken aback, realized he had underestimated Izuku's power and resolve. The boy he once considered quirkless had transformed into a formidable young man. The principal felt a sense of unease, knowing that if Izuku discovered his secrets, it could jeopardize his career. He cautioned Izuku about the consequences of his request, but Izuku remained calm, asserting that he understood the situation perfectly. He revealed his knowledge of the principal's past actions, emphasizing that he was not there to threaten him but simply wanted to move on with his life. Feeling the pressure, the principal recognized that he needed to think quickly. If Izuku had evidence, he was in serious trouble. However, if he allowed Izuku to take the exam early, he could buy himself time to handle the situation. Finally, he agreed, permitting Izuku to take the final exam early, but warned him to keep their discussion confidential. Izuku expressed his gratitude and left the office, a small smile forming as he hoped it would be the last time he walked through those doors. He made his way to his classroom, knocking softly before entering and apologizing for his tardiness. As he handed the teacher the late pass and took his seat, he ignored the whispers and prepared to finish the day. The teacher cleared his throat and resumed the lesson. After school, Izuku returned to the principal's office, accompanied by 2 instructors. They handed him stacks of papers that comprised the final exam. Principal informed Izuku that he had 2 hours to complete the exam, emphasizing the importance of honesty. Izuku nodded, feeling prepared despite the exam's challenges. He answered each question with clarity and focus, finishing in just 25 minutes. After reviewing his answers, he submitted the test to the principal, who passed it to the teachers for grading. They observed Izuku closely as they marked the test, but he remained calm, waiting for their verdict. When the teachers announced that he had passed, Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. The principal congratulated him and handed over a diploma adorned with the school's seal and his signature. Izuku expressed his gratitude for the lessons learned, though he felt a bittersweet tinge as he clutched the diploma tightly. With a polite farewell, he gathered his belongings and left the school. Once home, Izuku took a refreshing shower and prepared lunch. After finishing his meal, he noticed a familiar blue message notification. He opened his mailbox to find an exciting message congratulating him on his progress and offering him the chance to awaken one of his skills. The message outlined the steps required for awakening a skill, emphasizing the importance of careful selection and preparation. Izuku read the message with a mix of excitement and determination. He understood that this was a rare opportunity. After reviewing his options in the skills menu, he found 2 skills available for awakening: the Kaioken, which doubled his stats for a short time, and the Kamehameha, a powerful energy attack that could be unleashed in a devastating beam. After careful consideration, Izuku chose to awaken the Kamehameha, believing its versatility and power would complement his close-range fighting style. With eagerness, he confirmed his decision and initiated the awakening process. Upon completing the awakening, Izuku felt an immense surge of energy. His Kamehameha had transformed into the final Kamehameha, a skill with 10 times the strength of its predecessor. This ultimate energy skill represented the pinnacle of energy control and offensive power, capable of delivering a destructive blast that could overwhelm even the strongest opponents. The final Kamehameha boasted enhanced abilities, including an extremely powerful beam of mana, overwhelming force that could break through defenses, and the option to target multiple foes or focus on a single adversary. The process required careful charging of mana, culminating in a massive beam released with intense focus. Izuku marveled at the potential of his new skill and pondered how powerful it would be when combined with the Kaioken. Just then, another message arrived, announcing that he had unlocked the store feature. This new system provided access to a variety of products, including weapons, potions, and daily items, which could be purchased with in-game currency. Among the store's offerings were legendary twin handguns known as Ebony and Ivory, designed for balance and accuracy. The dark pistol, Ebony, was built for power and long-range precision, while the light pistol, Ivory, excelled in speed and close-range combat. These weapons were said to have been crafted by a 𝗵𝘃𝗲 gunsmith and were imbued with ancient power, once wielded by a renowned warrior known for his exceptional marksmanship. Many professionals have handled the guns, adding to their legendary past. The pistols, known as Ebony and Ivory, possess remarkable abilities. They can fire bullets at an incredibly fast rate, allowing the user to unleash a barrage of shots in quick succession. Engineered for precision, Ebony provides exceptional accuracy at long range, while Ivory offers enhanced accuracy for rapid close-range fire. The pistols can channel the user's mana to enhance the bullets, increasing their damage output and allowing for special effects such as elemental damage or piercing capabilities. Their design allows for seamless and swift reloading, minimizing downtime during intense combat situations. When wielded together, the user gains increased proficiency, with improved coordination, aim, and firing speed. The stats for the pistols reveal their strengths. Ebony has high damage and extremely high accuracy at long range, while Ivory has moderate damage and high accuracy at close range. Their reload speed is fast, and the mana-infused bullets enhance damage and can apply special effects. Another item available is the 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗃 kunai, a specially crafted dagger that allows the user to teleport to its location upon throwing. Infused with spatial magic, this dagger can instantly transport the user to its landing point, perfect for quick escapes or surprise attacks. The broadsword is a versatile and sturdy weapon suitable for various combat situations, offering a balance of speed and power. The elemental staff, imbued with elemental magic, enables the wielder to cast powerful spells, adding versatility to their combat style. Various potions are also available, including a health potion that restores a significant amount of health instantly, a mana potion that replenishes the user's mana, a stamina potion that boosts stamina and reduces fatigue, and an antidote that cures poison or harmful status effects. Izuku moved through the store, fascinated by the variety of products available. After much thought, he decided to buy the pistols Ebony and Ivory and the 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗃 kunai warp dagger. He recognized that with his passive abilities, these pistols would give him an edge in both close and ranged combat, while the warp dagger would be perfect for quick escapes and surprise attacks. After confirming his purchases, he felt much more prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. The ability to convert in-game currency to real-world money was an added bonus, and he looked forward to exploring more of what the store had to offer in the future. 5 months passed as Izuku focused entirely on improving his passive abilities. He intentionally avoided dungeons, choosing instead to practice and develop a range of powers that would make him stronger. Each day was filled with rigorous training and skill refinement. Izuku developed incredible vertical maneuvering skills, allowing him to scale walls and trees with ease. This ability provided him an advantage in both stealth and battle scenarios. Initially, string water walking was challenging, requiring both mana control and mental concentration. After months of practice, he could walk, run, and fight on water as if it were solid ground. With a blade in hand, Izuku became a whirlwind of precise and powerful attacks. His mastery of advanced dagger techniques made him a formidable opponent in close combat, with sharp reflexes and pinpoint accuracy. His gun skills improved significantly as well. He spent countless hours at shooting ranges, perfecting his aim with ebony and ivory until they felt like extensions of his body. His swordsmanship evolved to the point where he could perform complex techniques with ease. Izuku also focused on honing his Sharingan abilities. Initially unlocked in response to extreme situations, his Sharingan progressed to level 3 through intense training and focus. During this time, he regularly met with a court counselor to obtain a license for carrying firearms, which was necessary due to the nature of his unique quirk. The counselor concluded that early access to weapons was justified, allowing Izuku to legally carry and use firearms, adding a valuable tool to his arsenal. Throughout these months of hard training, Izuku's Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masuru occasionally visited. Since his parents' tragic deaths, the Bakugo family provided financial support for Izuku, covering his food and school fees. They even attempted to adopt him, but Izuku declined due to his complicated relationship with Katsuki. One lovely afternoon, the Bakugo family arrived at Izuku's home, eager to see his progress. They were taken aback by his transformation. Mitsuki expressed her surprise and pride at how different and mature he looked. Masuru nodded in agreement, impressed by Izuku's appearance. Izuku, feeling a bit shy about his new look, thanked them and explained that it was part of his quirk. As they sat down for tea, Mitsuki asked about his training, curious about what he had been working on. Izuku shared his focus on honing his skills, detailing his improvements in climbing, water walking, and weapon mastery. He also mentioned his sessions with the court counselor and the recent permission he received to carry firearms. Masuru expressed concern but remained supportive, reminding Izuku to balance his training with his health. Izuku nodded, appreciating the concern and assuring his uncle that he understood the importance of balance. As the visit concluded, Mitsuki hugged Izuku tightly, proud of the young man he was becoming. Mitsuki reminded Izuku that they were always there for him and encouraged him to reach out if he needed anything. Masaru patted Izuku on the shoulder, expressing pride in him. Izuku requested that they keep his abilities a secret from Katsuki, not wanting to reveal everything too soon. They shared a light laugh before parting ways, leaving Izuku feeling warm and grateful for the Bakugo's genuine care. Today was a significant day for Izuku Midoriya. After months of rigorous training and preparation, it was finally time for the high school entrance exam. He woke early, his mind focused and his body energized by the hard work he had put in. Izuku began his day with his usual morning routine, which included a series of tasks to keep him disciplined and centered. He quickly changed into comfortable clothing for the exam and took a moment to calm his nerves. Standing in front of the mirror, he took a deep breath, his reflection showing a young man with white hair and one brilliant blue eye, a testament to his remarkable abilities. This day would be the culmination of his hard work and determination. After a quick breakfast, Izuku left his apartment and made his way to high school. The streets were bustling with other aspiring heroes, all heading in the same direction. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement and nervous anticipation. However, that moment was interrupted by the familiar presence of Katsuki. Katsuki warned Izuku to get out of his way or he would face consequences. Izuku, undeterred, wished him good luck before stepping aside. Katsuki scoffed and stormed into leaving Izuku shaking his head at the unchanged dynamic between them. Just as he was about to continue, he stumbled over an uneven tile. Despite his heightened senses, he found himself unexpectedly floating. A girl had used her quirk to stop his fall, apologizing for not asking first. She gently set him back on his feet, and they shared a brief moment of camaraderie. She asked if he was nervous, to which Izuku admitted he had been distracted but was indeed feeling the pressure. The girl smiled and encouraged him to do their best before running off to the examination hall. Izuku smiled back, appreciating her kindness as he made his way to the hall as well. As the test papers were distributed, Tension filled the room. Students hurriedly flipped through pages, their pencils racing across the paper. Despite the chaos, Izuku focused intently, tackling each question with surprising speed and accuracy. After 30 minutes, he set down his pen, having completed the test. Other students glanced at him, some in disbelief, others impressed, and a few envious. Katsuki observed him with a mix of astonishment and begrudging respect, having expected Izuku to struggle. Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗄, the teacher, raised an eyebrow as he collected the papers and reviewed Izuku's answers. After a moment of contemplation, he announced that Izuku Midoriya had passed. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by whispers of disbelief and admiration. Katsuki's scowl deepened as he tried to process what he had just witnessed. After the written exam, Izuku found himself alone in the quiet auditorium, the atmosphere thick with anticipation for the arrival of the other test takers. As time passed, the hall filled with students from various schools, each group settling into their designated areas. However, Izuku soon realized that the seating arrangement had been organized by the schools. Among the unfamiliar faces, one stood out. Katsuki was seated near him. Katsuki remarked on Izuku finishing the test early, his tone a mix of envy and begrudging respect. Izuku rolled his eyes, responding flatly, which only fueled Katsuki's irritation. Before Katsuki could retort, the spotlight illuminated the stage, revealing Present Mike, who greeted the crowd with enthusiasm. Mike excitedly introduced the upcoming practical exam, explaining that they would participate in a 20-minute mock combat scenario in suburban settings. He urged the students to prepare for the challenges ahead. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed the details, and Katsuki quickly deduced that they would be separated from their friends during the exercise. Izuku confirmed Katsuki's observation, showing him his card that indicated he would be in Center B while Katsuki was assigned to Center A. Katsuki cursed under his breath, expressing his disappointment at not being able to face Izuku directly. Izuku advised him to focus on his own performance, emphasizing that underestimating the exam would be a mistake. For a moment, Katsuki was taken aback, the intensity in Izuku's voice leaving him momentarily speechless. Mike called everyone's attention back to the stage, explaining the scoring system based on the challenges presented by the artificial villains they would face. He encouraged the students to use their quirks wisely while maintaining their heroism, warning against any non-heroic actions. A tall boy with glasses raised his hand to question the number of villain categories listed in their materials, pointing out a discrepancy. Mike acknowledged the inquiry, ready to address the concern. Suddenly, he turned around and pointed at Izuku, causing him to raise an eyebrow. The young man accused Izuku of muttering the whole time and suggested that if he was just there for fun, he should leave, as he was distracting everyone else. Izuku felt compelled to respond, asserting that being a hero wasn't just about fighting villains, it was about inspiring people and saving lives. He asked the young man not to disrupt Present Mike, who was about to explain the next part of the exam. The young man, visibly angered by Izuku's remark, prepared to retaliate with harsh words, but Present Mike intervened. He enthusiastically acknowledged Izuku's point, emphasizing that being overly fired up could lead to losing sight of what was important, while being too relaxed could have dire consequences. He admired the competitive atmosphere in the room but firmly stated that fighting was prohibited, urging everyone to take their seats. His booming voice resonated throughout the structure, causing it to tremble slightly. The young man reluctantly complied but shot Izuku an angry glare. Present Mike then explained that the fourth foe villain should be avoided, likening them to obstacles from classic games. He described two subcategories, giant and small, warning everyone to steer clear of them while pushing their limits. With a flourish, he dismissed the audience, leaving them with the school motto and a quote from Napoleon Bonaparte about true heroism. The bus ride to the battle station was fast-paced, filled with noise and excitement. Examinees were packed closely together, some boasting loudly or trying to intimidate others. Izuku focused on the task ahead, ignoring the commotion. When the bus finally stopped, he quickly disembarked, taking a moment to appreciate the vastness of UA's campus, which clearly required significant funding. Days before the exam, he had filled out paperwork to use his guns, which were considered part of his quirk, and the school had approved his request. As he summoned his pistols, he noticed the discomfort it caused among those around him. Just then, he spotted the nice girl he had met earlier but was halted by a hand. The tall boy with glasses from earlier confronted Izuku, questioning his intentions and accusing him of sabotaging others. He warned Izuku to drop out of the exam before causing harm, criticizing his use of guns as irresponsible and unheroic. Izuku's eyes flashed with determination as he defended himself, explaining that the gun was part of his quirk. The bespectacled boy faltered, taken aback by Izuku's calm yet firm response. Despite his concerns about safety, Izuku urged him to focus on his own exam instead of making assumptions. The boy struggled to find words, and Izuku stepped past him to approach the girl, allowing the tension of the encounter to fade. She looked up and smiled, greeting him warmly. Izuku nodded in response, feeling the earlier tension dissipate as he introduced himself properly. As they exchanged names, Izuku noticed a slight tremor in her hand and the nervous energy in her eyes. She admitted to feeling a bit anxious about the exam, which was a significant event. Izuku reassured her, encouraging her to remember her strengths and stay calm. She took a deep breath, visibly relaxing, and thanked him for his support. As the gates began to open, Izuku urged her to go as soon as possible and sprinted forward. The moment the doors opened wide enough, he dashed into the city, surprising the other examinees, especially the boy with glasses. Uraraka followed closely behind, her nerves eased by Izuku's presence. Inside the city, Izuku's senses heightened as he spotted several villains, including 5 foe villains. One of them declared that they were going to eliminate him. Izuku aimed and fired, the sounds of his shots echoing through the city as the foe villains fell. He quickly moved deeper into the city, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Back at the gates, other examinees expressed confusion about the sudden rush into the exam. The bespectacled boy shouted in frustration, but Present Mick's voice boomed over the chaos, reminding everyone that there was no countdown in a real battle and encouraging them to follow Izuku's lead. In the city, the first one-pointer robot appeared in Izuku's path, but he swiftly drew his sword, cutting through the robot's armor effortlessly. The blade gleamed as he continued running, his senses alert. A 2-pointer loomed ahead, but instead of slowing down, he activated his stealth ability, blending into the surroundings. The robot's sensors failed to detect him, allowing him to close the gap and strike. As he dodged another robot's attack, a blonde boy sprinted past him, thanking him for the assistance but expressing doubt that they would meet again. Izuku summoned his weapon and prepared to defend against a 2-pointer behind the blonde, firing with precision. The blonde yelped in surprise, and Izuku simply acknowledged him before moving on. Using his wall-climbing skill, Izuku ascended a nearby building, gaining a vantage point to survey the area. He observed the various quirks in action, ready to adapt to the challenges that awaited him. It was impressive to see students with quirks use them to turn robots into scrap metal. Izuku's senses picked up the sharp clank of metal feet on concrete as dozens of one-pointer robots emerged from an alley, their mechanical limbs clanging as they searched for their first target. He descended from the structure, landing quickly and silently. As he touched down, he drew Ivory in a blur, the gun's barrel glowing faintly blue as he channeled his mana through it. With a swift pull of the trigger, Ivory unleashed a volley of mana-infused bullets. The shots were accurate and powerful, striking the heads of the one-pointers. The upgraded bullets overwhelmed the robot's circuitry, causing them to tremble. Without hesitation, Izuku switched to ebony and continued his assault, the dark pistol's powerful rounds easily piercing through the remaining robots. Without missing a beat, Izuku flipped backward, narrowly evading a strike from a larger 2-pointer robot, which boasted stronger armor. He leaped onto a nearby wall, using his wall-climbing ability to gain a better perspective. Hanging upside down, he fired a rapid series of bullets from Ivory, each hitting the robot's weakest joints and skull. The robot slumped to the ground, its mechanical limbs twitching as it powered down. More one-pointers flooded the street, but Izuku's enhanced agility and pinpoint accuracy kept him ahead of the relentless wave. He dashed across the battlefield, his movements lightning-fast and precise. With every jump and bound, he dispatched the robots with lethal accuracy, his pistols roaring with each trigger pull, echoing around the field. The other examinees could only watch in awe as Izuku dominated the test. In the observation room, UA faculty members sat in a darkened space filled with monitors, watching the test unfold. The displays shifted to different angles, providing a continuous view of the applicants. 𝗫𝗠, manipulating his tablet to keep track of his colleagues' observations, noted the various strengths of the students. Vlad commented on 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁's quirk, recognizing his potential for intelligence gathering but also noting his unique appearance might hinder him in underground work. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗻 remarked on 𝗕𝗫𝗁𝙢𝗪𝗍 mobility, acknowledging his stiffness but believing it could be improved. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 expressed concern over 𝗬𝗓𝗢𝗔𝗪𝗏's flashy style, while Midnight pointed out the promising nature of this year's group, prompting murmurs of agreement. One screen caught All Might's attention. He urged the others to focus on screen 18, which expanded to show Izuku jumping from rooftop to rooftop. He performed acrobatic flips and shot the fake villains below with remarkable accuracy. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗻's eyes widened in amazement as he recognized Izuku as the same student who had completed the written test in just 30 minutes. A collective murmur of surprise filled the room. Midnight noted that 𝗧𝗏 had some competition, to which 𝗧𝗏 admitted that Izuku possessed exceptional skills, surpassing even his own abilities at that age. The room fell silent in shock at this revelation. Midnight raised an eyebrow, questioning if 𝗧𝗏 truly believed Izuku was better than a pro. 𝗧𝗏 nodded emphatically, praising Izuku's precision and acrobatics, stating that he had never seen anything like it. At that moment, a cry for help reached Izuku's ears. He turned to see a fellow examinee trapped under the wreckage of a fallen three-pointer robot, another robot closing in fast. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward them, his speed a blur. He fired at the approaching robot, the bullets from ebony piercing its core and causing it to collapse just inches from the trapped student. Reaching the examinee, Izuku stored his pistols and used his strength to lift the heavy debris off him. He asked if the student could move, and the student nodded, scrambling to his feet with a look of awe and gratitude. Izuku simply nodded and turned back to the battlefield, spotting another group of examinees cornered by a trio of two-pointers. With precise shots from Ivory, he dismantled the robots, giving the students a chance to escape. Vlad observed Izuku's actions, noting that he was not just focused on himself but was also saving other examinees, demonstrating true heroism. 𝗫𝗠 agreed, acknowledging Izuku's brilliant mind matched only by his physical abilities, embodying the qualities they sought in a hero: intelligence, skill, and a selfless attitude. The teachers continued to be captivated by Izuku's display of talent, leaving them in awe. As the three-pointer robot collapsed, Izuku stood tall, his white hair glimmering in the light, a testament to his strength and skill. Suddenly, 𝗫𝗠's expression grew serious as he announced that it was time to see how the students would handle the real test. With a press of a button, he activated the final challenge. The ground began to shake as a giant zero-pointer robot appeared, towering over the city and casting a shadow over the examinees. The sight of the massive machine caused panic among the students, but Izuku's eyes narrowed with determination. He recognized this as the perfect opportunity to test his new skills. He jumped from the building he was standing on and landed with a thud on the street below. The impact jolted him slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, fueled by the thrill of the fight and the chance to showcase his abilities. As he landed, his heightened senses kicked in, detecting any remaining participants who might need help amid the chaos. His sharp eyes spotted a familiar figure trapped under a pile of rubble, 𝗬𝗎𝗁𝗎 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. She had been helping others escape but was now in danger herself. Without hesitation, Izuku sprinted toward her, dodging falling debris and weaving through the fleeing examinees. He reached her side in an instant and reassured her as he lifted the rubble off her with remarkable strength. Gently, he scooped her up in a protective hold, causing a blush to spread across her cheeks. He set her down in a safer spot, away from immediate danger, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned back to face the zero-pointer. Izuku had been eager to showcase his skills, a grin spreading across his face as he prepared for battle. He unleashed two of his most powerful abilities, his body vibrating with energy as he activated Kyoken. His aura flared bright red, the air around him crackling with intensity. But he wasn't finished yet. With a focused breath, he concentrated his mana into a single, devastating attack. Firmly planting his feet on the ground, he opened his arms wide, palms facing outward. The energy around him intensified, swirling like a hurricane as he gathered it in his hands. He began to channel his power, his voice deep and resonant as he called forth his ultimate technique. The ground trembled beneath him, cracking under the sheer force of his energy. In one swift motion, he brought his palms together, a massive surge of blue and yellow energy coalescing between them, the air humming with anticipation. With a powerful move of his hands, he unleashed the Kamehameha. The combination of Kyoken and final Kamehameha produced a blinding beam of dual-colored energy aimed straight at the zero-pointer. The impact was swift and overwhelming, the upper half of the enormous robot engulfed by the energy burst and crumbling under the force. The ground shook, a shockwave rippling through the area, sending debris flying in all directions. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, the sheer force of the attack altering the weather itself. As the dust settled, Izuku stood at the epicenter of the destruction, breathing heavily but feeling triumphant. His grin remained, the thrill of his newfound power coursing through him. He turned to check on Uraraka, who stared at him in awe. He asked if she was okay, his voice softer now as the intensity of the battle faded. Uraraka nodded, still wide-eyed, expressing her amazement at what he had just done. Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head, relieved that she was safe. Meanwhile, on the other side of the exam center, Katsuki watched the display with gritted teeth, his hands clenched into fists as he seethed with a mix of anger and frustration. In his eyes, the only one capable of such feats was Deku. As the examinees began to emerge from their hiding spots, some celebrated Izuku's victory, while others were simply relieved that the immediate threat had passed. However, Izuku's joy was overshadowed by a surge of anger as he noticed something troubling. Despite the chaos they had just faced, none of the other examinees rushed to help Uraraka. They had scattered or hidden, focusing solely on their own survival. The realization hit Izuku hard. A hero should always prioritize helping others, especially in times of trouble. His fists clenched at his sides, his expression hardening as he called out to the others, demanding to know what they had been doing when Uraraka needed help. Some examinees looked away shamefully, while others avoided his gaze entirely. A few attempted to make excuses, but none met his eyes with sincerity. Uraraka, sensing Izuku's frustration, gently touched his arm, reassuring him that it was okay and that everyone reacts differently in emergencies. Izuku shook his head, disappointment evident in his demeanor. He insisted that a hero must protect and save others, emphasizing that they could not simply look out for themselves. His words hung heavily in the air, reinforcing his belief that being a hero was about more than just having power, it was about taking responsibility and being selfless. This moment served as a call to action for him, solidifying his commitment to be the kind of hero who always protects others. For Uraraka, the experience was eye-opening. She had always admired Izuku's determination and kindness, but witnessing his overwhelming power and hearing his words deepened her respect for him. Inspired by Izuku, she silently vowed to work even harder to improve her own abilities. As the dust settled from the battle with the zero-pointer, a familiar voice called out from the gate. Recovery Girl approached, commending Izuku for his efforts. He lowered himself down while still supporting Uraraka, explaining that she had been trapped by the zero-pointer. Recovery Girl inspected the bruise on Uraraka's ankle and gave it a gentle kiss, assuring her that she would be fine and advising her to eat some recovery candy before leaving. As Izuku helped Uraraka to her feet, she expressed her gratitude, still feeling a bit shaky. Recovery Girl scanned the area for others who might be injured, but finding none, she noted that she would have to review the footage later before moving on to other exam sites. As Izuku and Uraraka walked back to the bus together, Uraraka broke the silence to thank him once more. Izuku reassured her that it wasn't her fault and acknowledged her efforts in helping others before she got caught. She felt a mix of embarrassment and gratitude, but as they sat down on the bus, she gathered her courage to ask him something. She inquired if she could have his number, in case they needed to discuss hero-related matters or if he ever needed help. Izuku smiled warmly and agreed, pulling out his phone so they could exchange numbers. Uraraka felt more at ease, expressing her happiness at having met him. Izuku echoed her sentiment, feeling a sense of camaraderie and friendship forming between them. The bus began to move, taking them back to high school and the next step in their journey to becoming heroes. In the observation room, the pro-heroes and faculty of high school gathered, their reactions a mix of shock, awe, and contemplation. 𝗫𝗍 began to describe the events they had witnessed, searching for the right words. 𝗕𝗏 suggested that the events had been interesting, though tinged with concern. Vlad offered that it had been insane, still processing the sight of the Zero Pointer's demolished legs. Powerloader added that it had been psychotic, visibly emotional after witnessing the destruction of one of his creations. The focus then shifted to Aizawa, who was studying a tablet in his hands. He murmured Izuku's name, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying footage of Izuku's remarkable feat. The other teachers turned their attention to Aizawa, their expressions ranging from curiosity to shock. Midnight exclaimed in disbelief that Izuku had just gotten his quirk and could already perform such a powerful attack. All Might leaned in to examine the replay, asking about the nature of Izuku's quirk. 𝗫𝗍 responded that Izuku had named it Ready Player One, explaining that its description resembled that of a video game character. Midoriya had registered it 10 months ago. The report indicated he obtained his quirk after a point-blank range blast. All Might's eyes widened as he read the report, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek as he wondered if this was the same kid. Vlad remarked on the impressive nature of having a student with such a powerful quirk and a remarkable level of control in such a short time, expressing confidence that Midoriya would become a great hero in the future. Aizawa, however, remained pragmatic, stating that it didn't matter. If Midoriya wanted to stay, he would have to prove himself. If he didn't give his all during the apprehension test, Aizawa would expel him right then and there. 1 week later, the day after the entrance exam, both Izuku and Uraraka spent time recovering from the physically demanding test. Izuku took it easy, practicing light exercises and reflecting on his performance. Inspired by Izuku's determination, Uraraka started a new training regimen to improve her abilities. They exchanged encouraging texts, sharing their thoughts and aspirations. Both dedicated their days to rigorous training. Izuku practiced using his quirk in various scenarios, pushing his limits to gain better control and understanding of his abilities. Uraraka continued her training regimen, incorporating new exercises to build her strength and stamina. They shared their progress and setbacks, offering support and advice. Izuku confided in her about living alone, which made Uraraka feel sad for him. After a week of anticipation, Izuku and Uraraka decided to open their results together at Izuku's apartment. Uraraka stood nervously in front of the door, clutching a small bag of homemade cookies. Taking a deep breath, she knocked. Moments later, the door opened to reveal Izuku, casually dressed in a t-shirt and sweatpants, his white hair contrasting sharply with his piercing blue eyes. He greeted her with a small smile and stepped aside to let her in. Uraraka thanked him for inviting her over and stepped inside, looking around curiously. The apartment was small but tidy, with minimal decorations and a few shelves filled with books and action figures. Izuku apologized for any mess, scratching the back of his head. Uraraka assured him it looked cozy as she handed him the bag of cookies she had made. Izuku accepted the bag and placed it on the kitchen counter, offering her a drink. When she requested juice, he poured her a glass of orange juice, and her eyes wandered to a small photo album on the dining table. She asked if she could look at it, and he handed her the glass, saying it contained just some old photos. As Uraraka opened the album, her eyes widened in surprise at pictures of a younger Izuku with green hair. He looked so different, yet there was still a hint of the determined expression she recognized. She remarked on his green hair, and he nodded, explaining that it was before everything changed. She smiled at a picture of a younger Izuku beaming at the camera, noting how different he looked. Uraraka noticed a particular photo of Izuku with his parents, their arms wrapped around him in a loving embrace. She commented on how kind and caring they looked, and Izuku replied that he missed them every day, a shadow passing over his face. Placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, Uraraka expressed her sympathy, assuring him that they would be proud of everything he had accomplished. Izuku smiled gratefully at her and suggested they move on from the sad moment, asking if she was ready to open their results. Uraraka bounced with excitement, urging him to go first. He insisted on letting her go first, and she eagerly ripped her envelope open, a disc falling out. Aizawa's voice echoed from the device, surprising the two teens. He announced that Uraraka had passed the written exam and scored an impressive 28 points in the practical. He commended her for risking her safety to help others during the exam and for trying to give her points to Midoriya. Aizawa noted that they were watching for heroic actions, and she had certainly shown them, awarding her an additional 45 points and welcoming her to high school. Izuku stared at Uraraka, who was looking away, still blushing. He playfully pinched her cheek, questioning why she would risk her place like that. She pouted, explaining that he deserved points for risking his life. It was now his turn, and as he opened his package, Principal 𝗫𝗠 appeared on the screen. 𝗫𝗠 greeted them cheerfully, announcing that Midoriya had crushed the exam, placing first overall, including among recommendation students. Izuku's jaw dropped as 𝗫𝗠 continued, praising him for keeping a cool head and helping his fellow examinees avoid injury. He highlighted Izuku's remarkable achievement in defeating the zero-pointer, which had not been done since 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗁 time at U. 𝗫𝗠 congratulated him on earning a total of 220 points, breaking 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗁's old record of 115, and welcomed him to high school. As the projection ended, both teens were in shock, their mouths agape. Izuku laughed, thrilled to have broken 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗁's record, while Uraraka cheered, celebrating his achievement. Izuku leaned back, feeling a sense of accomplishment and camaraderie with his friend. After the exhilarating revelation of their results, Izuku and Uraraka decided to celebrate their achievements. Izuku suggested they order some pizza and watch a movie, thinking it would be a nice way to relax and enjoy the moment. Uraraka agreed enthusiastically, and they quickly got to work. Izuku placed an order for a couple of pizzas while Uraraka set up the living room for their impromptu celebration. They chose a light-hearted hero-themed movie to keep the mood upbeat and fun. When the pizzas arrived, they settled on the couch with plates full of slices, the delicious aroma filling the room. They clinked their soda cans together in a toast, celebrating their success at high school and their journey to becoming heroes. As they enjoyed their meal, they chatted excitedly about their future, discussing their hopes, dreams, and what they wanted to achieve. They also reminisced about the exam and the intense moments they had experienced. Meanwhile, the news of the exam results was spreading quickly among the other examinees. One person in particular, Katsuki Bakugo, was not taking the news well. At the Bakugo household, Katsuki stared at his acceptance letter with a sense of pride, having scored exceptionally well. However, when he heard that Izuku had broken 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗁's record and taken first place, his mood soured instantly. He crumpled the acceptance letter in his hand, his face contorting with anger. The thought of Deku breaking 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗁's record infuriated him, and he couldn't believe that his rival had outdone him once again. His mother noticed his agitation and asked what was wrong. Katsuki snapped in response, but then his frustration spilled over as he vented about Izuku taking first place and breaking 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗁's record. Mitsuki raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips, suggesting that perhaps Izuku was stronger than he had previously thought. Katsuki, however, was not in the mood for her comments and insisted that he would prove he was still the best, determined not to let anyone, especially Deku, take that from him. Back at Izuku's house, the celebration continued. Uraraka expressed her excitement for 𝗬𝗧𝗍, and Izuku shared her enthusiasm, feeling confident about their future. Just then, Izuku's phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. He opened it to find a message from Bakugo, declaring that he would still crush Izuku at 𝗬𝗧𝗍. Izuku sighed, acknowledging that Katsuki was not taking the news well. Uraraka encouraged him to stay focused and not let Bakugo's intensity get to him, and Izuku promised to keep pushing forward for himself and everyone who had supported him. After cleaning up, they said their goodbyes, both excited and prepared for the next chapter of their journey at 𝗬𝗧𝗏 High School. Their small celebration served as a reminder of their achievements and the exciting future that lay ahead. A few days later, Izuku and Uraraka arrived at 𝗬𝗧𝗏 High School, walking side by side, filled with excitement and anticipation for the day ahead. Uraraka complimented Izuku on his uniform, and he returned the compliment, feeling a warmth in his cheeks. As they navigated the school, they found themselves standing in front of an enormous door labeled 1A. Izuku marveled at the imposing entrance, noting that the most promising students in the country were waiting behind it. He hoped that Katsuki and his glasses-wearing classmate were not inside. Uraraka giggled at his comment and pushed the door open. They stepped inside together, immediately noticing a heated argument taking place. 𝗕𝗄𝗎𝗃 was firmly instructing Bakugo to take his feet off the desk, but Katsuki was uninterested in the command. The tension in the room was palpable as Bakugo retorted mockingly, and Izuku shook his head in disbelief while Uraraka giggled softly. 𝗕𝗄𝗎 attempted to start over, introducing himself, but Bakugo's taunts continued. Izuku thought to himself that this was going to be interesting as he observed the dynamic unfolding in front of him. 𝗕𝗄𝗎 then turned his attention to Izuku and Uraraka, recognizing them from the entrance exam. He expressed his regret for misjudging them and apologized for his earlier behavior. Izuku smiled warmly, reassuring him that everyone makes mistakes and what mattered was learning from them. Uraraka echoed his sentiment, emphasizing that they were all starting fresh. Iida nodded, relief evident on his face, and expressed his eagerness to work with both of them. Just then, a voice from inside a sleeping bag interrupted their moment, warning that if they were only there to make friends, they should pack up and leave. Iida gasped, while Izuku and Uraraka exchanged confused glances, wondering what kind of teacher they had just encountered. Aizawa welcomed the students to UA's hero course while sipping from a juice bag inside his sleeping bag. 𝗕𝗄𝗎, curious, asked what that strange item was. Aizawa pointed out that it took them 8 seconds to quiet down, emphasizing that time was precious. He introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their teacher, and instructed them to change into their gym uniforms and head outside, pulling a blue outfit from his sleeping bag. Izuku hesitantly sought permission to speak freely, questioning whether Aizawa had really used the sleeping bag from the teacher's lounge all the way to the training ground. Aizawa confirmed it, leaving Izuku wondering how he had managed the journey. In the changing room, the atmosphere was filled with nervous excitement until one student noticed Izuku's scars, exclaiming in shock. The others turned to Izuku, who had yet to put on his gym shirt. Though accustomed to the scars, he knew they would attract attention. He explained that they were from training and some accidents, offering a small, reassuring smile and adding that it was all part of the journey to becoming a hero. Outside at the training ground, the students learned they would be participating in a Quirk assessment test. Achiko expressed concern that they would miss orientation, but Aizawa insisted that to excel, they couldn't waste time on pointless ceremonies. He emphasized that UA was not bound by tradition and that he would run his class as he saw fit. He pointed out that the country pretended everyone was equal while not allowing those with the most power to excel, which he deemed irrational. He acknowledged Izuku's impressive score on the entrance exam, causing surprise among the class, especially from Katsuki, who looked visibly jealous. Aizawa asked Izuku about his best score for the softball throw in middle school, to which Izuku replied it was around 45 to 46 meters. Aizawa handed him a softball and instructed him to try again using his quirk. Izuku nodded, stepping up to the circle, pulling his arm back, and launching the ball with all his strength. A shockwave erupted from the force of his throw, sending the ball soaring into the air at incredible speeds. The students watched in awe as the ball flew far beyond the previous marks. Uraraka's eyes widened in amazement, while Iida adjusted his glasses, clearly impressed. Bakugo, however, clenched his fists, his frustration evident. Aizawa checked the reading device, maintaining a neutral expression as he announced the distance: 3,000 meters. The class erupted in murmurs and gasps, astonished by the sheer power of the throw. One student exclaimed in surprise, while another praised Izuku's manliness. Excitement grew as students expressed their eagerness to use their quirks, but Izuku quickly reminded them that today they would compete in 8 physical tests to gauge their potential. He warned that whoever came in last would be expelled immediately, which shocked the students. Hachiko protested, arguing that it was unfair to send someone home on the first day. Izuku countered by reminding them that natural disasters and crimes were also unfair. Izuku stepped forward, urging his classmates to wake up to reality. He explained that nothing ever goes as planned in the world of heroes and villains, and that struggle and conflict were inevitable. He emphasized that only the ignorant and reckless could truly enjoy life, while the wise understood the bigger picture. He concluded that as long as there were heroes, there would be villains, and with villains came suffering. Izuku silently acknowledged Izuku's insight, reminding the students that it was a hero's job to overcome unfairness and to show him why they were there. Tenya, though disapproving of the harsh approach, recognized UA as the top hero program and felt he had no choice but to comply. Katsuki, determined to outshine everyone, especially Izuku, prepared for the challenges ahead. Izuku declared that they were wasting time talking and that the physical exam would begin. For the first test, the 50-meter dash, a camera bot signaled the start as Ida and a girl with frog features prepared to run. Ida completed the dash in 3:24 seconds, while the frog girl finished in 5:58 seconds. Hachiko decided to lighten her clothes and shoes with her quirk before running alongside a boy with a tail, achieving a time of 7:15 seconds. Next, a pink girl with horns and a French boy with a strange belt took their turn. The boy attempted to propel himself with a laser but ended up stopping short, allowing the pink girl to catch up. Izuku observed the students, noting that testing their limits would help him assess their potential for growth. Izuku and Bakugo were next in line, ready to showcase their abilities. Sometimes, professionals have to be creative to succeed as Izuku sprinted forward, with Katsuki calling out his move. Katsuki activated his burst speed, using his explosions to propel himself toward the finish line. The camera bot announced Izuku's score, surprising Katsuki, who thought Izuku was far behind him. The score was 4:13 seconds, and at that speed the class collectively gasped. The small pervert looked at him with slight fear, the boy with yellow hair gazed in awe, and Ida stared in disbelief. No one in Izuku's family could come close to his speed. Shota narrowed his eyes, sensing that Izuku was holding back. Katsuki gritted his teeth, frustrated, believing his quirk had more uses than anyone else in the school. In the next test, a boy with 6 arms achieved a grip strength of 540 kilograms. Another boy with circular elbows complimented him, calling him a beast. A short midget with purple ball hair added that he was like a muscly octopus. Suddenly, everyone turned to Izuku, who had crushed one of the grip tests in his hand, leaving it mostly dust. He acknowledged his mistake, wondering how powerful he truly was. During the standing long jump, the students showcased their quirks. The boy with the strange belt used his laser to propel himself across, while Bakugo used his explosions. Uraraka floated herself over, and the frog girl jumped effortlessly. Izuku also made a successful jump. In the repeated sidestep test, the boy with ball hair bounced back and forth, prompting Izuku to think about how unique that was. When it came time for the ball throw, Izuku opted out since he had already participated. Bakugo prepared to throw, glaring at Izuku before he shouted, using his explosions to launch the ball into the air. Izuku reflected on his past encounters, realizing he had faced tougher challenges before. He watched as Izuku displayed Bakugo's score of 705.2 meters. The boy with yellow hair expressed his amazement, while the boy with circular elbows echoed the sentiment. Bakugo clenched his teeth at the score, feeling it was too low. Uraraka was next, using her quirk to throw the ball, which climbed higher and higher until it disappeared from sight. Izuku then revealed her score, leaving everyone in shock. The students exclaimed in surprise, questioning how it was even possible. Izuku pointed out the logic behind the measurement, noting that even if she floated the ball to space, it wouldn't truly be infinite. As the endurance run began, the students lined up at the starting line. The camera bot signaled them to prepare, and they all took off at top speed. Bakugo used his explosions, the boy with the strange belt activated his laser, 𝗧𝗧 shifted into a higher gear, and the frog girl leaped around, each utilizing their quirks to their fullest. One by one, the students began to tire. Even 𝗵𝗃𝗲 slowed down, his hands hurting, and 𝗧𝗧's engine began to overheat. Meanwhile, Izuku continued running, as it was part of his daily routine. He passed by his classmates, who were stunned by his stamina. As the students began to slow down, Izuku called out that he was passing on their left, surprising them as he maintained his pace. The pink girl yelled for him not to say it, but he did, leaving them groaning in frustration as they struggled to keep up. Aizawa watched in awe, wondering just how much stamina Izuku possessed. After the run, the students rested under a tree, some exhausted, some feeling ill, and others completely drained. Izuku approached them, asking if they needed a medic. The boy with red spiky hair gasped for air, claiming he needed new lungs, while the boy with yellow hair remarked on how far they had run in such a short time. Izuku shrugged it off, surprising them with his casual attitude. The boy with circular elbows suggested he should take another lap, while an invisible girl questioned if he had really just taken it easy. Tenya asked Izuku how he managed to run so far without tiring, even with his engine-like legs. Izuku explained that he trained hard and that this run was not the longest he had ever done. The others were astonished at his admission. Aizawa then called them to prepare for another test, reminding them not to complain. Before revealing the scores, Aizawa instructed Izuku to throw the ball again. Izuku inquired about the reason, and Aizawa, with a stern glare, expressed that he hadn't seen Izuku exert himself fully during the tests. The students whispered in shock at Aizawa's comment. Izuku countered respectfully, catching Aizawa off guard, and in a flash, he appeared right in front of Aizawa, showcasing his incredible speed. He asserted that he wouldn't tire from these tests and questioned why he was being singled out. The students exchanged confused glances, intrigued by the exchange. Todoroki had only been using half of his power, yet for some reason, Aizawa seemed to focus solely on Izuku when discussing full power. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly at being caught, and Izuku continued, noting that there was nothing his eyes couldn't see. It was clear to him how intensely Aizawa was focusing on him. If Aizawa was going to push him to use his full power, then Todoroki would have to do the same. Izuku also mentioned that he would need a lot of space to ensure he didn't accidentally hurt anyone. Todoroki glared at Izuku for dragging him into the situation, prompting Aizawa to comment that the reason he wasn't asking Todoroki was obvious. Though Aizawa didn't say it, everyone understood it had to do with the scar on Todoroki's face. Izuku then revealed his own scars, causing the girls to gasp and cover their mouths in shock. Uraraka was on the verge of tears, while Aizawa's eyes widened in disbelief. The boys were disturbed by the sight, even after having seen it in the changing room. Izuku continued, letting go of his shirt, stating that if that wasn't enough, he would share more. He recounted how he was 6 years old when his parents died and how he had only recently acquired his quirk. He spoke of being beaten, bullied, neglected, and mistreated by both teachers and peers. All he ever wanted was to be a hero, believing that saving and helping others was the most incredible thing a person could do. However, some of his former bullies had told him he didn't know his place. The group recoiled in disgust at the thought of the torment he had endured. Izuku shared a painful memory of being told by a bully that if he wanted to be a hero, he should pray for a quirk in his next life and take a leap off a building. As the weight of his words settled in, Aizawa and the students stepped back in horror. Izuku then revealed that this wasn't the worst part. He had once met a top-ranking hero and asked if it was possible to become a hero without a quirk. The hero had told him that while dreaming was fine, he needed to be realistic and that no one without a quirk could become a hero. Aizawa clenched his fist in anger at the injustice. Izuku continued, sharing how he had been overwhelmed by pain, despair, and hopelessness throughout his life. He had been told he was worthless and a burden, yet he never lost hope. The only reason he was striving to be a hero was because of his parents' last wish. He wanted to ensure that no one else would have to feel the way he did during his years without a quirk. Aizawa stood there, shaken, trying to process everything he had just heard before finally pulling himself together and deciding not to make Izuku retake the test. Izuku clarified that he hadn't shared his story to avoid the test. Rather, he didn't want to be expelled for not using his full power. Aizawa realized that Izuku had said all that to prevent his expulsion. Seeing the scars on Izuku's body was enough to make Aizawa reconsider any harsh decisions. He felt a surge of anger towards those who had hurt Izuku, as well as guilt for not recognizing his struggles sooner. Izuku moved to the center of the circle, advising everyone to stand about 10 meters back behind some cover and to use soundproof earmuffs. Aizawa and the students quickly took cover, while the raven-haired girl created soundproof earmuffs for everyone. Izuku formed a series of hand seals, calling out for an earth wall jutsu. A massive wall of earth erupted from the ground, forming a protective barrier around the students. Satisfied that everyone was safe, he stepped forward, channeling energy into his right hand. Lightning crackled around his fingers as he prepared his next move, calling out Chidori. His hand glowed with a fierce blue light, and at the same time he infused his left hand with fire, announcing Blast Burn. The students watched in awe as Izuku combined the two powerful techniques, launching a ball with explosive force. The combined power of Chidori and Blast Burn propelled it at incredible speed, creating a massive shockwave upon impact, but the earth wall held firm, protecting the students from the blast. The ball shot into the sky, disappearing from view almost instantly. The measurement device began to calculate the distance, and moments later, it beeped, displaying the result: infinity. The class fell silent, unable to comprehend the sheer power behind the throw. Bakugo remained frozen in place, a whirlwind of emotions rushing through him. His fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strength of his grip. Anger and fear battled within him, driving each other in a relentless 𝗧𝗍𝗧. He glared at Izuku, his mind racing with questions. He couldn't understand how Izuku had gained such power. Memories of belittling Izuku, calling him worthless, and mocking him for being quirkless flooded his mind. Now, the same Izuku was displaying a power so immense that it left Bakugo both enraged and terrified. He felt an urge to confront Izuku, to yell at him or demand answers, but for the first time, he felt genuine fear. The overwhelming power and cold resolve in Izuku's eyes unsettled him deeply. He muttered under his breath, questioning what had happened to Deku. Aizawa finally broke the silence, announcing that it was time to see the results. He displayed a hologram of the scores, revealing the rankings of the students. 1 Izuku Midoriya, 2 Momo Yaoyorozu, 3 Shoto Todoroki, 4 Katsuki Bakugo, 5 Tenya Ida, 6 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁 Tokoyami, 7 Mizo Shoji, 8 Mashireo Ojiro, 9 Ijiro Kirishima, 10 Achiko Uraraka, 11 Mina Ashido, 12 Rikido Sato, 13 Tsu Azui, 14 Hanta Siro, 15 Yuga Aoyama, 16 Denki Kaminari, 17 Kyoka Jiro, 18 Koji Koda, 19 Toru Hagakure. 20 Minoru Mineta cried out in despair, unable to accept being in last place. Aizawa, however, revealed that he had been joking. No one was going home. As he turned off the hologram, the students, except for Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Bakugo, Tokoyami, and Izuku, looked at him in shock. That was just rational deception, intended to ensure everyone gave their all in the tests. Momo expressed surprise that the others hadn't figured it out sooner and felt a bit regretful. Izuku thought she should have spoken up. Everyone looked at her, and Izuku believed the instructor wasn't lying. Siro found the situation nerve-wracking but laughed a little, while Kirishima declared it a good challenge, pumping his fists in excitement. Bakugo scoffed and turned away. Aizawa announced that they were done for the day and instructed everyone to pick up a syllabus in the classroom and read it over by the next day, warning that things would get tougher when their actual training began. He then called Izuku aside. Aizawa wanted to apologize for his earlier comments, admitting he had mistakenly thought Izuku wasn't using his strength because he believed he could get by without it. He expressed regret for causing a misunderstanding and bringing up unpleasant memories. Izuku shrugged, understanding Aizawa's perspective, and reassured him that it was fine. He acknowledged that Aizawa didn't know the full story, so there was no harm done. Aizawa looked at Izuku with concern and remarked that he shouldn't have had to endure so much at his age. Izuku responded that many things are beyond their control, and they should focus on what they can control to improve society as a whole. Izuku smiled and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, telling him he would make a great hero, with or without a quirk. Izuku's eyes widened, and a small smile spread across his face as he nodded in appreciation. Izuku withdrew his hand and told Izuku he was free to go. Izuku bowed respectfully before heading to class. As he left the school, he spotted Uriarika resting against the gate, waiting for him. Approached him hesitantly, tears in her eyes, her expression a mix of sorrow and empathy. Uriarika softly began to speak, her voice trembling. Izuku asked what was wrong, but without another word, she threw her arms around him in a tight embrace, burying her face in his shoulder as tears streamed down her cheeks. She expressed her sorrow for not knowing how difficult his life had been and admired his strength in enduring so much. Izuku flinched at the unexpected contact but gently placed his hands on her back, attempting to comfort her. He reassured her that it was okay and that the past was behind him. Uriarika pulled back slightly, looking up at him with tear-filled eyes, insisting that it wasn't okay and that no one should have to go through what he did. She praised his bravery for wanting to be a hero despite everything he had faced. Izuku's eyes softened as he met her gaze and thanked her for her kindness. He paused, glancing at the other students watching them, and asked her not to cry as he focused on becoming the best hero he could be. Uriarika nodded, wiping her tears, and offered her support, letting him know she was there for him if he ever needed someone to talk to. Izuku smiled gratefully and suggested they walk to the station together. She agreed, and as they walked side by side, he reflected on surviving his first day at UA. He noted that Mr. Izuku was a unique instructor, but at least he had made a friend. This was his high school life for now. The next day, Izuku narrated that UA High School's hero course was a place where students trained to become heroes, but academics were still important. He and his classmates were having a regular English lesson with Present Mike, who wrote 4 sentences on the board and asked the class which one contained a mistake. The students collectively found the lesson boring, with Katsuki expressing his disinterest. Present Mike encouraged everyone to stay alert about grammar rules. Izuku thought the last sentence was incorrect, and behind him, Yaoyorozu raised her hand to answer the question. In the UA cafeteria, where students from all courses gathered to eat, Izuku and his classmates enjoyed their meals when the cook, Lunch Rush, approached them, commenting on the comfort of white rice. Uriarika agreed, smiling at how good the food was, while Izuku admired her cuteness. The main event of the hero course was the hero lesson. Many students speculated about who would enter the classroom next. Izuku already had an idea but wanted to avoid the class that All Might was supposed to teach. He noticed Jiro perk up as heavy footsteps approached the door. He warned his classmates to be ready as a familiar voice boomed from behind the door. All Might burst into the classroom with enthusiasm, announcing it was the most important class at UA High, a foundational course on what it meant to be a hero and fight for good. The students were excited, and Izuku held onto his desk, astonished by the presence of All Might and the figures accompanying him. All Might welcomed them to Hero Class 101, and the students buzzed with anticipation, ready for the real show to begin. Today's lesson began with a card displaying the word, battle. The instructor announced that there would be no holding back. Katsuki thought about the battle with an evil smirk, while Izuku felt a spark of interest at the mention of training. All Might emphasized that one of the keys to being a hero was to look good, pressing a button that revealed 19 suitcases designed for the students based on their Quirk registration forms and requests. The students erupted in excitement, but All Might noticed one suitcase was missing. Izuku raised his hand to explain that his was missing but assured All Might that his suit required special attention and was stored elsewhere. All Might encouraged the students to get suited up and meet him at the training ground. They responded enthusiastically before heading to the changing room. A few days after the entrance exam, Izuku sat in his apartment, his bright blue and vibrant green eyes sparkling as he browsed a Quirk store for the perfect hero outfit. The store's interface displayed organized categories, and as he hovered over weapons, a notification caught his attention. A new quest titled Demon Siege, the Abyssal Fortress, had arrived, with an S-rank difficulty and an objective to clear the fortress and defeat the king. The quest promised high-tier weapons and armor as rewards, and Izuku's heart raced with excitement. Without hesitation, he accepted the quest. A dark vortex appeared in his living room, bubbling with energy. Taking a deep breath and checking his twin weapons, Ebony and Ivory, in their holsters, he stepped through the portal. Izuku found himself in a twisted landscape, with storm clouds above and the ground pulsating with dark energy. In the distance, the ruins of an ancient city loomed, overtaken by grotesque creatures. His Sharingan activated, enhancing his vision to see the demon's movements. He sprinted forward, ready for battle. The first wave of demons emerged, grotesque creatures with twisted limbs. Izuku fired Ebony, the mana-coated bullets hitting their targets with precision. Each shot was deliberate, taking down demons swiftly. Ivory followed with a barrage of shots, disarming the creatures and keeping them at bay. As the demons fell, Izuku unleashed a gigantic fireball, engulfing a cluster of them in flames. The heat radiated around him as he followed up with a water dragon jutsu, sending a powerful wave crashing into another group. The assault continued, with demons of various forms emerging from the chaos. Switching to the Sword of Omen, Izuku engaged in close combat, slashing through the demons with grace. He executed a powerful horizontal swing, taking down multiple foes in one motion. When a massive demon lunged at him, he ducked and countered with a swift upward slice. Using the Sword of Omen's energy wave ability, he released a blast that annihilated demons in a wide radius, leaving a momentary silence in its wake. Izuku taunted the remaining demons, challenging their toughness. However, the second wave approached, and his Sharingan detected movements in the ruins. With heightened awareness, he switched back to Ebony and Ivory, utilizing his skills to gain a better vantage point and eliminate demons with deadly accuracy. The battle intensified, with each wave of demons growing stronger. Izuku's stamina was tested, but his resolve only strengthened. He healed minor wounds with his regeneration skill and prepared for the next wave. Using his stealth mastery, he maneuvered through the enemy ranks, striking swiftly with his Veninazura blade, which incapacitated several demons. The larger demons posed a significant challenge, their thick armor making them formidable opponents. Izuku activated the future sight ability of the Sword of Omen, predicting the demons' movements and avoiding their attacks. He unleashed Omen's wrath again, stunning the larger demons and delivering precise strikes that drained their life force, replenishing his own health. As the final wave approached, Izuku braced himself for the toughest battle yet. These demons were unlike any he had faced before, their bodies radiating dark energy and their eyes glowing with malevolence. They were the elite guardians of the abyssal realm, formidable and not easily defeated. Izuku paused to catch his breath, surveying the battlefield. The ruins were littered with the remnants of fallen demons, and the air was thick with an unpleasant odor. He understood that he needed to summon all his strength to face the final challenge ahead. The elite demons advanced in a coordinated manner, demonstrating their preparedness. Izuku fired Ebony and Ivory, the mana-infused bullets slicing through the air with precision. However, these demons were different. They evaded his attacks with remarkable speed and agility. Changing his approach, Izuku unleashed a barrage of elemental jutsus. Fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning clashed against the demons, creating a chaotic display of elemental power. Yet, even this did not significantly hinder their advance. Recognizing the need for greater strength, Izuku activated the Kaioken, feeling a familiar surge of energy coursing through him. The strain was immense, but he persevered. With a powerful leap, he launched himself into the heart of the demons, his Sword of Omen glowing with energy. The battle intensified. Izuku moved like a blur, skillfully weaving through the elite demons, his strikes precise and impactful. The Sword of Omen's unique ability sustained him, siphoning energy from his foes with each successful hit. The demons, however, were relentless. They coordinated their attacks, forcing Izuku to adapt continuously. Utilizing his wall/tree climbing skill, he gained elevation and rained down fire from Ebony and Ivory, targeting their eyes and joints to immobilize them. At one point, a demon struck him hard, sending Izuku crashing to the ground. Pain surged through him, and he struggled to rise. The demon loomed above, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, Izuku's fast regeneration activated, mending his wounds just enough for him to evade and counter with a 𝗵𝗔𝗍𝗂 blade strike, paralyzing the demon and allowing him to finish it off. With the elite demons nearly defeated, Izuku sensed victory was close. He activated 𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗲 wrath one last time, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged through the remaining demons, obliterating them in a brilliant flash of light. As the elite demons fell, the ground trembled beneath Izuku's feet, resonating with the depths of the abyssal realm. The air thickened with dark energy, and from the shadows emerged the final guardian of this dreadful realm, the Hellhound's king, Cerberus. The three-headed beast towered over Izuku, its eyes blazing with an infernal glow, and its growls filled the air with dread. Izuku's heart raced as he assessed his formidable opponent. Each head snarled and roared, and its body was cloaked in heavy fur that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. Izuku tightened his grip on the sword of 𝗲𝗻, the blade shimmering with determination. Cerberus charged, its massive paws crashing against the ground. Izuku dodged to the side, rolling to evade the beast's initial attack. He fired several shots from ebony and ivory, targeting the creature's eyes and joints. The shots found their mark but had little effect on the monstrous hound. Izuku taunted the beast, challenging it with a playful remark. The first head lunged at him, its jaws snapping with tremendous force just inches from his face. Izuku responded swiftly, slashing with the sword of 𝗲𝗻 towards the beast's neck. The blade sank into Cerberus's flesh, drawing dark fluid, yet the creature barely flinched. The second head lunged, forcing Izuku to retreat and fire another volley from his weapons. The bullet struck the beast's eyes, eliciting a roar of pain, but it quickly regained its composure. Feeling the strain on his body and his mana reserves dwindling, Izuku knew he needed a new strategy. He activated his teleportation kunai, throwing the dagger to a distant point on the battlefield. In an instant, he teleported to its location, gaining a brief reprieve from Cerberus's relentless assault. From his new vantage point, he summoned 𝗘𝗁, his shadow dragon. The enormous creature emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing ominously. 𝗘𝗁 roared, sending tremors through the abyssal realm and capturing Cerberus's attention. With renewed confidence, Izuku rallied his dragon to attack. 𝗘𝗁 clawed at Cerberus's tough skin, and the two beasts clashed, their roars echoing as they fought for 𝗵𝗄. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku used stealth mastery to vanish from sight and reappear behind Cerberus. He moved the sword of 𝗲𝗻 into the beast's back leg, causing it to stagger. Cerberus's three heads snapped at 𝗘𝗁, their jaws attempting to seize the dragon's wings and neck. 𝗘𝗁 cried out, but its shadowy form enveloped Cerberus, pulling it into darkness. Izuku took advantage of the distraction, using 𝗲𝗻's wrath to unleash a powerful burst of energy at Cerberus's central head, stunning it. With Cerberus temporarily weakened, Izuku understood he had to act quickly. He focused all his remaining mana into a final attack, merging his elemental jutsus with the power of the sword of 𝗲𝗻. Fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning swirled around the blade, forming a vortex of elemental fury. With a fierce shout, Izuku leaped into the air, bringing the sword of 𝗲𝗻 down with all his might. The blade pierced Cerberus's main head, cutting deep. The combined elemental forces erupted, tearing the Hellhound apart and reducing it to a cloud of ash. Cerberus let out a final, anguished roar before collapsing and vanishing into nothingness. The battlefield fell silent once more, the overwhelming force dissipating as the Hellhound was defeated. Izuku emerged victorious, his body trembling from exhaustion but his spirit unyielding. 𝗘𝗁 landed beside him, its ghostly form fading into the shadows. The portal to the real world appeared before Izuku, signaling his return. As he stepped through the portal and back into his apartment, the calm hum of the city outside contrasted sharply with the chaos of the abyssal realm. He glanced at the message in his email, which confirmed the completion of the mission and the rewards it had provided. The notification celebrated his success in defeating the Hellhound's king, Cerberus, and clearing the abyssal fortress. As a testament to his skill and bravery, he had been awarded legendary items, the Beowulf gauntlets and greaves. These powerful, enchanted pieces of armor were designed for close-quarters combat. They granted the wearer immense strength and speed, making them formidable in melee encounters. Crafted from rare materials and imbued with ancient magic, the Beowulf gauntlets and greaves combined offensive power with defensive capabilities, embodying the ferocity and resilience of their namesake. Once wielded by a legendary warrior known for unmatched prowess in hand-to-hand combat, these items were said to embody the spirit and strength of Beowulf, a mythical hero renowned for his feats of bravery and combat skill. The gauntlets and greaves significantly boosted the wearer's physical strength, allowing them to deliver devastating punches and kicks capable of shattering stone and denting steel. They also greatly enhanced speed and agility, enabling swift movements, rapid strikes, and agile dodges. The items could channel and project powerful energy blasts from punches and kicks, adding a ranged attack option to the wearer's arsenal. Each strike could create shockwaves that damaged and knocked back enemies within a radius, useful for crowd control. When activated, they generated a protective aura that reduced incoming damage and enhanced resistance to physical and magical attacks. Additionally, the gauntlets and greaves possessed self-repairing properties, allowing them to mend themselves over time, ensuring they remained in peak condition. Next, he received the Mirage Edge, a mystical sword known for its unparalleled sharpness, speed, and unique set of devastating moves. Crafted from enchanted materials and imbued with ancient magic, this weapon symbolized mastery over both the physical and ethereal realms. The Mirage Edge's unique abilities made it a formidable weapon in the hands of a skilled swordsman. Once wielded by a legendary swordsman known for unmatched skill and unique combat techniques, tales of their exploits became the stuff of legend. The weapon, imbued with ancient enchantments, was passed down through generations to those deemed worthy of its power. The sword allowed for powerful move attacks that closed the distance rapidly and impaled enemies with precision. A rapid series of stabs executed at blinding speed overwhelmed opponents with a relentless barrage of strikes. A devastating downward slash could be performed from mid-air, delivering massive damage and breaking through enemy defenses. The sword also enabled powerful uppercut slashes that launched enemies into the air, setting them up for aerial combos or follow-up attacks. The wielder could throw the Mirage Edge like a boomerang, dealing damage to all enemies in its path before it returned to their hand. A charged attack released a wave of energy along the blade's path, slicing through multiple enemies in a single, powerful swing. An advanced version of the move attack delivered even greater force and extended the range, capable of piercing through multiple enemies. Finally, he donned the Shadow Hunter attire, a stylish black costume with enhanced defensive features, designed for elite warriors facing the most dangerous opponents. This outfit combined style with superior defensive qualities, providing protection while remaining flexible and comfortable. It also had self-repairing capabilities, ensuring it remained in top condition. Originally worn by a famous warrior known for his sword skills, the attire's legacy was passed down through centuries to those thought worthy of its power. The attire was made from a unique combination of high-strength fibers and reinforced materials, making it highly resistant to bullet impacts and minimizing damage from projectiles. Treated with a fireproof coating, it provided excellent protection against fire and heat. Despite its serious protection, the attire allowed for a full range of movement, enabling quick actions without restrictions. Its black color and matte finish enhanced stealth capabilities, making it harder for enemies to detect the wearer. The fabric was threaded with mana-conductive threads, allowing the wearer to channel their powers through the attire, improving the effectiveness of mana-based attacks and defense. The attire symbolized the wearer's rank as a powerful and elite warrior. Its highly protective features and appealing style made it a useful and defined piece of equipment, perfect for those who faced the most powerful opponents and walked the path of shadows. The self-repairing spell guaranteed that the clothing remained a stable and permanent advantage in any fighting condition. Lastly, he acquired the doppelganger skill, which allowed him to create a spectral clone of himself that mimicked his movements and attacks. This legendary ability serves as both a strategic and offensive powerhouse, enabling the user to overwhelm enemies and perform complex maneuvers with ease. The first ability, Spectral Clone, creates a spectral duplicate of the wielder that mirrors their actions, effectively doubling their attack power and creating confusion among foes. The clone can act independently, allowing for coordinated attacks and strategic positioning to maximize damage and control the battlefield. While the clone requires mana to maintain, it is highly efficient, allowing it to remain active for extended PRDS during combat. Additionally, the doppelganger shares damage with the wielder, reducing the overall damage taken by either entity, providing a layer of defense by splitting incoming attacks. When the wielder and the clone attack in perfect synchronization, their combined efforts deal increased damage and have a higher chance of critical hits. The doppelganger can also phase through attacks, offering an additional defensive mechanism and allowing the clone to avoid damage while maintaining pressure on the enemy. The stats boost includes an increase in attack power by 50% when combined with the clone, a 30% defense boost due to damage sharing, a 25% enhancement in mana efficiency, and a 20% increase in critical hit chance when synchronized. The Mirage Blade is another legendary skill that allows the user to summon and manipulate spectral blades to attack enemies from a distance. These blades move independently of the user, providing relentless and precise offensive capabilities. The user can summon multiple spectral blades that can independently target and strike enemies. The summoned blades can rapidly attack a single target with a flurry of strikes, overwhelming them with relentless precision. They can also form a spiraling pattern, drilling through enemies in their path. A barrage of spectral blades can rain down from above, striking multiple enemies in a wide area. The user can command the blades to spin around them in a defensive formation, slashing at any enemies that come close. Additionally, the summoned blades can launch a series of coordinated attacks from various angles, hitting multiple targets simultaneously. The stats boost for the Mirage Blade includes a damage increase of 150, an attack speed boost of 150%, an accuracy increase of 100%, and an offensive power boost of 120%, with a mana efficiency increase of 50%. Izuku felt a triumphant cheer escape him as he marveled at his new rewards. He had acquired an S-rank gear, 2 A-rank weapons, and 2 new skills. He examined the Beowulf gauntlets and greaves alongside the Mirage Blade, admiring their craftsmanship and power. As he donned the Shadow Hunter attire, the fabric adjusted to his body, offering both comfort and protection. The sleek black attire, accented with subtle dark blue, enhanced his stealth and mobility. Upon equipping the Beowulf gauntlets and greaves, he experienced an immediate surge of power. His muscles felt stronger, and his movements became swifter and more precise. He then picked up the Mirage Edge, feeling its ethereal nature hum with energy in his hand. As Izuku admired his new gear, he noticed something unusual. The Sword of Omen began to glow, the light intensifying until it was almost blinding. When the light finally faded, he found himself holding a transformed Sword of Omen. The blade gleamed with renewed vigor, its edge sharper and more defined. A new sheath materialized beside it, adorned with intricate engravings that pulsed with arcane energy. The Omen's Heath was a mystical accessory designed to perfectly complement the Sword of Omen. Imbued with ancient magic, it could transform along with the sword, adjusting its form to match the weapon's current state. While not a weapon or tool on its own, the Omen's Heath provided enhanced protection and convenience, ensuring the Sword of Omen was always ready for battle. The Omen's Heath possessed several abilities, including adaptive transformation to match the sword's form, magical reinforcement to protect the sword from damage, stealth mode to cloak both the weapon and itself, quick draw for rapid unsheathing, and auto-retrieval to summon the sword back instantly if lost. The Sword of Omen was a mythical blade of incredible power, created in the heart of a dying star and infused with the Eye of Thundera. This weapon had multiple forms: a sleek dagger, a balanced sword, and a powerful katana, each retaining its mystical properties. The sword was historically wielded by an ancient hero who defeated the darkness, sought by many but held by only one. Its power was said to be connected to the wielder's heart, responding to their will and increasing their resolve to fight. The Sword of Omen granted several abilities, including enhanced vision to see hidden opponents and traps, a devastating energy wave that dealt area damage and stunned enemies, the ability to glimpse into the future to predict enemy movements, and the power to drain life from enemies with each successful hit. The wielder could also change the sword's form by channeling mana into it, allowing for seamless transitions in battle. The ultimate attacks included the ability to tear portals through space and time for instant traversal or escape, and a powerful slash that could cut through reality, dealing immense damage and creating a temporary rift to disorient enemies. The Sword of Omen had transformed into an SS rank mythical weapon, and Izuku couldn't contain his excitement as he held it up to the light. The blade shimmered, its new abilities making it even more formidable than before. He marveled at its power, sheathing the sword with a sense of accomplishment. The battle had been challenging, but the rewards were worth it. As he collapsed onto his bed, a feeling of satisfaction washed over him. He was growing stronger, and with each new challenge, he was one step closer to becoming the hero he always dreamed of being. In the present, All Might addressed the students with enthusiasm, declaring that clothes make the pros. The students emerged from the tunnel in their costumes, and All Might expressed his pride in their appearance, feeling energized by their cool looks. However, Uraraka noticed that someone was missing and voiced her concern about Midoriya's absence. Just then, a blue portal opened, and Izuku stepped through, dressed in a sleek and stylish outfit reminiscent of a legendary warrior. His attire radiated mystery and power, causing the girls to blush at his striking appearance. He approached All Might with confidence, his eyes scanning the crowd before settling on the hero. Izuku apologized for his delay, his voice carrying a new edge that matched his appearance. The students whispered among themselves, impressed by his costume. Uraraka's admiration grew, and she felt her heart race at the sight of her friend looking so strong and handsome. She complimented him on his amazing costume, her excitement evident. Caught off guard by her praise, Izuku felt a blush creep up his cheeks as he thanked her, trying to maintain his composure. He returned the compliment, making Uraraka blush even more. Mineta, ever the enthusiast, expressed his love for the school, but Izuku made a mental note to keep an eye on him. All Might announced that it was time for combat training, but Ida raised his hand to inquire if they would be conducting urban battles again. All Might explained that they would be taking things 2 steps ahead, emphasizing that most villain encounters occurred indoors. He highlighted the importance of being prepared for real-life situations where intelligent criminals operated in the shadows. The students listened intently as All Might outlined the training exercise, which would involve teams of heroes and villains battling in pairs. Tsuyu questioned if this was a bit advanced, but All Might reassured them that the best training came from real battlefield experiences. He reminded them to hold back enough not to hurt their opponents. Momo asked if All Might would decide who won, while Katsuki inquired about the extent to which they could hurt the other team. Uraraka worried about the consequences of losing, recalling past events. Tenya sought clarification on how teams would be split, and Yuga showed off his cape, asking if it was stylish. All Might, slightly annoyed, clarified that while he had super strength, he did not have super hearing. After addressing the questions, All Might explained the task at hand. The villains had hidden a nuclear missile in their hideout, and the heroes needed to thwart their plans by either capturing the villains or recovering the weapon. Izuku thought to himself that All Might eventually become a good teacher. As time was limited, All Might announced they would choose teams by drawing lots. Tenya questioned if there was a better way, but Izuku reminded him that sometimes teamwork came from unexpected pairings. Tenya acknowledged this, understanding the randomness of life, and bowed respectfully to All Might. With that, All Might declared it was time to draw teams, ready to kick off the training exercise. He began to draw the teams, which were as follows: Izuku and Uraraka, B. Shoji and Todoroki, C. Mineta and Yaoyorozu, D. Bakugo and Ida, Mina and Aoyama, F. Koda and Sato, G. Kaminari and J. H. Tokoyami and Azui, I. Ojiro and Toru, J. Siro and Kirishima. Some of the girls felt a twinge of disappointment at not being on the same team as Izuku, yet they admired him fondly. Uraraka, however, was overwhelmed with excitement. With a bright smile, she expressed her joy at being on the same team as Izuku, her enthusiasm evident. Izuku smiled slightly at her excitement and nodded, agreeing that they should do their best together. The other students observed their interaction with mixed feelings. Some were envious, while others were happy for the pair. Bakugo, on the other hand, was silently seething, clenching his fists as he glared at Izuku. Tenya raised his hand to ask how they would decide the opponents, suggesting they use the box again. All Might firmly stated that they would not be using that box, tossing it aside. Izuku felt a pang of disappointment at the littering. All Might then revealed another box, declaring that the first teams to fight would be Team A and Team D. He announced that Team A would be the heroes and Team D the villains, instructing everyone else to head to the monitoring room to watch. The students complied, leaving Teams A and D in the city. Bakugo glared at Izuku with intense animosity, despite knowing about his powers. Noticing Bakugo's glare, Izuku smirked and confidently prepared his weapon, feeling motivated. All Might instructed the villains to get set up, informing them that in 5 minutes, the heroes would be released and the battle would commence. He emphasized the importance of embodying villainy, encouraging Bakugo and Iida to think like evildoers. Tenya acknowledged the instruction, and All Might reassured them that he would intervene if things went too far. Tenya understood and entered the building with Bakugo, expressing his discomfort with aligning with villainous behavior as he approached the fake missile they were tasked to protect. Bakugo called out to Iida, asking for his thoughts on Izuku's quirk. Tenya adjusted his glasses thoughtfully, explaining that Izuku's quirk was versatile and powerful, allowing him to adapt to various situations. Bakugo's face twisted with frustration at Iida's response, feeling overshadowed by Izuku. He grumbled to himself, vowing to show Izuku who was in charge. Meanwhile, Izuku and Uraraka waited outside the building, studying the layout. Izuku analyzed the plans, noting the main entrances and potential bomb locations. He deduced that Bakugo would likely target him directly, leaving Iida to guard the bomb alone, which could work to their advantage. He shared his plan with Uraraka, instructing her to find the bomb while he distracted Bakugo. Uraraka was impressed by his strategy and agreed to follow his lead, recalling how Bakugo had insulted Izuku in the past. Izuku acknowledged Bakugo's strengths but resolved not to lose against him, his determination evident as a blue aura surrounded him. Uraraka felt reassured by his presence and smiled, recognizing the rivalry between them. With renewed energy, she cheered for their teamwork, ready to give their best. Just then, All Might's voice echoed through the intercom, announcing the start of the indoor combat training between Team A and Team D. In the control room, All Might reminded the class to think critically as they gathered around the monitors, which displayed various angles of the building. He felt a deep sense of remorse as he reflected on Izuku's past struggles, realizing the impact of his actions and vowing to make amends. At that moment, Izuku and Uraraka successfully infiltrated the building through an open window. Uraraka confirmed their successful entry, and Izuku cautioned her to be aware of the blind spots as they navigated the hallways, his senses alert to any potential threats. Iida stood motionless on the top floor, clearly guarding the nuclear weapon. As Izuku picked up another signature nearby, a smirk crossed his face. Just as planned. He quickly grabbed Uraraka and moved aside just before Bakugo rounded the corner, unleashing an explosion aimed directly at him. The blast hit the wall instead, leaving a cloud of smoke in its wake. Izuku expressed genuine concern for Uraraka, checking if she was all right. She thanked him for the save as she got back on her feet, brushing off the dust. The smoke began to clear as Bakugo swiped his arm through it, challenging Izuku to fight him directly. Izuku straightened up, acknowledging that he had anticipated Bakugo's move. In the control room, Mineta commented on the surprise attack, while Ejiro criticized Bakugo for not fighting fairly. All Might reminded them that surprise attacks were part of strategy in a real battle. Mina noted that Izuku had successfully dodged Bakugo's attack, while Denki warned everyone that Bakugo was charging toward Izuku again. Back in the fight, Bakugo declared that he wouldn't cause too much damage but intended to come close. He aimed a powerful right hook at Izuku, who countered by grabbing Bakugo's arm and lifting him above his head. With a swift motion, Izuku brought Bakugo crashing down to the ground, causing the floor to crack beneath them. Bakugo was stunned, questioning how Izuku had read his moves. He felt the impact of the throw and winced in pain, while Uraraka felt the sense of satisfaction seeing Izuku stand his ground. In the monitor room, everyone was surprised by Izuku's unexpected agility. As Bakugo began to rise, Izuku pointed out that he had studied Bakugo's fighting style, even analyzing it in his hero journals, which Bakugo had discarded. Bakugo was taken aback, recalling the day he had thrown out Izuku's notebook. Standing tall, Bakugo acknowledged Izuku's growth, noting that despite the pain he had caused, Izuku had never given up on his goals. His hands ignited with small explosions, fueled by his anger. Tenya, trying to reach Bakugo through his earpiece, urged him to provide a status update, but Bakugo dismissed him, focusing on the battle. In the control room, Ejiro expressed frustration over the lack of audio from the cameras. All Might explained that Bakugo was communicating with his partner through a wireless radio, emphasizing the importance of strategy in their situation. Mina pointed out that the heroes were at a disadvantage due to the time limit and their lack of knowledge about the weapon's location. All Might encouraged the students, reminding them that heroes could turn the tables in challenging situations. Back in the battle, Bakugo prepared to unleash an explosion, prompting Izuku to call out to Uraraka to follow the plan. Bakugo charged at Izuku, his left hand crackling with energy. Izuku sidestepped the attack with ease, spinning around to deliver a powerful kick to Bakugo's side, sending him crashing against the wall. Bakugo roared in pain but quickly regained his composure, his eyes filled with determination. He charged again, demanding Izuku to stand still and fight. Izuku, calculating each of Bakugo's moves, began to dodge his attacks. A hint of amusement crossed Izuku's face as he taunted Bakugo, calling him a pitiful loser. Bakugo's face flushed with a mix of rage and humiliation as he demanded to know what Izuku had just called him. Izuku's smirk widened as he continued to mock Bakugo, claiming he had changed and was becoming weak. Bakugo's fury intensified, and he vowed to prove Izuku wrong. As Bakugo closed in, Izuku activated his doppelganger skill, summoning a blue clone of himself that mirrored his movements perfectly. Bakugo, surprised but undeterred, swung his arm to unleash a powerful explosion aimed at both Izuku and his clone. However, Izuku leaped over the attack with remarkable speed, landing behind Bakugo while his clone vanished into shadows, only to reappear at Bakugo's side. The clone struck first, delivering quick punches to Bakugo's ribs. Each strike aimed to breach Bakugo's defenses. Bakugo cried out in frustration, swinging his left arm in retaliation, but the clone disappeared and reappeared behind him. Before Bakugo could react, Izuku dashed forward, his Beowulf-enhanced speed closing the distance in an instant. Izuku's right fist, encased in the glowing gauntlet, delivered a powerful uppercut to Bakugo's jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground, momentarily stunned. However, Bakugo's stubbornness shone through as he rolled to the side to evade Izuku's follow-up kick and pushed himself back to his feet, breathing heavily. In the monitoring room, the students were glued to the screen, captivated by the unfolding battle. They recalled Izuku's earlier words about having gained his quirk only a year ago, making his current display of power all the more impressive. Kirishima was the first to express his astonishment, noting how incredible it was that Midoriya had become so strong in such a short time. Yaoyorozu added that the level of control and power he exhibited was far beyond what someone should possess after just a year of experience, almost as if he had been training his entire life. Zero, shaking his head in disbelief, wondered what Midoriya would be like in another year or by the end of the semester. The students continued to watch in awe as Izuku utilized his doppelganger skill, creating a shadowy clone that moved with speed and precision. The clone and the original Izuku worked in perfect harmony, overwhelming Bakugo with a series of coordinated attacks. Shoji, his multiple arms twitching with excitement, remarked on how it felt like Izuku was fighting with a twin, while Bakugo struggled to keep up. Hagakure, though invisible, expressed her excitement, marveling at how Midoriya was like a one-man army. Shoto reflected on how just a year ago, Izuku had been quirkless, and he couldn't help but compare his own struggles with his dual quirk to Izuku's rapid development. All Might stood by, observing the fight with a mix of shock, pride, and guilt. He recognized how much Izuku had grown, developing abilities that surpassed his expectations. He recalled the moment he had told Izuku he couldn't be hero, a moment that had crushed the boy but had not deterred him from finding a way to prove himself. Meanwhile, Ochako was focused on her mission. She had spotted Ida guarding the weapon and knew she needed to communicate with Izuku. Just as she prepared to whisper into her communicator, Ida began to declare his commitment to his role as a villain, which made Ochako stifle a giggle. His over-the-top dedication was both endearing and entertaining, but she quickly reminded herself of the importance of their objective. Earlier, Izuku and Ochako had strategized together, with Izuku emphasizing the need to focus on the weapon despite the challenge posed by Deku. Ochako had nodded, determination shining in her eyes, and Izuku had reassured her of her abilities, stressing the importance of accuracy and effectiveness. As the battle resumed, Izuku taunted Bakugo, challenging him to show more than just fury. Bakugo, fueled by anger, charged again, unleashing a series of smaller explosions. Izuku dodged effortlessly, his movements smooth and precise, while his doppelganger kept Bakugo off balance with relentless attacks. Izuku's icy tone cut through the chaos as he pointed out Bakugo's fear hidden behind his bravado. Bakugo's frustration boiled over, and he declared his intent to prove himself as the best. Izuku's cold stare remained unwavering, dismissing Bakugo's bravado as pathetic. Bakugo, momentarily taken aback by Izuku's words, regained his composure and prepared to unleash a powerful attack using his quirk. All Might's voice echoed through the earpiece, warning Bakugo to stop as he realized the danger of the situation. Bakugo, determined to land a hit, insisted that Izuku would be fine as long as he dodged. As he pulled the pin from his grenade-like gauntlet, the tension in the air became palpable. Izuku stood firm, his expression unyielding, and muttered a final dismissal of Bakugo's efforts. The explosion erupted with tremendous force, shaking the very foundations of the building. Smoke and debris filled the air, obscuring the view and sending shockwaves through the monitoring room, leaving the students in horror as they witnessed the intensity of the battle unfold. Where did his brain go? Was he completely out of his mind? The rest of Class 1A stood in shock at Katsuki's intense attack, which had the potential to seriously harm someone. All Might expressed his concern for his students' safety, calling out to Izuku. As the smoke cleared, Izuku's silhouette emerged, standing amidst the destruction, his clothes and face marked with minor burns and scratches. His gauntlets had absorbed most of the impact, protecting him from the worst of the explosion. Denki gasped in disbelief, his eyes glued to the screen, wondering how Izuku had survived that. Shoto remarked with respect that Izuku had taken the hit head-on and barely seemed affected. Momo, covering her mouth in awe, noted that Izuku's strength was on a completely different level. Siro, wide-eyed with shock, pointed out that the explosion would have taken out anyone else, yet Izuku was still standing strong. Back in the fight, Bakugo's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned how Izuku was still on his feet. Izuku stepped forward, locking his gaze onto Bakugo and taunting him about his abilities. Bakugo clenched his fists, his anger boiling over, ready to unleash another attack when All Might's voice broke through his earpiece, warning him against using such a large-scale move inside the arena. He emphasized that it would jeopardize the stronghold they were supposed to protect, and Bakugo would lose points for it. Izuku smirked mockingly at Bakugo, telling him he was barely a blip on his radar. Bakugo, furious, declared that he would show Izuku who was the best. With a fierce roar, he launched himself at Izuku, his palms crackling with energy. He aimed a punch at Izuku's head, but Izuku sidestepped effortlessly, his movements precise. Izuku countered with a swift punch to Bakugo's gut, knocking the wind out of him and calling him predictable, relying too much on his quirk without honing his skills. Bakugo staggered back, clutching his stomach, vowing to defeat Izuku. Izuku's expression grew colder as he pointed out Bakugo's lack of skill. He moved with blinding speed, landing a series of rapid punches that targeted Bakugo's weaknesses. Bakugo attempted to fight back, but Izuku was relentless, striking with precision. Izuku declared Bakugo weak, emphasizing his reliance on his quirk. Bakugo's vision blurred with pain and rage as he insisted he didn't need Izuku's advice. With a powerful punch, Izuku sent Bakugo sprawling to the ground, asserting that it was the truth, not advice. Bakugo struggled to his feet, trembling with exhaustion, determined to prove he was better. Izuku shook his head, stating that Bakugo couldn't even touch him without his explosive attacks. Bakugo's eyes burned with fury as he prepared for one last desperate attack, his body aching and movements sluggish. He lunged at Izuku, hoping to land a decisive blow. Izuku remained calm, sidestepping Bakugo's wild swing with ease. He positioned himself perfectly for a counterattack and delivered a powerful uppercut that connected with Bakugo's jaw. The impact sent Bakugo crashing to the ground, his body unmoving. Izuku stood over him, cold and unyielding, declaring it was over. He then turned away, reaching for his earpiece to call 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's voice crackled through, filled with relief as she confirmed the bomb's location. Izuku assured her he was fine, smiling slightly as he praised her efforts. He noted that Ida would be challenging to get past, but they had the element of surprise. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's eyes lit up with anticipation as she asked for the plan. Izuku suggested they combine their quirks, with him creating a distraction while she floated to the weapon. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stepped out from their hiding spot, calling out to Ida, who dramatically declared he would not succeed because he was extremely evil. Izuku smirked at Ida's theatrics, confidently stating they would see about that. He moved swiftly, using his enhanced speed to close the distance and threw a punch at Ida's midsection, but Ida blocked it with his forearm. Ida retaliated with a powerful kick, but Izuku dodged fluidly, taunting him to do better. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 watched the battle unfold, her heart racing as she prepared to time her move perfectly. As Izuku and Ida exchanged blows, she activated her quirk, floating silently toward the weapon. With Ida focused on Izuku, Izuku created an opening for 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, shouting for her to act. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped over Ida toward the nuclear weapon and, as soon as she was close enough, yelled that she had retrieved it. Izuku nodded, his expression softening momentarily as he praised her. All Might announced that the hero team had won, while Ida slumped in defeat, his shoulders sagging. Tenya acknowledged the efforts of his classmates, his voice reflecting both disappointment and respect. He recognized that they had outsmarted him. Izuku extended a hand to Ida, helping him up and encouraging him not to be discouraged by the outcome. Ida nodded, accepting the lesson. Tenya expressed his gratitude to Midoriya. After the battle trial, Bakugo was taken to Recovery Girl for treatment by medic bots. The trio gathered in the monitoring room to discuss the events that had unfolded. The atmosphere was filled with admiration for what they had witnessed, and All Might stood at the front, ready to address the students. All Might declared that even though the heroes had won, the MVP for the battle was young Ida, surprising the students and causing Ida to gasp in disbelief. Tsuyu questioned whether the winners, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 or Midoriya, were not the true MVPs, expressing her confusion. All Might prompted the class to consider why that might be, and Yaoyorozu raised her hand to respond. Momo explained that Ida had adapted best to the training context. She noted that Bakugo had acted independently due to a personal grudge, and as All Might had mentioned earlier, it was unwise to launch a large-scale attack indoors. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 chimed in, asking about Midoriya and 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, pointing out that they had taken on Bakugo and won, which should count for something. Momo acknowledged Midoriya's impressive performance but pointed out that he could have ended the fight much earlier, prolonging the battle and creating unnecessary risks. Before the conversation could continue, Izuku stepped forward, calm yet resolute, asserting that the real MVP should be 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's eyes widened in surprise, and the rest of the class turned to her, taken aback by Izuku's statement. He pointed out that Ida had been reckless, moving a dangerous weapon carelessly, which could have led to disastrous consequences. He emphasized that no one would handle such a weapon so recklessly, and Ida's actions had jeopardized their mission. The students listened in silence, and Yaoyorozu was surprised by Izuku's reasonable point, which she had not considered during training. Izuku continued, praising 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 for her bravery and smart thinking. He highlighted her discovery of the weapon and her readiness to call for help when necessary, stating that her actions were crucial to their victory. All Might nodded thoughtfully, approving of Midoriya's logic and affirming that 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's assistance had been vital to their success. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 blushed, feeling grateful for Midoriya's acknowledgement. Momo agreed with Midoriya, recognizing 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's significant contribution and offering her an apology for not fully appreciating it during the mission. Izuku reassured her that there was no need to apologize, as everyone had different perspectives that contributed to their learning. Momo expressed her appreciation for his understanding, acknowledging that 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 deserved more credit for her actions. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 waved her hands dismissively, downplaying her role, but Momo insisted on recognizing her contributions. All Might then announced that it was time to change locations and start the second match, to which the students responded in unison. As the announcement concluded, Bakugo entered the room, his presence commanding attention despite the bandages covering his injuries. His determination was palpable, even as he struggled to speak due to his swollen jaw and tightly bandaged ribs. Ignoring Recovery Girl's advice to rest, his stubbornness brought him back to the training grounds. All Might acknowledged Bakugo with a nod, concern evident in his eyes, and advised him to rest. Bakugo's eyes burned with fury and determination as he managed to express that he was not finished yet. The rest of the class exchanged worried glances, but All Might knew better than to try to dissuade Bakugo from his course. In Battle Building B, Team B, consisting of Shoji and Todoroki, prepared to face Team I, Ojiro and Hagakure. The atmosphere was tense as both teams readied themselves for the upcoming battle. All Might announced the match, declaring Team B as the heroes and Team I as the villains. Toru, determined, announced her intention to get serious, preparing to remove her gloves and boots. Ojiro, feeling nervous, acknowledged her decision but was conflicted about the implications. Toru insisted that he couldn't look, and Ojiro, unable to see her anyway, reassured her. All Might declared the start of the second indoor 2-on-2 combat training match, and the training commenced. Shoji opened his arms, creating ears from the tips of his limbs to listen intently. He detected one opponent in the hall on the north side of the fourth floor and another somewhere on the same floor, noting that the invisible one was preparing to ambush them. Todoroki advised Shoji to go outside, sensing the danger. He recognized that their opponents likely intended to fight defensively and decided to freeze the wall and floor with his left side. In an instant, he froze the entire building, leaving Shoji momentarily stunned. Toru cried out as her feet became stuck in the ice, while Ojiro found himself similarly immobilized. Todoroki entered the room, and Ojiro took a fighting stance, ready for the confrontation. "But the skin on your feet will come off, so you won't be able to fight your best," he stated coldly as he walked past Ojiro. In the monitoring room, All Might and the students, except for Izuku, shivered because of Todoroki's ice. All Might noted that Todoroki did not cause any damage to his teammate or the nuclear weapon. On top of that, he weakened the enemy, he said while shivering. Ojiro expressed his admiration, claiming that Todoroki was incredibly strong. Izuku mused to himself that this was the power of Shoto Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He thought this year would be interesting. Meanwhile, Bakugo looked at the screen in shock. Back at the training grounds, Todoroki approached the bomb and touched it. All Might declared that the hero team won, while Ojiro looked downhearted. Todoroki then used his right hand to release steam, causing the entire building to melt. Ojiro, confused, asked about the heat. Toru exclaimed that it was hot, moving around in a puddle of warm water. Shoto apologized to Ojiro, explaining that the difference in their abilities was too great, before walking out of the building and meeting Shoji outside. Sato expressed his astonishment, while Tsuyu remarked that it was expected of someone who got in through recommendations. When All Might declared Todoroki the MVP, Izuku countered, suggesting it should be Shoji or Ojiro. The class looked at him, puzzled. Momo asked why, and Izuku explained that while Todoroki's quirk was powerful, Shoji's scouting was crucial in quickly finding the opponents, and Ojiro's bravery in fighting despite being overpowered was commendable. He noted that Hagakure had been frozen before she could act, so while Todoroki's ice was impressive, it was Shoji and Ojiro's efforts that determined the outcome. The rest of the class whispered in agreement. All Might concluded that young Shoji and young Ojiro had performed admirably and should be proud of their efforts. Shoji and Ojiro exchanged glances, both feeling satisfaction at being recognized by their peers and the teacher. Momo and Izuku sat back to watch each match, discussing strategies for victory. They found it enjoyable to have someone who could relate to their abilities. Soon, it was Momo's turn, and Izuku was confident her team would win. Even though she was paired with Mineta, Izuku made sure to showcase his ivory before leaving. At the end of class, All Might praised everyone for their hard work, noting that there were no major injuries except for young Bakugus. He commended them for taking the training seriously. Tiu commented that having such a proper class following Mr. Aizawa's was anticlimactic, and most students nodded in agreement. All Might announced they were free to have proper classes as well, before instructing everyone to change and return to the classroom. Students gathered in small groups to discuss the challenges of the day's training. 𝗓𝗫 remarked on Todoroki's impressive quirk, still shivering slightly from the memory of the ice. Denki agreed, expressing awe at Bakuga's explosion. Mina recalled how she thought Midoriya would be overwhelmed, but he handled it with ease. Uraraka, who had been quietly listening, smiled and commented on how amazing Midoriya was. Just then, Izuku, standing off to the side, summoned his Sword of Omen. With a swift motion, he opened a portal to the changing room. Without a word, he stepped through, leaving his classmates in stunned silence. Shiro voiced what everyone was thinking, questioning the nature of Izuku's quirk. Kyoka expressed her curiosity about his powers, noting that they had seen him summon a portal before but wondered about the sword. Tsuyu added that his gauntlets were impressive, as he moved so quickly it was hard to keep track of him. Ojiro recalled the martial arts moves and shadow clone technique Izuku had used during his fight with Bakugo, noting that he was full of surprises. Mineta wondered about the names of those skills, while Momo acknowledged that Izuku had a variety of skills but hadn't provided a detailed rundown. Shoto thought that Izuku was definitely powerful and had clearly been training intensely. Bakugo, watching from the back of the room, clenched his fists in frustration. Despite his injuries and the bandages on his jaw, his eyes burned with determination, thinking about how Deku always showed off. After changing into their regular uniforms, a few students formally introduced themselves to Izuku, who was sitting in his chair, seemingly lost in thought. Kirishima stepped forward with his usual wide grin, introducing himself and praising Izuku for his performance against Bakugo. Izuku was surprised by the compliment and shook Kirishima's hand, thanking him. Next, Mina bounced on her feet with excitement, introducing herself and expressing admiration for Izuku's calm and strategic approach. Denki added his praise, noting how impressive it was that Izuku walked away from an explosion unscathed. Izuku nodded, feeling overwhelmed by the attention, and introduced himself. Kyoka admitted that Izuku had surprised everyone with his moves, commenting on his impressive arsenal of skills. Tsuyu hopped over, introducing herself and noting how versatile Izuku's quirk was. Ojiro, who had been quietly listening, stepped forward to commend Izuku for his impressive performance. Izuku felt warmth spread through him at the introductions and compliments. He wasn't used to such positive attention, which was a refreshing change from his past experiences. He sincerely thanked everyone, expressing that he was just trying to do his best, like all of them, as they were all there to become heroes. Kirishima clapped him on the back, encouraging him that they were all in this together. The next day, Izuku had many expectations for his time at UA, but being surrounded by the media was not one of them. He finally snapped when the barrage of questions about All Might became too overwhelming. He questioned whether any of the reporters had anything better to do than prey on high school students. The reporters flinched at his icy tone, while a determined brown-haired woman stepped forward, trying to hold her ground despite the pressure. The job of the reporters was to report the truth and the facts. Since the faculty wouldn't let them in, they were resorting to the next best thing. They approached Izuku, hoping to gather information about All Might. Izuku tilted his head slightly, his expression cold. He questioned whether they honestly expected him to believe their intentions. His voice was calm but carried an edge that made the reporters uneasy. He knew their type. For them, no meant yes, and yes meant they could do whatever they wanted. If he gave them an inch, they would take a mile. He warned them that answering one question about All Might would only lead to two more. The teachers, students, and he himself had no time for their pointless inquiries. Most of the reporters began to move away, understanding the seriousness of his remarks, but one brown-haired woman held firm, despite her shaky legs. Izuku continued, his gaze piercing. He questioned whether they thought UA and All Might should drop everything to answer every trivial question they had. The faculty were busy running a school, training future heroes, teaching future business leaders, and supporting engineers. Yet, they wanted them to stop their important work just for their curiosity. He made it clear that their questions were a nuisance. They were there to become heroes, not to entertain endless curiosity. With that, he walked through the gates, not pausing to look back at the reporters, some of whom left after hearing his statement, while the more stubborn ones stood frozen in place. Following his conversation, the remaining reporters did not press for answers from the students but instead accepted any response they received, even if it was not important or informative. In the classroom, Aizawa commended the students on their combat training from the previous day. He had seen the video and results and turned his attention to Bakugo, reminding him not to act like a child. Bakugo acknowledged this but looked away. Aizawa then addressed Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, noting that All Might had praised their analyses of their classmates. He encouraged them to continue improving such skills, as they were important for heroes. Todoroki was reminded that their exercise had been a team effort. His approach would have worked in a scenario with only villains, but in a hostage situation, collaboration was essential. Aizawa sighed as Todoroki nodded in understanding. He then shifted to homeroom business, apologizing for the late notice. The students thought they would have another special test, but Aizawa clarified that they would be deciding on a class representative. Relief washed over them as they realized it was a normal school activity. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 eagerly declared his longing to be the class representative, raising his hand high. Denki and Kyoka quickly followed suit, raising their hands as well. Yuga began to speak, but Mina interrupted, declaring her intention to lead. Katsuki shouted for the position too, raising his hand. Tenya called for silence, asserting that the role involved serious duties and was not for anyone who simply wished to take it on. It required the confidence of those around them. He proposed that if they wanted to select a true leader through democracy, they should hold an election. The class responded enthusiastically, pointing out that Tenya's hand was raised the highest. Confused, Denki asked why he had suggested that. Tsuyu noted that they hadn't known each other long enough to trust anyone. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 pointed out that if everyone voted for themselves, it would be problematic. Tenya argued that whoever received multiple votes could be considered the most suitable person. Izuku agreed with Tenya, stating that even without knowing each other well, voting could help them understand who the majority believed could represent them best. It was a way to build trust. The students nodded in agreement and sought Aizawa's permission. He, indifferent, allowed them to decide before homeroom ended and then fell asleep. Tenya enthusiastically declared the election open. After a brief pause, the board showed that Izuku and Momo had received 5 and 2 votes, respectively. Izuku commented on his votes, surprised. Katsuki stood up, shouting in disbelief at the results. Shiro remarked that it was better than voting for Katsuki. Katsuki reacted angrily, while Uraraka whistled nervously, fearing what would happen if Bakugo found out. Tenya, feeling defeated with 0 votes, expressed his frustration, acknowledging that it was expected. Momo questioned if he had voted for someone else, while Sato asked why Ida had not pursued the role he wanted. Aizawa announced that Midoriya would be the president and Yaoyorozu the vice president. They stood in front of the class, and Izuku felt a twinge of sympathy for Ida, who had his head down. He extended his hand to Momo, expressing excitement about working together. Momo smiled and shook his hand in agreement. At lunchtime, Izuku joined Ochako, Ida, Momo, and Jiro at their table. The rest of Class 1A was scattered among the other students in the bustling cafeteria. Ochako marveled at the crowd, while Tenya informed her that students from the support and business courses also joined them for lunch. Ochako enjoyed her meal, commenting on how good the rice was, while Izuku mentally ran through the responsibilities of his new position. He expressed his worries about having enough time. Ochako encouraged him, assuring him he could handle it. Tenya reminded him that he had Momo to rely on, gesturing to her as she nodded in agreement. Momo offered her support, promising to help in any way she could. Izuku thanked them for their trust, admitting that he had never been voted for much in high school. Ochako then turned to Ida, asking if he had wanted to be president as well. Ida firmly stated that ambition and suitability were different matters. Izuku chuckled softly, acknowledging that Ida likely had more experience with the position than he did, suggesting that suitability was not the issue. Ida adjusted his glasses, contemplating Izuku's words. Tenya acknowledged the perspective of his classmates, noting that their resolve, intelligence, and analytical skills would greatly benefit their class. He expressed confidence that Izuku and Yaoyorozu would make an impressive team in their future endeavors. Ochako chimed in, admiringly mentioning that Izuku had ranked first overall in the written exams. Izuku shot her a glare, wishing to keep that information private. Kyoka's eyebrows raised in surprise at the revelation, while Izuku sighed, downplaying his achievement by stating he wasn't one to brag. Tenya praised Izuku, expressing genuine admiration for his capabilities and leadership potential, especially during training. Izuku appreciated the support, smiling slightly, but was suddenly interrupted by a chill running down his spine. He turned to Yaoyorozu, asking if she could look after everyone while he checked on something. Without waiting for a response, he quickly gathered his plates and left. Ochako, confused, wondered what he meant, just as a loud alarm blared throughout the cafeteria. The announcement declared that security level 3 had been breached, urging all students to evacuate in an orderly manner. Panic spread through the cafeteria as Tenya questioned the meaning of the alert, only to hear a third-year student rush by, explaining that someone had infiltrated the building, a situation that hadn't occurred in years. He urged everyone to hurry and evacuate. Momo observed the chaos, gripping the table as students bottlenecked the exits. She wondered if Midoriya had anticipated this situation and quickly fashioned a microphone while Ida checked outside. As he peered out the window, his eyes widened in shock. Tenya exclaimed that the media had breached the school's security and were flooding the campus. Momo took charge, addressing the crowd, urging everyone to remain calm and explaining that the breach was due to the media, emphasizing that there was no immediate danger but that an orderly evacuation was necessary. Meanwhile, Izuku raced toward the source of a troubling aura he sensed near the teacher's lounge. He burst through the door to find a figure rummaging through a desk. Demanding to know who they were, he manifested his weapon, ready for action. The figure, tucking papers into their hoodie, taunted Izuku, questioning if he was more than just a bystander. Izuku ordered the intruder to step away from the desk and drop what they had taken, advancing cautiously while keeping his eyes locked on the intruder. With a sinister smile, the man vanished in a cloud of purple smoke, leaving Izuku feeling uneasy as he put his weapon away and hurried back to the cafeteria, his mind racing with questions about the encounter. Back in the cafeteria, Momo and Ida worked to control the crowd, guiding students toward the exits while Ochako used her quirk to clear heavier obstacles. Tenya spotted Izuku returning and called out to him, eager to know what had happened. Izuku paused, weighing how much to share, and opted for a half-truth, stating he hadn't seen much but had noticed something suspicious. He reassured them that the teachers were managing the situation. Ida nodded, though concern was evident on his face. Tenya urged everyone to focus on getting to safety. Izuku joined in, helping direct the flow of students until the evacuation was complete. Once outside, the teachers took over, ensuring the students' safety and order. Aizawa approached Izuku as the crowd began to calm down, asking about the suspicious figure he had seen. Izuku explained that he had witnessed a man going through the teachers' desks, taking some papers before vanishing, suspecting the use of a teleportation quirk. Aizawa's expression darkened as he assured Izuku they would investigate further and instructed him to return to his class to ensure everyone was accounted for. Izuku nodded, a troubling thought crossing his mind about whether someone was trying to declare war on them. The next day, Aizawa informed the class that their hero basic training would involve 3 instructors, surprising the students. Izuku wondered if they had discovered what the intruder had been searching for. 𝗧𝗏 raised his hand, asking what they would be doing, and Izuku revealed that the focus would be on rescue training, covering disasters and shipwrecks. Denki groaned at the thought of the hard work ahead, while Mina agreed. Ejiro corrected them, emphasizing that this was a hero's duty and expressing his readiness for action. Tsuyu confidently declared her superiority in water. Izuku then clarified that students could choose whether to wear their costumes, as some might limit their abilities. He pressed a button, revealing the costume rack, and informed them that the training would take place off-campus, requiring a bus ride. He instructed them to start getting ready before leaving the room. Outside, Ida sought permission from Izuku to manage the orderly boarding of their classmates onto the bus, but the open seating arrangement disrupted his plans, much to the delight of the rest of the class. Izuku offered a calming pat on Ida's back as laughter filled the air. Inside the bus, as Izuku slept at the front, the students engaged in light conversation. Izuku felt a nagging sense of unease, sensing that a confrontation might be on the horizon. Tsuyu turned to him, asking about his quirk, which prompted a hush to fall over the bus as everyone leaned in to hear his response. Taking a deep breath, Izuku explained that his quirk was called 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏, allowing him to access a game-like interface where he could level up, gain skills, and equip items, likening it to a real-life RPG. Achiko expressed her amazement, realizing that he could acquire various abilities and skills like a video game character. Izuku confirmed this, adding that he could summon weapons and items he had earned or purchased through the interface. It felt like having an entire arsenal at his disposal, depending on how he had progressed in his game. 𝗕𝗏 remarked that it sounded really useful and asked if there were any limitations. Izuku explained that he didn't have any significant restrictions. He could keep leveling up and gaining new abilities, only facing stamina loss. The shock on everyone's faces was palpable, as a quirk with only stamina loss was almost unheard of. Ida found it fascinating and noted that Izuku's quirk was essentially a continuous learning and adaptation process. Izuku nodded in agreement, while Izuku, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. He reminded Izuku that with great power comes great responsibility and urged him to use it wisely and continue to grow, both as a person and a hero. Katsuki, unable to contain his fury, glared at Izuku, wanting to scream or punch something to vent his frustration. The rest of the class watched, caught between awe and tension. Mina asked if Izuku had only had this quirk for a year, to which he confirmed that he had spent every day training and learning to use it effectively. Denki expressed disbelief at how Izuku had become so strong so quickly, and Izuku shared that he pushed himself to the limit every single day to catch up with everyone else. Momo praised him for achieving so much in such a short time, calling his quirk exceptional. Ochako, sitting next to Momo, smiled at him and expressed her belief that he would make an incredible hero. Izuku felt grateful for her words. However, Katsuki snapped, accusing Izuku of being a loser with a cheat quirk. His sudden outburst caused Uraraka to flinch, and the bus fell silent. Izuku's eyes turned icy blue, and a cold fury rose within him. He had had enough of Katsuki's bullying, especially toward his friend. Without a word, he activated his bloodlust skill, making the air around Katsuki heavy and oppressive, a palpable sense of danger emanating from him. Katsuki's bravado faltered as he realized the gravity of the situation. Izuku summoned his mirage blades, ethereal swords materializing around Katsuki's throat, hovering dangerously close. He warned Katsuki that if he couldn't keep a civil tongue, he would have to silence him. Katsuki's breath hitched, his fiery temper subdued by the sight of the blades and the formidable presence behind Izuku. Katsuki hesitated, questioning if Izuku would dare to act. Izuku's gaze hardened, challenging him to try. The tension in the air was thick, and everyone on the bus was frozen in shock. Even Izuku opened his eyes fully, taking in the scene with a critical eye. He instructed Izuku to stop and told Katsuki to keep his comments to himself, reminding them that this was a class, not a battleground. Izuku nodded, still locked onto Katsuki's gaze, before dismissing the mirage blades. The atmosphere lightened slightly, but the message was clear. Izuku was not someone to be trifled with. The class exchanged nervous glances, the display of power a clear reminder of how strong Izuku had become. Ochako thanked Izuku softly, and he replied that he was always there for her. Aizawa announced their arrival, stepping out of the bus and instructing the students to exit. They all got off to find an enormous circular building, where someone dressed in a large space suit awaited them. The figure introduced herself as 13, the space hero, who had saved thousands of people in just 1 year. Ochako exclaimed her admiration, declaring 13 her favorite hero. 13 welcomed the students to Japan's most advanced rescue training facility, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, and invited them inside to show them what they would be working with. As they entered, 13 explained that there were 6 different divisions to help them train for various rescue scenarios. She pointed out the different zones: the storm zone, the flood zone, the fire zone, the mountain zone, the landslide zone, and the ruin zone. Once they received approval, they could proceed to one of these zones. The students marveled at the facility, likening it to a theme park. Aizawa inquired about All Might's absence, and 13 explained that he had overexerted himself on the way there and was currently resting at the lounge back at you. Aizawa sighed, acknowledging that they would have to start training without him. 13 then emphasized the importance of their quirks, explaining her own, black hole, which could SCK up anything and turn it into dust. She reminded them that while her quirk was powerful, it could also be deadly. She urged them to remember that many quirks could be dangerous if misused and that they would learn to use their powers to help others rather than harm them. The students listened intently, and when 13 finished her speech with a bow, they applauded. Ochako expressed her admiration for 13, while Tenya enthusiastically praised her. Aizawa announced that they would divide the class into groups for the day, and just as he began to explain the arrangements, the lights flickered in the dome. Izuku glanced forward to see the same purple mist that had appeared the day before, this time opening in the center of the dome beside a fountain. He watched as a hand emerged, followed by another that covered a villain's face. Izuku felt the same decaying aura as he approached the edge, focusing intently on the villains emerging from the warp. He had lost count of how many had appeared, but his gaze remained fixed on the main 3, who radiated an immense presence. Ejiro expressed disbelief at the sight of the fake villains, while Aizawa urged everyone to stay together and instructed 13 to protect the students, clarifying that these were real threats. A villain made of purple mist pointed out that the only heroes present were Eraserhead and 13. According to the schedule they had obtained, All Might was supposed to be there. Shigaraki, the villain with hands all over his body, expressed his frustration at All Might's absence, suggesting that perhaps they could lure him out by harming a few students. This malicious intent ignited a fire within Izuku, causing him to tighten his fists until his knuckles turned white. The thought of his friends being harmed filled him with rage. He refused to sit back and allow these villains to wreak havoc. Suddenly, an emergency quest activated, alerting him to the presence of players with harmful intentions. The quest required him to push back or defeat them to ensure his safety. Although he was determined to confront them, he reminded himself that he could push back without resorting to killing. With resolve, he advanced forward. Aizawa instructed Midoriya to step back and focus on helping 13 evacuate their classmates, emphasizing his role as class representative. Momo raised concerns about the intruder detecting sensors, to which 13 confirmed their presence but noted a potential issue. Shoto speculated that if the sensors were inactive, it indicated the villains had someone with a quirk capable of disabling them. Aizawa recognized the meticulous planning behind the surprise attack and ordered 13 to begin evacuation while he prepared to confront the villains. As Aizawa leaped down the stairs toward the group of villains, one of them remarked on his descent, questioning why they had not encountered 13 or All Might as expected. Another villain dismissed Aizawa's capabilities, underestimating him. However, Aizawa activated his quirk, his eyes turning BLD red as he locked onto the villains. Confusion spread among them as their quirks failed to activate, allowing Aizawa to seize the opportunity. He swiftly incapacitated the 3 villains by using his scarf to entangle them and throw them into one another. Realizing who they were dealing with, the villains began to panic. Aizawa, maintaining his composure, dodged an attack from a gigantic villain and countered with a precise strike. He skillfully wrapped his scarf around the villain's leg, using their own momentum against them. As he continued to fend off the attackers, he noted that their abilities were more suited for close combat, and he had taken defensive measures to protect himself. Meanwhile, the students were making their way to the exit when a purple mist expanded before them, blocking their path. Aizawa, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a sense of urgency as he was surrounded by a swarm of villains. The villain who had appeared before them introduced himself as 𝗬𝗁𝗓𝗄, declaring that he would not allow them to escape. They may have seemed rude, but they had welcomed themselves into the House of Heroes, a high school, to witness the fall of All Might, the symbol of peace. The atmosphere grew tense after the words of the villain emerged from a dark, swirling mist, his glowing yellow eyes adding to his intimidating presence. 𝗬𝗁𝗓𝗄 spoke with an elegant and formal tone that unsettled both the students and the heroes. 𝗬𝗏 urged everyone to back off, declaring that she would handle the situation. However, two students disregarded her command and charged at the villain. Katsuki launched an explosion at the mist while Kirishima followed up with a punch, both eager to prove themselves. With an arrogant smile, Katsuki taunted the villain, while Kirishima expressed his surprise at their sudden attack. Some students felt a moment of relief, believing they had successfully captured the villain, but Todoroki, Midoriya, and 𝗬𝗏 remained on high alert. 𝗬𝗁𝗓𝗄 acknowledged the danger of their actions, revealing himself unharmed. 𝗬𝗏, alarmed, called for the students to retreat, but they did not heed her warning. 𝗬𝗁𝗓𝗄 ominously stated that they were all valuable targets and should not be underestimated. The mist advanced toward the students, and despite their efforts to resist, they were drawn into it and vanished. Mina shouted in concern for Kirishima, while 𝗬𝗁𝗓𝗄 declared his mission to separate and torment them. The mist spread again, engulfing several more students. Izuku skillfully dodged the mist but saw Uraraka in peril. He pushed her out of harm's way, only to be captured himself. Uraraka called out to him, but he offered her a reassuring smile before being completely enveloped by the mist. In an instant, Izuku found himself plummeting through the air, gravity pulling him down toward the water below. He quickly assumed a diving position to minimize the impact. Upon hitting the water, he spotted a villain with a shark-like appearance swimming toward him, who declared it was nothing personal and threatened him. However, Izuku countered with a powerful kick, shattering the villain's mouth and teeth. As he prepared to swim to the surface, a tongue wrapped around his waist. Recognizing the quirk, he allowed himself to be pulled up, where he found Tsuyu and Mineta on a boat. Tsuyu effortlessly lifted him onto the boat with her tongue. Izuku thanked her, and she suggested they focus on escaping. Izuku scanned their surroundings and realized they were in a shipwreck zone, surrounded by villains. Mineta, visibly terrified, stammered about their predicament. Izuku insisted they needed a plan, while Mineta expressed a longing to wait for All Might to rescue them. Izuku dismissed that idea, pointing out the villains emerging from the water, eager to attack. Tsuyu noted that the villains did not seem inclined to leave them alone. Izuku suggested they prepare to escape, pondering their situation. He speculated that the villains lacked information about their quirks, which confused Tsuyu and Mineta. Tsuyu asked why he thought that, and Izuku explained that if the villains were aware of their abilities, they would have targeted Tsuyu in the water. Mineta questioned Izuku's calm demeanor, fearing they could not fight the villains. Izuku reminded him of Aizawa's lesson about remaining calm in crises and facing danger head-on. He challenged Mineta to decide whether he wanted to be a hero or a burden, prompting Mineta to reflect on his fears. Izuku assured them he had some tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the villains in the water were growing impatient. One villain questioned when they would attack, while another cautioned against underestimating the students. As they prepared to charge, Izuku activated his water-walking skill, stepping onto the surface with ease. The villains mocked him, but Izuku raised his hand, channeling his mana. He unleashed a powerful burst of electricity, electrocuting the villains within range. Their cries echoed as they fell unconscious. Tsuyu and Mineta watched in awe as Izuku approached the boat, the water rippling beneath his feet. Tsuyu praised his actions, while Mineta, still shaken, expressed newfound respect for him. Izuku urged them to move quickly, emphasizing the need to regroup with the others and ensure everyone's safety. Tsuyu used her tongue to wrap around 𝗵𝗃 and leaped with all her strength, allowing them to cover a significant distance across the lake. When they landed in the water, Tsuyu released 𝗵𝗃, and the trio began swimming toward the shore, though 𝗵𝗃 struggled to keep pace. Upon reaching the shore, they saw Eraserhead still engaged in battle with the villains. Although he was winning, Izuku noticed he was growing tired, and the duration of his quirk usage was diminishing. Izuku realized that time was of the essence, and they needed to act quickly. He looked in the direction where 3 villains stood, one surrounded by mist, another with blue hair and hands all over his body, and the last with a bird-like beak. These 3 were the most dangerous, but Izuku believed Sensei could hold on for a bit longer. He snapped out of his thoughts when he noticed a yellow light in the distance, reminiscent of one of his classmates' lightning. It had to be Kaminari, which meant they were in the mountain zone. Izuku contemplated his next move. On one hand, he could assist his sensei along with Tsuyu and 𝗵𝗃, but he couldn't abandon Kaminari, his friend, to face danger alone. After a moment of reflection, he made a decision. He instructed Tsuyu and 𝗵𝗃 to stay behind and help Aizawa-sensei if needed, then stood up and prepared to leave. Tsuyu questioned his actions, while 𝗵𝗃 complained beside her. Izuku stated he was going to search for their classmates and would return with them if he found any. Without waiting for a response, he activated his sprint skill on water and dashed away. In the mountain zone, moments earlier, the situation was dire. Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kaminari found themselves surrounded by multiple villains. Although they were holding their ground, Momo knew it wouldn't last long. She focused on creating something to protect them from Kaminari's quirk. She urged Jiro to keep the villains at bay and advised Kaminari to hold back his full power to avoid harming them. Momo handed Kyoka a pair of sound amplifiers she had just created. Kyoka acknowledged the plan and prepared to unleash a powerful sound wave. Kaminari, charging his electricity, expressed concern about the overwhelming number of villains. He unleashed a massive discharge of electricity, causing the villains to recoil, but the exertion took its toll on him, and he slipped into a vulnerable state. Seeing an opportunity, a villain with a tunneling quirk decided to exploit Kaminari's weakness. He burrowed underground and emerged directly beneath him, ready to strike. Just then, a series of kunai embedded themselves in the ground around Kaminari, forming a protective circle. Izuku appeared, having used his warp daggers to teleport. His expression was serious, eyes filled with determination. He declared that the villain had picked the wrong target. Izuku's first move was swift. He seized the villain's wrist mid-strike, twisting it with enough force to elicit a pained cry. Not allowing the villain a moment to recover, he delivered a powerful punch to the gut, knocking the wind out of him. The villain doubled over, gasping for air. Izuku warned him to stay down before delivering a knee strike to the villain's face, sending him staggering backward. As the villain struggled to regain his footing, Izuku's eyes glinted with resolve. He threw another warp dagger, teleporting behind the villain and delivering a decisive elbow strike to the back of his head, sending him sprawling. The villain attempted to crawl away, but Izuku was relentless. He teleported again, landing in front of the villain and lifting him off the ground effortlessly. He warned the villain to stay down before slamming him into the ground with tremendous force, creating a small crater upon impact. The villain lay there, barely conscious and groaning in pain. Izuku added a chilling warning about the consequences of ever touching his friends again. Kyoka called out to Izuku in relief, but her voice was cut off by the approach of more villains. Izuku turned his cold gaze toward the new threats, a dozen menacing figures closing in. His resolve only strengthened as he instructed Kyoka and Momo to stay behind him. He launched another warp dagger, teleporting into the midst of the villains. His movements were a blur, each action precise and effective. He struck the first villain with a spinning kick, sending him crashing into his comrades. The villains shouted in confusion and anger as they charged at him. Izuku ducked under a wild punch, countering with an uppercut that snapped the villain's head back. He pivoted quickly, sweeping another villain's legs out from under him and delivering a punishing stomp to his chest. Two more villains approached from either side, but Izuku hurled a warp dagger between them, teleporting to catch them off guard. He grabbed their heads and slammed them together, leaving them unconscious. A fire-wielding villain hurled flames at Izuku, but he responded by throwing a warp dagger into a cliff above, teleporting out of harm's way. He landed on the cliff upside down and leaped off, delivering a powerful axe kick that knocked the fire user out cold. The remaining villains realized they were outmatched and attempted to retreat, but Izuku was faster. He teleported in front of them, blocking their escape and delivering a series of rapid punches and kicks, each finding its mark with precision. He disarmed a villain and used the weapon to cut through another's bindings. The last villain tried to create a barrier, but Izuku's warp daggers allowed him to bypass it effortlessly. Within moments, all the villains lay incapacitated, either unconscious or groaning on the ground. Izuku stood amidst the fallen enemies. Momo expressed her awe at his incredible display of skill. Izuku quickly lifted Kaminari, who was still dazed, and slung his arm over his shoulder, urging them to move. He started running at a moderate pace to keep up with the girls, who followed without hesitation. Momo asked where they were going, and Izuku explained they were heading to the central area where he had left 𝗬𝗠 and 𝗵𝗏𝗏. Kyoka questioned whether he had left them alone. She asked, confused. Izuku explained that when he saw Kaminari's lightning from a distance, he decided to come alone since he was the fastest. This way, the others could stay behind to watch or assist Aizawa-sensei if necessary. The girls nodded in understanding as they continued moving until they reached the central area of the building. There, they saw their sensei, Eraserhead, being held by a villain with an exposed brain, both of his arms broken. Meanwhile, the blue-haired villain had discovered 𝗬𝗠 and 𝗵𝗏𝗏, lunging at them with a sadistic smile that even the hand on his face couldn't hide. Izuku noticed the terrified expressions on 𝗬𝗠 and 𝗵𝗏𝗏 as the villain approached, and he assumed it had something to do with his quirk. Without hesitation, he threw a dagger with all his might. For 𝗬𝗠, everything unfolded rapidly. Minutes after Midoriya had left, the situation had deteriorated. Initially, their teacher appeared more exhausted than before, and the villain with hands all over his body sought to take advantage and attack him. It seemed Aizawa had managed to defend himself, but everything changed when 𝗬𝗠 witnessed the skin on his elbow and part of his arm deteriorate upon contact with the villain's hand. Aizawa was forced to fight with one arm broken, and although he seemed to hold on, the situation worsened when the bird-beaked villain moved faster than anyone could see, effortlessly immobilizing Aizawa while breaking his other arm. 𝗬𝗠 had overheard the villains talking afterward. One of her classmates had managed to leave to get reinforcements, which angered the villain with the hand on his face. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 had felt a glimmer of hope when the villain suggested they should retreat, but 𝗬𝗠 suspected they wouldn't leave so easily. Her suspicions were confirmed when the villain turned his gaze toward her and moved faster than any of them could react, his hand inches from her. Knowing what would happen if he touched her, she closed her eyes, hoping it wouldn't hurt. A wave of sadness washed over her, filled with regrets about not being able to see her family again. A tear slid down her face. But time passed, and she felt no pain. Instead, she heard several sounds, and something liquid splashed on her face. With fear, she slowly opened her eyes and saw Izuku standing in front of her, his right arm holding a kunai covered in what she assumed was BLD. The dark-skinned villain stood before Midoriya, a bleeding cut across his chest, but he appeared to be regenerating. Behind him was the blue-haired villain, and 𝗬𝗠 could see the surprised look in his eyes behind the hand covering his face. When 𝗬𝗠 had closed her eyes, Izuku had thrown a kunai and teleported. He appeared in front of the blue-haired villain, positioning himself between the villain and 𝗬𝗠, attacking with his kunai to sever the villain's right hand. However, the dark-skinned villain had released Aizawa and positioned himself as a human shield, taking the cut across his chest without showing any emotion, not even pain. BLD splattered on 𝗬𝗠 and Izuku, but the latter remained unfazed. Noticing the villain's regeneration, Izuku jumped and kicked his face, surprised when his kick seemed to have no effect, not even moving the villain's head. Quickly recovering from his surprise, he took 𝗬𝗠 and 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏, his kunai disappearing as he ran toward Aizawa's body. He urged 𝗬𝗠 to grab Aizawa, and she quickly understood, using her tongue to pull him away. As she jumped, holding Aizawa, and Izuku ran with 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏, they approached Momo and Kyoka. Momo asked if 𝗬𝗠 was okay, worried when she saw the BLD on her face. Tsuyu reassured her that the BLD wasn't hers. Momo created a handkerchief to clean Tsuyu's stained face, but before she could do the same for Izuku, Aizawa spoke, urging them not to waste time and to leave him behind while he held off the villains. He spoke with effort, exhausted, his eyes strained from the constant use of his quirk and his 2 arms broken. Izuku expressed doubt about escaping, noting the villain's speed and questioning what kind of hero he would be if he abandoned his teacher to his fate. The girls felt inspired by Izuku's words, but Mineta, with fear and tears in his eyes, protested that they couldn't fight such a powerful opponent. Izuku acknowledged the villain's strength but stated he doubted he could defeat it unless he stopped holding back. He looked at Aizawa before requesting authorization to use lethal force, referencing Yue's laws. Aizawa and the students familiar with that paragraph widened their eyes in surprise. Aizawa considered the possibilities and potential consequences, knowing they didn't have much time and no plan to protect the students. He silently prayed he wouldn't regret this decision. Finally, he permitted Izuku to use lethal force if necessary. Izuku instructed everyone to head to the entrance and support their classmates while staying away. Momo expressed concern about him fighting alone, and Kyoka echoed her sentiment, insisting they wouldn't leave him to his fate. Izuku, though his words might have sounded insensitive, stated that if they didn't leave, they would only hinder him. The girls were surprised and hurt but recognized the truth in his words. Momo agreed but asked him to take care of himself, and Tsuyu informed him that the blue-haired villain was named Shigaraki Tamura, whose quirk allowed him to disintegrate whatever he touched. Izuku nodded, committing the new information to memory. He assured them he would return, turning to smile at his classmates and sensei one last time before running toward the villains with the sword of Omen in katana mode in his left hand. As Izuku moved a few meters away from the villains, he noticed Shigaraki glaring at him with anger, scratching his neck forcefully with only 4 fingers, a detail that caught Izuku's attention. He shouted furiously, but Izuku remained calm. He thought about how Shigaraki had almost harmed his friend with his quirk and felt that they were even. Shigaraki recognized him as the student from the teacher's lounge and expressed his annoyance, commanding the creature known as Nomu to attack. The speed of the creature was astonishing, but Izuku easily dodged its powerful punch. He moved swiftly, evading Nomu's attacks while manifesting his mirage edge and delivering a cut to its body. However, Nomu showed no sign of pain, so Izuku kicked it, pushing himself away. He realized that the villain hadn't moved an inch from the force of his kick. He thought about how Nomu had regeneration abilities and seemed to nullify normal punches. Shigaraki laughed, declaring that Nomu was designed to kill All Might and that Izuku was merely prey. This taunt brought a psychotic smile to Izuku's face as he responded, amused by Shigaraki's arrogance. He declared that someone as pathetic as Shigaraki could never kill anyone as long as he was there. He added that if this was Shigaraki's idea of a monster, he hadn't seen a true nightmare yet. Shigaraki felt a chill run down his spine and shouted for Nomu to attack. As Nomu lunged at him with a fierce roar, Izuku moved with lightning speed. He sidestepped the beast's massive fist, using the momentum to slip under its guard. In a fluid motion, he brought the sword of Omen up, deflecting Nomu's attack with the flat of the blade. The parry redirected the force of Nomu's strike, leaving it momentarily off balance and creating the perfect opening. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku executed an upward slash, launching both himself and Nomu into the air. With the sword of Omen in katana mode, he began a series of rapid upward slashes. Each movement was a blur, the blade slicing through Nomu's flesh with precision. The force of his strikes lifted Nomu off its feet, carrying it skyward as Izuku continued his relentless assault. The creature convulsed under the barrage, unable to react to the flurry of attacks. Each of the 7 upward slashes cut deeply into Nomu's torso and arms. Reaching the peak of his ascent, Izuku momentarily sheathed the sword of Omen. His eyes narrowed, and with a single, fluid motion, he drew the blade in a perfect horizontal slash, executing the move known as Judgment Cut. The air around him rippled as the energy of the strike created a spatial rift. This invisible blade cut through Nomu's body with precision, leaving a deep wound that the creature's regeneration struggled to heal. Without pausing, Izuku executed a swift maneuver, teleporting himself directly beneath the disoriented 𝗵𝗃, which began to plummet back toward the ground. As 𝗵𝗃 fell, Izuku prepared for his next strike. Channeling his energy into the Sword of Omen, he performed a powerful horizontal slash. The blade glowed with brilliant light, and as it connected with 𝗵𝗃, a wave of energy exploded outward, creating a devastating dimensional slash. This attack tore through 𝗵𝗃's body, compounding the damage and leaving it vulnerable. Summoning his doppelganger, a blue shadowy figure identical to himself, Izuku initiated a coordinated assault. Both he and his doppelganger executed rapid slashes, their movements perfectly synchronized. 𝗵𝗃 was caught in a whirlwind of blades, each strike landing with incredible speed and precision. The combined onslaught overwhelmed the creature, its regenerative abilities unable to keep up with the sustained damage. Izuku extended his hand, summoning the mirage blades, ethereal swords shimmering with a ghostly light. With a command, he sent them raining down on 𝗵𝗃 in a relentless barrage. The blades pierced 𝗵𝗃's flesh from all directions, each strike delivering a devastating blow. The creature writhed, unable to defend against the onslaught. As the doppelganger vanished, Izuku executed a final, powerful slash, leaving a glowing wound in 𝗵𝗃's torso. He sheathed the Sword of Omen once more, his body radiating with power. In one swift motion, he drew the blade again in a judgment cut, creating multiple spatial rifts that converged on 𝗵𝗃. The invisible blades tore through the creature, leaving it disoriented and heavily damaged. Izuku summoned additional mirage blades, directing them to converge on 𝗵𝗃. Simultaneously, he executed an air trick, teleporting himself into the air above the creature. The mirage blades struck from all directions, pinning 𝗵𝗃 in place. While airborne, Izuku brought the Sword of Omen down in a powerful cleaving strike. The blade cut through 𝗵𝗃's flesh, driving it back toward the ground. The force of the attack created a shockwave that destabilized the creature further. As 𝗵𝗃 crashed to the ground, Izuku 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗆. With enhanced strength, he launched himself at 𝗵𝗃, delivering a powerful uppercut, his fist glowing with energy. The force of the blow lifted 𝗵𝗃 off its feet, sending it skyward once more. As the creature began to descend, Izuku executed a side roll to reposition himself. He then launched into a spinning kick, known as the lunar phase, his leg arcing gracefully through the air before connecting with 𝗵𝗃's side. The impact sent shockwaves through the creature's body. Continuing his assault, Izuku performed a series of rapid kicks, each strike landing with tremendous force. The relentless barrage caused 𝗵𝗃's body to buckle, its shock absorption abilities failing to keep up. Izuku then launched himself into the air with a powerful leap, his eyes locked onto 𝗵𝗃 below. As he reached the peak of his jump, he coiled his muscles, preparing for the strike. In an instant, he descended with incredible speed, his legs cutting through the air like a meteor. The force of his descent created a gust of wind, causing dust and debris to swirl around him. As he neared the ground, he extended his leg in a devastating axe kick, aiming directly for 𝗵𝗃's head. The moment of impact was explosive. Izuku's heel struck the 𝗵𝗃's skull with tremendous force, driving the creature into the ground. The impact created a shockwave that radiated outward, causing the earth to crack beneath the 𝗵𝗃 as it bounced back into the air. The sheer power of the blow left a crater where the 𝗵𝗃 had landed. Switching to the mirage edge, the blade glowed brilliantly as he prepared for his next attack. Channeling his mana into the mirage edge, Izuku executed two powerful forward slashes in an X shape, striking the 𝗵𝗃 with devastating force. The energy slashes hit the 𝗵𝗃's ribs, causing it to howl in pain as the energy wave tore through its body. At the same time, Izuku extended his hand and summoned the mirage blades once more. The ethereal swords appeared around him, shimmering with a ghostly light. He commanded them to rain down on the 𝗵𝗃 in a relentless barrage. The blades struck the 𝗵𝗃 from all directions, each strike delivering a powerful blow. The creature writhed in agony, unable to defend against the onslaught as it was sent airborne. Determined to finish the fight, Izuku dashed forward, executing a powerful move with the mirage edge to get under the still airborne beast, spinning the mirage blade on his finger, causing the 𝗵𝗍 to hover above him. As the abomination remained in midair and time seemed to slow, Izuku adopted his stance. His left hand rested lightly on the sheath of his katana, while his right hand hovered near the hilt, fingers twitching slightly. His breathing was steady, his mind focused on every detail of the battlefield. He sheathed the sword of omen and concentrated his energy, the atmosphere growing tense with an almost tangible energy. His blue and green eyes narrowed, every muscle in his body coiled and ready. The ground beneath them cracked, unable to withstand the immense power they were gathering. With a sharp, controlled breath, Izuku drew his sword in a swift, decisive motion. He moved so fast that time seemed to stand still. A storm of cutting energy erupted from his blade, creating a whirlwind of slashes that obliterated everything in its path. The air vibrated with the sheer force and speed of his strikes, creating a symphony of steel. With a final, decisive flick of his wrist, Izuku sheathed his blade, the sound of the blade clicking into place cutting through the silence. Reality seemed to shatter with a loud energy wave. The world around Izuku broke like glass, fragments of space and time cascading in all directions. The 𝗵𝗍, frozen in midair, began to fall apart, its body torn into countless pieces by Izuku's invisible slashes. The creature disintegrated before it could even register what had happened, its monstrous form reduced to nothing more than a pile of remnants. The environment bore the marks of Izuku's attack. Trees were sliced cleanly through, rocks split as if by a giant's hand, and the very air hummed with the residual energy of his strikes. The shimmering afterimages of his slashes lingered for a moment before fading away, leaving behind only the aftermath of his devastating power. Izuku breathed slightly as he looked over his shoulder, seeing the terrified expression on the villain's face. He spoke coldly, having faced monsters scarier than this, each word sharp as a blade. He noted that they hadn't stood a chance either. Shigaraki's eyes widened with shock and fear, stammering in disbelief. This kid had not just beaten the 𝗵𝗍, he had completely overpowered it. Something created to defeat all might had been taken down effortlessly. What kind of monster was he? Kurogyari stood motionless, eyes wide, murmuring that this was impossible. No one should be able to move that fast. Meanwhile, the girls and Mineta reacted with awe, fear, and admiration. Momo trailed off, unable to find the words to describe what she had just witnessed. Kyoka remarked on the insanity of the moment, while Tsuyu praised Midoriya's amazing abilities. Mineta, on the verge of tears, exclaimed that they were saved, calling Midoriya a monster in a good way. Todoroki, standing apart from the others, remained stoic, though his eyes betrayed a hint of fear and respect. Bakugo, watching the entire battle, was a storm of emotions. His eyes blazed with rage and frustration, fists clenched tightly. He gritted his teeth, seething with anger, wondering how Deku had become so strong. Aizawa, injured and struggling to stay conscious, watched with one good eye, a hint of pride and relief flickering across his face despite the pain. He acknowledged Midoriya's growth. Before Izuku could turn his attention to Shigaraki and Kurogyari, a group of thugs, driven by fear and desperation, blocked his path. Shigaraki's voice echoed through the ruins, threatening them to kill Izuku or face dire consequences. The thugs, terrified of their leader, reluctantly prepared to attack. Despite their fear, they charged at Izuku with weapons drawn. Fully in control of the battlefield, he knew he had to dispatch them quickly to reach Shigaraki and Kurogyari. With calm focus, he reached into his inventory and pulled out his warp daggers. As the thugs closed in, Izuku's movements became a blur. He threw the first warp dagger with pinpoint accuracy, embedding it into the ground behind one of the thugs. In an instant, he vanished from his initial position, reappearing behind the thug. With a swift, calculated motion, he delivered a powerful punch to the back of the thug's head, knocking him unconscious. Without pausing, he threw another warp dagger toward a group of 3 thugs. The dagger landed near their feet, and Izuku teleported again, appearing among them. A series of rapid punches and kicks followed, each one landing with devastating force, leaving the thugs crumpled on the ground, unable to react to his speed and strength. As Izuku dispatched the thugs with ease, Shigaraki's confidence began to waver. His hands trembled, and a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. The sheer power and efficiency with which Izuku fought were unlike anything anyone had ever seen. Shigaraki muttered to himself, his voice shaking with fear, questioning how Izuku could be so strong. Kurojirai, sensing his leader's panic, suggested that they could use one of Izuku's friends to bring him to his knees. He offered to teleport any of them to get Izuku's attention. Shigaraki nodded, a twisted sense of satisfaction replacing his fear as he commanded Kurojirai to proceed. In a flash of dark energy, Kurojirai opened a portal behind Ochako, who was standing among her classmates. Before she could react, she was pulled through the portal and reappeared near Shigaraki. Izuku shouted her name, panic, filling his voice as he saw her in danger. He turned toward Shigaraki, his eyes blazing with fury as he subconsciously activated his Sharingan. Shigaraki smirked, raising his hand toward Izuku and threatening that if he wanted to see his friend again, he would have to comply with his demands. He held Ochako close, his fingers dangerously close to her neck. Despite the immediate threat to her life, Ochiko's thoughts were focused on Izuku's safety. Her eyes, filled with fear and determination, locked onto him. She pleaded with him not to come any closer, not wanting him to get hurt because of her. Seeing her distress pushed Izuku's rage to its peak, and the air around him crackled with energy. His three-tomo Sharingan began to transform, the tomos spinning rapidly and merging into a new, intricate pattern. His eyes now blazed with the powerful design of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, sharpening his vision and enhancing his abilities. Fueled by a fierce determination, he leaped at Shigaraki, drawing the Sword of Omen in sword form. With a perfect strike, he cut through Shigaraki's raised hand, grabbing Ochako and pulling her away from danger. Shigaraki screamed in pain, clutching the stump where his hand had been. Izuku warned him coldly that if he touched her again, he would do more than just take his hand. His classmates watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock and fear at the sight of Izuku's swift action and his fierce red eyes. As Izuku stood over the defeated Shigaraki, his breath steady and his gaze cold, he sheathed the Sword of Omen, the blade still glowing faintly from the intensity of the battle. The threat to his friends had unleashed a side of him that few had ever seen, driven by a fierce determination to protect those he cared about. Kurojirai, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly opened a portal and retrieved Shigaraki, who was still writhing in pain. Shigaraki vowed that this wasn't over and that they would return. With Shigaraki and Kurojirai gone, Izuku turned his attention to Ochako, who was trembling with fear. He hugged her, his expression softening as he gently touched her head, asking if she was okay. Ochako nodded weakly, her eyes still wide with fear, expressing how scared she had been and that she thought he was going to kill her. Izuku's gaze hardened for a moment, but he quickly pushed the anger aside, focusing on comforting her. He reassured her that it was okay now, that Shigaraki was gone, and he promised he wouldn't let anyone hurt her. Ochako managed a small, shaky smile, grateful for Izuku's presence. He encouraged her to stay with the others while he took care of the rest. As Izuku turned back toward the battlefield, his eyes scanned the area for any remaining threats. In the distance, he spotted a group of villains. Without hesitation, he pulled out his warp daggers once more, throwing one and teleporting instantly behind one of the thugs. He delivered a powerful kick to the back of the thug's knee, causing him to collapse. Before the others could react, Izuku teleported again, reappearing in their midst. With a series of rapid punches and precise sword slashes, he took down each thug in quick succession, his movements a blur of speed and strength. The next moments were filled with the sounds of villains as Izuku fought fiercely while also saving his classmates. After 20 minutes, he found a moment to catch his breath, sitting on a plastic chair created by Momo near a mountain of defeated villains, drinking a few potions. He received a notification about completing an emergency quest, detailing the number of players he had defeated and the rewards he could claim. Izuku reflected on the new meaning of the number he had just encountered, a hint of dark humor in his voice as he decided to check his newly awakened skill. The Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was the ultimate evolution of the three-tomo Sharingan. granting him unparalleled visual prowess and powerful abilities. Achieving it significantly enhanced his perception, reaction time, and overall combat abilities, including the ability to manipulate space-time, enabling him to teleport or phase through objects. This ability can be used for both offense and defense, making it highly versatile. The user can perfectly replicate any technique they witness, including physical movements and combat skills, as long as the technique does not require unique or mystical attributes. This form of Sharingan enhances the user's ability to cast and dispel illusions, allowing them to trap enemies in powerful illusions and disrupt their senses effectively. By analyzing subtle cues such as muscle tensions and movement patterns, the Sharingan can anticipate an opponent's next move, significantly increasing the user's evasion and reaction time during combat. The ability traps the target in a powerful illusion, subjecting them to a distorted perception of time, which can be used to incapacitate or manipulate enemies. It summons black flames that can burn anything and cannot be extinguished by normal means, allowing the user to control the flames to target specific enemies or objects. The user can summon a gigantic, humanoid avatar made of pure energy that acts as an extension of themselves, providing both offense and defense, capable of delivering devastating attacks and shielding the user from harm. This ability significantly enhances the user's perception and reaction time, allowing them to predict and counter enemy movements with incredible accuracy. While his classmates stood around him, their expressions were a mixture of awe, shock, and fear. They couldn't believe that in just 20 minutes, Izuku had managed to defeat so many opponents. The sight of their fallen foes, along with the remnants of the Nomu, was overwhelming. As the students tried to process what they had just witnessed, a familiar voice boomed from the top of the stairs. All Might appeared at the top of the stairs, his presence commanding immediate attention. He looked down at the mountain of fallen villains and the scattered remnants of the Nomu, his eyes widening in shock and horror. He asked what had happened there, his voice filled with disbelief. Izuku looked up at him, his expression cold, and explained that they had some unexpected guests but assured him that everything was under control now. All Might's gaze swept over the scene, taking in the sheer number of defeated villains, and his eyes returned to Izuku, filled with concern. He expressed disbelief that Izuku had done all this by himself. Izuku nodded, standing up from the chair, and stated that he had to act because they threatened his friends. All Might stepped forward, his expression softening as he placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, expressing pride in his actions. Izuku shrugged off All Might's hand, his expression cold, and stated that he didn't need his approval, just that he should arrive on time. He turned away, heading back towards his classmates without waiting for a response. Once the teachers and police arrived, they began taking statements. A man stood before Izuku with a notepad away from everyone else and introduced himself as 𝗍𝗲𝗄𝐻 𝗧𝗵𝗲, a detective from the city's police department. He wanted to take Izuku's testimony about what had happened at the USJ. Izuku nodded in understanding and indicated that the detective could start. The detective began asking several questions about the incident, and Izuku answered honestly, though the situation became a bit tense at one point. The detective inquired if it was true that Izuku had left 2 of his classmates and gone to the mountain area. Izuku confirmed this and explained that he had seen a yellow light similar to the rays produced by one of his classmates' Quirks, prompting him to go help. The detective nodded, satisfied with the answer, and asked what Izuku did upon arrival. Izuku explained that he had seen 3 of his classmates surrounded by several villains, and one was almost taken hostage, so he neutralized that villain and rescued his classmate before taking down the rest of the villains present. The detective continued with his questions, asking what happened after Izuku neutralized the villains. Izuku explained that he spoke to his classmates and helped one who had overused his quirk before returning to the position where he had left the others. The detective then asked what happened when they arrived, to which Izuku replied that they found the situation critical, with their sensei subdued by the villain called Nomu and another villain attacking the classmates he had left behind. The detective pressed on, asking what happened next. Izuku explained that he saved his classmates, and then they took their sensei and retreated. The detective noted that witnesses claimed Izuku stayed to fight the Nomu and asked why he made that choice. Izuku explained that the Nomu was too fast and would have caught up with them unless someone stayed to match it. He believed he had the best chance against the creature. The detective acknowledged that several witnesses said Izuku could match the Nomu's speed and congratulated him on his skill. The detective paused for a moment before asking the final question about why Izuku had to eliminate the Nomu. Izuku's expression grew serious as he explained that the Nomu was a threat that needed to be eliminated, created with the sole purpose of killing all might. He emphasized that allowing it to continue would pose a danger to everyone around, including his classmates and teachers. He also mentioned that he had received permission for lethal force from Aizawa-sensei and noted that the Nomu had multiple quirks. The detective's demeanor shifted slightly as he expressed concern about the mention of multiple quirks. Izuku confirmed that the Nomu had a combination of super strength, regeneration, and shock absorption, among other abilities, which made it challenging to take down. The detective took a deep breath, processing the information and recalling the reports he had reviewed earlier. He kept his silence, not wanting to alarm the young hero further. He thanked Izuku for his honesty, stating that his testimony was crucial for their investigation and assuring him that they would do everything possible to ensure the safety of everyone at 𝗧𝗂 and beyond. With that, he stood up, offering Izuku a reassuring smile and encouraging him to take care of himself, inviting him to reach out if he remembered anything else. Izuku replied seriously but gratefully, acknowledging the detective's understanding. After the chaotic and harrowing events at the USJ, the students of Class 1A were given a few days to rest and recover. Izuku found himself walking toward the train station with Hachiko. The sun was setting, casting a warm, orange glow over the city. The two walked silently for a while, each lost in their thoughts. Finally, Izuku broke the silence, asking Hachiko how she was holding up after everything. Hachiko looked up at him, her eyes reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and lingering fear. She forced a small smile and replied that she was doing okay, though everything had happened so fast and had been so intense. She never expected their training to turn into something so dangerous. Izuku nodded, understanding exactly how she felt. He complimented her on being amazing out there, mentioning that he heard from their classmates how she did her best to help everyone and assist Ida in escaping while calling for reinforcements. Hachiko looked down, her voice barely above a whisper as she expressed her feelings of helplessness when Shigaraki got close to her. She added that if it hadn't been for him. Izuku stopped walking and turned to face her, reassuring her that she did what she could. Tears welled up in Hachiko's eyes as she looked at him, admitting her fear and how she thought. She thought she might not make it. Izuku's expression softened as he told her it was okay to be scared. What mattered was that she didn't let it control her. She was strong and she survived. That was what counted. Hachiko wiped her eyes, a small smile breaking through as she thanked him. They continued walking in silence, the only sound being their footsteps on the pavement. Hachiko then asked if she could inquire about something. Izuku glanced at her, inviting her to ask. She wanted to know how he stayed so calm in situations like that, noting that it seemed he wasn't even scared. Izuku sighed, his gaze distant as he explained that it wasn't that he wasn't scared, he had just learned to push through it. After everything he had been through, his mind entered a focused state when things got tough. Hachiko's curiosity was piqued, and she asked him to elaborate. She recalled how he had mentioned getting his quirk a year ago but had never gone into detail about its requirements. Izuku took a deep breath, ready to share more of his story. He explained that a year ago he was just an ordinary quirkless kid with big dreams, but then everything changed when he received a quirk called Ready Player One. It was like something out of a video game, granting him abilities but with conditions. He had to complete missions and fight monsters, facing penalties if he failed. Hachiko's eyes widened in surprise as she realized the intensity of his experiences. Izuku confirmed that, at first, it was all about survival. However, as he grew stronger, he realized he could use his power to help others and become a hero. That thought kept him going, the hope that he could make a difference. Hachiko smiled softly, her admiration for him evident, and told him he already had made a huge difference to all of them. Izuku returned her smile, appreciating her words. As they reached the station, their classmates were already gathering there. While they waited for the train, Izuku noticed that 𝗧𝗂𝘁 seemed more at ease. He gently offered his support, letting her know he was there if she ever needed to talk. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 nodded, a slight blush coloring her cheeks, and reminded him not to bottle things up either. Izuku smirked, feeling a blush rise on his cheeks as well, and promised he would try not to. When the train arrived, they boarded, the day's events still fresh in their minds. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 found a seat next to Izuku, their shoulders occasionally brushing against each other. Each time they made contact, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 felt her heart skip a beat, and she noticed Izuku's cheeks reddening too. They shared a quiet moment, the bustling sounds of the train and their classmates fading into the background. In that brief silence, they found comfort in each other's presence, a small beacon of hope amid the chaos they had faced. The next day, in one of Yue's rooms, specifically in the teacher's meeting room, all the heroes who worked at the academy gathered along with the principal and a detective. 𝗫𝗠 noted that everyone was present, allowing them to start the meeting about what happened at the USJ. He introduced Detective 𝗕𝗄𝗍𝗂, who was in charge of the investigation into the incident. The detective stepped forward and greeted everyone. 𝗕𝗄𝗍𝗂 explained that they had taken testimony from all the students and teachers, including the captured villains, about the events at the USJ. A holographic screen formed next to him, displaying the faces of 3 villains. He shared that all the villains had reported similar information. They had heard a rumor about an attack on All Might involving a weapon capable of killing him and had gathered to assist in that attack. The villains identified as Tomura Shigaraki and Kurogiri were said to be the ones who directed them, with Shigaraki being the leader. As 𝗕𝗄𝗍𝗂 continued, he informed the staff that when the villains gathered for the attack, they appeared thanks to Kurogiri's quirk, accompanied by the so-called 𝗨𝗻𝗄, which none of the villains knew anything about. When they checked the location where the villains had gathered, they found nothing, just abandoned warehouses and buildings about to be demolished, so they couldn't find anything useful. However, thanks to the testimonies of some students about what happened at the USJ, they were able to uncover certain details. 𝗕𝗄𝗍𝗂 also mentioned that they managed to recover the security camera recordings to see what transpired. This caught everyone's attention in the room. He warned that some scenes might be unsettling. With that, the holographic screen began to play the recordings captured from various areas of the USJ. Everyone watched with concern as the students were divided and transported to different areas, fighting to survive against the villains. They saw how Aizawa was easily subdued by the 𝗨𝗻𝗄 and how he, along with 2 other students, was saved by the strongest student of Yue. They witnessed Aizawa giving permission for lethal force, and they were shocked by the ensuing fight, where the strongest student dispatched the 𝗨𝗻𝗄 with remarkable skill. Midnight covered her mouth in amazement and disbelief as they watched the reality unfold. When the recording ended, the room fell into total silence as the heroes processed what they had just seen. 𝗫𝗠 broke the silence, commenting on the interesting nature of the footage. Vlad expressed his incredulity at the events depicted. 𝗫𝗠 then moved on to the next topic, emphasizing the need to discuss measures to ensure the safety of their students, given the severity of what they had witnessed. Implementing a dormitory system would provide better security and oversight. Ectoplasm agreed, acknowledging the bravery of the students, but emphasized the need for increased protection. The staff nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of this decision. 𝗫𝗠 added that they needed to address the actions of Izuku Midoriya. While his methods were unconventional, he acted with the intent to protect his classmates and teachers. Given the severity of the threat and Aizawa's prior permission to use lethal force, it was clear that his actions were justified. Mike expressed that the kid was just doing what he thought was right and couldn't be faulted for that, especially considering the situation. Midnight concurred, noting Izuku's remarkable bravery and skill. 𝗫𝗠 then revealed that the DNA test results from the hand Shigaraki lost in battle were unexpected, matching that of the pro-heroine 𝗓𝗓𝗓, which had significant implications. The room fell silent as the weight of this revelation sank in. All Might, who had been quietly listening, appeared particularly affected by the news. He murmured 𝗓𝗓𝗓's name, his voice filled with a mix of shock and sorrow. 𝗫𝗠 stated that this discovery raised many questions, but for now, their priority was the safety and well-being of the students. A fresh sense of intensity and purpose filled the room as the heroes realized they needed to protect their students while investigating the secrets surrounding their adversaries. 1 week later, it had been 8 days since the USJ attack, and the week had been thrilling for Izuku. After defeating the 𝗵𝗲, he awakened a new skill and received an A-rank dungeon key from the mystery box. He unlocked new rewards after clearing the dungeon, including access to a daily use segment from the store where he could buy items. Class 1A stood next to the recently built UA dormitories, which they named Class 1A Heights Alliance. The dorms, designed to provide students with a safe and comfortable living space, were an impressive sight. However, not every parent accepted the idea immediately, leading to some heated discussions over the past few days. 𝗕𝗏 mentioned her mother's initial worries but noted that after talking to the teachers and seeing how safe the dorms were, her mother finally agreed. 𝗕𝗪 shared that his parents were also against it at first, but they came around once they understood the importance of safety and training. 𝗵𝗃 added that her parents needed a lot of convincing, and she had to promise to call them every day. As the students continued to share their experiences, Izuku recalled his conversation with 𝗫𝗍 from the previous day. Flashback 1 day ago, Izuku's footsteps echoed off the walls as he walked through the calm hallways of UA. He felt nervous about being called to 𝗫𝗍's office. Taking a deep breath, he arrived at the door marked Principal 𝗫𝗍 and knocked. A cheerful voice called from inside, inviting him to enter. Izuku opened the door to find 𝗫𝗍 sitting behind his desk, a warm smile on his face. The principal's small stature and animal-like appearance often belied his sharp intellect and commanding presence. 𝗫𝗍 gestured for Izuku to take a seat. He greeted Izuku and expressed hope that he was feeling better after the USJ incident. Izuku replied affirmatively, and 𝗫𝗍's smile widened as he continued. He wanted to talk to Izuku personally about his actions during the USJ attack, praising his bravery and quick thinking that saved not only his classmates but also Aizawa. For that, they were immensely grateful. Izuku smiled slightly, expressing his gratitude for the acknowledgement. 𝗫𝗍 explained that despite the unconventional nature of his actions, they were necessary for the safety of everyone involved. Given the gravity of the situation, the teachers and he decided to express their gratitude practically. Izuku's curiosity was piqued as he asked what 𝗫𝗍 meant. 𝗫𝗍's eyes twinkled with amusement as he revealed that they wanted Izuku to have a personal floor in the new dormitory building. This space would be his alone, providing the privacy and resources he needed to continue his studies and training. Izuku was taken aback, stammering in disbelief at the generous offer. 𝗫𝗍 reassured him that it was the least they could do after everything he had done. Taking a deep breath, Izuku expressed his heartfelt thanks, acknowledging how much it meant to him. 𝗫𝗍's expression grew serious as he leaned forward slightly, indicating there was one more thing to discuss: Izuku's quirk. He expressed interest in learning more about it. Izuku nodded, feeling the weight of the conversation shift. He explained that his quirk, called Ready Player One, allowed him to explore dungeons and complete quests as if he were in a video game, gaining experience points, leveling up, and unlocking new abilities and items. 𝗫𝗍 listened intently, his sharp eyes focused on Izuku's face. He asked if the dungeons existed in a separate dimension, to which Izuku confirmed that he accessed them through portals that appeared when he received a quest. The dungeons were incredibly challenging, often requiring time to fully explore and complete the quests. 𝗫𝗍 pondered Izuku's words, asking how much time he typically needed to explore these dungeons. Izuku explained that it varied, with some dungeons completed in a few hours while others might take days, depending on the complexity and difficulty of the quest. 𝗫𝗍 nodded thoughtfully, thanking Izuku for sharing this information. He assured Izuku that his academic schedule would be adjusted to accommodate his need for dungeon exploration and that they would provide any additional resources he might need. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him as he expressed his appreciation for 𝗫𝗍's understanding and support. 𝗫𝗍 smiled warmly, reaffirming their commitment to support Izuku's potential and dedication. Present, Izuku was brought back to the moment as Midnight and Present Mike arrived to address the group, filling in for Aizawa, who was still recovering from his injuries. Mike greeted the class energetically, hoping they were excited to see their new living quarters. Midnight stepped forward, her usual hero costume replaced by a more formal outfit, and explained that the dorm system had been implemented to ensure their safety and provide a better training environment. The students followed Midnight and Present Mic inside the dorms, their eyes widening in amazement as they took in the common area on the first floor. It was spacious and well-furnished, featuring comfortable couches, large tables, a big-screen TV, and a kitchen. The bathrooms and laundry rooms were clean and modern, providing all the amenities they could need. Midnight explained that the first floor was a common area where they could relax, study, or hang out with their classmates. The dorm rooms began on the second floor and extended to the fifth floor, with each floor containing 8 rooms in total, 4 for males and 4 for females. The males were assigned to the left wing, while the females occupied the right wing. Present Mic added that every student would have their own room equipped with air conditioning, a closet, and a balcony, ensuring plenty of space to make it their own. The students were already impressed by the facilities, marveling at the well-furnished common area and the modern amenities. As they explored, one student noticed an additional floor listed on the elevator panel. Curiosity piqued, he asked what the 6th floor was for. Midnight exchanged a knowing glance with Present Mic before answering that the 6th floor was a special accommodation. Present Mic continued, informing them that one student had been given a personal floor. There was a collective gasp as jaws dropped in unison. Midnight confirmed that due to his exceptional performance and the special circumstances surrounding his quirk, Izuku Midoriya had been granted a personal floor. The reaction was immediate, with classmates turning to look at Izuku with wide eyes, a mix of astonishment and envy on their faces. One student exclaimed how amazing it was for Midoriya, while another expressed excitement at the thought of having a whole floor to himself. Meanwhile, Katsuki stood to the side, his face contorted with anger as he clenched his fists. He muttered under his breath about Deku always getting special treatment. Izuku noticed Bakugo's reaction and felt a sense of satisfaction. He turned to face Bakugo, a smug expression on his face, and remarked that it paid to work hard and save people. Bakugo's eyes narrowed dangerously, but before he could retort, Midnight continued, explaining that Midoriya's unique quirk and contributions to the safety of his classmates warranted this special accommodation. Present Mic jumped in, trying to diffuse any tension, encouraging everyone to focus on getting settled in and informing them that room assignments were posted on the board in the common area. The students began to disperse, heading to check their room assignments and explore their new living spaces. Izuku lingered for a moment, feeling a mixture of pride and relief. The personal floor would provide the perfect environment for him to train and manage his quirk. As night fell, Class 1A gathered in the common area, their excitement palpable. Mina proposed a fun competition to help everyone bond and get to know each other better, announcing they would see who had the best room, going one by one and then voting on the winner. Katsuki scoffed, stating he had better things to do and headed toward his room, while Shoto, who had been quietly observing, also decided to call it a night. Each room tour was met with laughter, compliments, and playful teasing, and everyone was having a great time marveling at how their classmates had personalized their spaces. When it was Izuku's turn, he led the class to the elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor. Anticipation filled the air as they ascended. As the doors opened, the students stepped out and were immediately struck by the grandeur of Izuku's personal floor. The living room was beautifully furnished, with a comfortable seating arrangement and a large shelf displaying pictures of Izuku's family. The warmth and care put into the space were evident, making it feel welcoming and homely. One student exclaimed in amazement at how incredible it was, while another looked around with wide eyes, commenting on how everything looked so expensive. Before she could lose her balance, Izuku quickly caught her, gently steadying her on her feet. She apologized, regaining her composure and expressing how impressive everything was. The class spread out, exploring the different areas of Izuku's floor. There were 4 bedrooms, each with the same stylish design and attached bathrooms. The gaming room was a hit, complete with a screen, various gaming consoles, and a collection of games. A small library, filled with shelves of books and a cozy reading nook, added an intellectual charm to the floor. Unable to contain his curiosity, one student asked how Izuku had managed to remodel the whole floor in just one day. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, a sheepish smile on his face, and replied that it was due to hard work. The response caused the class to comically fall over in disbelief, while internally, Izuku felt overwhelmed thinking about how his savings had been drained by the renovations. As the students continued to explore Izuku's floor, they gravitated toward the shelf adorned with photographs. Some pictures caught their attention, showing him with bright green hair and a wide, happy smile. One student squealed in delight, calling him cute, and the other girls crowded around, echoing similar sentiments. Izuku felt his face heat up with embarrassment as he admitted that was how he looked when he was younger. Another student gently picked up a picture of Izuku's parents, asking if it was his family. The image showed a loving couple, their faces radiating warmth and kindness, with Izuku between them. The room grew somber as the students took in the photograph. They knew Izuku's backstory, but seeing the faces of his parents made it more real and poignant. One student remarked on how kind Izuku's parents looked, and he nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat as he quietly shared that they had always supported him, even when he was quirkless. They believed in him. There was a moment of respectful silence as the class processed the weight of Izuku's words. They had witnessed his strength and determination firsthand, but now they understood the depth of his resilience. Tenya expressed his condolences to Midoriya, his voice sincere. Izuku offered a small, grateful smile in response. The room fell silent as the students shared a moment of respect for Izuku's parents and the hardships he had endured. The weight of those memories hung in the air, creating a heavy atmosphere filled with unspoken emotions. Uraraka, standing close to Izuku, noticed the subtle tremble in his hands as he gazed at the photos of his family. She stepped closer and wrapped her arms around him from the side, offering a comforting hug. She reassured him that they were all there for him. Izuku felt the warmth of her embrace and the sincerity in her words. Taking a deep breath, he experienced a mix of sadness and gratitude. Her support, along with the presence of his friends, gave him the strength to face the painful memories without feeling overwhelmed. He quietly thanked Uraraka, leaning into the hug for a moment. The other students observed the interaction, their expressions softening with empathy and understanding. They recognized that despite his incredible strength and determination, Izuku still carried the weight of his past. After a few moments, Uraraka gently released him. Sensing the somber mood lingering in the air, Izuku decided to do something to lift everyone's spirits. He pulled out his phone and quickly ordered pizza for everyone, trying to sound cheerful as he called out to the group. The suggestion was met with enthusiastic cheers, and the mood in the room lightened almost immediately. The students gathered around, chatting excitedly as they awaited the food's arrival. 𝗧𝗪 expressed his excitement about the pizza, and Mineta eagerly agreed to join in. When the pizza arrived, they congregated in the common area, creating a vibrant and welcoming atmosphere. They settled across the couches and chairs, grabbing slices of pizza and engaging in lively conversation. Laughter filled the room as they shared stories, joked around, and even started a friendly debate over the best pizza toppings. Izuku found himself surrounded by his friends, the earlier somber mood lifted by the simple joy of sharing a meal together. Momo expressed her appreciation for Izuku's thoughtful gesture, and Denki enthusiastically agreed that it was an awesome idea. Izuku, slightly embarrassed by the praise, replied that he just wanted to do something nice for everyone after a tough day. The night continued with laughter and camaraderie, strengthening the bond between the students. As curfew approached, they finished their pizza and began to clean up. Tenya reminded everyone that it was almost time for bed, stifling a yawn. 𝗧𝗪 suggested they declare the room king, and everyone nodded in agreement. Mina excitedly declared that it was definitely Midoriya. Izuku's face turned a deeper shade of red as everyone clapped and cheered for him. He tried to protest, but the enthusiastic applause drowned him out. Denki playfully encouraged him to accept his crown as room king, making everyone laugh. Feeling both embarrassed and touched, Izuku smiled and expressed his gratitude for their support. One by one, the students made their way to their rooms, saying their goodnights and thanking Izuku once more for the pizza. As Uraraka was the last to leave, she teasingly called out a good night to the room king. Izuku waved goodbye, feeling grateful for his friends. Despite the challenges and heavy memories, They managed to end the night on a positive note. Surrounded by the support and camaraderie of his classmates, Izuku felt ready to face whatever lay ahead. With a contented sigh, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, feeling more connected to his friends than ever before. 2 days later, Class 1A had participated in a small interview session with the local news, which aimed to cover the recent events at the USJ and highlight the students' bravery. Toru asked if anyone had watched the news the previous night, sounding curious. Ojiro confirmed he had. Toru expressed her disappointment at not standing out on screen, which Shoji bluntly acknowledged, further depressing the invisible girl. Ojiro mused about how hard it was to stand out looking like that, imagining a pair of floating gloves among the girls of 1A. Denki excitedly noted that all the channels made a big deal out of the event, and Ejiro agreed, surprised by the attention. Kyoka pointed out that the hero course that consistently produced pro-heroes had been attacked, which led Siro to nervously speculate about what might have happened if Midoriya hadn't prevailed. Mineta panicked at the thought, prompting Katsuki to scold him to be quiet. Izuku sat in his chair, massaging his face as he tried to focus on the upcoming day. Sato praised Midoriya for his bravery in pushing back the strong villains, and Tokoyami remarked on his impressive strength and speed. Tenya called for everyone to take their seats as morning homeroom was about to start. Edru pointed out that they were already seated, while Siro noted that Tenya was the only one not seated yet. Izuku found amusement in Tenya's theatrics. Achiko reassured him not to worry. Mina turned to Azui and asked who would teach homeroom that day. Tsuyu pondered the question and mentioned that Aizawa-sensei was supposed to be in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Suddenly, the classroom door opened, and Aizawa greeted the class, his face and arms wrapped in bandages from the wounds he sustained during the battle at the USJ. The class collectively expressed their concern that he was back too soon. Denki admired Aizawa's work ethic, while Tenya asked if he was alright. Achiko questioned whether he could truly be considered alright in his current condition. Aizawa made his way to the teacher's podium and stated that his well-being did not matter. What was important was that the fight was not yet over. Katsuki inquired about the fight, intrigued, while Izuku's eyes widened in excitement as he anticipated what was coming next. Mineta panicked at the thought of the villains returning, sweat trailing down his face. Aizawa took a moment to survey his students, ready to address the next challenge they would face together. The sports festival was drawing near, and excitement filled the air. The students of Class A felt relieved that they wouldn't have to face villains again and could actually relax for a bit. For Izuku, however, it was a different story. He was thrilled at the prospect of the festival, viewing it as his chance to showcase his abilities to the world. Denki urged everyone to calm down as the classroom buzzed with energy. Kyoka expressed her concerns about holding the sports festival so soon after the villains had infiltrated you. Ojiro echoed her worries, wondering if they might be attacked again. Aizawa reassured them, explaining that the festival was a testament to UA's solid emergency planning and that security would be significantly increased. He emphasized that the sports festival was a major opportunity that should not be cancelled due to a few villains. Mineta chimed in, questioning if it was a good idea to hold the festival under such circumstances. Izuku, surprised, asked if Mineta had ever seen the sports festival. Mineta insisted he had, but that wasn't his point. Aizawa continued with his announcement, highlighting the festival's significance in Japan, comparing it to the Olympics, which had lost their former glory. Now the sports festival was the event everyone looked forward to. Momo noted that top heroes would be watching for scouting purposes, and she was determined to stand out. Mineta still had his doubts, prompting Izuku to question why he was even in the hero course. Denki explained that after graduation, it was typical to join a pro agency as a sidekick, while Kyoka pointed out that many people missed their chance to become independent and ended up as eternal sidekicks. Aizawa reminded them that joining a famous hero agency would provide more experience and popularity, and the sports festival was a crucial opportunity for aspiring heroes. He urged them not to slack off in their preparations, as the entire world would be watching. The class responded with enthusiasm, ready to take on the challenge. During lunchtime, Ejiro expressed his excitement, while 𝗧𝗏 noted that putting on a good show could be their first step toward becoming pros. Sato agreed, feeling it was worth coming to you. Tokoyami reminded them that they had limited chances and could not afford to miss this opportunity. Toru admitted to feeling nervous about standing out, while Ojiro cautioned that the pros might not notice them unless they tried hard. Yuga boasted about his ability to stand out just by being himself, which made Koji nervous. Denki envied Shoji's impressive muscle mass, while Shoji expressed the need to demonstrate his usefulness. Izuku interjected, stating that it wasn't just about standing out, they needed to show they had what it took to be heroes. Kyoka playfully teased Kaminari, recalling his goofy moments after overusing his quirk. As Izuku observed his classmates, he suddenly felt a strong presence. Achiko approached him with a determined look, expressing her longing to do her best at the festival, which startled Izuku. Mina commented on Achiko's sudden shift in demeanor, prompting Achiko to rally her classmates to give their all. Later, as Izuku and Achiko walked toward the cafeteria, she hesitated before asking if he could train her. After the incident at the USJ, she realized how much stronger she needed to be. Izuku smiled gently, understanding her feelings, and agreed to help her train. Achiko's face lit up with gratitude, and they discussed asking Principal Nizu for a training space at U, where they could focus without distractions. As the day came to a close, classes ended, but a crowd of students blocked their exit, buzzing with chatter and curiosity. Kaminari exclaimed in surprise, while Tenya inquired about the crowd's business with Class A. He asked sternly, and Mineta expressed his frustration, exclaiming that they couldn't get out and questioning the purpose of their visitor. Katsuki responded, stating that they were scouting the competition, having survived the villain's attack. He dismissed the others, insisting they were in his way. Tenya interjected, urging Katsuki to stop calling people extras simply because he didn't know them. From the crowd, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed student stepped forward, his posture radiating arrogance. He smirked as he surveyed Class 1A, questioning their worthiness and suggesting that none of them were special enough to be in the hero course. Tensions escalated, and several Class 1A students bristled at the implication, fists clenching as a confrontation loomed. Before it could erupt, Izuku stepped forward, commanding attention with a cold glare. He challenged the blonde student, asking if he could have done any better, his voice cutting through the noise and silencing the corridor. The blonde student blinked, caught off guard. Izuku took another step closer, his intensity rising as he reiterated his challenge. His anger was not just at the insult but at the ignorance of the situation. He confronted the student about mocking them after they had faced real villains, where lives were at stake. The blonde student's smirk faded, replaced by fear as Izuku continued, questioning whether he understood the weight of responsibility that came with being in a real battle. He expressed the pain of seeing friends in danger and the efforts they made to protect each other. The corridor fell silent, every eye on Izuku as his words struck hard against the arrogance of the blonde student. Izuku made it clear that they had survived the attack to not be mocked by someone who hadn't experienced it. He urged the student to keep his opinions to himself unless he had something constructive to say. The blonde student's face flushed with embarrassment, anger, and fear as he struggled to respond, his confidence shattered. Without waiting for a reply, Izuku turned back to his classmates, his expression softening slightly as he encouraged them to move on. As Class 1A continued down the corridor, the tension eased momentarily until a new voice emerged from the crowd. A boy with wild purple hair and heavy bags under his eyes regarded the hero course students with disdain, expressing his disappointment in their behavior. He declared that the sports festival was also an opportunity for others, warning that if any of them faltered, others would seize their chance. Izuku narrowed his eyes, sensing something unsettling about the boy, as if he possessed a powerful quirk. Suddenly, Izuku's presence darkened, and a cold aura filled the corridor as he activated his bloodlust skill. The purple-haired boy visibly stiffened, a flicker of fear crossing his face as Izuku stepped forward, his expression icy and voice low. He questioned the boy's understanding of declaring war, asserting that if he wanted to challenge them, he needed to train his body first. Izuku gestured to his classmates, emphasizing their hard work and dedication, particularly highlighting 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗄's relentless training despite her challenges. The corridor remained silent as Izuku's words weighed heavily in the air. The purple-haired boy looked away, unable to meet Izuku's piercing gaze. Izuku warned him that if he wanted to declare war, he needed to prepare properly, or he would be the one to fall. The boy swallowed hard, his earlier confidence shattered as Izuku turned away, the cold aura dissipating while his classmates regarded him with newfound respect. The next day, Izuku found himself in front of Principal 𝗫𝗍's office, contemplating how to effectively train Uraraka before the sports festival. 𝗫𝗍 greeted him warmly, and Izuku expressed his longing for a training location where they could push themselves. 𝗫𝗍, with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, led Izuku through the corridors of 𝗬𝗏 and out to the school grounds, stopping in front of a building. He explained that it was the training gym, equipped with various facilities to meet their training needs, and they could use it until 6 p.m. each day. Izuku's eyes lit up with gratitude as he thanked Principal 𝗫𝗍. Eager to share the news, he found Achiko in the dorms taking notes and informed her about Gym Gamma. Her face brightened with excitement as she expressed her enthusiasm. They wasted no time and headed to the training gym after classes, impressed by the state-of-the-art equipment and ample space for various types of training. Izuku and Achiko decided to start with physical training to build their strength and endurance. Over the course of a week, Achiko trained diligently with Izuku in the gym. Under his guidance, she learned the basics of martial arts, improving her physical strength and combat skills. Izuku also helped her push the limits of her quirk, zero gravity. By the end of the week, Achiko had significantly increased her quirk's capacity, now able to float up to 3 tons without feeling nauseated. The combined training sessions brought noticeable improvements in her confidence and abilities, making her more prepared for the upcoming sports festival. As the 𝗬𝗏 Sports Festival approached, excitement filled the air among the students. Mina expressed her disappointment about not being able to wear her costume, wishing to show it off. Ojiro explained that to keep everything fair, they had to wear their P uniforms, leveling the playing field for everyone. Sato, brimming with anticipation, wondered what the first round would be. Tokoyami, with his usual monotone, stated that no matter what came, they had to deal with it. Shoji agreed, emphasizing that they just had to overcome whatever obstacle was thrown at them. Tenya burst into the room, excitement in his voice, urging everyone to get ready as they would be entering soon. Izuku finished his warm-up stretches and rallied his classmates, encouraging them to prepare themselves for the challenge ahead. Most of Class 1A shouted in unison, ready to face whatever awaited them. When Izuku heard his name called, he turned to find Shoto Todoroki standing before him, which surprised him. Everyone in the room turned their attention to the two, curious about what the son of the number 2 hero wanted. Shoto stared at Izuku for a few seconds before speaking, stating that if they looked at things objectively, they were the 2 strongest in the room. Izuku raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the possibility but questioning why Shoto brought it up now. Shoto's expression hardened as he revealed that all the teachers had their eyes on Izuku, and he intended to beat him. This declaration shocked everyone, including Bakugo, who listened intently. Kaminari couldn't resist teasing, suggesting that Shoto was making a declaration of war against the class president. Kirishima quickly intervened, reminding Shoto that they were friends and about to start the festival. Shoto pushed Kirishima's hand away, insisting that he was not there to make friends but to win. Izuku laughed, drawing everyone's attention, and challenged Shoto's declaration, expressing disappointment in what he considered a half-hearted challenge. He expected more from Shoto, stating that if he wasn't using his full power, he wasn't worth his time. Shoto narrowed his eyes but remained composed, simply stating they would see. Bakugo, overhearing the exchange, snorted in disdain. Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium, announcing the start of the 𝗬𝗏 Sports Festival and urging the audience to pay attention as the first-year students entered the stage. Aizawa, still injured and wrapped in bandages, groaned beside Present Mike, questioning why he agreed to participate. Mike enthusiastically replied that Aizawa was the only one who could be his color commentator. The spectators eagerly watched as the participants emerged from the tunnel, with Izuku and his classmates from Class 1A leading the way. Mike announced the 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 Sports Festival, describing it as a huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their skills once a year. The crowd erupted in cheers as Izuku looked out at the massive audience, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Tenya, scanning the crowd, reflected on whether they could give their best performance under such scrutiny, recognizing it as part of their training to become heroes. Kirishima, feeling the tension, asked Bakugo if he was nervous, to which Bakugo responded with a maniacal grin, stating he was only getting more into it. Present Mike continued to announce the other classes, noting that while they hadn't received as much airtime, Class 1B was also full of talent. The other freshman classes entered their respective tunnels, receiving a positive but less enthusiastic reception compared to the hero course. A loud whipping sound captured everyone's attention as Midnight, the R-rated hero, declared it was time for the player pledge. The crowd's attention turned to her, and male students, including Kirishima and Mineta, blushed at her revealing outfit. Tokoyami questioned whether it was appropriate for her to be at a high school, while Mineta enthusiastically approved. Midnight silenced the crowd with a swing of her 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐵, calling for quiet. She announced that representing the students was Izuku Midoriya, class president of 1. Katsuki, shocked and irritated, demanded to know why it was Izuku. Shiro explained that Izuku had ranked first in the entrance exams and was one of the strongest present. As Izuku walked toward the center of the stage, his nerves rattled. He took a deep breath, looking around at the sea of spectators, his classmates, and the other students. The weight of the moment settled on him, but he knew he had to push through, representing not just Class 1A but everyone who believed in him. He took another deep breath and began to speak into the microphone handed to him by Midnight, introducing himself to the audience. When Izuku first discovered his quirk, he was already 14 years old. Before that, he had been quirkless. Growing up in a world where having a quirk was the norm had been challenging. He faced bullying and was often looked down upon for being different, lacking the one thing that seemed to matter most in society. Despite these hardships, he never gave up on his dream of becoming a hero. He studied diligently, trained rigorously, and pushed forward, even when the odds seemed insurmountable. With sheer determination and the support of his uncle and aunt, he finally obtained his quirk and began his journey at 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲. Izuku took a moment, feeling the weight of the audience's attention. He reflected on the struggles of those who still lacked a quirk, those who felt they might never achieve their dreams due to circumstances beyond their control. He conveyed that being a hero wasn't solely about possessing a powerful quirk, it was about heart, determination, and the will to help others, regardless of one's abilities. Quirkless individuals could also be heroes. One didn't need a quirk to save someone, inspire them, or stand up for what was right. He paused, taking a deep breath as he prepared to share something more personal. After losing his parents, he had no one to rely on except his uncle and aunt, who supported him when no one else did. The road was lonely and difficult, filled with daily struggles against the odds. There were moments when he felt like giving up, but he persevered, holding on to the hope of becoming the hero he had always dreamed of being. His voice grew stronger and more confident as he spoke from the heart. He urged everyone to remember that everyone has the potential to be a hero in their own way. They could inspire others, push themselves beyond their limits, and make a difference. If someone like him, who once had nothing, could stand there today, then anyone who dared to dream could do the same. The crowd fell silent, many with tears in their eyes, moved by Izuku's heartfelt speech. Pro-heroes in the audience, including All Might, Midnight, and Eraserhead, were visibly touched, their eyes glistening. Present Mike wiped away a tear, and Recovery Girl wore a proud smile. Only Endeavor crossed his arms, appearing unimpressed. In the stands, Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo watched with pride. Mitsuki dabbed at her eyes with a tissue, while Masaru's eyes shone with emotion. They knew how hard Izuku had worked, and seeing him speak with such conviction filled them with pride. Izuku called for everyone to give their all, not just for themselves, but for everyone who believed in them. He encouraged them to show that heroes come in all shapes and sizes, with or without quirks, and to make the sports festival unforgettable, proving that they all had what it took to be heroes. As he finished, the crowd erupted into applause and cheers. His classmates looked at him with admiration, and the entire stadium buzzed with newfound energy and determination, all thanks to Izuku's powerful and heartfelt speech. Present Mike couldn't contain his enthusiasm, declaring Izuku a shining example of what it meant to be a hero. Aizawa, still wrapped in bandages, managed a small smile, acknowledging Midoriya's passion and determination. He noted that it was no surprise Izuku could move everyone with his words, but now it was time to see if he could back those words up with action in the sports festival. Present Mike grinned at Aizawa's response, excited for the upcoming events. Bakugo stared at Izuku, who was being congratulated by his classmates and even students from other classes. The sound of a WHP caught everyone's attention as Midnight thanked Midoriya for his inspiring pledge, reminding everyone they had a schedule to follow. Achiko thought about how she understood what Izuku had gone through and vowed to help him with his struggles. Midnight announced that the first game was a qualifier, a stage where many were reduced to tears. She revealed a spinning wheel, heightening the anticipation among the participants. The wheel slowed down and finally stopped on the words, "Obstacle Race." Izuku's heart raced at the thought of the obstacle race. Midnight explained that all 11 classes would participate in a course around the stadium, about 5 kilometers long. The participants exchanged nervous glances, realizing the challenge ahead. Midnight encouraged them to take their positions, and excitement erupted from the crowd as the first years prepared for the race. Looking into his classmates' eyes, Izuku saw their unshakable motivation to excel. He recognized the impact his words had on them, igniting a fire in their hearts. A smile spread across his face, pleased that his speech had inspired them. As the countdown began, Izuku made a promise to himself. He would show everyone what someone without a quirk could achieve with real power. When the signal to start was given, all students charged toward the tunnel, eager to get a good start. Present Mike enthusiastically prepared for commentary, while Aizawa focused intently on the race. The participants were crammed together, rushing toward the tunnel, ready to face the challenge ahead. The narrow tunnel served as a challenge, seemingly designed to test the first year's problem-solving abilities. Aizawa observed the scene with a hint of concern. Suddenly, the temperature dropped dramatically as ice spread throughout the tunnel, trapping many students in its grip. A bicolored teen glided past them effortlessly, leaving a trail of frost in his wake. Shoto, focused on his goal, sped ahead, while several students struggled against the icy barrier, expressing their frustration and discomfort. Katsuki propelled himself over the ice with explosive bursts, determined to keep pace. Momo skillfully created a staff to navigate the icy terrain, while Yuga shot a laser beam to clear his path. Kirishima used his hardening quirk to break through the ice without difficulty. Katsuki, fueled by competitive spirit, shouted his determination to catch up to Shoto. Ojiro leaped over the ice, refusing to be caught again. Mina skated across the surface, using her acid quirk to melt the ice beneath her feet. Achiko, confident in her training, moved with ease, while Shinso noted the proficiency of his classmates. Shoto glanced back, surprised by the number of students who managed to bypass his ice trap. He noticed Izuku sprinting ahead at an astonishing speed, leaving everyone else behind. Aizawa pointed out that Midoriya had made a strategic decision to be the first through the narrow tunnel, showcasing his quick thinking. Izuku, aware of Shoto's presence behind him, acknowledged his classmate's ice trick but remained focused on the race. Ahead of him loomed the first obstacle, a series of robots, including small 1-pointers, 2-pointers, 3-pointers, and massive 0-pointers. Mike announced the appearance of the obstacles, and the students reacted with shock at the sight of the 0-point villains from their entrance exam. Shoto recognized the challenge his peers had faced, while Momo speculated on the funding for such formidable robots. Izuku recalled his experience in an A-rank dungeon after the USJ incident. As he navigated through the ruins of a destroyed city, he faced waves of knights. With swift precision, he dispatched them using his twin pistols, reveling in the ease of the battle. After leveling up multiple times, Izuku prepared for the next wave, remaining unimpressed by the knights' attempts to surround him. He swiftly maneuvered through their ranks, his blade cutting through their defenses with ease. The final wave consisted of archers and heavily armored knights, but Izuku's agility allowed him to deflect arrows and take them down effortlessly. With the knights defeated, he stood amidst the fallen, feeling a sense of boredom. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a towering figure emerged, encased in menacing armor. Izuku felt a thrill of excitement at the sight of the loyal knight, Cavalier Angelo. As the knight charged, Izuku readied himself, cutting through a motorcycle hurled at him with precision. He taunted his opponent, who responded with fierce attacks. Izuku, agile and confident, danced around the knight, striking with practiced precision while avoiding the powerful blows. The battle promised to be a true test of his skills. Izuku taunted his opponent, a smirk playing on his lips, as Cavalier Angelo responded with a barrage of lightning strikes, the demonic energy crackling through the air. Izuku used 𝗵𝗄𝗍 to phase through the attacks, reappearing behind the knight and landing a powerful kick that sent him stumbling forward. He mocked his opponent, his eyes glinting with amusement, and challenged him to do better. Realizing he needed to escalate the fight, Cavalier Angelo summoned a shield of dark energy, blocking Izuku's attacks and launching counterstrikes with increased ferocity. Izuku's excitement grew as the challenge intensified, and he unleashed a series of powerful techniques, each one pushing the knight closer to his limits. With a burst of speed, Izuku closed the distance between them, his katana slicing through the air with deadly precision. He aimed for the gaps in Cavalier Angelo's armor, exploiting every weakness he could find. The knight's movements became more desperate, his attacks more erratic as he tried to keep up with Izuku's relentless assault. Despite the knight's efforts, Izuku remained unfazed, continuing to taunt his opponent with unwavering confidence, viewing him as nothing more than a stepping stone in his path. As the battle reached its climax, Izuku decided it was time to end it. He leaped back, summoning Susanoo in its full form. The towering figure of white armor, its left eye glowing red and its right eye glowing blue, dominated the battlefield, making Cavalier Angelo seem almost insignificant in comparison. However, the knight continued his relentless assault. Izuku's Susanoo grabbed Cavalier Angelo with a single, powerful motion. The knight struggled, but Izuku's grip was unyielding. He declared that it had been fun but that playtime was over. With a casual, almost dismissive motion, Susanoo stepped on Cavalier Angelo, ending the knight's threat. The demonic energy dissipated, and the city fell silent. As Susanoo faded away, Izuku noticed a familiar screen indicating he had unread mail. He opened his mailbox to find a message congratulating him on unlocking a new feature in the system store, specifically the daily use items category. He muttered to himself about the new items, a small smile tugging at his lips, when he noticed something unusual. Cavalier Angelo's remains began to glow and merge with the two halves of the motorcycle that Izuku had cut earlier. The metal twisted and reformed, and within moments, a new motorcycle stood before him. It was the Cavalier bike, a fusion of the knight's demonic power and the original motorcycle. The Cavalier was a massive, dual-bladed motorcycle weapon known for its brutal strength and versatility in combat. This legendary weapon could transform between a high-speed motorcycle and a powerful dual-bladed battle mode, making it a formidable tool for both mobility and offense. The Cavalier had once been wielded by a legendary warrior known for their unparalleled strength and ability to dominate the battlefield, and the weapon was imbued with ancient enchantments. Izuku approached the bike, amusement on his face as he ran a hand over the sleek, dark surface. The bike thrummed with energy, its demonic aura palpable. He realized this dungeon had one last surprise for him. Swinging a leg over the bike, he revved the engine, which roared to life, echoing through the deserted city. With a final glance at the ruined city, he rode off, ready for whatever challenges awaited him next. As he summoned Cavalier, the demon bike appeared before the astonished spectators and pro-heroes. The bike emanated power and menace. Present Mick's voice boomed through the stadium speakers, filled with excitement and curiosity. Announcing Izuku's incredible feat, he surged forward, the motorcycle's wheels grinding against the ground as he aimed directly at the minor bots. The 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers swarmed ahead, but Izuku showed no hesitation. With a sharp turn of the handlebars, he rammed into the first wave of 1-pointers. The front wheel of the motorcycle lifted slightly, and the bots crumpled under the immense weight and speed of 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏, sparks flying as their metal bodies were crushed beneath the tires. Present Mike continued, his voice full of awe, marveling at the spectacle. Izuku grinned, adrenaline pumping through his veins as he maneuvered through the horde of minor robots, expertly weaving between them. As he approached a cluster of two-pointers, he revved the engine and performed a high-speed ram, sending the robots flying, their limbs scattering across the field. The audience erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Switching tactics, Izuku transformed 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏 into its dual-bladed mode. The motorcycle split in half, the tires transforming into large spiked buzzsaws. The handlebars slid to the spot where the gas tank met the seat, creating a fearsome, dual-bladed weapon. Izuku gripped the handles tightly, a determined glint in his eye. Present Mike could hardly contain his shock as he exclaimed about the transformation. With a swift motion, Izuku swung the dual blades in a wide arc, cleaving through a group of three-pointers. The robots stood no chance as the spiked buzzsaws sliced through their metal frames with ease. Pieces of robots flew in all directions, the sound of metal grinding and breaking filling the air. Izuku continued his assault, targeting the zero-pointers next. These massive robots were formidable, but he remained unfazed. He activated the spinning/slash ability, the blades rotating rapidly to create a whirlwind of destruction. He charged at the nearest zero-pointer, the spinning blades slicing through its legs and torso in a seamless motion. The robot collapsed, its parts scattering like a dismantled toy. Izuku noted that he had taken one down, his eyes scanning for the next target. He then used the ground crusher ability, slamming 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏 into the ground. The impact created shockwaves that knocked back and damaged all nearby robots. Several one-pointers and two-pointers were caught in the shockwave, their circuits short-circuited as they were thrown back. For the final zero-pointer, Izuku switched back to motorcycle mode and performed a high-speed ram. The bike accelerated with incredible speed, the front wheel lifting off the ground as he aimed directly at the robot center. The impact sent the massive machine toppling backward. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the zero-pointer hit the ground with a thunderous crash. Izuku took a moment to catch his breath, the 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏 humming beneath him. He looked around at the field, now littered with the remains of countless robots. The audience erupted in cheers, their admiration for his skill and power evident. Present Mic's voice boomed over the stadium speakers, filled with excitement and energy. He announced that Class 1A's very own Izuku Midoriya had just turned the Robo Inferno into scrap metal with that weapon, praising the incredible display of power and skill. Aizawa, sitting next to him, nodded approvingly, noting that Midoriya's adaptability and resourcefulness were truly remarkable. He emphasized that Izuku was not just powerful, he knew how to use his abilities to their fullest potential, embodying what it meant to be a hero. As the rest of the students began to catch up, Izuku noticed more robots emerging from various parts of the obstacle course. He knew he couldn't let his guard down, not even for a second. With a determined expression, he revved 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏 and sped towards the second obstacle, the crowd's cheers and Present Mic's commentary echoing in the background. Mike remarked that the other students were trying to catch up, noting that more robots were coming out, but Midoriya was already on his way to the next challenge, questioning if anyone could match his speed and skill. Shoto felt a surge of annoyance as he saw Izuku driving his bike in the distance. He thought to himself that he couldn't let Izuku outperform him. He wished they had prepared something better since his father was watching. With a swift motion, Shoto froze a horde of zero-pointers, stopping them in their tracks. Participants began to move through the opening Shoto created, but he warned them not to proceed, revealing that he had frozen the robots while they were off balance on purpose. The zero-pointers collapsed, effectively immobilizing several students. Mike announced Todoroki's strategic move, highlighting how he attacked and defended in one hit, elegantly catching up to Midoriya in second place. Aizawa observed Todoroki's advances toward Izuku, noting the logic behind his actions. Mike remarked on Todoroki's impressive performance, emphasizing that he had never fought these robots before, yet they couldn't get past his elite moves. Katsuki was determined not to let the others surpass him. He propelled himself toward the head of the zero-pointer using his explosions. Mike announced Bakugo's clever maneuver as he landed on top of the zero-pointer. Dsiro commented on Bakugo's approach, noting that he seemed like the kind of guy who would plow straight through but could go around when necessary. Tokoyami declared his intention to hitch a ride, using Dark Shadow to glide over the zero-pointer. The crowd cheered as the students navigated through the first obstacle of the race. Snipe commented from the teacher's box that most of the group that had gone ahead was Class 1A. All Might added that Class B and the other courses were not bad either, but Aizawa interjected, pointing out that Class A did not spend much time standing around as more students began to make their move. The crowd could see more students from Class 1A taking charge, such as Tenya, who kicked away a couple of two-pointers, Jiro, who used sound waves to short-circuit the robots, and Kaminari, who fried the robots with electricity. Aizawa reflected on those who had experienced the world above them during the incident at USJ. Achiko shouted as one-pointers fell from the air behind her. Aizawa noted that those who had fear planted in their hearts were using their experiences to fuel their drive in the sports festival. A multitude of explosions echoed as several zero-pointers collapsed. Momo stood by a smoking cannon, confidently declaring that it was a piece of cake as she effortlessly destroyed the zero-pointers. Observers remarked on her impressive performance, noting that she had gotten in through recommendations. As Izuku reached the second obstacle, he glanced back and saw his classmates engaged in various battles with the robots. He smiled to himself, thinking that they were catching up fast, as expected from his classmates. However, something made him stop in his tracks. Mike excitedly announced the next challenge, revealing a daunting bottomless pit with tall platforms spaced far apart and unstable ropes connecting them. He warned that if anyone fell, they would be out, and to avoid falling, they would have to crawl. It was the fall. Izuku murmured to himself, gripping the handlebars of his legendary weapon-turned motorcycle, ready to show everyone what he could do. The crowd watched with bated breath as he revved the engine, the roar echoing through the arena. With a burst of speed, he accelerated towards the tightropes. As he neared the first rope, he performed a wheelie, lifting the front wheel off the ground. The motorcycle's back wheel landed perfectly on the rope, balancing precariously as Izuku navigated across. The audience gasped, eyes wide with disbelief at the audacious maneuver. The competitors behind him watched in awe, some wondering how he managed to maintain such perfect balance. Izuku focused intently, his sharp reflexes and heightened senses guiding him across the rope. The tightrope wobbled slightly under the weight of the motorcycle, but he adjusted seamlessly, his body moving in sync with the bike. He could feel the eyes of everyone on him, but he blocked out the distraction, zeroing in on the next pillar. With a quick shift, he transitioned to the next rope, the motorcycle's back wheel landing perfectly once again. He continued this way, moving from rope to rope with incredible precision and control. The crowd's cheers grew louder with each successful traversal, their admiration and excitement palpable. As he approached the final rope, Izuku knew he had to make it count. He revved the engine once more, pushing the motorcycle to its limit. The bike's back wheel spun faster, gripping the rope with unwavering strength. With one last burst of speed, he reached the end of the obstacle, the motorcycle landing smoothly on the solid ground of the next platform. The stadium erupted in applause, the spectators on their feet, cheering wildly. Izuku took a moment to catch his breath, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He had successfully passed the second obstacle, proving once again his incredible skill and determination. Present Mick's voice boomed over the speakers, filled with enthusiasm and awe. He announced that Midoriya Izuku had just defied gravity and conquered the fall with his motorcycle, praising the spectacular performance. Izuku was moving at high speeds but abruptly stopped as he saw the final obstacle ahead of him, marked with signs that read, "Danger Mines." Mike continued, explaining that they had quickly arrived at the final barrier, a minefield set up with visible mines that required keen observation and agility to navigate. He added that while the landmines were designed for games and not overly powerful, they were loud and flashy enough to startle anyone. Aizawa commented that the effectiveness of the mines depended on the person, unaware that they would cause panic among the competitors. Izuku realized that this final obstacle was designed to disadvantage those in the lead, giving others a chance to catch up. He surveyed the minefield stretched before him, small, circular landmines scattered across the ground, each one ready to react at the slightest touch. It was a treacherous path, but Izuku was undeterred. He had one last trick up his sleeve. Taking a deep breath, Izuku activated his EMS Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a skill that heightened his perception and allowed him to detect the mine's exact locations. He whispered to his trusty motorcycle, urging it to finish strong. Revving the engine, he took off at full speed, his eyes glowing red with intense focus as he weaved through the minefield, each move precise and calculated. With EMS, the mines appeared as glowing red spots in his vision, allowing him to navigate through the challenging terrain with ease. He leaned forward, urging Cavalier to go faster, the motorcycle responding with powerful acceleration. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, but his mind remained calm and clear. He dodged left, then right, avoiding the mines with hairbreadth precision. The crowd gasped and cheered, amazed by the speed and accuracy with which he navigated the field. Mike exclaimed that Midoriya Izuku was completing the minefield with lightning speed, praising the student's abilities and questioning Aizawa about his teaching methods. Aizawa, slightly annoyed, remarked that he hadn't done anything and the students had motivated each other. As Izuku neared the center of the minefield, he knew he had to maintain his momentum. Leaning into the handlebars, he pushed Cavalier to its limits. Mike announced that it was the Youth Sports Festival first-year stage. Aizawa, comically exasperated, noted that the chaos around him was hard to ignore. Izuku maintained his focus, expertly navigating the minefield. With a final burst of speed, he cleared the last row of mines, his path now clear to the finish line. Mike declared that the first person back in the stadium was Izuku Midoriya, who had made a huge splash. Rainbow-colored confetti dropped as the audience erupted into wild applause, their cheers echoing across the stadium. Izuku crossed the finish line, Cavalier coming to a smooth stop as he dismounted. In a dark room, the leader of the League of Villains watched the sports festival from a computer screen, eyes narrowed in irritation. Shigaraki muttered about the white-haired brat. After crossing the finish line, Izuku took a moment to soak in the cheers and applause from the viewers. The roar of approval was almost overwhelming. Katsuki emerged from the tunnel a few minutes later, breathing hard and boiling with anger, frustrated that he had fallen behind. Mike announced that competitors were finishing one after another, promising to provide a list of results later. Shoto caught his breath, glaring at Izuku, who was smiling slightly. A fellow competitor approached, praising Izuku's performance. He turned to see Achiko running towards him to congratulate him, with Yaoyorozu and Jiro not far behind. Tenya sulked in the background, comically depressed over falling behind despite having a quirk that was supposed to excel in a racing environment. Izuku expressed his happiness to see his friends advancing to the next round. Momo praised Izuku for his first-place finish but playfully questioned the stunt he pulled with his motorcycle. Izuku smiled sheepishly, apologizing for the risk he took. Kyoka complimented his bike, and Izuku thanked her while rubbing his back. Midnight began to speak as she observed the last competitors who could advance through the first round, announcing that the first game of the first-year stage was finally over. Now take a look at the results. Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, and Yuga Aoyama. Midnight announced that the top 42 had made it through to the next round. While it was unfortunate for those who didn't qualify, she reassured everyone that a special event was prepared for them to showcase their skills after the main event. The real competition was about to begin, and the press cavalry would be all over it. Participants were encouraged to give it their all. Katsuki growled in frustration, still upset about finishing in third place instead of first. Midnight then swiped her WHP, and the spinning wheel began to rotate at high speeds to determine the next game. She teased the audience about the upcoming challenge, building anticipation. The wheel landed on the words, Cavalry Battle. Denki expressed his lack of enthusiasm for the event, while Tsuyu wondered how the cavalry battle would work since it wasn't an individual event. Midnight explained that participants could form teams of 2 to 4 people as they wished. It was similar to a regular cavalry battle, but with a twist, Each participant had been assigned a point value based on their performance in the last game. A screen displayed an image of 13 holding up All Might as the horse rider, with Present Mike supporting from the back. Sato quickly grasped the concept, noting that it was like the entrance exam's point-based system. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 concluded that each team would be worth different points depending on its members, and Mina finally understood the gist of it. Midnight, with a dramatic flair, warned the participants not to interrupt her as she explained the point system. Points increased by 5 starting from the bottom, with the 42nd place earning 5 points and the 41st 10 points. Izuku realized that, having finished in first place, he would have 210 points. Midnight then revealed a shocking twist. The point value assigned to first place was a staggering 10 million. The stadium erupted in gasps as the significance of that number sunk in. Shoto strategized that if anyone could take down Izuku's team, they would automatically take the lead. Katsuki saw this as an opportunity, thinking that all he needed to do was defeat Izuku to claim those 10 million points. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as some participants grew cocky, their eyes gleaming with the prospect of taking down the top contender. Izuku sensed the change in the crowd, his expression hardening as he radiated an intense pressure that made many participants sweat nervously. He coldly stated that if anyone wanted those points, they would have to take them from him, gesturing confidently for them to try. This intimidating display made many rethink their initial confidence, murmuring among themselves as they doubted their ability to take on Izuku and the immense points he carried. The target on his back felt too significant, and no one wanted to team up with someone who would attract so much attention. Amidst the chaos, students clamored to team up with Katsuki, who stared blankly at them, confused and irritated by their enthusiasm. He demanded to know their quirks and names, prompting Mina to express her disbelief that he didn't know her name after being classmates for weeks. Sato commented on Katsuki's lack of awareness, and All Might observed from the teacher's box, noting that despite his rude demeanor, Katsuki's explosive quirk made him a popular choice. 𝗧𝗪 approached Katsuki, suggesting they team up since he had been planning to ask Todoroki, who had already chosen his team. Katsuki casually acknowledged him, prompting 𝗧𝗪 to insist that he should remember his classmates' names. He pointed out that he could be the front horse that could withstand Katsuki's blasts, activating his hardening quirk to demonstrate his point. Katsuki, intrigued, remarked that they needed someone with guts. 𝗧𝗪 enthusiastically agreed, stating that he would be the unwavering horse. He emphasized the need for a strong team to handle Izuku's powerful punches, convincing Katsuki that they could overwhelm him and seize those 10 million points. Katsuki's expression shifted into a sinister grin at the thought of defeating Izuku, and he agreed to team up with 𝗧𝗪. Kirishima beamed, glad to have convinced Katsuki, and they quickly began strategizing, aware that they needed more teammates. 𝗧𝗪 called for volunteers, and Shiro stepped forward, offering his tape quirk for mobility. Mina eagerly joined as well, excited to be part of the team. My acid quirk can help with offense and defense, plus I can make the ground slippery for anyone trying to get too close. Bakugo looked at them, evaluating their potential. He decided that they were in, wanting to make the process quick and efficient. The team quickly formed up, with Bakugo as the rider, Kirishima as the front horse, and Shiro and Mina on the sides. They huddled together, discussing their plan to take down Midoriya. Their main target was Deku, and they were determined to go all out to take his 10 million points without holding back. A few minutes later, 3 figures approached Izuku, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and 𝗔𝗪. They stood before him with determined expressions. Izuku raised an eyebrow, intrigued by their presence. He questioned why they wanted to team up with him, noting that everyone would likely be after him because of his 10 million points and expressing concern about placing such a burden on them. Momo spoke first, her voice steady as she expressed their belief in his strength and leadership, stating that with him, they had a chance to win. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 nodded, her eyes filled with resolve as she shared her longing to prove herself and get stronger, knowing that teaming up with him was the best way to achieve that. 𝗧𝗪 added that he had been there when they needed help, and now it was their time to repay him. Izuku looked at them for a moment, smiling slightly before nodding in agreement. He then addressed his newly formed team with confidence, outlining their roles for the upcoming cavalry battle. He assigned Yaoyorozu the task of keeping their defenses high, instructing her to use her quirk to create barriers and insulate them from any attacks, emphasizing her resourcefulness as crucial to their survival. Momo nodded, determined to ensure their protection. Next, he turned to Jiro, explaining that her job was to handle offensive attacks by using her earphone jacks to disrupt and disorient their opponents, creating openings for them to exploit. Jiro gave a confident smirk, assuring him she would keep their foes on their toes. Finally, he addressed Ochako, softening his expression as he assigned her the headband, explaining that her lighter weight would help protect their points better. He decided to be the horse since he was faster than any of them. Ochiko's eyes widened in surprise, feeling a blush creep up her cheeks as she processed the idea of sitting on his shoulders. Izuku, slightly flustered, admitted he wasn't keen on the idea of sitting on anyone's shoulders, especially not a girl, but this was the best way. After a moment of hesitation, Ochako nodded, expressing her trust in him. The buzzer went off, signaling that the 15 minutes for gathering their cavalry team were over. Midnight announced that it was time to get started, while Mike urged everyone to wake up as the second round was about to begin. He hyped up the crowd, announcing that 12 cavalry teams were lined up on the field. Aizawa took a moment to observe the teams, noting the interesting combinations. Izuku stood tall with Ochako on his shoulders, flanked by Momo and Jiro. Mike encouraged the teams to raise their battle cries, declaring it was time for U.S. battle. Aizawa commented that there wouldn't be any bloodshed, but Mike ignored him, igniting excitement among the audience. A 10-second countdown began as everyone took their positions. As the countdown reached its end, chaos erupted with all the teams rushing toward Team Ochako, seeing them as the biggest threat due to the 10 million point headband. Izuku smirked confidently, announcing that they would be running away now. However, before they could move, Juzo Hananuki from Class 1B used his quirk to soften the ground beneath them, causing Team Ochako to begin sinking. Izuku's eyes widened as he quickly assessed the situation. Reacting swiftly, he grabbed both Jiro and Momo by their waists, leaping into the air with a powerful jump. He shouted for them to hold on tight as they soared above the sinking terrain, landing on a solid platform with a forceful impact that drew gasps from the crowd. Ochako urged them to keep moving, gripping the headband tightly as she balanced on Izuku's shoulders and used her quirk to make herself lighter. Izuku responded affirmatively, focusing his energy on their next move. He dashed forward with incredible speed, his agility allowing him to weave through the chaos. Teams from all directions continued their assault. Jiro's earphone jacks lashed out, creating shockwaves that disrupted their opponents' attacks. Momo generated barriers to block incoming projectiles and enhance their defenses. Ochako maintained her focus, her determination evident despite the precarious position. As they sped through the battlefield, Izuku utilized his agility and quick thinking to outmaneuver their opponents, dodging attacks with precision. Juzo attempted to soften the ground again, but Izuku anticipated the move, jumping just in time to land on solid ground. The crowd erupted in cheers at the display of skill and coordination. Izuku declared that it would take more than that to stop them, his voice filled with unwavering confidence. They continued their evasive maneuvers, staying ahead of the competition. Izuku's strategy and quick thinking, combined with his team's unwavering support, kept them in the lead. As the game progressed, it became clear that Team Midoriya was not just running away. They were executing a well-coordinated and strategic retreat, using every advantage to stay ahead. Meanwhile, Team 𝗧𝗪𝗄𝗧 found themselves in trouble. Amid the chaos, Nido Monoma from Class 1B swiped their headband with a smug grin, taunting them as he left them frustrated and without points. Mike announced that even though barely 2 minutes had passed since the start, it had already turned into a free-for-all, with fights breaking out over the headbands all over the field. Ignoring the 10 million points and going for second to fourth place was also a valid strategy. Sometimes it is best to sneak up from behind an unsuspecting opponent. The crowd was enjoying the cavalry battle, thrilled to see many different quirks on display. The battlefield turned into a free-for-all as teams scrambled to gain points. Team Mineta, consisting of Mineta, Shoji, and Tsuyu, and Team Tetsutetsu, with Tetsutetsu, Juzo Hananuki, Yosetsu Aways, and 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 both converged on Team 𝗧𝗏𝗁, viewing them as the prime target. Izuku warned his team to stay sharp, his eyes flickering with determination. Kyoka encouraged him to keep moving, her earphone jacks twitching in readiness to disrupt any incoming threats. Team Mineta and Team 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗧 closed in from either side, trying to corner them. Mineta, riding on Shoji's shoulders, threw his sticky pop-off ball in an attempt to trap their opponents. Tsuyu used her tongue to snatch at their headband, but Jiro's quick reflexes and offensive attacks kept them at bay. Meanwhile, from above, Katsuki soared through the air, propelled by his explosions, determined to reach Izuku. Izuku sensed Katsuki's approach and smirked, warning his team to brace themselves. As Katsuki flew toward them, Izuku dodged the explosive attacks with agile movements, easily avoiding the blasts and taunting Katsuki about his speed. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 clung to the headband, her heart pounding as she expressed concern about the multiple opponents closing in. Izuku declared they would not give up, instructing Jiro and Momo to be ready for Bakugo's attacks and urging 𝗧𝗏𝗁 to prepare to lighten their load if needed. Jiro unleashed another shockwave, pushing back Team Mineta and disrupting their formation, while Momo reinforced their defenses with barriers that shielded them from incoming attacks. As Katsuki's explosions intensified, Izuku knew he had to take a risk. He shouted for everyone to hang on and, with a powerful leap, launched them into the air, dodging a particularly intense blast from Katsuki. The crowd cheered as they witnessed some hand-to-hand action. A long gray tape then wrapped around Katsuki before he touched the ground, pulling him back to his team. 𝗕𝗫𝗄 praised Shiro for the catch, while Midnight clarified the rules regarding Katsuki's stunt, explaining that as long as he remained airborne, it was acceptable. Team Mineta and Team 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗧 pressed on, but the combined efforts of Izuku's team kept them at a distance. Jiro's shockwaves, Momo's creations, and 𝗧𝗏𝗁's vigilance proved to be an effective defense. Seeing an opening, Izuku decided to turn the tide, warning his teammates that it was time to go on the offensive. With a sudden shift, he summoned Cavalier in its dual-bladed mode, swinging the massive blades with precision and creating a whirlwind of attacks that forced their opponents to back off. The chaos intensified as teams scrambled to recover from the assault, and while Team Mineta and Team 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗧 regrouped, the damage had been done. Izuku's bold move had bought them valuable time and space. Katsuki, however, was undeterred. He shouted that he wouldn't let Izuku win and launched himself at them with another explosion. Anticipating the attack, Izuku shifted Cavalier into motorcycle mode, executing a daring maneuver that allowed him to dodge Bakugo's strike and use the momentum to propel them forward. The announcer excitedly shared the current rankings, revealing that Team 𝗧𝗏𝗁 was in first place while Team Bakugo had 0 points. Confusion spread among the audience as they processed the standings. Seemingly out of nowhere, Monoma appeared behind Bakugo, snatching his headband cleanly off. Bakugo didn't realize what had happened until a moment later. Nito taunted that Class A was too simple-minded, prompting Mina to exclaim that they had been caught off guard. Katsuki, furious, shouted at Monoma to give the headband back. Nito dismissed Bakugo's threats, explaining their strategy to observe their rivals while maintaining their position in the competition. As the tension escalated, Bakugo's anger radiated around him, and he declared a change of plans to go after Monoma and his team before dealing with Izuku. Kirishima nodded in agreement, bracing himself for the imminent confrontation. Shiro and Mina exchanged worried glances but steeled themselves, knowing they had to support their teammate. 𝗕𝗫𝗄 affirmed their commitment to teach Monoma's team a lesson they wouldn't forget. The intensity of the situation escalated as Bakugo's team prepared to launch their counterattack against Monoma and his team. The arena buzzed with an electrifying atmosphere, the spectators on the edge of their seats, eager to see how this clash would unfold. Meanwhile, Team 𝗧𝗏𝗁 maintained their lead, but Izuku couldn't help but notice the rising tension among the other teams. He glanced back, noticing the fierce determination in Bakugo's eyes as he targeted Monoma. Izuku thought about the escalating tension of the match, his mind racing with strategies to keep his team in the lead and avoid getting caught in the chaos. As the game reached its halfway point, Team Todoroki, consisting of Shoto, Ida, Tokoyami, and Kaminari, confronted Team 𝗧𝗏𝗁. Shoto relied solely on his ice powers, refusing to use his left side due to his disdain for his father. Izuku, maintaining his composure, nodded to his team, urging them to stay focused for the tough fight ahead. Shoto's cold demeanor was evident as he warned Izuku that he wouldn't escape this time. Ida adjusted his glasses, outlining their strategy to overwhelm their opponents with speed and precision. Tokoyami and Kaminari stood ready, their determination matching that of their leader. Izuku tightened his grip on Cavalier's handles, his eyes narrowing as he prepared for the confrontation. With a sudden burst of speed, Tenya activated his engines, propelling Team Todoroki forward. Shoto launched a barrage of ice attacks, aiming to freeze Team Ōchiko in their tracks. Izuku called for a defensive formation, and Momo quickly generated a large shield to block the initial ice attacks. Jiro used her earphone jack to send shockwaves through the ground, disrupting Ida's footing and slowing their advance. Ōchiko, still perched on Izuku's shoulders, kept a keen eye on their surroundings, encouraging him that they could win. Izuku nodded in agreement and charged forward, skillfully dodging Shoto's ice attacks and closing the distance between their teams. He prepared for an offensive strike, using Cavalier in dual-bladed mode. The massive blades spun menacingly, creating a whirlwind of energy. Shoto attempted to create a barrier of ice, but Izuku's spinning blades shattered through it. Jiro and Momo coordinated their attacks, with Jiro sending shockwaves to disorient their opponents while Momo protected their headbands with her creations. Tokoyami's dark shadow lashed out, trying to grab their headband, but Ōchiko's quick reflexes allowed her to evade the attack. Denki attempted to unleash a burst of electricity, but Jiro's counterattacks kept him at bay. The battle was fierce, with both teams showcasing their skills and determination. The crowd watched in awe, captivated by the high-stakes clash between two of the strongest teams. Despite their efforts, Team Todoroki struggled to gain the upper hand, as Izuku's strategic thinking and Cavalier's versatility posed formidable obstacles. As the minutes ticked by, it became clear that Team Ōchiko was not going down without a fight. On the other side, Team Monoma found themselves in a precarious position. Monoma, their leader, decided to let the clock run out, aiming to protect their remaining headband and secure their fourth-place spot. However, Katsuki had other plans. He leaped from his horse and flew towards Team Monoma, propelled by his powerful explosions. 𝗬𝗓𝗏, using his quirk to create an invisible wall of air, tried to block Katsuki's advance. But Katsuki, fueled by his relentless determination, shattered the air wall and snatched two headbands from Team Monoma in a swift, decisive move. With those points, Team Bakugo surged into third place. The chaos of the battle intensified as other teams, sensing an opportunity, tried to capitalize on Team Monoma's weakened state. Nito fought back valiantly, copying 𝗬𝗓𝗏's quirk to hold off their attackers. Despite their efforts, Team Monoma clung to their last headband, desperately trying to protect it until the clock ran out. Even though Team Bakugo had secured third place, Katsuki's competitive spirit wouldn't let him rest. He declared that they were going after Deku and Icy Hot, determined to finish strong. Team Bakugo rallied, their sights set on the top two teams. The tension in the stadium reached a fever pitch as the remaining minutes of the cavalry battle promised an explosive and unforgettable climax. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Izuku smirked, knowing it was time to reveal his trump card. With a swift gesture, he summoned his shadow dragon, 𝗓𝗏, from the depths of his quirk's power. The ground trembled as 𝗓𝗏 emerged, its massive, ethereal form casting a dark shadow over the battlefield. The dragon's scales shimmered with an eerie glow, and its piercing eyes seemed to bore into the souls of those who dared to look directly at it. The audience fell silent, their eyes wide with awe and fear. One of the students gasped, overwhelmed by the sight. Pro heroes in the stands were equally stunned. All Might's jaw dropped, while present Mike and Aizawa exchanged shocked glances. Even Endeavor couldn't hide his surprise, though he quickly masked it with a scoff. Present Mick's voice rang out, filled with a mix of excitement and disbelief, announcing that Izuku Midoriya had summoned a massive dragon, marking a historic moment. 𝗓𝗏 let out a deafening roar, its sound reverberating across the stadium, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. The remaining students, including those on Team Todoroki, paled at the sight of the colossal beast. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the enormous dragon, his fiery confidence faltering. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the monster's size while vowing not to back down. Shoto urged his team to stay focused, despite the hint of fear in his voice. Iida tried to keep their team steady, but the sheer presence of 𝗘𝗁 made it difficult to concentrate. Momo expressed her amazement at Izuku's hidden power, while Jiro looked up at the massive beast with a mix of awe and fear. Achiko, sitting on Izuku's shoulders, tightened her grip slightly, her heart pounding with excitement. Izuku commanded his team to show their capabilities as 𝗘𝗁 circled above, ready to strike at any opponent who dared approach. Present Mike continued his commentary, filled with awe and admiration, declaring that Izuku Midoriya had completely turned the tables with his dragon. Can any team stand against this incredible display of power? With 𝗘𝗁 providing both protection and an intimidating presence, Team Achiko charged forward, navigating through the chaos of the battlefield. The Shadow Dragon's powerful form deterred most teams from approaching, allowing them to maintain a significant lead. As the battle continued, Team Todoroki and Team Bakugo fought fiercely for second place. Shoto and his team managed to hold their own, using their skills to outmaneuver their opponents. Meanwhile, Katsuki, driven by sheer determination, pushed his team to their limits, relentlessly attacking anyone in their way. Despite their best efforts, neither Team Todoroki nor Team Bakugo could overcome the sheer advantage that 𝗘𝗁 provided to Team Achiko. There was a moment when Shoto almost lost his composure due to frustration, which surprised him. As the final moments of the battle ticked away, the positions solidified. Present Mick's voice boomed over the stadium, filled with excitement. He announced that the cavalry battle had come to an end and encouraged the audience to cheer for the top 4 teams. Team Achiko had displayed an incredible strategy and power, and the audience erupted into applause, their eyes still fixed on the massive shadow dragon hovering protectively over Izuku's team. The pro-heroes exchanged impressed glances, acknowledging the extraordinary feat they had just witnessed. Present Mike continued, revealing Team Todoroki in second place, Team Bakugo in third, and to everyone's surprise, Team Shinso had taken fourth place out of nowhere. The crowd mirrored Mick's astonishment, as no one had noticed Shinso's quiet yet strategic moves throughout the cavalry battle. Shinso acknowledged his team's efforts with a smug smirk as he walked away, though he felt the weight of 𝗘𝗁's presence. Present Mike declared that these 4 teams would advance to the final round, and the crowd's cheers grew louder in anticipation of the main event. Meanwhile, Izuku and his team gathered together to celebrate their victory. Momo, Jiro, and Achiko were all smiling and congratulating each other. Kyoka expressed their joy at their success, high-fiving Achiko. Momo added her disbelief at their accomplishment, her eyes shining with excitement. Izuku looked at his teammates with a sincere expression, acknowledging their crucial roles in their victory. He emphasized that this win was a collective achievement. Momo nodded, appreciating Izuku's leadership and strategy. Jiro gave him a thumbs up, affirming that he kept them focused and determined. Achiko expressed her gratitude for their teamwork. 𝗘𝗁 watched the celebration with a pleased expression. The girls approached him, their curiosity getting the better of them. Achiko asked if they could pet him, and Izuku nodded, assuring them that 𝗘𝗁 enjoyed the attention. As Momo, Jiro, and Achiko began to pet 𝗘𝗁, the massive dragon let out happy noises, enjoying the affection. To everyone's surprise, 𝗘𝗁 suddenly shrank down to the size of a baby dragon, letting out a contented purr. Momo stroked 𝗘𝗁's tiny head gently, cooing at how cute he looked. Jiro chuckled, scratching behind 𝗘𝗁's small ears, while Kyoka marveled at how adorable the dragon had become. Achiko leaned down to pet 𝗘𝗁, her voice filled with affection as she expressed how cute he was. 𝗘𝗁 responded with happy, contented noises, delighting the audience. The entire stadium erupted in a chorus of ahs and cooing, captivated by the unexpected transformation of the formidable shadow dragon into an endearing, baby-sized creature. Izuku watched the scene in amazement, a mixture of surprise and amusement on his face, realizing he had no idea 𝗕𝗁 could do that. Present Mick's voice cut through the air, filled with excitement and disbelief, announcing that they had witnessed not only an incredible display of power and strategy from Team 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗄 but also the fierce shadow dragon transforming into the most adorable creature ever. As the girls continued to pet the tiny 𝗕𝗁, Izuku felt a warmth in his chest. The bond he shared with his shadow dragon was deeper than he had realized, and 𝗕𝗁's ability to adapt and connect with his friends only strengthened that bond. Izuku and Shoto found themselves in an empty tunnel, standing across from one another, looking directly into each other's eyes. Izuku decided to break the silence, asking what Shoto wanted to talk about. Shoto made no response, continuing to stare coldly at Izuku. Izuku tried a different approach, suggesting that if they didn't hurry, the cafeteria would likely be crowded. Still, there was no response. As Izuku narrowed his eyes, Shoto finally spoke, admitting that he felt overpowered. Confused, Izuku asked what he meant. Shoto revealed that he had broken a personal pledge, shame evident in his voice. Curious, Izuku inquired about the pledge. Shoto lifted his left hand, explaining that Endeavor, the number 2 hero, was his father. He shared that his father had a strong longing to rise in the ranks of heroes, viewing All Might as a significant obstacle. Shoto elaborated on his father's ambitions and the lengths he would go to surpass All Might. Izuku listened intently, his expression serious as he absorbed Shoto's words. Shoto then brought up the concept of quirk marriages, explaining how they had become problematic for subsequent generations. He described how his father had sought to strengthen his own quirk through marriage, forcing people into unions based solely on their abilities. Izuku's anger grew as he realized that Shoto was the result of a quirk marriage, created with the sole purpose of surpassing All Might. He expressed his outrage at Shoto's father, vowing to confront him. Shoto nodded in agreement, expressing his annoyance at being treated as a tool for his father's ambitions. He reflected on his memories of his mother, always crying, and touched the scar on his face, a reminder of the struggles he faced. Do you want to know how Shoto got the scar on the left side of his face? Izuku didn't reply, but he had an idea of what Shoto was going to say next. Shoto took his silence as a yes. He explained that his left side symbolized the BLD of the devil, referring to his father. That was what his mother had told him while pouring boiling water on his face, a memory that had left him both physically and mentally scarred. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. He could hardly believe that Shoto's own mother would say something so cruel to him at such a young age. He thought it was horrible, as there were no better words to describe such a traumatic event. No mother should ever do or say something like that to their child, no matter the circumstances. The child didn't even understand why he deserved such a harsh punishment. Shoto continued, expressing that he had picked a fight with Izuku to prove his worth without relying on his father's quirk. He was determined to reject his father completely by winning first place without using it. His eyes were filled with cold, dark hatred as he spoke. Izuku sensed the intensity of Shoto's emotions and began to walk away. Shoto declared that he didn't care how strong Izuku was, he would rise above him with just his right side. He apologized for wasting Izuku's time but felt it was important to make his point clear, promising to see him in the finals and urging him to prepare. Izuku felt a mix of sympathy and irritation. He bluntly pointed out that it was childish to reject his power because of his father, suggesting that doing so allowed his father to control him. If Shoto truly wanted to surpass his father and be his own person, he needed to use everything he had. Shoto stared at him, conflicted emotions swirling in his eyes. Izuku continued, acknowledging Shoto's hatred and affirming that he had every right to feel that way. However, he urged Shoto not to let that hatred define him, insisting that he was stronger and better than that. If he wanted to win, he should do so with everything he had, not just half of it. For a moment, the tunnel fell silent, the weight of Izuku's words lingering in the air. Shoto's eyes softened slightly, the coldness melting away just a bit. He quietly promised to think about it before turning and walking away. Izuku watched him go, hoping his words had made an impact. He sensed a familiar energy signature nearby, realizing someone had been listening the entire time. He turned and addressed Katsuki, reminding him that. Everything said there would remain confidential and expecting him to keep Shoto's personal information to himself. With a sigh, Izuku made his way to the cafeteria, knowing the next battle would be even more intense. An hour later, 𝗵𝗃 announced that lunch was over and it was time to reveal the last game. He shared good news for those who did not make it to the finals, stating that they had prepared recreational games for everyone to participate in. They had even brought real cheerleaders from America to liven things up. As he continued, the audience noticed something peculiar. Aizawa lazily questioned what was happening as the center of attention shifted to the female students of Class 1A, who were dressed in orange cheerleader uniforms. 𝗵𝗃 exclaimed about the unexpected display, while many of the boys in the stadium admired the cheerleaders. Mineta and Kaminari exchanged thumbs up, grinning mischievously. Momo confronted them angrily, realizing they had tricked her and Jiro into wearing cheerleading outfits under false pretenses. She dropped to her knees in frustration, lamenting her involvement in Mineta's schemes. Izuku, maintaining a straight face while feeling a mix of irritation and embarrassment, called upon his shadow dragon, 𝗘𝗁, to deal with Mineta and Kaminari. 𝗘𝗁 loomed over the two boys, who paled and pleaded for mercy. The girls of Class 1A watched in satisfaction as 𝗘𝗁 growled menacingly, and the stadium erupted in laughter at the sight of the two perverts begging for their lives. Mina commented that it was a fitting form of justice, giving Izuku a thumbs up. Momo expressed her gratitude to Izuku for his kind gesture, and he smiled back, affirming that everyone should enjoy the festival without issues. 𝗵𝗃 rallied everyone to have fun competing in the recreational games, announcing that afterward, the 16 finalists would face off in a tournament-style one-on-one competition. Ejiro expressed his excitement about standing on the stage he had watched every year on TV, while Mina asked if it had been a tournament last year. Siro explained that while it varied each year, there was always a one-on-one competition at the end. Midnight prepared to draw lots to determine the bracket, informing everyone that the finalists could choose whether to participate in the recreational games or save their strength. Suddenly, Ojiro raised his hand to announce that he was withdrawing, shocking everyone. Izuku and Tenya expressed their surprise, questioning why he would want to quit when it was a rare chance for professionals to see him. Ojiro explained that he barely remembered anything from the cavalry battle and felt that he did not deserve to participate in the finals. Midnight allowed him to withdraw, and Nairenjiki Shota from Class 1B also requested to resign for similar reasons. Midnight decided that the newly opened spots would be filled with members from the 5th-place team, Team Kendo. However, Itsuka Kendo allowed Team Tetsu to advance because they fought harder during the cavalry battle. She believed it was only fair, they had given it their all and deserved the chance. Tetsu expressed his gratitude to Kendo, promising not to let her down, his determination evident in his eyes. Midnight nodded in agreement and announced that they would continue with the drawing of lots. The matchups were revealed. Match 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Match 2. Shoto Todoroki vs Hantashiro. Match 3. Ibara Shiozaki vs Denki Kaminari. Match 4. Tenya Ida vs Mei Hatsum. Match 5. Fumikichi Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Match 6. Ijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Match 7. Mina Ashido vs Achiko Uraraka. Match 8. Katsuki Bakugo vs Kyoka Jiro. Izuku focused intently on his matchup against Hitoshi Shinso. He noted the mysterious aura surrounding Shinso and recognized that his apparent lack of physical strength might be compensated by something more dangerous. As Izuku pondered this, Shinso approached him with a smirk, acknowledging Izuku's reputation. Ojiro quickly intervened, warning Izuku not to engage with Shinso, emphasizing the importance of caution. Nearby, Shoto watched Izuku with determination, silently urging him to win, as he had plans to face him later. Meanwhile, Katsuki displayed indifference toward his upcoming opponent, Kyoka Jiro, who was visibly frustrated by his lack of recognition. Ignoring her outburst, Katsuki focused on his goal of victory, vowing to crush anyone who stood in his way. On the other side of the stadium, Mei Hatsum approached Ida with a playful grin, suggesting a deal before their match. Before the matches began, Ojiro pulled Izuku aside to warn him about Shinso's quirk. He recounted his experience of being controlled during the cavalry battle, realizing the danger Dshynsō posed. Izuku understood the need for caution, knowing that Dshynsō would likely try to use his quirk the moment he responded. As the matches were about to begin, flames ignited in the corners of the arena, signaling the start of the tournament. The audience buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the first match. President Mike announced the competitors with enthusiasm, introducing Izuku Midoriya as a formidable contender from Class 1A. The crowd erupted in cheers, fully supporting their friend. Mike introduced Hitoshi Dshynsō, noting his lack of standout moments, while Dshynsō maintained a calm demeanor as he approached the ring. The rules were explained. To win, one must force their opponent out of bounds, immobilize them, or force them into 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗲. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as the match began. Izuku took a deep breath, calming his nerves and getting into his fighting stance, ready for whatever Dshynsō might throw at him. Dshynsō casually remarked on the pride of another competitor, but before he could finish, Izuku delivered a powerful punch that sent Dshynsō crashing out of bounds, ending the match almost as soon as it began. Midnight declared Izuku the winner, and the crowd cheered for his decisive victory. President Mike was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the swift conclusion of the match. Aizawa, observing from the sidelines, explained the implications of the match, highlighting Dshynsō's powerful quirk and how Izuku had outsmarted him before he could use it. As the first competitor to advance to the quarterfinals, Izuku's name was displayed prominently on the bracket, while Dshynsō's was crossed out. Meanwhile, Dshynsō reflected on his past, recalling how his quirk had often been perceived as villainous. Despite the stigma, he remained resolute in his longing to be a hero. The crowd continued to cheer as the match officially concluded, celebrating Izuku's victory. As the noise of the stadium swelled around them, Izuku walked over to Dshynsō, who was rubbing his jaw and preparing to leave the ring. He caught Dshynsō's attention and asked what drove him to be a hero. Dshynsō paused for a moment, his expression unreadable, and replied simply that he couldn't help what his heart desired before starting to walk away. Izuku watched him go, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He realized that in many ways Dshynsō was much like how he used to be, misunderstood and underestimated, yet still clinging to a dream of becoming a hero. Izuku expressed that Dshynsō's quirk was far from villainous. It was powerful, and with the right training, it could be one of the most formidable tools a hero could have. Dshynsō stopped in his tracks, turning slightly to look back at Izuku. For a moment, something like gratitude flickered in his eyes. Then, with a nod, he continued walking toward the exit. As he approached the tunnel, he was greeted by cheers and congratulations from his classmates in the crowd. They pointed out several conversations happening among pro heroes, with one commenting on how impressive Dshynsō was despite not being in the hero course. Dshynsō received these compliments with a small but genuine smile, feeling a renewed sense of determination. He turned to Izuku one last time before leaving, declaring that even though he lost this match, he would become a hero. He urged Izuku to watch. Izuku smiled back, nodding in acknowledgement, knowing that Dshynsō had the potential to achieve his dream. As Shoto walked through the dimly lit corridor leading to the ring, he suddenly came face to face with a familiar figure. His father, 𝗵𝗏𝗏, the number 2 hero, stood in his path, his towering presence filling the space. Shoto's expression hardened as he prepared for yet another confrontation with the man he despised. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 chastised Shoto for acting disgracefully, insisting that if he used the power in his left side, he would have won an overwhelming victory in the obstacle course and possibly in the cavalry battle as well. He urged Shoto to stop this childish rebellion, reminding him of his duty to surpass all might and declaring that he was different from his siblings, he was the greatest masterpiece. Shoto clenched his fists, the tension between them palpable. He coldly declared that he would win and advance with just his mother's power, refusing to use 𝗵𝗏𝗏's power in battle. 𝗵𝗏𝗏's eyes narrowed, his frustration evident as he warned Shoto that he would soon reach the limit of his mother's power. Without embracing his fire, he would never surpass all might, let alone his father. That remark struck a nerve, igniting Shoto's anger, but he said nothing more. Instead, he pushed past his father, his resolve stronger than ever. He would prove his father wrong, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, back in the stands, Izuku returned to a warm reception from his classmates. As he climbed the stairs, myheroacademia gave him a congratulatory nod, acknowledging Izuku's quick thinking and impressive victory over Shinso. The rest of Class 1A cheered for him, with his friends expressing their admiration. Mina exclaimed that it was amazing, and Ejiro added that Izuku did not let Shinso's quirk get to him. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he took his seat among them, feeling a sense of accomplishment mixed with deep empathy for Shinso. He couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if things had been different for the general study student. Before he could dwell on it further, Present Mick's voice echoed through the stadium, announcing the start of the next match. He excitedly introduced the second match of the tournament, featuring 𝗵𝗃 from the hero course. 𝗧𝗫, feeling playful, remarked that the announcer was being mean. Present Mic then introduced Shoto Todoroki, emphasizing his strength and the fact that he was not recommended for admission for nothing. The match began, and 𝗧𝗫 declared that he didn't feel like winning but also didn't feel like losing. He launched his tapes from his elbows, attempting to restrain Todoroki. However, Shoto's earlier encounter with his father resurfaced in his mind, fueling his anger. With a swift motion, he released a massive wave of ice, freezing the entire arena in an instant. 𝗧𝗫 was caught in the freezing storm, encased in a giant prison of ice that immobilized him completely. The entire stadium fell silent, stunned by the overwhelming display of power. Shoto stood at the center, his expression unreadable, while 𝗧𝗫 remained trapped in the ice, unable to move. Midnight quickly stepped in to assess the situation and declared Shoto the winner. As the reality of the match set in, Shoto walked over to 𝗧𝗫, his gaze softening slightly. He quietly expressed his regret, admitting he didn't mean to go that far. Using his left arm, Shoto began to melt the ice surrounding 𝗧𝗫, freeing him from the frozen prison. As he did, Izuku, watching from the stands, noticed the deep sadness in Shoto's eyes, a sadness that spoke of years of inner turmoil and pain. As 𝗧𝗫 was helped off the field, Shoto remained in the ring for a moment longer, staring at his left hand, the hand that carried the power he wished to reject. Despite his victory, he felt no satisfaction, only the heavy burden of his unresolved conflict with his father. Izuku watched him closely, understanding all too well the struggle Shoto was going through. It wasn't just a fight in the arena, it was a battle within himself. Once the massive amount of ice that Shoto had created was finally cleared from the stadium, the audience buzzed with anticipation for the next match. The third bout of the finals tournament was set to begin, pitting 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 from Class 1B against 𝗕𝗂𝗁𝗄𝗃 from Class 1A. The atmosphere was electric as Present Mic prepared to announce the contenders. He introduced 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, describing her as thorny yet deadly, and then announced 𝗕𝗂𝗁𝗄𝗃 as this sparkling, shocking boy. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, standing with her hands clasped in front of her, bowed her head slightly in disapproval. She addressed the announcer, asserting that she was no assassin and that it was her humble quest to spread good across the world. "I would never harm my opponent." The audience quieted, taken aback by her serene demeanor. Present Mic quickly apologized, flustered, acknowledging the situation. The crowd chuckled as Kaminari found himself captivated by 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃's calm and gentle nature. He thought to himself that she was cute, momentarily lost in thought. But realizing the match was about to begin, he shook off his distraction and grinned confidently, suggesting that after the match, they could go on a date, promising to console her after her defeat. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃's expression remained unchanged as she responded that she must decline, as her heart belonged to the path of righteousness. Present Mic, sensing the tension, called for the match to start. 𝗕𝗂𝗁𝗄𝗃 wasted no time, activating his indiscriminate shock technique. Lightning crackled around him as he unleashed a powerful wave of electricity, aiming to overwhelm 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 from the outset. But 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 was ready. With a serene expression, she activated her vines quirk, summoning a thick wall of interwoven vines to block the attack. The vines absorbed the electricity, and before 𝗕𝗂𝗁𝗄𝗃 could react, they shot forward, wrapping around him and ensnaring him tightly. Present Mic exclaimed in surprise as the vines immobilized 𝗕𝗂𝗁𝗄𝗃 completely, his body twitching as the electricity short-circuited him. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 had him all tangled up, and he was down for the count. Midnight stepped in to assess the situation, and seeing that Denki was unable to continue, she raised her arm to declare the winner. The crowd erupted in applause, impressed by the swift and decisive victory. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗏 from Class 1B seized the opportunity to taunt Class 1A from the stands, claiming that Class 1A wasn't as invincible as they thought and celebrating another win for his class. However, Izuku, sitting calmly among his classmates, didn't let the comment slide. He turned to 𝗵𝗏, expressing that aside from 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏, no one from Class 1B even made it to the finals, suggesting that 𝗵𝗏 should focus on supporting his own classmates instead of trying to tear them down. 𝗵𝗏 flinched at the comeback, while the audience murmured in approval, clearly impressed with 𝗧𝗵𝗲's performance and Izuku's sharp retort. Even 𝗵𝗃, watching from the pro-hero section, couldn't help but comment that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 would make the perfect sidekick for 𝗵𝗃𝗁. 𝗵𝗃, however, remained unfazed, advising 𝗵𝗃 to focus on her own work. As the third match concluded, the stadium was once again filled with anticipation for the next bout. Present Mick's voice rang out, electrifying the crowd as he introduced the next competitors. From Class 1A, the engine-powered hero in the making, 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝗍, and from the support course, the gadget genius who never stops tinkering, myheroacademia. As 𝗕𝗏 and May made their way to the ring, the crowd's interest peaked. Unlike the other battles, this one promised to be different. Sato, sitting with the rest of Class 1A, raised an eyebrow at 𝗕𝗏's unusual attire, noticing he was equipped with several of May's gadgets. Midnight quickly noticed as well, questioning 𝗕𝗏 about the support gear. 𝗕𝗏 bowed his head in respect, explaining that May had offered him the equipment to ensure a fair match and that he wanted to honor her integrity by wearing it. Midnight smirked, enjoying the earnestness of youth, and allowed him to keep the gear, eager to see what he could do with it. As the match began, 𝗕𝗏 launched himself toward May with his usual speed. But before he could get close, May casually turned on her mic, addressing the crowd instead of her opponent. She explained that she had equipped 𝗧𝗏 with special leg braces designed to enhance his mobility, inviting the audience to watch how they worked. 𝗕𝗏 was momentarily confused by May's lack of focus on the battle but continued his charge. Before he could reach her, May activated hydraulic attachments from her backpack, propelling herself out of his path while continuing to explain her gadgets to the spectators. 𝗕𝗏 tried to take advantage of what he thought was her distraction, but as he got closer, the sensors on May's backpack triggered the hydraulics again, sending her safely out of his reach. The crowd watched in fascination as 𝗕𝗏 stumbled, but the auto-balancers on his back kept him from falling, allowing him to quickly adjust his course and continue his pursuit. In the announcer's booth, present Mike and Eraserhead were less than impressed, with Mike shaking his head at the spectacle. Aizawa sighed, noting that May had always been more focused on her inventions than on actual combat. Growing frustrated, 𝗕𝗏 charged at May again, demanding that she stop running away and face him properly. But May was already activating her next gadget, demonstrating her electromagnetic 𝗧𝗪𝗓, which allowed for quick escapes as she deftly avoided his attack, soaring over his head. When she landed, 𝗕𝗏 tried to catch her off guard, but May was ready. She pulled out a capture gun and fired it at him, ensnaring him in a net while explaining its effectiveness in immobilizing opponents from a safe distance. 𝗕𝗏 struggled against the net, but it was clear that May's focus was no longer on the battle. She turned back to the support companies in the audience, introducing herself once again and elaborating on her various inventions. After what felt like an eternity, with May showcasing gadget after gadget, she casually stepped out of the ring, waving to the crowd and inviting them to contact her if they were interested in any of her items. Midnight, who had been watching the entire spectacle with a mix of amusement and disbelief, finally spoke up, declaring 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝗍 the winner since May had voluntarily left the ring. The crowd erupted into applause, thoroughly entertained by May's antics, but 𝗕𝗏, still tangled in the net, was far from pleased. As May approached him, she offered a casual apology, acknowledging that she couldn't resist the opportunity to showcase her inventions. 𝗕𝗏's frustration was evident as he expressed disbelief at being tricked into being part of her commercial, but May seemed unfazed, thanking him for being a great model for her inventions. With that, she walked away, leaving 𝗕𝗏 to fume in the ring. From the stands, Izuku watched the entire scene unfold with a mix of amusement and admiration, chuckling at Mei's persistence. The fifth match featured 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗄𝐻𝗵𝗃 against 𝗵𝗃 𝗎𝗎𝗪𝗠. Present Mike introduced the competitors with his usual enthusiasm, announcing 𝗵𝗃 as the creative genius from Class 1A. The crowd erupted in cheers as she stepped into the arena, her face calm but focused. Mike then introduced 𝗵𝗃, the emissary of shadows, also from Class 1A, and the cheers continued as he entered the ring with Dark Shadow hovering protectively beside him. In the stands, Masahiro turned to Izuku, asking how he thought the match would go. Izuku, watching intently, noted that it would come down to timing. 𝗵𝗃 could create anything she needed, but 𝗳𝗁𝗄𝐻𝗵's Dark Shadow was fast and powerful. She would have to be quick to counter his attacks. Down in the arena, 𝗵𝗃 was deep in thought, analyzing 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗄𝐻's abilities and formulating a strategy. As the match began, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗄𝐻 took the offensive, sending Dark Shadow to strike at 𝗵𝗃. She managed to create a shield in time, but the force of the blow pushed her back, putting her on the defensive. 𝗵𝗃 struggled to keep up, blocking and dodging Dark Shadow's relentless attacks. Doubt began to creep into her mind, but she remembered Izuku's encouraging words about trusting her instincts. Taking a deep breath, 𝗵𝗃 centered herself and observed 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗄𝐻 more closely. She noticed that Dark Shadow hesitated slightly in brighter light, his weakness. Timing was everything. With renewed determination, 𝗵𝗃 created a powerful flashbang. Just as Dark Shadow lunged at her again, she detonated it, filling the arena with blinding light. Dark Shadow recoiled, shrinking back in response to the intense brightness. This was the opening 𝗵𝗃 had been waiting for. With Dark Shadow weakened, 𝗵𝗃 quickly moved in and used her creation abilities to trap 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗄𝐻 in a reinforced net. With no way to command Dark Shadow effectively, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗄𝐻 was immobilized. Midnight raised her WHP and declared 𝗵𝗃 𝗎𝗎𝗪𝗠 the winner. The crowd erupted into applause as 𝗵𝗃 stood victorious, relief and satisfaction clear on her face. She glanced up at the stands, catching Izuku's eye, and he gave her an encouraging nod. She had done it, thanks to her quick thinking and determination. The tension in the stadium was palpable as Present Mike introduced the competitors for the sixth match, Ichiro Kirishima and 𝗬𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗙𝗀𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙 highlighting their nearly identical quirks. The crowd cheered, particularly Kendo from Class 1B, who waved her arms and shouted encouragement for 𝗧𝗬𝗧𝗧. Meanwhile, Jiro nudged Minoru Mineta awake with her earphone jack, who had dozed off in the stands. Ijiro and 𝗧𝗬𝗧𝗧 faced each other in the center of the ring, their eyes locked in a competitive glare. Both activated their quirks, their bodies hardening into nearly indestructible forms. Without wasting a second, they charged at each other, their feet pounding against the ground as they closed the distance. Their fists met in the center of the ring with a powerful collision, creating a small shockwave. Neither fighter gave an inch, each punch met with an equally powerful counter. The sound of hardened fists striking one another echoed loudly, accompanied by the cheers and gasps of the crowd. As they exchanged blow after blow, the two heroes in training taunted each other, their competitive spirits driving them to push harder. Ijiro grinned, confident in his strength, while 𝗧𝗬𝗧𝗧 smirked, determined to prove his own might. The battle raged on, with neither fighter backing down. Each punch they threw was met with an equally powerful strike, their bodies absorbing the impact with incredible resilience. The crowd was on the edge of their seats, enthralled by the sheer display of raw power and endurance. After several minutes of relentless combat, both fighters were reaching their limits. In a final exchange, they each threw one last powerful punch, their fists colliding with a thunderous impact. The force of the blow sent both Ijiro and 𝗧𝗬𝗧𝗧 reeling backward before they simultaneously collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The stadium fell into stunned silence for a moment before midnight, acting as the referee, walked over to assess the situation. After confirming that both fighters were down and unable to continue, she raised her hand and announced it was a draw. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, acknowledging the incredible display of strength and determination from both competitors. However, midnight wasn't done yet. With a playful smile, she turned to the audience, announcing that they would determine the victor with an arm wrestling contest after the first round of matches concluded. The announcement was met with excited murmurs and anticipation as everyone eagerly awaited the next round of competition between these two equally matched powerhouses. As the crowd settled back into their seats after the tie between Kirishima and Tetsu, anticipation grew for the next match, 𝗧𝗂𝗍 Uraraka vs myheroacademia. The atmosphere was tense, as this matchup had been eagerly discussed among Class 1A. Most had placed their bets on Mina, believing her quirk and combat style would give her the upper hand. They knew 𝗧𝗂𝗍𝗪's quirk, Zero Gravity, was more suited for close combat. However, Izuku was the outlier, confidently betting on Uraraka. When questioned by Ichiro about his choice, Izuku simply smiled mysteriously, assuring them that she had a surprise for everyone. As the two competitors entered the ring, Present Mike wasted no time exciting the audience. He introduced Mina as the Acid Queen and 𝗧𝗂𝗍 as the girl with moves that would make anyone float away. The crowd roared in excitement as the two girls faced off. Mina grinned at 𝗧𝗂𝗍, her bubbly personality shining through even in a competitive setting, while 𝗧𝗂𝗍 maintained a focused expression, ready for the challenge ahead. To everyone's surprise, the moment the match began, 𝗧𝗂𝗍 leaped into the air, defying gravity as she hovered above the ground. With a sudden burst of speed, she rocketed toward Mina, her punch whistling through the air as it aimed straight for Mina's face. Mina barely managed to dodge, twisting her body gracefully to the side. The force of 𝗧𝗂𝗍's punch was so strong that it created a small shockwave, kicking up dust and leaving a crater in the ground where it landed. Mina thought about how fast 𝗧𝗂𝗍 was, her eyes narrowing as she began to understand the seriousness of the situation. Mick's voice echoed in shock as he exclaimed that everyone had just witnessed 𝗧𝗂𝗍 flying, revealing that their cute gravity girl had been holding out on them. 𝗧𝗂𝗍 didn't give Mina a moment to recover. As soon as her punch missed, she spun on her heel and delivered a sharp kick to Mina's midsection. Mina blocked it with her forearm, but the impact sent her skidding back several feet. Before she could regain her balance, 𝗧𝗂𝗍 was already on the move again. The real shock came when 𝗧𝗂𝗍 raised her hand and unleashed a barrage of pink blasts toward Mina, each one pulsing with a strange gravitational force. Even Aizawa couldn't hide his surprise, noting that this wasn't something her quirk could do before. Denki stammered, astonished, as he processed that 𝗧𝗂𝗍 had just thrown energy blasts. All of Class 1A turned their eyes toward Izuku, seeking answers. Still calm, Izuku explained that he had helped her train over the past week, and she had surpassed her limits, evolving her quirk into something they called astral gravity. His classmates stared at him, dumbfounded. Momo asked how this was possible, trying to process the information. Izuku simply smiled and shrugged, stating that she had worked hard. Mina twirled gracefully, almost like she was dancing as she dodged the first few blasts. The pink energy crackled around her, forcing her to stay on the move. She acknowledged 𝗧𝗂𝗍's efforts with a grin, saying she would have to do better than that. But 𝗧𝗂𝗍 wasn't done. She aimed her next set of blasts not directly at Mina, but at the ground around her, forcing Mina into a tighter space. Mina's dance-like movements grew more frantic as the blasts exploded around her, making it difficult to maintain her evasive maneuvers. As Mina dodged another blast, 𝗧𝗂𝗍 closed the distance again. She feinted a punch to the left, causing Mina to dodge right, only to meet 𝗧𝗂𝗍's real attack, a powerful roundhouse kick that caught Mina in the ribs. Mina gasped as the wind was knocked out of her, stumbling back but managing to stay on her feet. Feeling the pressure, Mina retaliated with her acid, creating a slippery barrier between her and 𝗧𝗂𝗍. 𝗧𝗂𝗍 jumped back, avoiding the acid but keeping her focus. Mina admitted that 𝗧𝗂𝗍 was impressive, her grin still in place despite the sweat forming on her brow, and declared that 𝗧𝗂𝗍 hadn't seen everything she could do yet. 𝗧𝗂𝗍 replied that she had trained hard for this and wouldn't go down easily. Mina began to move faster, her determined expression making her dance-like steps even more fluid. She weaved between 𝗧𝗂𝗍's attacks, getting closer with each step. When she got within striking range, she lashed out with a flurry of punches, each one coated with a thin layer of her acid to add extra sting. 𝗧𝗂𝗍 blocked and dodged as best as she could, but Mina's attacks were unpredictable and swift. One punch landed on 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 shoulder, sizzling against her uniform. 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵 winced but quickly retaliated by flipping backward and launching a concentrated gravity blast straight at Mina's feet. The blast exploded, creating a shockwave that threw Mina off balance. Mina charged again, but this time 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵 was ready. With a flick of her wrist, she activated her quirk fully, levitating several pieces of debris from the arena floor and sending them hurtling toward Mina. The debris moved in erratic patterns, making it nearly impossible for Mina to predict their movements. Mike cheered, calling it strategy and noting that 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵 was using her environment to her advantage. Mina tried to dodge, but the floating debris was relentless. One piece caught her in the side, throwing her off balance again. Seeing her chance, 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵 surged forward with a powerful uppercut, lifting Mina off her feet. As Mina soared into the air, 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵 followed up with a massive gravity blast, sending Mina crashing back to the ground. The crowd went silent for a moment, stunned by the intensity of the match. Then, as the dust settled and 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵 stood over her fallen opponent, the arena erupted in cheers. Mike announced that 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗏 had taken the win and noted that she hadn't even broken a sweat. As 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵 offered her hand to Mina, helping her up, Mina grinned sheepishly and admitted that 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵 was amazing and had really gotten strong. 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵 smiled back, her eyes full of determination, thanking Mina and acknowledging that she was impressive as well. As the two girls walked off the stage, the members of Class 1A were still in shock. The next match would decide the fate of a certain blonde. As the arena buzzed with anticipation, 𝗬𝗁𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗂 stood with his usual fierce demeanor, glaring across at his opponent, 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗏. The stadium was packed, and the crowd's energy was palpable. The tension in the air was almost as explosive as 𝗬𝗁𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 himself. Mike announced 𝗬𝗁𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗂𝘁 from Class 1A's hero course, describing him as explosive, unpredictable, and downright terrifying, while introducing 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁, the emissaris of sound and rhythm, also from Class 1A. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗁 took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves as she walked onto the stage. She glanced up at the bleachers and saw her classmates cheering her on. 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁 had given her a reassuring nod, and Izuku and Momo were all there, watching her intently. She couldn't let them down. As she faced 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁, she replayed in her mind the conversation she had with her friends in the waiting room. In the waiting room, 𝗔𝗂𝘁 had been pacing nervously when 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁 entered, her victory over Mina still fresh. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗁 congratulated 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁, though her voice trembled slightly. 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗁 smiled but then noticed 𝗔𝗂𝘁's anxious expression and asked if she was okay. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 sighed, expressing her concerns about facing 𝗵𝗃𝗂𝘁, whom she described as a beast. 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝘁 nodded, understanding 𝗔𝗂𝘁's fears, and reassured her that she was strong and could handle it. Just then, Izuku and Momo entered the room. Momo thoughtfully remarked that she didn't think 𝗵𝗃𝗂𝘁 would use full-strength explosions against a girl. Izuku quickly interjected, shaking his head and stating that 𝗵𝗃𝗂𝘁 wouldn't hold back against anyone, as he was aiming to win regardless of his opponent. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 appreciated Izuku's honesty, knowing he was right. Izuku stepped closer, his eyes earnest, and offered to help 𝗔𝗂𝘁 come up with a strategy. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 was tough, but he had his weaknesses. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 thought for a moment before shaking her head. She appreciated Midoriya's support but felt it was time to stand on her own 2 feet after relying on him too much during the festival. Izuku smiled, respecting her decision and assured her that they were all rooting for her. Before leaving, 𝗔𝗂𝘁 turned back to Izuku, giving him a thumbs up, expressing her intent to meet him in the finals. As 𝗔𝗂𝘁 stepped into the ring, she felt the weight of the upcoming match pressing down on her. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 was known for his ruthless aggression and explosive power, but 𝗔𝗂𝘁 was determined not to back down. She had a plan and was resolved to see it through. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 eyed her with a menacing smirk, recognizing her as 𝗎𝗪𝗓, the girl who had interfered with her earphone jacks. He warned her to give up, dripping with confidence, and declared he wouldn't hold back against someone like her. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 didn't respond, but her determination was clear in her eyes. She had something to prove. As soon as President Mike announced the start of the match, 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 launched himself at 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗁 with a powerful explosion, closing the distance between them in an instant. �𝗫𝗀 barely had time to react as the blast sent her skidding across the arena floor. She gritted her teeth, suppressing any signs of pain as she tried to recover. Katsuki continued his relentless assault, taunting her and questioning her friendship with Izuku. He sneered, suggesting that being friends with Deku wouldn't help her, calling her just as pathetic as he was. �𝗫𝗀 was forced to dodge and roll, feeling the pain build with each attack. She knew she had to fight back. Gathering her strength, she sent a sonic blast at Katsuki, hoping to catch him off guard. But he was too fast and too brutal, shouting that she was too slow as he blasted her back again. Despite the pain, �𝗫𝗀 pressed on, trying to close the gap between them, but each time she got close, he repelled her with another explosion. The crowd began to boo Katsuki, viewing him as a villain for dominating �𝗫𝗀. Pro-heroes in the crowd murmured among themselves, some believing �𝗫𝗀 was desperate and that her feints had failed. Katsuki, however, remained focused, his eyes filled with a burning longing for victory. Present Mike attempted to comment on the crowd's reaction, but Aizawa interrupted him, emphasizing that Katsuki was acknowledging �𝗫𝗀's strength and couldn't afford to let his guard down. As the smoke cleared, �𝗫𝗀 was still standing, breathing but determined. Izuku could see the truth behind Katsuki's aggression. It wasn't just about winning, it was about revenge for his previous losses to Izuku. As �𝗫𝗀 took hit after hit, Izuku's anger boiled over. He gripped the railing so tightly that it shattered under his hand, shocking his classmates who had never seen him this furious. Achiko glanced at Izuku, worried by the dark aura surrounding him, but he was focused solely on Katsuki, who continued to assault �𝗫𝗀 with ruthless efficiency. Back in the ring, Katsuki insulted Izuku again, making a snide remark about how weak his so-called friend was. This was the final straw for �𝗫𝗀. Fueled by anger and determination, she unleashed a massive sonic blast from her earphone jacks, declaring her intent to defend her brother. The sound wave reverberated through the arena, surprising Izuku and filling him with pride. �𝗫𝗀 was fighting for him, just as he would fight for her. The sonic blast was powerful enough to force Katsuki back and catch him off guard. But Katsuki wasn't easily overwhelmed. With a fierce yell, he unleashed a massive explosion, meeting �𝗫𝗀's sonic blast head-on. The force was tremendous, blowing away the sonic blast and nearly sending �𝗫𝗀 out of bounds. As the dust settled, Katsuki's hand shook slightly from the exertion. He acknowledged the strength of �𝗫𝗀's attack, noting that it had been a close call. He saw the determination in her eyes, the refusal to give up, and for the first time, he used her real name instead of a nickname, a small gesture of respect. However, �𝗫𝗀 had reached her limit. She tried to rise, trembling from the pain, but collapsed again, unable to continue. Even so, she crawled toward Katsuki, pushing herself forward, but her strength finally gave out, and she passed out from exhaustion. Midnight quickly approached, checking on �𝗫𝗀 and confirming her unconscious state before raising her hand to declare Katsuki the winner. Katsuki stood in the center of the ring, victorious but not satisfied. He didn't acknowledge the win, his eyes already searching for Izuku in the stands. Their gazes locked, and Katsuki gestured at him, a silent challenge that conveyed, "You're next." Izuku responded immediately, returning the gesture with a determined motion, the tension between them palpable as everyone sensed that the real battle was yet to come. As Katsuki left the arena, the crowd remained in stunned silence, the intensity of the match lingering in the air. His hand continued to tremble slightly, but his determination was unwavering. He had won this round, but the fight with Izuku would be on an entirely different level, and both of them knew it. The festival continued, but everyone's thoughts were on the inevitable clash between Izuku and Katsuki, a battle that would define them both. As Izuku walked through the corridor, his anger simmered beneath the surface when he spotted Katsuki heading his way. The air between them crackled with tension, and Katsuki's face twisted in irritation the moment he saw Izuku, but Izuku ignored him and kept walking towards the recovery room. Katsuki demanded to know what Izuku wanted, accusing him of orchestrating a strategy against him using �𝗫𝗀. Izuku stopped in his tracks, narrowing his eyes at Katsuki. He felt fury bubbling up inside him but forced himself to stay calm. He asserted that Dshiro's strategy was her own and that she wasn't a pawn to blame when things went wrong. Katsuki's surprise quickly turned into anger, insisting that Dshiро couldn't have come up with such a plan without Izuku's help. Izuku cut him off, his voice cold as he stepped closer, warning Katsuki that if he dared to harm any of his friends again in the upcoming matches, he would ensure that Katsuki would not walk home on his own legs. Katsuki's bravado faltered as he stared into Izuku's icy blue eyes, filled with a hatred he had never seen before. For a moment, fear flickered in Katsuki's eyes, but he quickly pushed it down, turning away with a huff and muttering dismissively as he stalked off back to the stands. As Katsuki made his way back to the seats, Denki couldn't resist the opportunity to tease him. He remarked on how Katsuki had gone all out against Dshiro, suggesting that he had fought like a villain. Katsuki snapped his head toward Denki, his eyes blazing as he defended Dshiro's strength, insisting she was tougher than anyone thought. Denki raised his hands in mock surrender, grinning as he acknowledged Katsuki's point but suggested he didn't need to go that HRD on her. Katsuki didn't respond, glaring at the floor as he took his seat, but the encounter with Izuku lingered in his mind, causing him to question his approach for the first time in a long while. Izuku found Dshiro sitting alone on a bed covered in bandages in the recovery room, her head bowed as she gathered her thoughts. As soon as she noticed him, she forced a small smile, trying to appear strong. She mentioned that Recovery Girl had healed her, but Izuku could see the hint of disappointment in her eyes. Without saying a word, he walked over and wrapped her in a gentle hug. Dshiro stiffened at first, surprised by the sudden gesture, but then relaxed, leaning into the embrace. Izuku reassured her that it was okay not to put on a brave face right now and encouraged her to let it out. At his words, the walls Dshiro had been holding up began to crumble. Her shoulders shook as she buried her face into his chest, the tears she had been holding back finally spilling out. Izuku held her tightly, rubbing her back as she cried, allowing her to release all the frustration and disappointment she had been bottling up. Dshiro thanked him, a bit embarrassed, and Izuku smiled softly at her before teasingly recalling the moment during the match when she had fiercely defended him. Jiro's eyes widened, and her face turned a deep shade of red as she stammered, trying to explain herself. Izuku chuckled, clearly enjoying her embarrassment, and expressed that he would be honored to be her big brother if that was how she saw him. Dshiro admitted quietly that since the USJ incident, she had seen him as a brother figure. Izuku's smile softened as he told her she could call him by his first name and promised to be the best big brother she could ask for. Dshiro finally lowered her hands, smiling as she requested he call her Kyoka. Back in the arena, excitement buzzed as Kirishima and Tetsu took their places at the arm wrestling table. Both boys were fired up, their determination evident in the fierce glares they exchanged, practically mirror images of each other with their hardening quirks and unyielding spirits. Present Mick's voice boomed over the speakers, announcing the clash of titans. As the signal was given, both Ijiro and Tetsu activated their quirks simultaneously. Ijiro's arms hardened into a rock-like state, while Tetsu's turned into solid iron. The crowd leaned forward in anticipation as the two began their struggle, muscles straining as they pushed against each other with all their might. Initially, it seemed like a deadlock. Neither boy was giving an inch, their arms trembling under the immense pressure. Sweat beaded on their foreheads as they gritted their teeth, determined not to let the other gain the upper hand. Gradually, Ijiro's relentless willpower started to pay off. With a roar of effort, he began to push Tetsu's iron arm down, inch by inch. Tetsu's face contorted in concentration as he tried to resist, but Ijiro's strength proved to be just a bit more. Finally, with one last surge of power, Ijiro slammed Tetsu's hand down onto the cement table, cracking it by force and winning the match. The crowd erupted in cheers as Midnight raised Ijiro's hand in victory, declaring him the winner. Ijiro, still catching his breath, turned to Tetsu, who was breathing heavily from the intense struggle. Instead of boasting, Ijiro extended his hand with a wide grin, acknowledging the effort Tetsu had put in. Tetsu, though disappointed, couldn't help but smile at the sportsmanship. He clasped Ijiro's hand firmly, expressing that they were truly two peas in a pod and that they would have to spar again sometime. Their handshake was firm and respectful, a display of mutual admiration and camaraderie that made them both proud to be aspiring heroes. The crowd, including their classmates, cheered for the display of good sportsmanship, while Midnight, in her usual style, commented excitedly about the youthful energy of the match. With the first round concluded, the second round roster was now complete, and the tension in the stadium grew as everyone awaited the next battle. A few minutes later, as the arena buzzed with anticipation, President Mick's voice echoed through the stadium, announcing the start of the second round. He urged the audience to prepare for the ultimate showdown, promising incredible matchups ahead. Izuku, still in the infirmary room with Jiro, took a deep breath as he prepared to leave. The match with Katsuki weighed heavily on his mind, but he pushed those thoughts aside, knowing he needed to focus on his upcoming battle. Jiro, sitting up on the bed, caught his attention with her steady gaze. She expressed her concern for taking up his preparation time earlier, apologizing for any distraction she may have caused. Izuku smiled warmly, reassuring her that it was fine. He appreciated being there for her and noted that it actually helped him clear his mind. Jiro looked relieved but still held a hint of worry in her eyes. She wished him good luck, confident in his abilities. Izuku's expression softened at her words, and he placed a hand on her shoulder, encouraging her to rest and not to worry about him. He reminded her that she had nothing to prove, she was already amazing just as she was. Jiro's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave him a thumbs up, her earlier nerves replaced with quiet confidence. With a chuckle, Izuku left the infirmary room, heading toward the stage with renewed determination. The noise of the crowd grew louder with each step, and by the time he emerged into the open air of the stadium, the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. As he approached the stage, his mind focused and heart steady, he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The screens displayed the matchups. Match 1 featured Izuku Midoriya vs Tenya Iida. Match 2 was Shoto Todoroki against Ibara Shizaki. Match 3 had Ijiro Kirishima facing Achiko Uraraka, and Match 4 was Katsuki Bakugo against Momo Yaoyorozu. President Mick's voice boomed through the stadium, his enthusiasm palpable as he introduced the competitors. The crowd roared in anticipation as Izuku stepped forward, and on the opposite side, Iida made his way toward the arena. The excitement in the air was palpable as the two competitors faced each other in the ring, and Midnight stepped forward to signal the start of the match. Iida wasted no time, activating his quirk engine and shooting forward with incredible speed. His engines roared to life, propelling him toward Izuku like a speeding bullet. But Izuku was ready, calmly sidestepping Iida's initial charge with ease. Iida unleashed a burst of speed, reaching Izuku's side in the blink of an eye. Izuku blocked the attack with one of his forearms, the impact sending a ripple through the arena. Izuku complimented Iida on his impressive speed, genuinely impressed by his friend's abilities. Iida, determined, quickly pulled back and circled around for another attack. As Iida prepared for another strike, Izuku's eyes gleamed with determination. He wanted to give Iida a chance to showcase his skills and prove himself to everyone watching. Iida launched a high-speed kick, charging at Izuku with incredible velocity. Izuku swiftly sidestepped the attack, feeling the gust of wind as Iida's leg narrowly missed him. Then, with a flash of energy, Izuku summoned his Beowulf gauntlets, the ghostly blue light enveloping his arms as the familiar gauntlets materialized. The sight of Beowulf caused a stir in the crowd, and even more so among Izuku's classmates. President Mick's voice reached a new peak of excitement as he announced the appearance of Izuku's gauntlets, noting their formidable design. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, and Izuku's classmates expressed their excitement at seeing him use Beowulf again. However, Katsuki's expression darkened as he recognized the gauntlets, a shudder of fear running through him at the memory of their previous battle. In the ring, Izuku focused his energy on Beowulf, using the gauntlets to block Iida's next attack with ease. The clash of kicks against energy reverberated through the stadium, and the force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. Iida admitted that Izuku was giving him more of a challenge than he expected, breathing heavily but refusing to back down. Izuku encouraged him with a smile, acknowledging his efforts. Iida leaped into the air, twisting his body to deliver a spinning kick from above. Izuku anticipated the move and used the 𝗵𝗃𝗏 greaves to propel himself upward, meeting Ida midair. Their clash sent shockwaves through the arena as they exchanged a rapid series of kicks. Ida's speed was incredible, but Izuku's agility and precision were unmatched. Izuku executed a 𝗵𝗃𝗏 combo, starting with a swift knee strike aimed at Ida's midsection. The blow landed with force, momentarily winding Ida. Izuku followed up with a spinning back kick, which connected with Ida's side, sending him crashing to the ground. Despite the impact, Ida quickly got back to his feet, his resolve unshaken. He charged forward again, unleashing a flurry of kicks, each one faster and more powerful than the last. Izuku met him blow for blow, blocking each kick with the 𝗵𝗃𝗏 gauntlets and greaves. The two fighters moved in perfect synchronization, their kicks clashing with such intensity that sparks flew from the point of impact. Ida saw an opening and aimed a decisive kick at Izuku's head. But Izuku was ready. He ducked under the kick and unleashed a powerful combination with 𝗵𝗃𝗏. He started with a strong front kick to Ida's stomach, followed by a low sweeping kick that took Ida's legs out from under him. As Ida fell, Izuku spun around and delivered a kick to Ida's chest, sending him sliding across the arena floor. Izuku encouraged Ida, urging him to break his limits and show what he was capable of. Ida's eyes widened in surprise, but then a determined smile crossed his face. Ever since the battle trials, he had been training relentlessly, always with Izuku in mind as the benchmark he wanted to surpass. He knew this was his chance to prove how far he had come. With a fierce cry, Ida slammed his hands down on the ground and took a running position, his engines roaring louder than ever before. The blue flames that usually emitted from his engines flickered, then suddenly turned a brilliant purple. The entire stadium gasped as the flames grew brighter, and Ida's engines powered up to a level they had never seen before. With determination, Ida activated his new move, and in an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing in front of Izuku with incredible speed. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as Ida's speed caught him off guard. Before he could react, Ida unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at Izuku's chest. Izuku barely managed to block the kick with his 𝗵𝗃𝗏 gauntlets, the force of the blow pushing him back several feet. Present Mike was in full swing, expressing his excitement over the match. Ida had cranked up the heat with his new move, moving so fast that even Izuku was having trouble keeping up. Ida didn't give Izuku a moment to recover. He used his newfound speed to deliver a barrage of kicks, each one coming faster and harder than the last. Izuku found himself on the defensive, blocking and dodging as best as he could. Despite his best efforts, he could feel the strain as Ida's kicks landed with incredible force. Determined not to be outdone, Izuku activated his sprint skill. His movements became a blur as he used the speed boost to match Ida's 𝗧𝗔𝗏𝗏 turbo. The two fighters seemed to vanish from the eyes of the audience, their movements so fast that they were nothing more than flickers of light across the arena. From the stands, the audience gasped in awe, witnessing what seemed like teleportation as Izuku and Ida appeared and disappeared in bursts of energy. Only the most seasoned pros, like All Might and Endeavor, could follow their movements. Their classmates watched with wide eyes, each reacting to the intense display of power and speed in their own way. Uraraka leaned forward in her seat, her heart racing as she watched the two fighters blur across the arena, impressed by Ida's newfound speed. Kirishima grinned, clearly impressed by the effort both of his classmates were putting in. Mina cheered for both of them, unable to decide who to root for, while Tsuyu observed the battle with her usual calm demeanor, noting Ida's surprising strength. Momo analyzed the fight, recognizing Ida's effective use of speed against Izuku's experience and versatility. Katsuki sat with his arms crossed, his face twisted in a scowl as he watched the fight unfold. The sight of Ida managing to keep up with Izuku filled him with a burning sense of jealousy. The memory of his own fight with Izuku during the battle trials flashed in his mind, and seeing Ida push Izuku to this extent only intensified his frustration. Back in the arena, Ida and Izuku continued their high-speed duel. Ida launched another powerful kick, aiming for Izuku's side. Izuku countered with a swift punch from his 𝗵𝗃𝗏 gauntlets, the two attacks colliding in a burst of energy that sent shockwaves through the stadium. The force of the collision created a crater in the ground beneath them, but neither fighter backed down. Ida pushed forward, using his turbo-enhanced speed to unleash a flurry of kicks that forced Izuku to go on the defensive again. But Izuku wasn't finished yet. With determination in his eyes, Izuku used the momentum from one of Ida's kicks to propel himself into the air, flipping over Ida's head and landing behind him. Before Ida could react, Izuku unleashed a rapid combo of Beowulf punches and kicks, each one aimed at Ida's weak points. Ida twisted his body, narrowly dodging the first few strikes, but Izuku was relentless. The final kick in the combo connected with Ida's leg, sending him stumbling forward. However, Ida didn't fall. He planted his foot firmly on the ground and used the last of his turbo speed to propel himself backward, catching Izuku off guard with a surprise kick to the chest. Izuku grunted as the kick landed, but he quickly regained his footing. He knew Ida was reaching his limit. Recipro Turbo couldn't last forever. As Ida's engines began to sputter, the purple flames flickering weakly, Izuku saw his chance. Present Mick's voice echoed through the arena, announcing that it was anyone's game now, as Ida was pushing himself to the edge. With one final burst of speed, Ida launched himself at Izuku, his leg aimed for a decisive blow. But Izuku was ready. He sidestepped the attack, and as Ida passed by, Izuku delivered a powerful punch to his back, followed by a spinning kick that sent Ida crashing out of bounds. Izuku spoke softly, his tone respectful, acknowledging the end of the match. Midnight stepped forward and raised her hand, declaring Izuku Midoriya the winner. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering for both fighters. Izuku deactivated Beowulf, the ghostly gauntlets disappearing as he offered Ida a hand. He helped his friend to his feet, expressing admiration for Ida's performance. Ida took the offered hand, smiling despite his loss, and thanked Izuku, vowing to work hard to surpass him one day. Izuku nodded, appreciating Ida's determination. As they left the ring together, the crowd continued to cheer, recognizing the display of sportsmanship and respect between the two friends. In the stands, Katsuki watched silently, his eyes narrowing as he considered the gauntlets and the power Izuku had displayed. He knew that the upcoming battles would only get more intense, and his match with Izuku was inevitable. In the infirmary, 𝗬𝗪 couldn't help but cheer for her big brother's victory. As the second match of the round was announced, Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium with energy, introducing the two combatants. He announced Shoto Todoroki, the ice-cold prodigy of Class 1A, and Ibara Shiozaki, the girl with holy vines from Class 1B. The screen showed Todoroki's calm, stoic expression as he walked onto the stage, his icy demeanor mirroring the cold power he wielded. Ibara's calm and composed presence contrasted Todoroki's intensity, her long, vine-like hair glowing with a natural aura as she entered the arena. Midnight raised her hand, signaling the beginning of the match. Without hesitation, Shoto made his move. His right foot slammed into the ground as a massive wall of ice erupted from the floor, surging forward at incredible speed toward Ibara. Her eyes widened at the sight of the incoming attack, and her vines surged from her head to create a defensive barrier. The vines whipped out, extending rapidly to block Todoroki's ice. But before she could fully prepare her defense, the ice smashed through her vines with sheer force, freezing everything in its path. Ibara was engulfed in an overwhelming wave of cold, encasing her entirely before she could counter. The arena fell silent for a moment as the crowd registered what had just happened. The fight had barely begun, yet Todoroki had already seized control of the battlefield. Present Mike let out a stunned laugh, amazed by the swift conclusion. Midnight approached the frozen Ibara, checking to ensure she wasn't seriously harmed. Seeing that she was frozen but unhurt, she raised her hand and declared Shoto Todoroki the winner. The crowd erupted in applause, though many were still in shock at the sheer speed and power of Todoroki's attack. It had been over in one shot. Ibara was gently thawed out by Recovery Girl and helped to her feet, her face showing calm acceptance of her defeat. She quietly thanked Todoroki for the match, bowing respectfully before leaving the arena. Todoroki simply nodded, as stoic as ever, having barely broken a sweat. Ijiro watched from the stands, filled with admiration and nervousness, remarking on Todoroki's impressive performance. Kendo crossed her arms, her brow furrowing as she noted how easily Todoroki overpowered Ibara's defense. Tetsu, still sore from his own battle, grunted in agreement about Todoroki's serious power. In the back, Nito, the ever-vocal critic of Class 1A, sneered, mocking the performance of Class 1A and questioning Todoroki's victory. Before he could finish his insult, a dagger whizzed through the air, landing just below his head, embedding itself in the concrete wall. The sound cut through the air, making everyone in Class 1B freeze in shock. Monoma's eyes widened in horror as the realization of what had just happened hit him. All eyes turned to Izuku, who stood with a dark, dangerous expression on his face. His cold gaze never left Monoma as he spoke, his voice calm yet carrying a chilling edge. He warned that next time he wouldn't miss, leaving no room for interpretation. The silence in the arena felt suffocating as Izuku's threat hung in the air. Monoma was too shocked to process what had just occurred, his usual smug expression replaced by pure fear. Class 1B collectively thought one thing: never mess with Izuku Midoriya. Kendo, trying to de-escalate the situation, quickly pulled Monoma back into the group, urging him to stop. Tetsu, who had been laughing moments earlier, stood stiffly as he glanced over at Izuku, feeling a shiver down his spine. As the next matchup was announced, Present Mick's voice erupted across the stadium, brimming with energy. He introduced Ijiro Kirishima, the indestructible tank of Class 1A, who raised a fist as he stepped onto the battlefield, his trademark shark-like grin plastered across his face. The crowd roared in response, feeding off his energetic vibe. On the other side was Ochako Uraraka, the gravity-defying wonder, who entered the stage with a nervous yet determined smile, receiving cheers from the audience for her impressive victory over Mina in the previous round. Both fighters were ready, and Present Mic expressed excitement for the upcoming brawl. Aizawa, however, remained calm, noting the very different fighting styles of the competitors and how it would all depend on their approach. Midnight raised her hand to signal the start of the match. The match kicked off with Kirishima immediately hardening his skin to its maximum durability, transforming into solid stone-like armor. He eagerly encouraged Ochako to give him everything she had. Ochako responded quickly, activating her quirk and leaping into the air, making herself weightless. She hovered just above the battlefield, observing Kirishima as she thought through her plan. Present Mic excitedly noted her strategic advantage, while Kirishima, realizing he couldn't reach her while she was airborne, stayed on the ground, arms crossed, waiting for her next move. Ijiro observed Uraraka floating effortlessly in the air and remarked that she couldn't stay up there forever. Eventually, she would have to come down. However, Ochako had no intention of remaining idle. She quickly gathered pink energy in her fists, a clear indication of her newly developed gravity blasts. Without hesitation, she unleashed several blasts aimed at testing Kirishima's defenses. The impacts echoed through the arena, but his hardened body stood, widening in disbelief as all attention shifted to the figure now standing in the center of the arena. It was Izuku, his face set in a cold, furious expression. Dazed and disoriented, Katsuki slowly slid down the wall, glaring at Izuku in disbelief and rage. But before he could say anything, the intensity of Izuku's presence flooded the arena. It was so suffocating that many in the audience felt their breath hitch. Even seasoned heroes watching from the stands stiffened from the raw fury that emanated from him. He stood there, his arms still extended from the punch, and in his other arm, he held Momo in a gentle bridal carry. Mina whispered in stunned disbelief, while Ijiro confirmed that Izuku had indeed intervened. Kaminari scratched his head nervously, realizing that Bakugo had really messed up this time. Even All Might in the stands felt a shiver run down his spine at the sheer force behind Izuku's punch. He knew his student was strong, but seeing it in action against Katsuki was another thing entirely. Katsuki slowly got to his feet, wiping a small trail of BLD from his mouth. His eyes narrowed in anger, but a flicker of fear crossed his face. He hadn't expected Izuku to hit him like that. Without saying a word, Izuku turned his back on Katsuki and began walking out of the arena, carrying Momo with care. The silence in the stadium was deafening as everyone watched him leave. No one dared to stop him, not even the pro heroes who were still processing what had just happened. Izuku carried Momo all the way to Recovery Girl's office. His movements were gentle, careful not to jostle her too much as he laid her down on a bed. The anger that had driven him to punch Katsuki had not fully faded, but as he looked at Momo's unconscious form, his expression softened. Recovery Girl, who had witnessed the whole thing on a monitor, shook her head, commenting on how protective he was. Izuku didn't respond. He simply nodded and stepped back to give her space to work. As he did, he took a deep breath, trying to calm the lingering anger within him. He knew he had done the right thing, but the thought of what Katsuki had almost done still made his blood boil. Back in the arena, the crowd slowly started to murmur again, the shock wearing off but the tension still palpable. Katsuki, now alone in the arena, clenched his fists, his pride shattered not just by his loss of control but by the fact that Izuku had intervened so effortlessly. After a few tense minutes of silence, the stadium's atmosphere remained thick with anticipation following the intense moments between Izuku and Katsuki. The crowd had calmed down a little, though the energy still buzzed through the arena. Suddenly, President Mick's voice boomed over the speakers, breaking the tension. He announced that it was time for the semifinals, revealing the matchups and promising even more intense battles ahead. The crowd perked up, eager to see the next contests unfold. The first match was Izuku Midoriya against Shoto Todoroki, and the second was Katsuki Bakugo against Ochako Uraraka. After leaving Momo in the recovery room, Izuku made his way through the hallway, his mind still on the upcoming match with Shoto Todoroki. As he turned a corner, he encountered the imposing figure of 𝗕𝗏𝗏, the number 2 hero and Shoto's father. His presence was overwhelming, radiating heat and a stern gaze. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 remarked that he had been watching Izuku and praised his impressive abilities, noting his power to summon weapons, a dragon, and his battle with the brainwashing kid and the speedster. Izuku stopped, maintaining a neutral expression, though a flicker of irritation stirred inside him at 𝗕𝗏𝗏's tone. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 continued, stating that Izuku had strength and speed reminiscent of All Might, but that was where it stopped. He insisted it was Shoto's duty to surpass All Might, and that Izuku's match with him would be a good opportunity for Shoto to demonstrate his superiority. He urged Izuku not to hold back, warning him against disgracing either of them by going easy on Shoto. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly as 𝗕𝗏𝗏's words brought back memories of Shoto's declaration that he refused to use his fire during their match. He felt the weight of Shoto's struggle and the resentment he held toward his father's expectations. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 went on, his voice full of confidence and arrogance, asserting that if Shoto used his left side, his fire, he would be unstoppable. He declared that his masterpiece would win the entire festival if Shoto just stopped holding back. That was enough to ignite Izuku's irritation, and he clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of determination flare within him. His voice, though low, was sharp. Izuku muttered for 𝗕𝗏𝗏 to be quiet. 𝗕𝗏𝗏's eyes flared with anger as he demanded to know what Izuku had said, his voice heated and aggressive. Izuku raised his voice, declaring that he had said to shut up. His tone was so intimidating that, despite 𝗕𝗏𝗏's blazing fire quirk, he felt a strange, eerie coldness for a brief moment, catching him off guard. The hallway seemed to darken as Izuku continued, his eyes sharp and unwavering. He stated that he was not All Might and Shoto was not merely a tool for 𝗕𝗏𝗏 to surpass. The words struck with the weight of a sledgehammer, leaving 𝗕𝗏𝗏 at a loss for words, his body stiffening as if the temperature had dropped. The coldness in Izuku's voice cut deeper than any flame could burn, leaving 𝗕𝗏𝗏 stunned. Izuku continued, asserting that Shoto was more than just a masterpiece, and urged 𝗕𝗏𝗏 to stop acting like he owned his son. For the first time in a long time, 𝗕𝗏𝗏, the towering, flame-wielding hero, stood frozen in place, unable to respond. Izuku's voice had eaten away his usual fiery confidence, leaving only the chilling truth hanging in the air. He felt the weight of Izuku's defiance pressing down on him, and for once, his fire was not enough to drive it away. Without another word, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 turned on his heel and stormed off, trying to shake the unsettling cold that had crept into his bones. As Izuku and Shoto walked toward the stage for their highly anticipated battle, the echoes of their earlier conversation played in their minds. The tension between them was palpable, a mix of respect, challenge, and the weight of expectations. As they approached the arena, the roar of the crowd grew louder, with spectators on the edge of their seats, excited for the clash of two of the most powerful students from Class 1A. President Mick's voice boomed over the speakers, his excitement palpable. He announced that this was the semi-final match everyone had been waiting for, introducing Shoto Todoroki as the hero with power so cold it chills to the bone. Shoto stepped forward, his expression neutral but his focus sharp, the icy mist from his right side swirling around him. President Mike then introduced Izuku Midoriya, the rising hero whose quirk had surprised everyone, the one who kept getting stronger. The crowd erupted even louder as Izuku took his place on the stage, rolling his shoulders and mentally preparing himself for what was to come. His sharp eyes focused on Shoto, and a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. The stadium buzzed with excitement, anticipation thick in the air. Even All Might in the stands wore an unusually intense expression as he watched the two students face off. Izuku asked Shoto what he had decided, his serious tone cutting through the roaring crowd. Shoto replied that he would not use his power. Hearing this, Izuku's expression firm against the onslaught. Ijiro, grinning widely, challenged her, claiming he could take hits like those all day. Realizing she needed to change her approach, Ochako floated higher and released her weight completely, allowing herself to free fall toward Kirishima at high speed. President Mike announced her daring move with excitement, noting that she was going for a direct attack. As she neared him, Kirishima prepared to counter, acknowledging her toughness but asserting that close combat was his specialty. Just as he raised his hardened arms to block her, Ochako executed a graceful spin in midair, dodging his defense. Drawing on her martial arts training, she delivered a powerful punch to his side, her fist charged with gravity energy, resulting in a pink explosion upon impact. The blow sent Kirishima stumbling, his body still hardened but clearly feeling the force. He expressed surprise at the effectiveness of her attack. Undeterred, Ochako used her gravity manipulation to move swiftly around the arena, launching another series of gravity blasts that forced Kirishima to block and dodge. However, he was relentless, charging toward her with his hardened arms and swinging his fists with incredible force. Each punch created a loud thud as it struck the ground where Ochako had been moments earlier. Using her agility, Ochako darted around him, but Kirishima's barrage made it evident that she couldn't evade forever. He finally landed a solid blow to her arm, sending her skidding back across the arena. President Mike exclaimed in surprise at the powerful hit. Gritting her teeth through the pain, Ochako stood up, her breathing heavy, while Kirishima grinned at her, complimenting her strength. Determined, Ochako decided to use her last resort. She raised her hands and activated her quirk at full power, causing the gravity around them to shift. Kirishima suddenly felt weightless, his feet lifting off the ground. President Mike exclaimed in astonishment as Ochako took advantage of the moment, leaping up to deliver a final gravity blast directly at his chest. The explosion propelled him out of the arena, crashing into the wall behind him. The crowd gasped as the dust settled, revealing Kirishima lying on the ground, still conscious but unable to move. Midnight approached to check on him before raising her hand to declare Ochako Uraraka the winner. The crowd erupted into cheers, amazed by her performance. As the next match began, President Mick's voice filled the stadium with enthusiasm. He introduced the explosive dynamo of Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo, who strode into the arena with his fierce expression and palms sparking with small explosions, ready for battle. On the other side stood the brilliant strategist with the creation quirk, Momo Yaoyorozu, who entered the arena with poise, mentally preparing for the challenge ahead. Midnight raised her hand, signaling the start of the match. Without hesitation, Katsuki launched himself forward with an explosion, aiming directly for Momo. She barely had time to react but managed to create a large shield to block his incoming attack. The explosion collided with the shield, sending a shockwave through the arena, but Momo stood her ground, gripping her shield tightly. Katsuki continued his relentless assault, launching explosion after explosion at Momo, who created shields and barriers to defend herself. Each blast pushed her back, and the strain began to show on her face, but she remained determined. Katsuki taunted her, demanding to know if that was all she had. Momo knew she had to think quickly. As Katsuki closed the distance, she created a flashbang grenade and threw it directly at him. The grenade exploded in a blinding light, causing Katsuki to stumble back, momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Momo created a bow staff and rushed forward, swinging it at Katsuki with impressive speed and precision, determined to keep him at bay. Katsuki, however, was not easily deterred. He blocked her strikes, his anger growing. He yelled at her, questioning if she thought she could keep him back with her weapon. Dodging her next strike, he unleashed a powerful explosion at point-blank range, sending Momo crashing to the ground. The crowd gasped as she struggled to get up, her body aching from the impact. Katsuki stood over her, hands crackling with explosive energy, telling her to stay down and not waste her time. But Momo refused to give up. With sheer determination, she forced herself to stand, her legs shaking slightly from the pain. Her resolve reminded Katsuki of someone he knew well, Izuku. That unwavering determination, that refusal to give in, mirrored the look Kyoka had given him during their battle at the sports festival. Katsuki, feeling his temper boil over, shouted that she was just like him and vowed to crush her just as he would crush Izuku. The memory fueled his aggression as he blasted forward again, his movements more erratic. Despite her injuries, Momo continued to fight back, creating a small cannon and firing it at Katsuki, forcing him to dodge. She followed up with a flash shield, hoping to create an opening, declaring that she wouldn't go down easily. Katsuki gritted his teeth, his rage fueling his attacks as he dodged her cannon shots with ease, closing the distance between them. When he was within striking range, Katsuki unleashed a massive explosion that engulfed Momo completely. The blast rocked the arena, and when the smoke cleared, Momo lay on the ground, battered and bruised. To Katsuki's surprise, she was still conscious. She gripped her bow staff, using it to help herself stand once more. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted in frustration, questioning why she wouldn't stay down. Momo looked up at him, her gaze steady despite the pain, explaining that she had to prove she could stand up to the best, no matter what. Katsuki clenched his fists, his rage boiling over. He declared that if she wanted to get knocked out that badly, he would oblige. He charged at her one last time, his hands glowing with explosive energy, aiming a final blast directly at her. Momo, too weak to defend herself, could only brace for impact. The explosion sent her flying back, crashing into the ground with a heavy thud. This time, she didn't get up. Midnight quickly checked on her and after a moment, raised her hand to announce Katsuki as the winner. The crowd erupted in a mix of cheers and boos. In the stands, Kaminari and 𝗬𝗪 winced, with 𝗬𝗪 commenting on how Bakugo hadn't held back at all. Kirishima looked down at Momo, impressed by her resilience, noting that she had put up a great fight and had guts. But Katsuki's anger hadn't subsided. His breaths were ragged, and his fists still crackled with leftover energy. His frustration bubbled over as he looked down at Momo's unconscious form, reminded of Izuku's stubbornness and how much it irritated him. Without thinking, he let out a growl and raised his hand, ready to unleash another blast. The crowd's cheers quickly turned to horrified gasps, and a wave of boos echoed through the stadium. Even Aizawa, who had been silently observing the match, narrowed his eyes in disapproval, warning Katsuki that it was enough. Before Katsuki could release his explosion, a blur moved across the arena faster than anyone could react. A loud impact resounded through the air as Katsuki was suddenly struck in the cheek by a powerful fist, sending him flying across the arena and crashing into the wall with enough force to create a spider web crack. The audience fell silent, their eyes darkened, and he stated that they would see about that. The air was tense in the stands as the class eagerly awaited the start of the match between two rivals. Among the onlookers, Ida turned to his classmate Tokoyami, his expression serious as he analyzed the upcoming battle. He asked Tokoyami how he thought the match would end. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 observed the stage carefully and replied that it depended on Midoriya's ability to close the distance between them. If 𝗬𝗪𝗏𝗃 could keep him at bay with his ice, Midoriya's unpredictability would always be his strength, and he might find a way to close that distance. Iida nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, far from the festival, Shigaraki watched the sports festival broadcast from his hideout, his face twisted with irritation as he observed the spectacle unfold. From the shadows behind him, the calm yet menacing voice of his 𝗕𝗓𝗄 echoed through the room, warning him to watch closely, as these two could become formidable obstacles if they continued to grow stronger. He noted that Midoriya carried something interesting, and 𝗬𝗪𝗏𝗃 had the potential to surpass even Endeavor. The world could soon find itself with more than just All Might to worry about. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes at the screen, watching as the camera zoomed in on Izuku and Shoto, both brimming with power. His fingers twitched slightly, itching to destroy something. As the match began, Shoto stared across the stage, watching Izuku with narrowed eyes. He thought about how powerful Izuku was, recalling how he had handled both Shinso and Iida. He needed to push him, clenching his fist as cold steam rose from his right side. He resolved to end this with his ice before Izuku could fully unleash his power. On the other side of the field, Izuku summoned Beowulf and tightened the straps on his gauntlets, feeling the weight around his wrists and legs. His eyes locked on Shoto, his heart steady as he prepared for the inevitable ice storm. He thought that 𝗬𝗪𝗏𝗃's ice was powerful but had limits. If he could close the distance and shatter the ice, he could force Shoto to face him head-on. Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium, announcing that the match between Midoriya and 𝗬𝗪𝗏𝗃 had started. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shoto wasted no time. His right hand slammed against the ground, releasing a massive freezing wave that surged toward Izuku with terrifying speed. Izuku was ready. In one swift motion, he clenched his fist, channeling power into his Beowulf gauntlets. With a mighty roar, he rushed forward and swung his fist into the oncoming ice wave. The punch collided with the ice, shattering it instantly. The force of Izuku's blow was immense, sending a chilling gust of wind and shards of shattered ice rushing toward Shoto. The audience gasped as they felt the cold rush past them, mixed with the sheer power of Izuku's strike. Shoto quickly created a towering wall of ice behind him to prevent himself from being knocked out of bounds. His feet dug into the ground as he stood his ground, the ice around him cracking slightly. He glanced at Izuku, his eyes calculating, realizing that he had been right. Midoriya was still holding back. If he was this strong already, how much strength was he hiding? Without wasting time, Shoto launched another attack, unleashing a relentless barrage of ice toward Izuku, intending to overwhelm him with sheer volume. Massive ice structures erupted from the arena floor, each one larger and faster than the last, all aimed at engulfing his opponent. But Izuku remained unfazed. He dashed forward, weaving between the growing ice pillars and shattering them with every punch and kick. His movements were fluid, and his gauntlets glowed with energy as each strike obliterated the ice effortlessly. The crowd watched in awe as Izuku's punches and kicks broke through each wave of ice with precision and power. As the ice continued to come, Izuku broke through it easily, his steps determined as he moved closer to Shoto. Shoto's thoughts raced. He realized that Izuku was not just powerful but also incredibly fast. He couldn't keep him away with ice alone. His eyes flicked to his left side for a brief moment, but he quickly shook off the thought, refusing to use his fire. Sensing Shoto's growing frustration, Izuku smirked slightly, encouraging him to unleash his full potential. In the stands of Class 1A, the atmosphere was thick with tension as Izuku and Shoto clashed, sending waves of ice and shockwaves of power across the arena. Kirishima couldn't help but chuckle, leaning back in his seat. He commented on the intensity of the battle, noting how the techniques used by his classmates almost threatened to blow up the entire stadium. Katsuki, sitting a few seats away, scowled at the comment, arms crossed tightly over his chest. He glared at the fight, his expression a mix of frustration and intense focus. Without turning to face Ichiro, he muttered that quirks were physical abilities that could wear out just like anything else. Ichiro raised an eyebrow at the explanation but grinned, acknowledging that they all knew that. Katsuki, clearly irritated, emphasized that training and development were crucial, as one's quirk wouldn't be enough in a long fight without pushing limits. He explained how he designed his costume to help him fight beyond his natural abilities. Back in the match, as Izuku broke through the last of Shoto's ice barrage, he closed the gap between them in a flash. His movements were too fast for Shoto to counter with long-range attacks. Izuku's fists tightened, his gauntlets glowing as he launched into a close-range assault. He started with a powerful right hook aimed at Shoto's midsection. The blow connected with a dull thud, and Shoto's eyes widened as the force nearly knocked him off his feet. Staggering back, Shoto barely had time to react before Izuku followed up with a swift left jab to his ribs, followed by an uppercut with his right fist. Shoto attempted to form a block of ice between them, but Izuku shattered it with a quick, decisive punch. His movements were fluid and relentless, each punch carrying precision and weight as he continued to close the distance, refusing to give Shoto any breathing room. With a spin, Izuku delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, his greaves glowing as they connected with Shoto's side. The force sent Shoto skidding backward across the arena floor, ice forming beneath his feet as he desperately tried to regain his balance. Now fully in control of the fight, Izuku advanced again, his fists moving like blurs, each strike aimed to break through Shoto's defenses. He delivered a rapid series of punches, left, right, each punch met with the sound of breaking ice as Shoto tried to defend himself with hastily constructed barriers. Izuku shouted for Shoto to fight seriously, his voice sharp with irritation as he connected with another solid punch to Shoto's chest, forcing him to retreat once more. Shoto, breathing heavily, gritted his teeth and raised his right hand, more ice forming in front of him, but exhaustion was beginning to show. Each block of ice was slower and weaker, and Izuku was tearing through them effortlessly. He urged Shoto to stop holding back and to use his fire, insisting that he couldn't win without it. Shoto remained silent, his focus entirely on maintaining the ice barrier, but the pressure was mounting. He threw up another wall of ice, but it was no use. Izuku's next punch blew through it as if it were made of paper, forcing Shoto onto the defensive once again. Growing visibly frustrated, Izuku grabbed Shoto by the collar and pulled him close, his green and blue eyes blazing with intensity. He insisted that Shoto couldn't win like this, that he needed to fight with everything he had. Shoto glared back, his face stern, but Izuku's words struck him hard. He muttered that he didn't need his fire, trying to twist free from Izuku's grasp. Izuku's frustration erupted as he released Shoto and delivered a powerful kick to his midsection, sending him tumbling backward across the arena again. The crowd gasped as Shoto struggled to his feet, clearly shaken by the onslaught. Instead of launching another attack, Izuku did something that shocked everyone watching. Without a word, he took a deep breath, relaxed his stance, and sat down right there in the middle of the battlefield, folding his legs and crossing his arms. His classmates gasped, the audience murmuring in confusion, and present Mike was at a loss for words. He exclaimed in disbelief at what Izuku was doing. Before anyone could react, a shadowy figure materialized beside Izuku. His doppelganger, an exact replica of himself, stood up and walked toward Shoto, ready to continue the battle. Present Mike struggled to keep up with the chaos unfolding in the arena, bewildered by the sight of Izuku sitting down while sending a clone into the fight. Shoto, confused, raised his hand and sent a wave of ice toward the doppelganger. The doppelganger dodged effortlessly, his movements fluid and calm, but it was clear this wasn't the same as fighting the real Izuku. Frustration mounted in Shoto's chest as he repeatedly tried to freeze his opponent, but each attempt was met with the doppelganger's swift avoidance. Shoto shouted for Izuku to fight him with full power, his voice cracking slightly under the weight of the situation. Izuku, still seated calmly on the ground, slowly lifted his head and smirked, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. Izuku repeated the challenge, his voice low and laced with sarcasm, questioning why he should fight with full power when Shoto wasn't giving his all. Shoto's breath caught in his throat as Izuku continued, pressing him on whether he thought he was being strong by rejecting his fire. Izuku's smirk deepened, his words slicing through the tension in the stadium. He called Shoto's hesitation foolishness, emphasizing that without power, one could not protect anything, not even themselves. Izuku's gaze was piercing as he challenged Shoto to prove he was worth a full fight. The atmosphere was charged with Izuku's confidence, a challenge hanging like a storm about to break. Shoto felt the weight of Izuku's taunt, his chest tightening as he struggled with the calm yet cocky demeanor of his opponent. Izuku urged Shoto to stop being a coward, insisting that he should use his fire or risk being deemed unworthy as an opponent. Stunned by the bluntness of Izuku's words, Shoto stood frozen, the reality of the fight hitting him harder than any blow. As the battle raged on, Izuku's doppelganger dodged another ice barrage, moving swiftly around Shoto, almost taunting him. The crowd was captivated, some cheering for Shoto to break through while others were astonished by Izuku's bold strategy. Suddenly, Shoto managed to trap the doppelganger with a massive wave of ice, freezing it solid. The crowd erupted in cheers, and 𝗵𝗃 exclaimed that Shoto had finally gained the upper hand. However, without warning, the frozen figure of Izuku's doppelganger vanished, the ice shattering into dust and leaving no trace behind. Shoto's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to face the real Izuku, who remained calm. He questioned why Izuku was pushing him so hard. Izuku's eyes locked onto Shoto, piercing through his emotional defenses, and pointed out that Shoto was trembling. Izuku's words struck Shoto deeply, revealing the truth behind his struggle. He noted that while Shoto relied on ice, his body could only endure so much cold before it began to fail him. He reminded Shoto that he could offset the cold by using his fire, expressing quiet frustration at Shoto's refusal to do so. The crowd grew silent as Izuku's words echoed, the tension rising. Even 𝗵𝗃 seemed momentarily speechless as the two faced each other. Izuku emphasized that everyone else was giving their all, fighting with everything they had, while Shoto was only using half of his potential. He questioned what made it fair for Shoto to hold back when others were pushing their limits. Shoto clenched his fists, the ice beneath him cracking slightly under the strain of his quirk, but he remained silent. Izuku urged Shoto to put more effort into the fight, insisting that he stop hiding behind his fear. He pointed out that Shoto was not fighting him, he was running away. As Shoto rushed toward Izuku, his movements were noticeably sluggish, clearly affected by his earlier exertion. Katsuki, watching from the stands, smirked in irritation, noting that Shoto was running out of energy after his previous matches. As the gap between them closed, Shoto lifted his foot to attack, but Izuku summoned his doppelganger once more. The clone moved with brutal efficiency, slamming its fist into Shoto's torso and sending him flying backward. 𝗵𝗃 exclaimed that the clone was no joke and that Shoto needed to find a way to break through its defense. Shoto crashed to the ground but managed to roll to his feet, though his movements were slower and more deliberate. He gritted his teeth and attempted another ice barrage, but it lacked the speed and precision of earlier. The doppelganger easily dodged the incoming shards, weaving through the attack. The two fighters met again in the center of the stage, exchanging blows at close quarters. Shoto, breathing heavily, threw a sluggish punch that the doppelganger effortlessly deflected before countering with a swift elbow to Shoto's ribs. Shoto winced but kept his balance, retaliating with a sweeping ice attack aimed at the doppelganger's legs. It was slower, and the doppelganger hopped over it, landing another solid punch to Shoto's gut. 𝗵𝗃 watched the fight with growing concern, his brow furrowing deeply. Midnight, beside him, sensed his discomfort and raised an eyebrow. 𝗵𝗃 urged her to stop the match, insisting that Shoto was fighting recklessly and pushing himself too far. Midnight hesitated, noting that the match hadn't reached its conclusion yet. 𝗵𝗃 insisted that Shoto was going to hurt himself, pointing out that he was completely out of stamina. As the two exchanged more blows, it became clear that Shoto was running on fumes. Each punch he threw was slower than the last, and each ice attack was weaker and less controlled. Despite this, Shoto refused to back down, determined to win without using his fire, but it was costing him dearly. The doppelganger moved swiftly, ducking beneath Shoto's wild swings and landing blow after blow on the exhausted fighter. Each time Shoto staggered back, he attempted to summon more ice, but nothing substantial came. His body was on the verge of shutting down, yet he pressed on. Meanwhile, The crowd was growing restless, murmurs of concern spreading throughout the stadium. Even present Mike had grown quieter, unsure of how to narrate the one-sidedness of the fight. Izuku, watching from his seated position, clenched his fists, his frustration mounting. Shoto was still holding back, refusing to use his fire side, even as his body reached its limit. As he lunged once more, the doppelganger effortlessly dodged and delivered a sharp blow to Shoto's side, sending him skidding across the ground. Izuku's doppelganger dashed at Shoto with relentless speed. Desperately, Shoto threw up another wall of ice, his face showing the strain of pushing his body to the limit. The icy fortress barely formed before the doppelganger plowed right through it, shattering the ice into fragments without flinching. In one fluid motion, the doppelganger delivered a powerful kick to Shoto's side, sending him skidding across the arena floor. Breathing heavily, Shoto propped himself up on one knee, trembling from exhaustion and cold. He gasped, questioning why Midoriya was putting him through this and why he wouldn't end it easily. The real Izuku, still seated on the ground and observing the fight with calm intensity, responded that he was prepared to do whatever it took to become a hero. If Shoto wasn't giving it his all, he was wasting his potential. Heroes didn't hold back when lives were on the line. The doppelganger closed in again, slamming its head into Shoto's, causing him to stagger back. BLD dripped from Shoto's nose, and his vision blurred momentarily from the impact. Izuku shouted across the stadium, expressing his frustration not just with Shoto, but with the situation itself. He challenged Shoto, questioning if he thought he could reject his father and still win. If Shoto wasn't prepared to give everything, he didn't deserve to be there or to be the best. Those words struck Shoto deeply. As he steadied himself, painful memories surged forward. The relentless training sessions forced upon him by endeavor, the harsh words, and the pressure to surpass all might. His heart clenched as he recalled his mother's soft voice, reassuring him that he didn't have to be like his father. He remembered the day his mother, in her fragile state, had snapped, pouring boiling water over his left side, the side that represented the fire he wished to reject. The trauma of that day fueled his resentment toward Endeavor and his own Quirk. He had sworn never to use the fire that linked him to his father. But Izuku's words pierced through that emotional fog, demanding that Shoto confront his limits and go beyond them. He questioned whether Shoto truly believed he could surpass him without using his full power, asserting that if he couldn't, he would never surpass anyone. At that moment, as frost spread over Shoto's body, threatening to freeze him entirely, memories flooded back. His father's demanding voice, his mother's fragile words, and his own longing to become a hero, not because of his father, but in spite of him. The doppelganger struck again, landing a punch squarely in Shoto's chest. He flew back from the impact, gasping for breath, his body numb from both the cold and the pain. Izuku slowly stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes, watching Shoto struggle to rise once more. He declared that Shoto would never surpass him like this, his words hanging heavy in the air as a direct challenge. As Shoto reeled from the attack, pain and cold surged through him, and his mind drifted back to his childhood, a time filled with separation and the weight of expectations. He remembered being kept apart from his siblings, locked away in grueling training sessions designed to mold him into the perfect successor. His father's harsh voice echoed in his ears, always pushing, always demanding more, never allowing him to just be a child. Then came the memory that haunted him the most, the day his mother had snapped. Her fragile mind, pushed to the breaking point by years of Endeavor's relentless abuse, finally cracked. The boiling water, the searing pain, and the shocked look in her eyes when she realized what she had done. And then, just like that, she was gone. His father had her locked away, but Shoto knew the truth, it wasn't her fault, it was his father's. With clenched fists, Shoto forced himself to stand, frost clinging to his body as he struggled to hold himself together. He muttered that he would reject his father and would never use his fire. Across the arena, Izuku's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening with determination. He declared that it wasn't Shoto's father's quirk, it was his own. Those words hit Shoto like a shockwave. His heart pounded, and a flood of emotions surged through him, threatening to drown him in confusion and pain. But beneath all of that, something else emerged, something Izuku had sparked in him. An old, long-forgotten memory surfaced, one that had been buried under layers of resentment and anger. He remembered sitting with his mother, watching a special on TV about All Might. All Might's powerful figure filled the screen, smiling brightly as he addressed the children of the world, stating that quirks were a part of who they were. They might come from their parents, but how they used them was up to them. It was their own power, so they should use it in their own way. Next to him, his mother smiled softly, placing a gentle hand on his head, reminding him that he wasn't a prisoner of his lineage. He was himself, and that was all that mattered. It was okay to use his power to become who he wanted to be. The memory was so clear, so vivid, that it almost took his breath away. He had forgotten about that day, about her words, buried under the weight of his hatred for his father. But now, during this fight, Izuku's words brought it all rushing back. Izuku shouted again, filled with passion, insisting that it was Shoto's quirk, not his father's. He was more than what Endeavor had made him. He was his own person, with the power to decide what kind of hero he wanted to be. Shoto stood there, frozen, but not from his quirk. His mind raced as the weight of Izuku's words sank in. All this time, he had been fighting to reject his father, to push away the fire that symbolized everything he hated. But in doing so, he had been rejecting a part of himself. He wasn't just rejecting the fire, he was rejecting who he truly was. His eyes flickered with a new light, one that had been missing for so long. He could feel the heat rising within him, the warmth of his fireside, the part of him that he had locked away. And for the first time in years, he didn't try to suppress it. Shoto's resolve finally snapped into place. The flames ignited on his left side, roaring to life in an explosive display of power that lit up the entire arena. The intense heat caused the frost covering his body to melt instantly, steam rising as the ice rapidly turned to water. The audience gasped, stunned by the spectacle before them. For so long, Shoto had rejected his fire, but now he embraced it fully. All Might, watching from the stands, felt a wave of understanding wash over him. He realized that Izuku had been pushing Shoto to this very moment, not out of spite or competition, but to free him from his self-imposed chains. He thought to himself that Izuku was not just fighting Shoto, he was saving him. As the flames blazed, Shoto stood taller, stronger. His once cold expression softened into something more, something free. He looked at Izuku, his eyes filled with new determination, the burden of rejection no longer weighing him down. With his flames flickering lower and the frost completely gone, he took a breath and spoke, his voice steady and resolute, suggesting that Izuku was the one who was not taking things seriously. Izuku blinked, slightly surprised but smiling warmly in response, curious about Shoto's newfound confidence. Shoto mentioned that helping his opponent like that was unexpected and revealed his longing to become a hero too, just like Izuku. Hearing those words and seeing the transformation in Shoto made everything worth it for Izuku. The self-repression was gone. His friend had finally accepted his true self, both ice and fire, strength and vulnerability. Izuku felt proud, recognizing the amazing power Shoto had unleashed. Shoto glanced at his left hand, watching as the fire danced in his palm. Then, for the first time in the entire match, he smiled back, a sincere and affecting smile. The arena, which had been caught in stunned silence, erupted in a roar of cheers and excitement. The spectacle of Shoto's full power being unleashed was breathtaking, and the emotional weight of the moment was not lost on the crowd. Present Mick's voice blasted over the loudspeakers, overflowing with energy, announcing the legendary finish that was about to unfold. Izuku stood up, flames of determination burning in his own eyes, ready to face Shoto in his full glory. As Endeavor witnessed the flames erupting from Shoto, his heart swelled with pride. His son was finally embracing his fire, the legacy of his bloodline, the power that would surpass even All Might. Ecstatic, he stormed down toward the arena, his booming voice cutting through the cheers and excitement of the crowd, declaring that Shoto was finally using his fire and would carry on his legacy. But before Endeavor could continue, a thunderous clap echoed through the stadium. Izuku, with his Beowulf gauntlets on, brought his hands together with such force that a shockwave rippled out across the arena. The sheer power of the impact caused a strong gust of wind to blow straight at Endeavor, wiping the flames from his face in an instant. Without missing a beat, Izuku turned his steely gaze to the pro hero and commanded him to be quiet, his voice filled with unwavering authority. The crowd fell silent for a brief second, stunned by Izuku's bold command. Even Endeavor froze in place, utterly bewildered. Present Mick's voice rang out over the speakers, filling the silence with a mixture of surprise and amusement, commenting on Izuku's impressive display of power. Endeavor, still processing what had just happened, glared at Izuku but said nothing, the roaring cheers and Present Mick's commentary echoing around the stadium. Meanwhile, Izuku turned back to Shoto, focus unwavering, ready to continue the battle. As the intense battle reached its climax, Shoto, still grinning from ear to ear with his flames blazing, looked at Izuku with curiosity. He questioned why Izuku was smiling in what seemed like a hopeless situation, implying that he wouldn't be to blame for what happened next. Instead of being intimidated, Izuku let out a low chuckle. He locked eyes with Shoto and, with a confident smirk, declared that it was time to stop holding back. The air buzzed with tension, and then it happened. He let out a primal scream that shook the very ground beneath their feet. The raw, earth-shattering roar echoed across the arena, reverberating through the stands. Izuku's voice tore through the air, growing louder and louder with every second. His scream was filled with the intensity of his unrestrained power, his veins bulging as blue lightning crackled around him. The ground quaked, sending tremors across the stadium. People in the audience felt the vibrations beneath their feet, some even losing their balance. Above them, the once clear sky darkened as swirling clouds gathered, reacting to the sheer magnitude of Izuku's power. His aura exploded outward in a brilliant blue wave, glowing like the sun itself. The intense energy radiated from his body, creating shockwaves so strong that the audience behind him had to brace themselves against the powerful gusts of wind. It was a power-up like no other, an unstoppable force being unleashed. Izuku's body transformed, his muscles tightening and his hair spiking upward, glowing with an electrifying blue hue as he reached a new level of power. The crowd erupted in shock and disbelief, eyes wide, as the ground continued to quake under the weight of his transformation. The radiant blue aura surrounding the user showcased the immense power coursing through their veins, signifying their mastery over their skills and abilities. The user possessed several enhanced attributes. Their physical strength was amplified, allowing them to deliver powerful attacks with ease. Their speed was significantly increased, enabling them to move and react at incredible velocities. Their durability was greatly improved, making them more resistant to damage and able to sustain prolonged combat. Their cognitive abilities and sensory perception were heightened, allowing for quicker thinking and reactions in battle, and the radiant blue aura itself signified their transformation, intimidating their enemies. Among their special moves was the Cosmic Meteor Strike, where the user charged a massive amount of energy into their fists or legs and launched themselves at the enemy, crashing down with tremendous force. Upon contact, the strike triggered a powerful explosion that radiated in all directions, leaving a crater in its wake. Another move, the Starfall Barrage, involved unleashing a barrage of elemental energy blasts, hammering the enemy from all sides. The final move condensed energy into a rainbow sphere before being hurled at the enemy, resulting in a spectacular explosion of star-like particles that obliterated anything caught in the blast radius. As the match unfolded, the excitement in the stands was palpable. The boys, especially Kirishima and Tetsu, watched with admiration and awe, tears streaming down their faces as they were overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the moment. Tetsu exclaimed about the spiky hair resembling their own, while Ijiro wiped his eyes, clearly moved by Izuku's display of strength. Katsuki, on the other hand, stared at Izuku in disbelief, his expression twisted as he struggled to comprehend the transformation unfolding before him. Meanwhile, some girls in the audience were captivated by Izuku's impressive appearance in his transformed state. One of them commented breathlessly about how incredible he looked, which drew a frustrated glare from Achiko. She crossed her arms, feeling a mix of frustration and embarrassment, muttering that Izuku wasn't doing this to look good. In a dimly lit hideout, Shigaraki watched the screen with wide, disbelieving eyes. His hands trembled as he witnessed Izuku's transformation. The realization struck him that Izuku had been holding back during their previous encounters. Kurohige, standing beside him, urged Shigaraki to calm down, but the young villain's anxiety was evident. The gravity of the situation began to sink in as he understood the terrifying potential of Izuku. In the background, a calm voice reassured Shigaraki, promising that once they dealt with Midoriya, nothing would stand in their way. As Shigaraki took a deep breath, his expression shifted from fear to determined calm, acknowledging the need to eliminate Izuku. Back on the battlefield, the tension between Izuku and Shoto was thick with energy. Izuku's aura flared around him like a raging storm, yet he maintained a confident smirk. Shoto's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling the overwhelming power radiating from Izuku's transformed state. For the first time, Shoto appeared genuinely excited and determined, clenching his fists as he prepared to unleash his own power. With a determined roar, Shoto released a massive wall of flames from his left side, filling the arena with intense heat. However, Izuku remained unfazed. As Shoto's fire rushed toward him, Izuku swiftly wove hand signs and summoned a blazing sphere of fire, which rapidly expanded into a colossal wall of flames, engulfing the battlefield with a force far beyond Shoto's expectations. The crowd gasped, feeling the searing warmth even from the stands as the flames reached higher. The arena seemed on the verge of being consumed by the inferno. Shoto gritted his teeth, realizing that Izuku was not only powerful but also adaptable and relentless. Katsuki clenched his fists in frustration, feeling the heat from Shoto's flames and witnessing the raw power emanating from Izuku. Meanwhile, Achiko sat at the edge of her seat, her hands tightly clasped together, whispering a plea for Izuku to be careful as she felt the energy radiating from both fighters. She glanced at the inferno forming around Shoto, her heart pounding in her chest. Kirishima was practically shaking with excitement, tears of pride forming in his eyes as he exclaimed that this was the manliest clash of all time. He shouted that both competitors were going full throttle and it was incredible. Beside him, Tetsu nodded vigorously in agreement, both of them hyped by the sheer power on display. 𝗵𝗃𝗫 watched quietly, his dark eyes fixed on the stage, recognizing that Midoriya and Todoroki were operating on a completely different level. His partner, Dark Shadow, murmured in agreement, sensing the magnitude of the battle. Mineta, on the other hand, was frozen in fear, worried that they might destroy the entire stadium at this rate. Back to the match. Both competitors stood their ground, their flames raging against one another, but it was clear that Izuku's fire was growing even stronger. The crowd was on the edge of their seats, watching in amazement as the battle raged on. Izuku's eyes blazed with determination as he declared that it was time to finish this. Shoto smirked, his resolve just as strong, agreeing with Izuku's sentiment. The tension in the air was palpable as both fighters powered up, their auras clashing violently, sending shockwaves through the arena. The audience held their breath, sensing that this was the final clash. Fearing for the safety of the students, 𝗵𝗲𝗃 and Midnight exchanged worried glances. 𝗵𝗲𝗃 urged that they needed to step in, concerned that one of them might get seriously hurt if this kept up. But before they could act, Shoto unleashed a massive wave of ice, covering the arena in an instant. The frigid blast surged towards Izuku, who responded with lightning speed. Channeling the power of Beowulf's greaves, he propelled himself high into the air, dodging the icy wave with ease. As Izuku soared through the sky, the crowd watched in awe, their eyes following his every move. He descended toward Shoto with deadly precision, his right gauntlet crackling with energy as he prepared to unleash a full power punch, calling for Shoto to show him his motivation. Shoto stood his ground, suching to his fireside and superheating the area around him. The intense flames roared to life, enveloping him in a blazing inferno. In his thoughts, he expressed gratitude and respect towards Midoriya. As Izuku hurtled towards him, the tension reached its peak. 𝗵𝗲𝗃 quickly erected massive concrete walls between them, hoping to stop the clash, but it was futile. The moment Izuku's punch collided with Shoto's fiery counterattack, the arena was consumed by a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave from their clash was unlike anything anyone had ever seen. It tore through 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗃 wall as if it were made of paper, the force so immense that it obliterated the entire fighting ring in an instant. Midnight's stand was knocked over by the blast, and a massive whirlwind swept through the audience, sending people reeling in their seats. For a moment, the entire arena was engulfed in chaos. The wind howled, debris flew everywhere, and the once pristine stage was now a shattered ruin. The audience, previously cheering, now sat in stunned silence, trying to comprehend the sheer power they had just witnessed. As the dust began to settle, 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗃, still reeling from the impact, looked over the destruction with wide eyes, muttering that just because something is powerful doesn't mean it's good, but this was amazing. Present Mike, recovering from the shock, shouted into the mic, questioning what had just happened and expressing disbelief at the intensity of the fight. Aizawa replied calmly, explaining that the explosion was caused by the rapid change in temperature when Todoroki's intense heat met Midoriya's attack, creating a massive shockwave. Mike, still in awe, asked how hot it had been and who had won the match. As the smoke cleared, the arena was silent, all eyes focused on the stage. There, lying on the ground outside the ring, was Shoto, unconscious from the sheer force of the clash. The crowd gasped, unable to believe what they were seeing. Midnight, still somewhat dazed, quickly stepped forward and raised her hand to announce that the winner of the match was Izuku Midoriya. The audience erupted into cheers and applause, though many were still in shock from the spectacle they had just witnessed. Izuku stood in the center of the ruined arena, breathing lightly with a victorious smile on his face. He had done it. Shoto had given everything he had, but in the end, Izuku had emerged as the victor, pushing both of them to their absolute limits. The arena buzzed with the aftermath of Izuku and Shoto's heated showdown. Fans in the stands couldn't stop talking, their voices filling the air with a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Izuku, the dark horse of the tournament, had once again proven his strength, overwhelming Shoto Todoroki in a match that would be talked about for years to come. The battle between Shoto's ice and fire against Izuku's quirk was fierce, but ultimately, Izuku emerged victorious. Katsuki stood nearby, his fists clenched tightly and teeth gritted. He overheard fans eagerly dissecting every moment of the fight. Their praise of Izuku and astonishment at Shoto's abilities grated on his nerves. One voice exclaimed how Midoriya dodged that ice wall, while another remarked on Todoroki 𝗧𝗏 to his fireside, expressing disbelief at his intensity. Katsuki scoffed, feeling a burning irritation settle in his chest. He muttered to himself about how he couldn't believe they were getting so much attention. The very idea of Izuku surpassing him gnawed at him, and the crowd's admiration only made the sting worse. Katsuki was determined to make his own mark, but with everyone so focused on the recent battle, it felt like his thunder had been stolen. Meanwhile, Shoto was being led to Recovery Girl's office. His body ached from the intensity of the fight, especially where Izuku's blows had landed. But more than the physical pain, the emotional turmoil of the battle churned in his thoughts. Using his left side, his fire, something he'd long rejected, had come so naturally in the heat of combat. Yet the victory had still eluded him. After Recovery Girl's usual treatment, the fatigue lifted from Shoto's limbs, but his mind remained conflicted. As he walked through the corridor, lost in his thoughts, a familiar and imposing figure stepped into view, 𝗵𝗃, his father. Enji's deep voice echoed through the hallway as he addressed Shoto. There was a moment of silence between them, the weight of past tension lingering in the air. He stated that Shoto had lost today, his tone devoid of surprise but caring. A hint of disappointment. However, he acknowledged that Shoto had used his fire, a flicker of pride evident in his voice. He encouraged Shoto to embrace his full potential, stating that this was only the beginning. He expressed his longing for Shoto to consider working as his sidekick after graduation, promising to teach him how to MSTR both sides completely. The offer hung in the air between them, thick with expectations. 𝗵𝗃's vision of their future had always been clear, Shoto as the heir to his legacy, surpassing all might in power and depths. However, that was not Shoto's dream. His eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low and steady as he expressed his feelings. He had not used his fire because of his father. Endeavor blinked, momentarily surprised, but quickly masked it. Shoto continued, unwavering in his stance. The only reason he had used his left side was that, for a moment, he had forgotten about Endeavor entirely. It wasn't about proving anything, he hadn't thought of him at all. The weight of those words hung heavily between them. Endeavor, despite his ambition and longing to mold his son, was momentarily stunned. The realization that Shoto could access his firepower without the internal struggle that had once plagued him, and without thinking of Endeavor, was difficult to accept. Shoto's eyes softened as he glanced down at his left hand, expressing uncertainty about his fire. He didn't know if it was something he wanted to use going forward or if he would find his own way without it. If that were the case, he wouldn't need Endeavor. Not now. Not ever. Without waiting for a response, Shoto turned and walked away. Endeavor watched his son's retreating figure, a rare frown creasing his features. Despite his usual stoic demeanor, Shoto's words stung more than any rejection ever had. The flame hero stood there, staring at the space Shoto had vacated, his pride momentarily dimmed. He had always wanted to push Shoto to greatness, but now he began to realize that his son's path might take him in a direction where Endeavor had no place. As Shoto walked away, he felt a strange sense of calm settle over him. There was still much to figure out, especially regarding his quirk, but for now, one thing was clear: he would find his own way, on his own terms. The crowd erupted as President Mick's voice echoed through the stadium, announcing the final round of semifinals. On one side stood Katsuki Bakugo, the explosion expert, with a cocky grin, his eyes fixed on Izuku Midoriya, his opponent, who possessed a quirk that could send anyone into space. Cheers filled the air, shaking the stadium as the two combatants stepped into the arena. Bakugo sneered at Izuku, taunting her, while she remained silent, her eyes locked on his, unyielding and calm. The memory of her friends, Momo and Jiro, flashed in her mind. Both had faced harsh treatment from Bakugo in earlier rounds. She promised herself she wouldn't let that slide. Midnight raised her hand, signaling the start of the battle. Bakugo rocketed toward Izuku in an instant, his hands propelling him forward with explosive bursts. Izuku darted to the side, her reflexes sharp, but Bakugo was relentless, following up with another attack that sent a massive blast her way. Izuku leaped into the air with gravity-defying grace, avoiding his attack. Bakugo's eyes narrowed as he yelled for her to stop running. But Izuku was determined to dictate the pace of the battle. Her hands glowed with energy as she summoned her power, declaring that it was not going to be an easy fight for Bakugo. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed one of her secret moves, Universal Pull. Bakugo's body jerked as he was drawn toward her by an unseen force. His eyes widened in shock as he hurtled uncontrollably in her direction. He attempted to counter with an explosion, but it wasn't fast enough. Izuku's fist, now enhanced by her energy, slammed into Bakugo's midsection with immense force, sending him flying back into the arena floor, dust and debris flying into the air. As Bakugo rolled back onto his feet, gritting his teeth, he clutched his stomach, momentarily winded, but his eyes burned with fury. He declared that she would not defeat him so easily, launching himself back into the air with even more explosive force. He aimed directly for Izuku, releasing a massive shockwave of fire and force. Izuku's eyes flashed with determination. She raised both hands, enveloped in shimmering energy, and unleashed a massive energy blast, a concentrated beam of power aimed at Bakugo's incoming attack. The two forces collided in midair with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves rippling through the stadium and obscuring the view with smoke and sparks. In the infirmary, Momo, covered in bandages, and Jiro watched the battle unfold on the screen, still recovering from their own fights. Momo's fists clenched slightly as she observed Izuku, feeling a mix of pride and concern. She whispered her friend's name, knowing how strong Izuku was, but this was different. There was an intensity to her movements that was both inspiring and alarming. Jiro noted that Izuku was doing amazing, but Bakugo was not going to hold back, and the situation could turn dire. Momo nodded in agreement, biting her lip as she expressed her belief in 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗿's capabilities. Back in the match, Bakugo grunted as he braced against the force of 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗁's energy blast, refusing to back down. He roared in frustration, pushing harder with his explosions as the force began to overwhelm her attack, inching closer. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗁 clenched her teeth as sweat dripped down her forehead. She couldn't let him overpower her, not after coming this far. Summoning the last of her strength, she pulled energy deep from within her core. She hurled debris from the arena floor toward Bakugo to disrupt his momentum, throwing boulders and chunks of rock at him. Bakugo shouted in disbelief, dodging and blasting through the debris, but it served as a distraction. With a sudden burst of speed, 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗁 flew higher above Bakugo. Her hands glowed with gravity energy as she raised them high, declaring that this was for her friends. She slammed her hands down, unleashing a devastating shockwave that crashed down on Bakugo. The air trembled as the sheer weight of gravity slammed into him, driving him toward the ground at breakneck speed. Bakugo hit the ground like a meteor, creating a crater on the arena floor. Dust and debris flew into the air, obscuring the view of the battle. The crowd gasped, some standing from their seats in disbelief as President Mick's voice crackled through the microphone, announcing the intensity of the match. Uraraka had sent Bakugo crashing into the ground with incredible force. Though the audience was stunned, Bakugo was far from finished. He staggered to his feet, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth and head, and growled that she thought she was clever. He wiped the blood away, comparing her to Deku, whom he believed was full of tricks. Uraraka hovered above him, her calm demeanor unshaken. She acknowledged that she had learned a lot from Midoriya but insisted that this was her fight. Bakugo's eyes blazed with fury as he declared that he would end it. He launched himself forward with another powerful explosion, faster and more direct this time, aiming straight for Uraraka's face. However, Uraraka, with her enhanced speed, moved just as quickly. She spun out of the way, her body glowing with pink energy as she zipped around Bakugo's assault. In the blink of an eye, she was behind him, quietly taunting him for being too slow. Before Bakugo could react, she unleashed a powerful energy blast into his back, sending him flying across the arena, his body skidding across the ground. Bakugo coughed, struggling to get up. His arms shook as he fought to push himself off the ground, muttering in frustration. Uraraka descended slowly, her eyes locked on him as she raised her hand, causing the ground beneath Bakugo to tremble. She was preparing another attack, this one larger and stronger. Bakugo's vision blurred, his ears ringing from the previous blows, but his anger fueled him, pushing him to his feet one last time. He screamed that he wouldn't lose to her, revealing that he had been saving his strength for Deku, but she just couldn't stay down. His voice rose with each word, filled with venom. Uraraka hovered a few feet away, her body pulsating with raw power, still glowing with astral energy. Her determination remained unwavering, but Bakugo's words cut deep. He challenged her strength, insisting that she was just another obstacle in his way, nothing more than an extra. He blasted himself into the air, spinning wildly as he prepared his final attack, declaring that she was done. The wind howled as Bakugo reached the peak of his altitude, announcing that this was it and unleashing his howitzer impact. The force of the explosion rippled through the arena, a spiraling burst of power launching toward Uraraka. The sheer size and speed of the attack stunned the audience into silence, their eyes wide as it bore down on her. Uraraka gritted her teeth, hands glowing as she prepared to defend herself, but Bakugo's insults echoed in her mind. He belittled her and the people she cared about, igniting a fierce rage within her. The moment the blast hit, she used her telekinesis to form a barrier, but Bakugo wasn't finished. He landed 𝗕𝗓𝗓 on the ground and lunged at her, ignoring the exhaustion threatening to slow him down. His fist connected with Uraraka's side, and he sneered that she was weak. Another explosion erupted from his palm, blasting her back. Uraraka's defenses faltered, the strain of keeping up with Bakugo's relentless assault evident. Her mind raced, emotions boiling over as she fought to maintain her composure. Bakugo taunted her, insisting that she and Deku were worthless and did not deserve to be heroes. His words intensified her resolve, and something inside her snapped. The world around her grew silent, and all she could hear was the thundering rage inside her mind. Her eyes glowed with an ethereal light as she lost control, the ground around her cracking and the air twisting unnaturally. The calm pink aura exploded into a chaotic storm of energy as she raised both hands toward the sky, bending the very fabric of gravity to her will. She declared that he did not get to talk about her friends like that. The crowd watched in horror and awe as a massive object began to form high above the stadium. Rocks, debris, and pieces of the shattered arena were pulled upwards, coalescing into a giant sphere that hung ominously in the air, casting a shadow over the entire stadium. The audience gasped in horror. Even the pros watching from the stands were on high alert, their faces filled with shock. President Mick's voice broke with disbelief as he announced that 𝗬𝗏𝗏 was creating a meteor. The massive sphere continued to grow, its gravitational pull increasing with each passing second. 𝗬𝗏𝗏's eyes were wild, filled with rage and hurt, her hands trembling as she held the giant meteor in place. Class 1A watched in horror and awe as the meteor grew larger. Some questioned whether she was really going to drop it, while others expressed their disbelief at its size. In the infirmary, Momo and Jiro gasped, realizing that 𝗬𝗏𝗏 had lost control, pushed too far by Bakugo's taunts. All Might, watching from the stands, tensed, knowing he might need to intervene. Bakugo felt a chill of fear crawl down his spine as he looked up at the enormous rock looming overhead. His bravado drained away as he realized just how powerful 𝗬𝗏𝗏 had become. She screamed that she would crush him for everything he had done, preparing to hurl the meteor down onto Bakugo, the stadium, and anyone who stood in her way. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 shouted that this was getting out of hand, ready to intervene, while Midnight warned that she was going to destroy the entire stadium. They had to stop her. But before anyone could move, a white blur shot across the battlefield faster than anyone could react. A sharp, high-pitched sound echoed through the air as a brilliant flash of blue electricity illuminated the sky. In an instant, the massive meteor shattered into countless pieces, disintegrating before it could crash down. The debris exploded into harmless dust, scattered by the wind. The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes following the trail of lightning that sliced through the arena. Standing in the middle of it all was Izuku, his hand crackling with the last remnants of electricity, his palms still raised from the powerful strike he had just unleashed. Izuku's Chidori had destroyed the meteor in the blink of an eye. The battlefield fell silent, save for the crackling of Izuku's remaining energy. Slowly, he lowered his hand and turned to Achiko, whose body trembled from the emotional overload. Her wild eyes locked with his, but she was lost in her rage and power, unable to control it. Izuku acted swiftly. In a single motion, he was in front of her, his movements almost too fast to follow. With a gentle but firm strike to her neck, he rendered her unconscious before she could spiral any further out of control. Achiko's glowing eyes dimmed as she collapsed into Izuku's arms, the pink aura around her fading away. He caught her gently, cradling her carefully before laying her on the ground. The crowd finally exhaled, a collective sigh of relief as the threat of destruction passed. Professionals in the stands exchanged glances of both admiration and concern. Astral gravity was an evolved form of Achiko 𝗬𝗏𝗏's original quirk, zero gravity, awakening her latent abilities to control gravitational forces and an ethereal energy field. This energy drastically enhanced her combat and support capabilities, making her a versatile and powerful hero with a deeper understanding of both gravity and this mystical energy. Her abilities included gravity manipulation, allowing her to repel anything with immense gravitational force or draw objects and people toward her. She could create powerful energy shields to protect herself and others, and the ethereal energy flowing through her amplified her physical capabilities, increasing her strength and speed dramatically. Achiko could unleash concentrated blasts of pure astral energy, varying in intensity from rapid bursts to larger beams that could heavily damage foes. Her telekinesis allowed her to lift and control objects, people, or debris, and she could achieve faster, more dynamic flight by combining her abilities. Berserker mode was a dangerous state that Achiko entered when she tapped into the full potential of astral gravity, dramatically increasing her powers. In this mode, her aura became visibly radiant, emitting a blinding pink light, and her eyes glowed with pure energy. Present Mike, who had been silent in shock, finally found his voice again. He exclaimed that they had just witnessed something unbelievable. Uraraka had completely lost control, and if not for Midoriya, they could have faced a disaster. However, as the rules stood, the winner by default was Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd's reaction was mixed, cheers for Bakugo's technical victory, but also murmurs of concern and confusion. It was clear that this was no ordinary match. Bakugo stood in the center of the arena, still processing what had happened. The victory felt hollow, overshadowed by the terror he had just experienced and the fact that Deku had saved him yet again. His teeth ground together in frustration. Izuku, still kneeling beside Ochako, glanced up at Bakugo but said nothing. His expression was calm, yet there was a coldness in his eyes that made Bakugo bristle. Izuku had saved everyone in the stadium without a word, without hesitation, and now the explosive blonde was left standing as the victor, a hollow title after everything that had happened. Midnight stepped forward, her voice cutting through the murmurs of the crowd, announcing that the match would conclude and medical teams should assist Uraraka and Bakugo. She motioned for Recovery Girl, who was already on her way. As the medics rushed toward them, Izuku gently laid Ochako down, brushing some stray hair from her face. He stood up and stepped back, watching as they carefully placed her on a stretcher. He knew she would be okay, Recovery Girl would see to that, but there was a sadness in his eyes. She had pushed herself to the brink, and in the end, it had cost her the match. Bakugo's fists trembled at his sides as he glared at Izuku, insisting that he didn't need help and would have been fine. His voice was sharp, filled with frustration as he tried to shake off the lingering fear. Izuku's eyes flicked toward him, cold and unwavering, as he remarked that Bakugo had chosen a dangerous path and assured him he would take care of him in the finals. Bakugo grit his teeth, but before he could respond, Midnight stepped between the two boys, declaring that they could fight all they wanted in the final round. The tension lingered for a moment longer before Bakugo finally backed off, his eyes still burning with resentment. He couldn't deny the fear he had felt, which only fueled his hatred for Izuku. Yet, the match had ended in his favor, even if it didn't feel like a victory. As Bakugo walked off, following the medics to be checked over, the crowd began to buzz again. Mike announced that due to the extensive damage to the arena, they would need about 40 minutes to restore the stadium to its former glory, encouraging everyone to sit back, grab some snacks, and enjoy the break. The crowd murmured as they began filing out to the concession stands, some discussing the intense fight between Ochako and Bakugo, while others speculated about the upcoming finals. Back in the recovery room, Izuku carefully laid Ochako on a hospital bed, covering her with his jacket. His classmates, who had been watching with bated breath, rushed to his side. Tenya called out to Izuku, his voice full of concern, asking if Uraraka was all right. Izuku assured him she would be okay, though his exhaustion was evident. Kirishima placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, trying to lift the mood. Ijiro expressed his admiration, saying that Izuku had been incredible out there and had saved someone. Izuku smiled faintly, but the weight of the recent events still lingered. He acknowledged his friend's support but wished things hadn't escalated to that point. The room fell into a quiet silence as they all processed the match's events. Outside, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Roughly 20 minutes into the break, in the recovery room, Ochiko's eyes fluttered open. Blinking slowly, she struggled to recognize her surroundings. The bright, sterile ceiling and the distant hum of medical equipment filled the silence. Her body ached, and her mind felt sluggish, as if she had been running at full speed for hours. When she attempted to move, her muscles felt weak and unresponsive. It was only when she tried to sit up that she noticed someone sitting beside her. She croaked out a name, her voice hoarse and strained. Izuku was there, sitting in a chair near her bed, his green eyes filled with relief upon seeing her wake up. He quickly moved closer to her bedside and asked how she was feeling. Ochako blinked again, trying to focus as memories of the fight rushed back. Bakugo's relentless insults, the heat of the battle, and then, the meteor. Her chest tightened as the realization of her actions hit her. She had lost control and had almost hurt Bakugo. With a whisper, She acknowledged her loss of control, gripping the blanket that covered her. Izuku's expression softened, and he nodded, confirming her fears but reassuring her that everyone was safe now. Guilt and shame washed over her as she looked down, apologizing for her actions. Izuku gently interrupted her, saying she didn't need to apologize. He explained that Bakugo had pushed her too far and that he shouldn't have said those things. Achiko's face scrunched up as she recalled Bakugo's words, which had ignited something inside her. She had wanted to prove him wrong and show her strength, but instead, she had succumbed to anger. She murmured that she had almost hurt him, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku shook his head firmly, assuring her that she hadn't hurt anyone and that he had stopped it before it could happen. He praised her for her efforts, noting that she had pushed Bakugo farther than anyone else and had fought with everything she had. He emphasized that it wasn't her fault and took some responsibility for using his skill on her, even if it was accidental. A moment of understanding passed between them as they recalled the skill Izuku had used to evolve her quirk, acknowledging the price it had come with. Just then, Recovery Girl entered the room, her cane tapping lightly against the floor as she approached. She expressed her relief that Achiko was awake and asked how she was feeling. Achiko shifted slightly in the bed, still sore from the battle, and replied that she was feeling better. Recovery Girl nodded and then turned her attention to Izuku with a raised brow, asking him to give them a moment. Izuku hesitated but agreed, standing up from his chair and offering Achiko a reassuring smile before stepping out of the room. As the door closed, Recovery Girl focused on Achiko, expressing concern about the power she had used during the fight and urging her to learn control to prevent future incidents. Achiko nodded solemnly, promising to work on it. Recovery Girl's stern expression softened as she placed a hand on Achiko's shoulder, reminding her that true strength lies in control, not just in power. Outside the room, Izuku paced in the hallway, his mind racing with thoughts of everything that had happened. He felt relieved that Achiko was awake but was still troubled by the entire situation. Just as he was lost in thought, the door to the recovery room opened, and Recovery Girl stepped out, giving him a small nod before walking past him. Izuku re-entered the room to find Achiko sitting up in her bed, looking a bit more alert. He softly asked if she was feeling any better, and she nodded slowly, a small smile appearing on her lips as she thanked him for staying with her. Izuku assured her that he wouldn't leave her alone after everything that had happened. There was a brief silence before Achiko spoke again, her voice quiet but determined, expressing her intention to get stronger and not lose control like that again. Izuku smiled, feeling a wave of pride for her, and affirmed that he believed in her potential. As they sat in the quiet room, Achiko's